Chapter 1. After our breakup, I became a father. Let's break up. The abrupt declaration of their separation took Jiang Yao by surprise, especially since they had just been intimate moments ago. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Yao rose from the bed and dressed himself, turning to her with a question lingering on his lips. Why the sudden desire to part ways? Gao Wenwan, renowned as the Belle of the drama department, was not only blessed with a privileged background but also possessed striking beauty and an alluring figure. Such a captivating woman naturally garnered considerable attention at school, attracting the affections of wealthy suitors and academic achievers alike. Yet, months ago, this stunning beauty had surprisingly accepted his pursuit and agreed to be his girlfriend. Jiang Yao, who considered himself somewhat handsome and had a modest financial standing, felt a mix of astonishment and disbelief that someone of her caliber would consent to his advances. After all, his gestures of affection had been rather minimal, merely a symbolic bouquet of roses and a meal shared together. Despite having spent several months together, the news of her wanting to end their relationship left him feeling reluctant. Gao Wenwan lazily rose from the bed, toying with her curls as she coldly remarked, "We were merely playing around. You didn't really think I had feelings for you, did you?" Jiang Yao, maintaining a neutral expression, replied nonchalantly, "Miss Gao, I feel the same way. Do you think I'm one of those infatuated admirers? You overestimate yourself." Gao Wenwan rolled her eyes and, with a disinterested tone, declared, "If that's the case, then it's over between us. Ha! Did I ever agree to this breakup? While I may not have feelings for you, I must admit you possess certain charms. Thus I refuse to consent to our separation," Jiang Yao said with a playful smile, teasing the woman before him. Upon hearing his words, Gao Wenwan, with a hint of derision, responded, "You might be overestimating your confidence. To be honest, I was quite excited about being with you at first. The only reason I agreed to date you was that my dorm mates mentioned your wealth and good looks. Being single, I merely wanted to have some fun. Don't take it personally, you know how many men wish to pursue me," she added. Upon learning this truth, Jiang Yao felt no anger after all. He was not without admirers himself. With an unruffled demeanor, he countered, "Well, I must confess that many girls are fond of me as well, and my pursuit of you was spurred by a friend who mentioned that a beauty from the drama department was hard to win over. However, you're not as elusive as rumored." Gao Wenwan was amused by Jiang Yao's brazen remarks. After dressing and gathering her belongings, she decided it was time to leave. She could not bear to remain in this place any longer. "Jiang, we are broken up. If you dare to shamelessly pursue me, be warned that I'll have someone deal with you," she declared fiercely before turning and slamming the door behind her. The sound of the door slamming echoed through the quiet room like a bomb detonating, sending tremors through the very air. "Dream on. Am I going to chase after you? I have plenty of beautiful women vying for my attention," Jiang Yao called out to her retreating figure. His relationship with Gao Wenwan had always been a mere dalliance, devoid of genuine affection. The most intimate encounter they shared was perhaps that moment, and apart from that, they were as unfamiliar as strangers. Now that their relationship had soured, it was hardly surprising. Jiang Yao intended to pack his belongings and leave the hotel when suddenly his phone rang. "Who could it be? What do they want from me?" Jiang Yao inquired, inspecting the room for any forgotten items as he answered his phone. "Hello, is this Xiao Jiang? I am Yang Sweki's father. Could you come to my house for a moment?" The mention of Yang Sweki's father left Jiang Yao bewildered. "Hello, Mr. Yang. May I ask what you need from me?" There was a brief pause on the other end of the line. "I inadvertently discovered that my daughter has given birth to your child. Could you possibly come over?" Jiang Yao stood frozen, as if struck by lightning. Yang Sweki was his former girlfriend, the Belle of the neighboring school. Their relationship had begun through a mutual friend, and Jiang Yao had been captivated by her at first sight. After a prolonged pursuit, she eventually consented to date him. However, they had parted ways after numerous petty quarrels. It had been a year since the breakup, and now, Yang Sweki had a child. He could scarcely believe the news, his heart in turmoil. "Hello, are you there, mister?" Yang asked with a hint of seriousness. After contemplating, Jiang Yao composed himself and replied, "Uncle, I'm listening. Could you please provide me with your address? I'm unsure how to get there otherwise. It's at number 14, Building 1, Red Street Mansion, number 2, East Goni Road, Chaoyang District, Yanjing City." After providing the address, Mr. Yang repeated it, concerned that Jiang Yao might not remember. "All right, Uncle, I noted it down. I will visit in a few days. Well then, I must attend to a few matters." With that, Jiang Yao ended the call. Oh no, has Yang Sweki really had a child? This is utterly shocking. I haven't yet enjoyed my freedom, and now I'm to be a father. Visions of alluring women waving goodbye flashed before his eyes. After all, having a child meant taking on responsibility. Despite Yang Sweki being a stunning beauty, he felt a wave of distress wash over him that a few days later, Jiang Yao stood at Yang Sweki's doorstep, holding a gift box and some fruit purchased from the market. He took a deep breath, striving to quell his anxiety and nervousness. Finally, with determination, he pressed the doorbell. Creak, the door swung open to reveal a dignified, middle-aged man. You must be Xiao Jiang, right? Please come in. Mr. Yang welcomed him with a warm smile. With a heart full of trepidation, Jiang Yao nodded and stepped inside. Ain't tea this moment, mister. Yang was seated on the sofa, gesturing for Jiang Yao to take the seat beside him. Jiang Yao approached and settled onto the couch. Since you are already here, I shall be direct. My daughter Schwerer is currently at Chaoyang Maternal and Child Health Hospital, and she has just given birth. She has delivered a daughter, and both mother and child are safe. I have summoned you to inquire about your stance on this matter, Mr. Yang said, his gaze fixed seriously on Jiang Yao. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yao feigned calmness and replied, Uncle, I have already considered this before coming here. Since Sweki has brought my child into the world, I will certainly take responsibility. Furthermore, if possible, could you take me to the hospital now? I wish to see Sweki and the baby. Mr. Yang nodded in satisfaction at Jiang Yao's words. Of course, you truly are a responsible young man. I did not misjudge you. Hearing you say this puts my mind at ease. Let's head to the hospital. With that, the two exited and hailed a taxi, arriving at Chaoyang Maternal and Child Health Hospital. They made their way smoothly to the delivery room, where Mr. Yang gently pushed the door open. Inside, Yang Sweki lay exhausted on the hospital bed, her lips chapped and devoid of color, her delicate features pale. Her eyes were tightly shut, indicating she was in a deep slumber. In her arms was a tiny bundle, restlessly nestled against her. The little one had a cherubic face, appearing utterly adorable. When she grows up, she should be as beautiful as Yang Sweki. At that moment, Jiang Yao felt a surge of nervousness within. After all, it was his first experience as a father. Although he had seen infants before, none had ever made him feel so anxious and uncertain as he did now. This led Jiang Yao to reflect on the unpredictability of life. Just days ago, he had been in a relationship with Gao Wenwen, which had since ended. Now, he found himself a father to a child with his former school beauty. Yang Sweki. He had initially envisioned a carefree life as a romantic wanderer, yet he was now embarking on an entirely different path. Chapter 2. Leaving the father, retaining the daughter. My reluctance is unyielding. Jiang Yao and Yang's father stood quietly beside the hospital bed, refraining from disturbing the repose of the mother and daughter. After a brief moment, Yang Sweki suddenly awoke. Father, what brings you here? And Jiang Yao, why are you present? Yang Sweki exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed upon the two before her. Would you care for a sip of water? Jiang Yao inquired, noticing her lips were parched and cracked, reminiscent of autumn leaves bereft of moisture. Her need for hydration was palpable, and she nodded in response. Upon receiving the water from Jiang Yao, she took several sips and, with a gentle smile, expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Meanwhile, Yang's father, observing his daughter's pallor and evident frailty, felt a pang of sorrow in his heart. He sighed deeply and spoke softly. My dear child, you are pregnant. Why did you not confide in your father and mother? To have to bear a child alone, how daunting that must be. I sought you out at your school, only to learn from your classmates that you had been on leave for several months. No one knew the reason for your prolonged absence, and I have been genuinely worried about you. Upon hearing her father's words, Yang Sweki furrowed her brow and replied, Father, knowing this, why did you bring Jiang Yao along? She had initially intended to raise her child alone, never contemplating the revelation of her pregnancy to her former boyfriend. After all, it was she who had chosen to keep the child, having hesitated to terminate the pregnancy when she discovered it. However, Jiang Yao's unexpected presence before her, now aware of her circumstances, left her at a loss. Jiang Yao, sensing her reluctance, was momentarily taken aback and said, I came to the hospital of my own volition. Do not blame your father. As the child's father, it is only natural for me to visit. His words stirred a tempest of emotions within Yang Sweki, leaving her uncertain of how to respond. Yet, Jiang Yao's sense of responsibility surpassed her expectations. She nodded, her gaze softening as she looked down at her baby. The baby is quite healthy, weighing 4 pounds and 6 ounces, born at 1 in the morning, she shared, before glancing at her father with a twinge of guilt. Father, please do not hold it against me. I never intended to keep this from you. I feared it would cause you and mother distress. Hence my decision to bear the child alone and discuss it with you later. Yang's father, fully aware of his daughter's intentions, could not bring himself to chastise her. I worry about you. Your mother is currently traveling, and I have not informed her of your situation. She will return home soon, and I shall tell her about the child then. She can assist you in caring for him. With a tender gaze, Yang's father looked at his daughter, his concern evident. Yang Sweki felt enveloped by a wave of warmth, striving to suppress the tears that threatened to spill from her eyes. After a while, Yang Sweki regained her composure, nodded towards her father, and said, Dad, could you please step out for a moment? I have something to discuss with Jiang Yao. Once Yang's father exited the room, Yang Sweki turned to Jiang Yao. She let out a deep sigh and confessed, Jiang Yao, it was only after our breakup that I discovered I was pregnant. At first, I was quite frightened, but the thought of carrying a baby filled me with courage. This child is my decision alone, and it does not concern you. You may choose to remain unaware of this matter. With that, she gazed at Jiang Yao with an air of resolute calmness. Jiang Yao was taken aback, realizing she intended to become a single mother. This was unacceptable. He quickly countered, I cannot agree to that. The child should be raised by both of us. After all, I am a father. How could I allow you to bear this burden alone? It would be far too arduous for you. Jiang Yao spoke with unwavering conviction, leaving no room for negotiation. His confidence was apparent, and Yang Sweki found it difficult to refute him. After all, having another person to share the responsibilities of parenting could only be beneficial. Indeed, upon hearing his words, Yang Sweki hesitated and began to contemplate whether they could co-parent a child. After a moment of reflection, she nodded in agreement. Ultimately, Jiang Yao was the father, and it was only fair for him to shoulder some responsibility. Moreover, with Jiang Yao's assistance, her own burdens would be alleviated. Suddenly, Yang Sweki's face flushed as she looked at Jiang Yao and stammered, Jiang Yao, could you help me clean myself? I haven't bathed in several days, and I feel quite uncomfortable. After speaking, she felt her request was somewhat excessive and dared not meet Jiang Yao's gaze. Jiang Yao paused briefly before stepping outside to fetch a basin of warm water. With the arrival of their child, they would undoubtedly face numerous challenges. Jiang Yao, contemplating this with seriousness, recognized that he was about to embark on the journey of fatherhood for the first time. He knew that any skills he lacked could be learned through determination, and he could also enlist his mother's help in caring for the child. She would surely be delighted at the prospect of having a granddaughter. While waiting for the water, Jiang Yao called his mother. Mom, are you free in the next few days? Yes, there is something urgent that requires your presence at Chaoyang Maternal and Child Health Hospital. Please don't ask for specifics. It's quite pressing. All right then, please come as soon as you can. After the call, Jiang Yao returned to the hospital room to continue caring for Yang Sweki. He had already sent Yang's father home, as it was sufficient for just one person to stay and provide care, particularly given his father's advancing age. I've already spoken with my mom and asked her to come to the hospital. I haven't mentioned your pregnancy to her yet, so it will be a delightful surprise, Jiang Yao said, looking at Yang Sweki and the child she cradled with joy. He was quickly embracing the role of a doting father, feeling an unexpected sense of pride. Once aimless in life, he now found himself filled with anticipation and hope. However, upon hearing this, Yang Sweki's eyes widened, her mind racing with concerns. What if we end up having a disagreement? At that moment, you will certainly side with your mother. It would be best if you kept her away. I can manage the child by myself. Jiang Yao gently taped Yang Sweki's forehead, utterly perplexed by her thoughts. My mother is very kind, and even if conflict arise, how could I not support you and the child? It's not as if every family is plagued by mother-in-law and daughter-in-law disputes, Jiang Yao said earnestly. Upon hearing the term mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflict, Yang Sweki immediately retorted, I am not your wife, so there is no such conflict. Fine, fine, I concede that I misspoke. Jiang Yao found her reaction somewhat amusing. After all, they had already welcomed a child together, and she would inevitably become his wife. Upon hearing this, Yang Sueki felt a slight sense of relief. After all, Jiang Yao's attentiveness and care were genuine. She could sense his seriousness and responsibility, which further eased her mind. At that moment, the baby in the crib suddenly began to wail, shattering the tranquility of the room. Chapter 3. The baby's nutritional needs are ample. The two novice parents instantly became anxious. It was only with the reminder from the neighboring bed that they realized the baby was hungry and needed to be fed. Yang Sueki was at a loss. How would she feed the child? She lacked experience in this regard. Jiang Yao glanced at her and felt no concern for the baby's nutritional needs. After all, once Yang Sueki fed the baby, there would surely be plenty left. After contemplating, Yang Sueki decided to ask Jiang Yao to call for the nurse. Otherwise, she truly didn't know how to feed the child. Soon, the nurse arrived to assist them. Upon observing the young couple, the nurse congratulated them, saying, "How fortunate you are to become parents at such a young age. Our obstetrics department delivers numerous babies daily, but it is rare to see such youthful and good-looking parents. Your child will undoubtedly be beautiful, given the high looks of both parents." Jiang Yao felt slightly embarrassed by the compliment, yet the nurse's words were indeed true. Yang Sueki was beautiful, and their daughter would surely inherit her charm. Yang Sueki's expression shifted slightly, but she chose to remain silent. After the compliments, the nurse remembered her task and needed to check on the new mother's condition. "Handsome, please assist by uncovering the baby's blanket. I need to examine the lovely lady." The nurse instructed Jiang Yao before turning to prepare her sterilization tools. Yang Sueki, lying on a hospital bed, covered her face with the blanket, feeling quite bashful. Most girls possess a certain shyness, making them easily embarrassed. A short while later, the nurse re-entered the room. Yang Sueki, still hiding her face beneath the blanket, was hesitant to confront what was to come. "Oh, why is your wife covering her face with the blanket? She might suffocate. Handsome, you should help uncover it," the nurse said to Jiang Yao. She guessed that perhaps the new mother was feeling shy, but some matters must be faced head-on. Jiang Yao then assisted in lifting the blanket, revealing Yang Sueki's somewhat pitiful expression. Yang Sueki donned a hospital gown, and although her attire obscured her figure, the remarkable contours of her physique were still discernible. Indeed, among the few stunning beauties Jiang Yao had encountered, Sueki was notable for her ample bosom paired with a slender frame. She was renowned as a beauty at the neighboring school, having graced the school's forum. Moreover, Yang Sueki excelled academically, embodying the ideal of both inner and outer beauty. Initially, Jiang Yao was captivated by her appearance, but over time, he grew to appreciate her diligent and ambitious nature. Seeing Jiang Yao standing idly by while the baby wailed, the nurse kindly advised, "Handsome, why not procure some formula for the child? The beautiful lady has yet to express milk." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao glanced at the ailing Yang Sueki, whose cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she turned her head away. He nodded at the nurse and stepped out to buy baby supplies. Once Jiang Yao departed, the nurse drew the medical curtain, isolating them from the outside world. She gently massaged Yang Sueki's abdomen, inquiring if she felt any discomfort. Sueki nodded and replied, "I feel a bit uneasy, as if I have no strength, and my stomach feels bloated." The nurse smiled reassuringly, saying, "These are normal responses for a pregnant woman. I will assist you in alleviating this soon. Afterward, you may consume some porridge to aid digestion." She continued, "Next, I will help you with the expression. This will allow the baby to receive breast milk, though it may be slightly painful, so please bear with it." Yang Sueki nodded, her pale face displaying a touch of vulnerability, as it is natural for a woman to fear pain. The nurse then sanitized her hands with alcohol and proceeded to massage Yang Sueki's chest carefully. Beads of sweat trickled down Sueki's face as she bit her lip and closed her eyes, fearing that if she opened them, tears would spill forth. Although the nurse's technique was gentle, the discomfort was overwhelming, nearly bringing her to tears. After half an hour, the nurse finally paused, fetching a towel that had been sanitized with boiling water to patiently wipe the sweat from Yang Sueki's face. "You are the strongest girl I have encountered today. I have assisted several women with expression, but most could not withstand the pain and ended up crying. A beautiful and resilient girl like you is truly commendable. Your husband is indeed fortunate." The nurse remarked with a smile. Yang Sweki returned a smile and quickly adjusted her gown, relieved that she was wearing a hospital outfit, which afforded her some modesty. She did not wish for Jiang Yao to see anything inappropriate. Meanwhile, after purchasing the formula, Jiang Yao, with the assistance of a kind lady in the adjacent bed, prepared a bottle for the baby. Cradling the infant with one hand and holding the bottle with the other, he embodied the image of a devoted father. Jiang Yao's capacity for learning was impressive, and he swiftly adapted to the role of a nurturing parent. The nurse's words had reached him, leaving both new parents feeling somewhat bashful and uncertain of how to respond. After completing her tasks, the nurse tidied up and gently reminded Jiang Yao that before feeding the baby, he should first warm the milk by covering the beautiful mother's chest, ensuring the baby would not consume cold milk. Jiang Yao nodded earnestly, assuring her he would remember. Once the nurse finished her instructions, she departed, leaving Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki exchanging glances, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Chapter 4. Jiang Yao found Yang Sweki's gaze rather intimidating. Both were feeling a tad shy, having been separated for a year. Memories of their past together replayed vividly in Jiang Yao's mind. To claim that he no longer harbored feelings for Yang Sweki would be a lie. After all, who could forget a girlfriend as stunning as a campus belle? Not only beautiful, but also gentle and understanding. It was only natural to be captivated by her charm. The reasons for their breakup stemmed from their immaturity and inability to resolve conflicts, which exacerbated their issues. Reflecting on the moment they parted ways now seemed somewhat amusing to Jiang Yao. At that time, Yang Sweki had tearfully declared that they would never interact again after their separation. Yet, fate is peculiar, as they found themselves reconnecting due to their shared responsibility for the baby. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yao could hardly contain himself any longer. "Sweki, since you have given birth to my child, I must take responsibility. I have already called my mother to assist in caring for you. As a new mother, if there is anything you need from me or my mother, please don't hesitate to let us know." Yang Sweki blushed and nodded. Jiang Yao was indeed displaying commendable masculinity. Observing his attentiveness towards others was quite impressive. A year apart had transformed him into a man embodying responsibility and maturity. She had initially prepared herself to be a single mother, planning to balance her studies with childcare. If she found it overwhelming, she could hire a nanny, as her monthly allowance from her parents was more than sufficient to cover her expenses. However, circumstances had shifted, with Jiang Yao now willing to co-parent their child. From what she could see, he appeared quite dependable. As they stood in silence, unsure of what to say next, the baby began to whimper. Have it just been fed formula? The baby should not be hungry, so Yang Sweki wondered what was amiss. This realization allowed them to cast aside their awkwardness and concerns. Jiang Yao approached the baby, intent on discerning what discomfort it might be feeling. Suddenly, an unpleasant odor wafted through the air, prompting the neighbor to comment, "You haven't changed the baby's diaper yet, have you? The little one is still young. They cannot hold in their waist for too long, or they will be uncomfortable. Thank you for the reminder. I truly appreciate your help," Jiang Yao replied, feeling a bit embarrassed as he picked up the diapers he had purchased for the baby, determined to change it. However, after struggling for quite some time, he was unable to manage it effectively. Observing his plight, the neighbor kindly offered to assist him in changing the diaper. "You must be first-time parents, right? If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, as I am here caring for my daughter-in-law." In the same hospital ward, everyone was supportive and open to offering assistance. Jiang Yao expressed his gratitude, stating that he had already called his mother to help care for the baby, although she was still en route. As new parents, they were indeed inexperienced in looking after an infant. "Thank you so much for your help, Aunt Zhang. I truly appreciate it," he said. Aunt Zhang responded with a warm smile, dismissing his concerns. "It's no trouble at all. My son and daughter-in-law are also first-time parents and are quite clueless themselves. I came to assist my daughter-in-law as well. It's only natural for the elderly to lend a hand with the children." She then added, "By the way, I noticed the nurse had just taken care of your wife. You might want to let her breastfeed the baby when she is ready. Formula lacks the nutrition that breast milk provides." Jiang Yao nodded appreciatively, expressing his thanks once more. He turned a glance at Yang Sweki, who lay weakly on the hospital bed, her eyes gently closed as if she had drifted off to sleep again, having just undergone labor. She was understandably fatigued and prone to drowsiness. She slept for another 2 or 3 hours before waking up, the darkness of evening having settled outside. As she slowly opened her eyes, she found Jiang Yao seated on the chair by her bedside, engrossed in a Douyin video. However, the baby, who should have been in her arms, was nowhere to be seen. "Where's the baby?" "Jiang Yao, where have you taken our child?" she asked anxiously. Jiang Yao, shifting his attention from the video, looked at the now-awake Yang Sweki. "My mother arrived and took the baby out for some fresh air. You need to worry." "Yes, just letting the baby breathe a little," he reassured her. Upon hearing this, Yang Sweki felt a slight relief. Suddenly, a sound disrupted the quietude of the room. She glanced around, her face flushing with embarrassment as she realized she had just passed gas. Mortified, she wished for nothing more than to dig a hole and hide. Jiang Yao chuckled. "Well, since you've released some gas, it's time to eat." At that moment, Yang Sweki's stomach let out a loud growl. Feeling a bit sheepish, she looked at Jiang Yao and pleaded, "Could you please get me something to eat? I've been asleep for so long, and now I'm quite hungry." Jiang Yao smiled, grateful that he had anticipated her needs. He pointed to a stainless steel lunchbox resting on the table beside the bed. "My mother guessed you would be hungry upon waking, so she asked me to bring you a serving of preserved egg and lean pork congee from the hospital cafeteria. It should still be warm. Please do enjoy it. We've already eaten." As he stood and opened the lunchbox, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Yang Sweki licked her lips, gratefully accepting the lunchbox and spoon from Jiang Yao. She eagerly dug into the congee, savoring each bite until she could eat no more. Finally, she lifted her head and glanced at Jiang Yao, who was still engrossed in his Douyin video. Curiously, she peered over at his phone screen, only to discover that he was watching an informative video on parenting tips. Jiang Yao lifted his gaze to meet Yang Sweki's eyes, and their glances intertwined briefly. Yang Sweki, already a stunning beauty with an impeccably shaped figure, appeared somewhat weakened after giving birth. However, her youth and natural allure promised a swift return to her former vitality with time. Yet, Jiang Yao couldn't help but notice the intensity in his own gaze. It had grown somewhat fervent. Feeling overwhelmed by the heat of his stare, Yang Sweki averted her eyes to a different direction. "Jiang Yao, could you fetch me a glass of water? I'm feeling quite parched," she requested, as her recent discomfort rendered her unable to move from the bed. Jiang Yao nodded, rising from his chair to retrieve water. As he walked away, Yang Sweki exhaled deeply, shaken by the intensity of his earlier gaze, which felt as though he might devour her whole. How frightening. Chapter 5. Mother's intervention after receiving a call from her son. Zhang's mother hastily drove to the Chaoyang Maternal and Child Health Hospital. A mix of astonishment and apprehension filled her. She was astonished that her son had brought her to such a place, and fearful that perhaps he had gotten a girl pregnant. Though she often urged Jiang Yao to find a girlfriend and marry after graduation, she had not anticipated that he, still in his 3rd year of college, might have already caused such a predicament. This left her feeling quite flustered, though she reminded herself that perhaps her fears were unfounded. It was possible that her son had summoned her for a different reason altogether. With a heart full of trepidation, she hurried to the hospital. After calling her son to confirm the room number, she searched room by room until she finally found the right door and entered. Upon entering, she was greeted by the sight of a beautiful girl, resembling a doll, resting on the hospital bed, while her precious son sat beside her. At that moment, Zhang's mother understood everything. She suppressed the urge to scold her son, astonished by the unexpected turn of events. Since Yang Sweki was asleep, Jiang Yao spoke softly, pulling his mother's arm as they stepped outside to discuss the situation. After explaining the entire context to his mother, she sighed deeply. "Why didn't you take precautions while courting a girl? Now look what you've done. A lovely girl has been put in this situation because of you. She has labored to bring your child into this world, and you must repay her kindness with unwavering devotion. You're going to be a father now. It's time to mature and leave behind your playful ways." Listening to his mother's admonitions, Jiang Yao acknowledged her words and quickly shifted the topic to the baby. "Mom, Yang Sweki has given us a daughter. Please help take good care of the child. Both Sweki and I are first-time parents and are unsure how to care for a baby. I would appreciate your assistance." With a proud expression, Jiang Yao addressed his mother. "Oh dear, how could I forget my precious granddaughter? You needn't worry about me taking care of the child. It would be my pleasure. Business matters are trivial. Let your father handle them. What truly matters is spending time with my granddaughter. I wish to savor the joys of being a grandmother." Having said this, Zhang's mother joyfully entered the room. Upon glancing around, she discovered her beloved granddaughter peacefully asleep in Yang Sweki's embrace. Her heart swelled with excitement as she gazed upon the cherubic face of the baby, rosy and utterly adorable. Once the child awoke, Zhang's mother planned to take her out for some fresh air. "Oh, you have a daughter," she exclaimed, her face lighting up with delight. "Indeed, a daughter. How about you? Did her daughter-in-law give birth to a son or a daughter?" The woman replied with a hint of disappointment. "Another daughter. This is my daughter-in-law's second girl. I long to hold a grandson, but alas, my daughter-in-law has yet to deliver." Zhang's mother chuckled softly. "In this day and age, it matters little whether one has a son or a daughter. You should ease your mind." Though still somewhat disheartened, the woman managed to smile, acknowledging the truth in Zhang's mother's words. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Zhang's mother returned to the hospital room with the baby in her arms. Upon entering, she noticed the beautiful girl had awakened and was staring blankly at the ceiling. Zhang's mother greeted Yang Sweki warmly. "I hear my son calls you Sweki. Henceforth, I shall do the same. Have you eaten the porridge I had Jiang Yao pack for you? If you feel unwell, please do not hesitate to inform me." Yang Sweki, emerging from her daze at the concern shown by Zhang's mother, felt reassured. Both Jiang Yao and his mother appear to be in good spirits, allowing her to set aside her worries, especially as Zhang's mother seemed youthful and amiable. With a smile, she responded, "Thank you for your concern, Auntie. I have finished the porridge you prepared. I feel perfectly fine, and if anything were amiss, I would certainly let you know. You have been standing for quite some time. Please take a seat on the chair beside you." This girl, not only strikingly beautiful, but also exceptionally considerate, garnered further admiration from Zhang's mother, who believed her son was unworthy of such a gem. With Jiang Yao absent, Zhang's mother shared a few heartfelt words with Yang Sweki. "Sweki, you have truly endured much by bringing a child into our family. That rascal didn't inform me of your pregnancy beforehand. Otherwise, I would have certainly prepared a gift for you. Next time, I shall make amends." Yang Sweki smiled in response. "Thank you, Annie, but the decision to have this child was mine alone. Please do not blame Jiang Yao." Seeing the understanding nature of the girl only deepened Zhang's mother's sense of guilt. "Rest assured, I will ensure Jiang Yao treats you well. He must embrace his responsibilities as a father. You need not worry about him. Once you have fully recovered, I shall send Jiang Yao to formally propose to your family, ensuring you have a splendid wedding." Auntie, I haven't even contemplated marriage yet." Yang Suiki replied, somewhat taken aback, as the thought of marrying Jiang Yao was not currently on her mind. Seeing Yang Sweki's attitude, Zhang's mother felt it inappropriate to insist. She said, "It's all right. You young people have your own ideas, and I want to intervene. I will let Jiang Yao spend time with you, and you can discuss marriage among yourselves." Yang Suiki obediently nodded. At that moment, Jiang Yao returned with a cup of water, just in time to catch sight of Zhang's mother and Yang Sweki chatting merrily. He felt a wave of happiness, for a harmonious relationship between mother and daughter-in-law was undoubtedly beneficial for him. However, upon noticing Jiang Yao's return, Zhang's mother chided, "Where have you been? Why did it take you so long? You should spend more time with Sweki." Jiang Yao, feeling exasperated, explained, "I want to get water for Sweki, not to play." Yang Sweki watched the playful exchange between the mother and son, giggling at the amusing dynamic. Jiang Yao, upon hearing her laughter, cast a bemused glance in her direction. He then handed the water to Yang Sweki, saying, "Here, this is the water you wanted. The temperature is just right. You could drink it now." Nodding in acknowledgement, Yang Sweki accepted the water and took a sip. After a brief cuddle with the baby, Zhang's mother handed the child to Yang Sweki, stating, "Sweki, it seems the baby hasn't had any milk yet. Perhaps you should consider feeding the baby now?" Yang Sweki shyly looked at Jiang Yao, biting her lip, and asked, "Feed the baby? How do I do that?" Jiang Yao shook his head, indicating that he had no knowledge of such matters, as they were both novice parents. Jiang's mother, quick to respond, smiled and said, "Sweki, you must have practiced latching before. Just bring the baby close and let her nurse." Both Jiang's mother and Jiang Yao looked at young Sweki, nodding in satisfied agreement. Chapter 6. Birth Certificate. What will the baby's name be? Young Sweki was not only beautiful, but also possessed an alluring figure, particularly her curves that seemed almost too ample for her clothing. But I don't know how. Yang Sweki shook her head. "I will teach you. You will learn in no time," Jiang's mother reassured her. Subsequently, Jiang's mother guided Yang Sweki step by step on how to support the baby's body while nursing, emphasizing the importance of the correct posture, suggesting that she should lean to the side while feeding. Yang Sweki obediently followed her instructions. Initially, the baby struggled to find the right position, but soon Jiang's mother deftly helped guide the baby to latch on. Suddenly, Yang Sweki winced. "The baby seems to have bitten me." Jiang Yao replied gently, "It's impossible for the baby to bite you. She hasn't even grown any teeth yet. She must just be hungry, which is why she is a bit forceful. Just endure it for a moment." Meanwhile, Jiang's mother observed the sweet interaction between the couple, feeling somewhat like a third wheel. However, as Yang Sweki became aware of the situation, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. "Jiang Yao, perhaps you should step outside for a moment. I feel a bit shy nursing in front of you." Jiang Yao observed Yang Sweki's flushed face and found it rather amusing. Both of them were parents now, yet they still maintained a certain distance. However, Jiang Yao chose not to contradict her, wishing to spare Yang Sweki any embarrassment. Thus, he obediently exited the ward, seizing the opportunity to visit the restroom. Inside the restroom, as Jiang Yao perused Douyin videos, an unexpected phone call interrupted his moment. Upon recognizing the caller ID, he realized it was his college roommate and close confidant, Chen Yuan. "Hello, Chen Yuan. What brings you to call me?" Jiang Yao prompted as he answered the call. On the other end, Chen Yuan chuckled mischievously. "I noticed you haven't been at school for several days. I thought I'd check in on you. Is that not permissible? Moreover, I heard you broke up with Gao Wenwen. Such a significant event, and you Haven-T shared it with the brothers." With a sigh, Jiang Yao rubbed his forehead and explained, "My ex-girlfriend is pregnant. She just gave birth to my child a few days ago in the hospital. I'm currently here taking care of her, and Haven-T had the chance to return to school. Since you called, could you please inform the teachers that I'm undergoing surgery for appendicitis?" Jiang Yao felt no need to conceal the truth from Chen Yuan, as he would inevitably find out sooner or later. Chen Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief, astonished as if he had just heard earth-shattering news. "No way. Are you serious about becoming a father? You're not joking with me, are you? Which ex-girlfriend are you talking about? I don't recall you mentioning anyone. It can't be Gao Wenwen, can it?" "No, she is still at school, isn't she?" Seeing Chen Yuan's wild guesses, Jiang Yao interjected, "Stop speculating. It's not Gao Wenwen. My ex-girlfriend is the Belle from the school next door. I'll introduce you to her when I return to school. But remember to call her sister-in-law when you meet her." Chen Yuan found this revelation utterly surreal, considering it had only been a few days since they last saw each other. To think Jiang Yao had already become a father, and with the school beauty no less. "All right, what is your plan moving forward? You're not seriously considering marrying that beauty, are you? I mean, marrying your sister-in-law?" Jiang Yao, feeling impatient to delve deeper into this topic, replied, "For now, we want to be getting married. I want to elaborate further. Just a reminder, please keep this matter to yourself at school. I'm only sharing this with you because you're my good friend. I'm not ready for everyone to know yet. If there is nothing else, I'll hang up now." Just as Chen Yuan was about to respond, Jiang Yao ended the call. After hanging up, he pondered for a moment, feeling somewhat disheartened and lost interest in watching Douyin videos. Shaking his head, he dispelled his errant thoughts. After flushing the toilet, he opened the restroom door and made his way back to the ward. It had been quite a while. Yang Sweki must have finished feeding the baby by now. In the ward, Yang Sweki had just finished nursing and was gently cradling the baby, soothing him to sleep with tender murmurs. Meanwhile, Jiang's mother was diligently peeling an apple with a fruit knife. Upon Jiang Yao's entrance, he was greeted by this warm and harmonious scene. Jiang's mother looked up at her son and remarked, "The doctor just came by and informed us that we need to obtain a birth certificate for the child and arrange for vaccinations." The birth certificate application requires the child's name, as well as your marriage certificate, household registration book, birth permit, and identification cards. Jiang Yao shook his head in confusion and asked, Mom, but Sweki and I have not yet obtained our marriage certificate. How can we proceed with the birth certificate? Just as Zhang's mother was about to respond, Yang Sweki's voice chimed in from the side. I asked the doctor the same question earlier, and he said it was possible to proceed without a marriage certificate, as long as we bring the other documents. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao nodded in relief. That's great. Fortunately, we have all the other documents. What about the baby's name? Sweki, why don't you choose? Zhang's mother reminded. Yang Sweki, still uncertain about the name, hesitated. I haven't decided yet. Jiang Yao, why don't you think of one too? Neither had yet discussed the matter of naming the child, so it felt rather rushed. Jiang Yao, the child will take my surname. Jiang, is that all right? Yang Sweki nodded. Of course, you're the father. Jiang Yao had indeed contemplated potential names for the child, but had yet to finalize one. How about we name the baby Jiang Yuanan? Yang Sweki pondered over the name and smiled. That's a lovely name. She looked at Jiang Yao with appreciation. Then let us call the nickname Xiao Nanan, she suggested further. Jiang Yao agreed. All right, I'll go with your choice. Zhang's mother also found the name delightful. Now, let us take these documents and apply for the birth certificate. With that, she led Jiang Yao to get the baby's birth certificate. After they left, Yang Sweki glanced at the ground, feeling a twinge of melancholy and uncertainty. However, recalling Jiang Yao's responsible demeanor lately, as well as the pleasant interactions between Zhang's mother and herself, she felt reassured that perhaps things were not as dire as they seemed. Chapter 7. Vaccinating the baby and feeding Yang Sweki dumplings. Jiang Yao was filling out forms in the doctor's office while Zhang's mother conversed with the doctor. Your son is quite handsome and very young. Is he still in university? The doctor commented. His girlfriend's ID photo is beautiful. She resembles a star. They seem well matched. He added. Zhang's mother smiled. Yes, my son is in his second year. The doctor, typing on the computer, continued. Your son should treat his girlfriend well, especially since she has given him a daughter at such a young age. Zhang's mother nodded. Indeed, I have told him the same. If he does not treat her well, I want to let him off lightly. Jiang Yao, overhearing their conversation, understood their concern for Yang Sweki, recognizing the hardships she had endured during childbirth. The birth certificate was swiftly processed and handed to Jiang Yao. The doctor informed him, the birth certificate is ready. You can now take the child for vaccinations, as the vaccination booklet will be needed for school later. Zhang's mother, cradling the baby, nodded gratefully. Thank you, doctor. We will go for the vaccinations now. Jiang Yao and his mother proceeded towards the hospital's injection room, where the baby in Zhang's mother's arms was peacefully asleep. The queue in the injection room was not long, and they were soon called for their turn. The doctor entered the name of Jiang Yuanwan, exposing one of the child's arms. The nurse prepared a dose of hepatitis B vaccine. Zhang's mother gently rocked the little girl, attempting to awaken her. The infant stirred in her mother's embrace, smacked her lips, and was on the verge of drifting back to sleep. The nurse approached with a needle, disinfecting the spot on the delicate arm before swiftly administering the injection while the baby was distracted. The little one furrowed her brow, opened her mouth wide, and cried out in a heart-wrenching manner. Zhang's mother softly cooed, "Don't cry, sweetheart. It will be over soon." Despite the baby's struggles and wails, the nurse managed to complete the 3 hepatitis B vaccinations. This was the child's vaccination booklet, clearly detailing the required immunizations over the coming months, emphasizing the importance of regular vaccinations. The current doses included the hepatitis B vaccine and the BCG vaccine, with instructions to return for 3 additional hepatitis B shots when the baby turned 1 month old. It was advised to keep the injection site dry for 24 hours to prevent infection and to ensure the baby was well hydrated. The nurse handed the vaccination booklet to Zhang's mother, offering some reminders. When Jiang Yao and his mother returned to the ward, Yang Sweki was engrossed in a book. Noticing their arrival, she set the book aside and said, "Auntie, may I hold the baby? She must be hungry." Zhang's mother passed the child to Yang Sweki, who was entirely focused on the baby, oblivious to Jiang Yao's presence. She lifted her shirt to nurse the baby, whose tiny mouth, pink and plump like a ripe cherry, made one yearn to take a bite. After the baby finished feeding, Yang Sweki finally acknowledged Jiang Yao in the room, feeling a hint of embarrassment. Jiang Yao, seemingly unfazed, maintained a calm demeanor, which allowed Yang Sweki to dismiss her awkwardness. Once the baby had finished nursing, Jiang's mother took her out for a stroll. The room now contained only Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki, with the adjacent hospital bed empty, as the family had packed up and gone home. Jiang Yao, could you please help me with the urinal? And maybe wipe me down? It was summer, and with a blanket covering her, Yang Sweki was feeling quite sweaty. Prompting her request, Jiang Yao, having assisted her with the urinal multiple times before, nodded in agreement, carefully removing it from her and disposing of it. Afterward, he brought a basin of warm water into the room. Using a cloth he had washed in hot water, he gently wiped Yang Sweki's body. She bit her lip, avoiding direct eye contact with him. Despite Jiang Yao having helped her several times, she still felt uncomfortable with him performing such intimate tasks. Once finished, she felt significantly more comfortable, the sticky sensation finally dissipating. Thank you, Jiang Yao. Yang Sweki expressed her heartfelt gratitude, acknowledging that it had been quite a challenge for him, a young man, to care for her during these days. Moreover, his unwavering patience impressed her, leading her to see him in a new light. After all, Jiang Yao was someone who had never engaged in household chores throughout his life, and it is indeed quite remarkable that he could take such diligent care of himself. Jiang Yao shook his head and calmly stated, in comparison to the pain you endured while giving birth, my care for you is merely a duty. Furthermore, my mother has always urged me to look after you properly, and it is only right that I devote myself to this task. Jiang Yao's warm words flowed into Yang Sweki's heart like a soothing tide, causing her heartstrings to tremble delicately. Shortly thereafter, Jiang's mother returned, cradling the baby in her arms while holding a stainless steel lunchbox. This is your meal. I took the baby for a little stroll to the cafeteria and noticed they were serving seaweed and shrimp wontons today, so I packed 2 servings for you. Jiang Yao opened the lunchbox, which was a 2-tiered container filled to the brim with delectable wontons. Mom, thank you. I was just thinking about having wontons today. Jiang Yao felt deeply touched by his mother's unwavering support, as she not only helped care for the baby, but also consistently ensured that he and Sweki had proper meals. Unable to contain his emotions, he stepped forward and kissed his mother's cheek. Oh dear, you're all grown up and still kissing your mother. Aren't you a bit embarrassed? Jiang's mother playfully chided, her heart brimming with sweetness. Meanwhile, Yang Sweki, witnessing the affectionate exchange between Jiang Yao and his mother, felt a sense of belonging wash over her. After all, a family is built on mutual concern and care for one another. Having given birth, Yang Sweki developed a newfound longing for family. Annie, you have worked hard during this time. You and Jiang Yao have dedicated so much effort to care for me. Upon saying this, her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Jiang's mother sat by the bedside and gently wiped away the tears from Yang Sweki's face, her heart aching. A postpartum woman should not cry. Sweki, you are truly a wonderful child. It is our duty to care for you, for you have given us such a lovely child. There is no need for thanks. We are all family. Jiang Yao nodded in agreement, affirming, yes, we are family. After comforting Yang Sweki for a while, Jiang's mother urged, quickly eat your wontons before they cool down. Yang Sweki wiped her tears and nodded. Just as she was about to scoop up a wonton with her spoon, Jiang's mother nudged Jiang Yao's shoulder and said, you should feed Sweki with the spoon. She is not feeling well and cannot eat by herself. Having just taken a bite of wonton, Jiang Yao was taken aback by his mother's request. All right then, I was just feeling sentimental. Yang Sweki observed Jiang Yao standing there in a daze, as if processing what had just happened. Covering her mouth with her hand, she inwardly chuckled with delight. Chapter 8. The feeling of heartbeat days passed in this manner, and finally, the day before their discharge arrived. Early in the morning, Jiang's mother instructed Jiang Yao to fetch some change of clothes and daily necessities from Yang Sweki's apartment. She believed that to ensure Yang Sweki's better recovery, it would be wise to utilize a confinement center for some rehabilitation activities. She had several longtime female clients whose daughters-in-law all went to confinement centers for their postpartum recovery. Under their recommendation, Zhang's mother took a liking to the Kongshin Postpartum Care Center. The center boasted an excellent reputation and top-notch credentials, which Jiang's mother thoroughly investigated. When she discussed the postpartum care center with Yang Sweki, she received her approval. I had originally planned to recuperate at a postpartum center after giving birth. However, since you have already chosen one for me, I will defer to your judgment, Yang Sweki said obediently. I will have Jiang Yao retrieve some of your clothes from your apartment. Where is it located? During a previous conversation with Yang Sweki, Jiang's mother learned that she had rented an apartment near the school, intended for her own use while caring for the baby. However, the circumstances had changed, rendering the apartment unnecessary, and Yang Sweki planned to return it. The address is Chaoyang Haofu Garden, Building 12, Unit 2, Room 122. Jiang Yao, please go to this address and help Sweki collect her things, Jiang's mother instructed. Afterward, she produced her car keys and handed them to Jiang Yao. She needed to assist with the baby and could not spare the time, while Jiang Yao was available, making him the most suitable choice for the task. All right, I understand, Jiang Yao replied, taking the car keys and making his way to the hospital parking lot. He had obtained his driver's license right after graduating high school and occasionally drove his mother's car, so his driving skills were quite commendable. Jiang Yao drove to the Haofu Garden apartment. After inquiring at the security desk, he located Building 12. With a chime, the elevator reached the 12th floor. Jiang Yao found himself at the entrance of Yang Sweki's apartment, where a charming fortune cat adorned the door, seemingly greeting him and adding a festive touch. He entered the password, and the door swung open. Yang Sweki's apartment was impeccably clean, a typical bachelor pad. Although the room was not large, it was well-equipped and exuded a warm and cozy ambience, thanks to Yang Sweki's thoughtful decor. Jiang Yao entered the master bedroom, opened the wardrobe, and found it brimming with neatly folded clothes. The garments were organized into distinct sections for shirts, pants, skirts, and sleepwear, facilitating easy outfit coordination for the owner. She truly is a refined young lady, Jiang Yao remarked as he inhaled the sweet, fragrant air that filled the room. He selected some of the clothing he believed Yang Sweki would wear regularly, including pants and undergarments, then turned his attention to the sleepwear section. Wow, I didn't realize Yang Sweki wore lace sleepwear, Jiang Yao exclaimed, picking up a white lace nightgown and swallowing hard. Boys often have a penchant for such alluring sleepwear. He packed several of his favorite styles into his suitcase. However, the suitcase quickly became insufficient to accommodate all the lovely clothes, as Yang Sweki's collection was abundant. Most of Yang Sweki's garments were styles Jiang Yao particularly admired, which left him in a quandary over which pieces to take. Each selection was a difficult sacrifice. Ultimately, due to the lack of space in his suitcase, Jiang Yao was reluctantly compelled to make choices. After all, which boy does not appreciate a girl dressed beautifully every day, especially in a manner that he finds appealing? Once Jiang Yao had tidied up and packed his suitcase, he drove back to the hospital. Did you remember to bring your clothes and daily necessities? Jiang's mother inquired. Yes, I brought everything, Yang Sweki replied, casting a fleeting glance before returning to her book. As a third-year student, her academic workload was considerable, and taking so many days off had significantly impacted her credit performance. Thus, whenever she had the chance at the hospital, Yang Sweki busied herself with her Level 4 English studies. However, it wasn't long before her eyes began to ache, and her mind felt foggy. It was Jiang's mother who first noticed Yang Sweki repeatedly rubbing her eyes, appearing rather drowsy. Sweki, you have just given birth, so it's essential to take care of your health. Staring at the book for too long can lead to eye strain, she advised. Upon hearing this, Yang Sweki realized she could no longer concentrate. Ever since her pregnancy, her energy levels had plummeted, leaving her perpetually fatigued, as if no amount of sleep could suffice. Thus, she set her book aside, closed her eyes, and drifted off to sleep once more. As evening approached and the clock neared 6, darkness had descended. When Yang Sweki awoke, she began to eat the porridge that Jiang Yao had fed her. Noticing her lack of appetite and slow eating pace, Jiang Yao set down his bowl and retrieved a mint candy from his pocket, offering it to her. Here, try this mint candy. It might help stimulate your appetite. Yang Sweki accepted the candy and popped it in her mouth. The mint had a delightful jasmine flavor, quite delicious. After finishing it, She felt invigorated, as if a gentle breeze had brushed against her face, bringing with it a subtle fragrance that refreshed her spirit. "Where did you buy this? I want to get some for myself next time," she exclaimed, akin to a contented kitten savoring a slice of cake, licking her lips in satisfaction. "No need for you to buy it. From now on, I'll bring you whatever you like," Jiang Yao responded generously. After all, it was merely a piece of candy, and he was more than willing to indulge the beautiful girl as happiness. Yang Sueki blushed at his words, her heart racing. At that moment, she found Jiang Yao incredibly handsome, her gaze fixated on him as the surrounding noise faded away, leaving only the sound of her heartbeat echoing in her ears. Jiang Yao, too, found himself captivated by Yang Sueki, their eyes locking in a moment of shared connection. Observing the girl before him, he noticed her cheeks seemed to flush even more. He reached out to touch her forehead and said, "You don't have a fever, do you? Why are your cheeks so red?" Yang Sueki, regaining her composure, awkwardly pulled away his hand from her face. "Why are you touching my face? Quickly, take your hand away." To mask her embarrassment, she turned her face aside, hoping Jiang Yao wouldn't notice her flustered state. Jiang Yao clenched his hands, feeling a nervous sweat forming in his palms. Yang Sueki's face was so pleasant to the touch. Her skin was remarkable, especially after giving birth. Inside, Jiang Yao felt like a frantic deer, his heart racing like turbulent waters. After finishing her meal, Jiang's mother intended to tidy up when she noticed her son and Sueki seemingly preoccupied, neglecting their food. "Sueki, Jiang Yao, please hurry up and eat. I still need to clean up afterward," she urged. "All right, we'll eat now," they responded, and once they regained their composure, both quietly resumed their meals. Unbeknownst to them, they simultaneously found the food suddenly more fragrant. Chapter 9. Postpartum Care and Yang's Prank as Night Fell. After a day of busyness, everyone settled down for rest. The following day, after tidying up the items in the hospital room, Jiang Yao proceeded to the front desk to complete the discharge formalities. Once he successfully finished the procedures, he gently assisted Yang Sueki in getting out of bed, carrying a multitude of bags by himself. Upon reaching the hospital entrance, Jiang Yao and Yang Sueki got into the car driven by Zhang's mother, leaving the hospital behind. Zhang's mother's driving skills were both proficient and seasoned as they glided smoothly along the highway. Soon enough, they arrived at the entrance of the Kangshin Postpartum Center. Located in the heart of Chaoyang City, the center boasted an exceptional environment, surrounded by lush greenery and an exquisite landscape design. As soon as Jiang Yao stepped inside, he felt enveloped in a warm atmosphere reminiscent of home. Yang Sueki, captivated by the pink-themed lobby and rooms, was overwhelmed with delight. The receptionist, noticing the new guests, greeted them warmly. "Welcome to the Kangshin Postpartum Center. May I ask if you have an appointment? If so, I can escort you to your reserved room." Jiang Yao shook his head, responding, "We do not have a reservation. My wife is here for postpartum care. Could you please tell us about the services available?" Upon hearing Jiang Yao refer to her as his wife, Yang Sueki raised an eyebrow, but did not contradict him. The receptionist, in a professional tone, elaborated. "You have made an excellent choice by coming to our establishment. We not only offer a luxurious and comfortable living environment, but also have a dedicated nursing team and a wide array of maternal and infant care services. We guarantee that our guests will experience a queen-level postpartum journey, transforming confinement into lasting happiness." After listening to the receptionist's introduction, Yang Sueki's eyes sparkled with excitement. "This sounds wonderful. Does it yield great results?" she inquired eagerly. "You must be the one in postpartum care, right? Rest assured, choosing us is the right decision, and we will absolutely satisfy you," the receptionist proudly assured. "If you're still uncertain, I can take you to tour the rooms and facilities she offered." "Jiang Yao, let's go and take a look. I'm quite curious," Yang Sueki replied. The receptionist guided Jiang Yao and the others on a tour of various room types, including the luxurious presidential suite. The suite featured a private master bedroom, a spacious living room, and an opulent bathroom, capable of fulfilling every need of guests during their postpartum period. After the tour, Jiang Yao and the others were quite pleased, and with Zhang's mother's support, they decided to book the luxurious suite. Zhang's mother arranged a 28-day care package for Yang Sueki, which included a variety of postpartum recovery services, abdominal muscle repair, steam therapy, moxibustion, and weekly yoga classes, among many other offerings. Yang Sweki gazed at the multitude of projects before her, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the prospect of completing them all. The kindness and generosity of Jiang's mother enveloped her in warmth, instilling a profound sense of happiness within her. After arranging a package for Yang Sweki, Jiang's mother cradled the child and said, "Sweki, Jiang Yao, I shall take the little one back with me for now. It would be inconvenient for the baby to remain here with you. I plan to hire a nanny to care for her at home. Although the confinement center can assist you, I believe it is preferable to have her at home." With thoughtful consideration, Jiang's mother reached this decision. As a grandmother, she wished to spend more time with her grandchild while also allowing the young couple to cultivate their relationship in solitude. "All right, mother, you may return now. Please rest well and do not overexert yourself." Jiang Yao expressed his concern upon hearing that his mother was heading home. Yang Sweki nodded in agreement, acknowledging that it was indeed inconvenient for her to care for the baby during her confinement. Entrusting the little one to Jiang's mother reassured Yang Sweki. "Goodbye, little one. I will come to find you once my confinement period is over." She gazed longingly at her baby, feeling a pang of separation for the first time since birth. "Farewell, Mama. Farewell, my precious child. You are the sweetest little one." Jiang's mother gently held the tiny hand of the baby and waved. At that moment, the little one's wide eyes appeared adorably bewildered, unaware of the separation from her parents. As Jiang's mother drove away, the figures of Yang Sweki and Jiang Yao gradually faded from view outside the car window. Only then did the little one realize that familiar faces were gone, and she opened her mouth, crying out in distress. Meanwhile, Yang Sweki felt a slight sting in her nose, her eyes glistening with tears. Jiang Yao stood beside her, softly comforting, "Once your confinement is over, you will be able to see the little one again. Please do not cry. It is not good for your health." Yang Sweki nodded in response, wiping away her tears. After ensuring that their luggage was in order and checking the surroundings, Jiang Yao looked at Yang Sweki, who was seated on the bed. "Sweki, I have arranged everything for your clothing and such. Are you hungry? They also provide confinement meals here." Yang Sweki shook her head, feeling somewhat distracted. Despite the pleasant environment that matched her preferred pink aesthetic, her spirits remained low after parting with the baby. Understanding her emotional state, Jiang Yao allowed her some solitude. Girls tend to be more sentimental, especially during times of separation and farewells. Jiang Yao empathized with her feelings and decided to step out for a stroll, intending to bring back some snacks for Yang Sweki. Although confinement meals were available, he knew how much she enjoyed snacking. Her appetite for treats often overshadowed her meals. He recalled when they had just begun dating, and she had persuaded him to buy her an entire box of snacks, which she finished in less than a month. Jiang Yao was utterly astonished, unable to fathom that Yang Sweki had such a profound fondness for snacks, and yet she managed to maintain such an enviable figure. Was it not said that indulging in snacks would lead to weight gain? However, this notion seemed unfounded in Yang Sweki's case. Given their location in the heart of the city, with a large shopping mall nearby, Jiang Yao ventured into the mall snack section, selecting an assortment of Yang Sweki's favorite treats, including some delightful candies. Although excessive sugar was ill-advised, moderation should pose no harm, or so he hoped. Jiang Yao was eager to return with these snacks to bring a smile to Yang Sweki's face. After all, they often found themselves alone together, and if her mood soured, it would undoubtedly dampen his spirits as well. Upon arriving at the door of their room, a large bag of snacks in hand, he found the door unlocked and easily pushed it open. Inside, he discovered Yang Sweki nestled comfortably under the covers, sound asleep, a veritable little kitten who adored her slumber. Jiang Yao mused. Reluctant to disturb her rest, he tiptoed into the room and set down his belongings. Lying down beside her, he too succumbed to sleep. After what felt like an eternity, Yang Sweki stirred, stretching lazily, only to be startled by the sight of a man lying beside her. Her heart raced as she focused, realizing it was none other than Jiang Yao. "Jiang Yao, wake up! Don't sleep anymore," she urged. A glance at the clock revealed they had both slept until 1 in the afternoon, and she had yet to have lunch. At that moment, her stomach growled in protest. as if rebuking its owner for neglecting to provide sustenance. She nudged Jiang Yao a few times, but he remained oblivious, sleeping like a log, drooling slightly as he did so. Suddenly, a mischievous glint sparkled in Yang Sweki's eyes. If she could not rouse Jiang Yao, then she would resort to a playful prank. Stealthily, she seized a pen and drew 3 lines across the right side of his face. Jiang Yao, as if in sync with her antics, scratched his face and flipped to the other side. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Sweki quickly adorned the other side with 3 lines. And as Jiang Yao turned back to face her, she added a large character for king on his forehead. Delighted with her artistic endeavor, Yang Sweki could not suppress her laughter. Chapter 10. Yang Sweki execute towards Jiang Yao. At that moment, Jiang Yao stirred, opening his eyes with a look of bewilderment as he beheld Yang Sweki, whose face was adorned with an enigmatic smile as she gazed at him. Sensing something amiss, he hurried to the bathroom mirror to inspect his reflection, where he discovered the evidence of her playful artistry. After washing his face, he shot a glare at Yang Sweki, threateningly proclaiming, "If you sleep again, I shall draw on your face as well." "Huh? Please no. I am sorry, Jiang Yao. I promise I won't do it again," Yang Sweki pleaded, her voice tinged with a hint of guilt. "Forgive me, won't you?" With a hint of playful reproach at the corners of her mouth. She adopted a soft, coaxing tone, beseeching Jiang Yao for his forgiveness. Upon hearing her endearing voice, Jiang Yao found himself utterly defenseless. A warm sensation coursing through him, as if electrified. Jiang Yao's expression softened slightly. "Very well, I forgive you. However, you must not speak to other men in that tone." Yang Sweki asked, puzzled why not. "There is no reason. You simply must heed my words." After all, Yang Sweki's coquettish demeanor was undeniably captivating. Jiang Yao wished to shield her charm from the eyes of other men, hence his deliberate tone. A series of knocks resounded from outside the door. Upon opening it, Jiang Yao was greeted by the receptionist and an alluring, tall beauty. The receptionist introduced, "This is our esteemed yoga instructor, Teacher Yu, who specializes in postnatal recovery yoga for mothers." Postnatal yoga can effectively assist new mothers in regaining their pre-pregnancy figures. Teacher Yu surveyed the delightful couple before her, the man handsome and the woman stunning, and smiled warmly as she extended her hand, pleased to meet them. Yang Sweki and Jiang Yao reciprocated, shaking hands with Teacher Yu in a gesture of friendliness. Teacher Yu turned to Yang Sweki, saying, "In the days to come, I will guide you through postnatal yoga movements. You possess a striking beauty, a face fit for the silver screen. I am confident that after completing our program, your figure will swiftly return to its former glory." After her words, she gazed at Yang Sweki with envy, acknowledging the advantage of youth in recovering from childbirth. Yang Sweki blushed, failing somohat eshaye, observing her bashfulness. Jiang Yao thought to himself how lovely it was that such a beautiful girl could be so innocent and endearing. After chatting a bit more with Teacher Yu, they learned that yoga classes were scheduled for the afternoon. The couple requested the receptionist to bring them their meals, as they had not eaten since noon and their stomachs were growling in protest. Yang Sweki savored her postpartum meal, mentally awarding it a perfect score. Perhaps hunger intensified her appreciation for the food. Jiang Yao concurred that the cuisine at the postpartum center was indeed delightful, offering a balanced variety of dishes. Meals were served 6 times a day, breakfast at 8, lunch at noon, and dinner at 6, with additional snacks in between. The receptionist would deliver meals to their room at mealtime. Since the couple had taken a nap that afternoon, their lunch had not been brought to them. Jiang Yao's meals were prepared separately, distinct from Yang Sweki's postpartum fare. The thoughtful provision of warm, freshly prepared food, even after their prolonged slumber, was commendable. After finishing their meal, they both indulged in some time on their phones. As the time for yoga class approached, Yang Sweki changed into the yoga attire provided by the center, complete with leggings. After donning her outfit, she styled her hair into a bun. When Jiang Yao beheld her in this ensemble, his eyes widened in surprise. How had Yang Sweki's figure transformed so remarkably? She exuded femininity, her limbs slender yet curvaceous in all the right places. As Yang Sweki noticed Jiang Yao's unwavering gaze fixed upon her, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Ignoring his stare, She donned the coat she had brought along, concealing her beautiful spring attire beneath its fabric. Soon, it was time for her yoga class, and she paid no heed to Jiang Yao, following the receptionist's guidance to the yoga room. Jiang Yao, on the other hand, was instructed to remain alone in the room. Despite his inquiry to the receptionist about whether he could accompany her quietly, both she and Yang Sweki firmly declined his request. Left alone in the room, Jiang Yao found himself rather bored. He watched television for a while and fiddled with his phone, yet his mind lingered on the thought of watching Yang Sweki practice yoga. Frustrated, he tossed his phone onto the bed and rose, determined to sneak a glance. What a joke. He thought to be left alone in this room, waiting for Yang Sweki to return. If everything is going to happen like this, it will be dreadfully dull. After dressing and tidying up, he closed the door securely. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, he ventured down the corridor, room by room, until he finally arrived at the door of the yoga studio. The hallway was eerily quiet, and he peered through the crack of the door. Inside, the yoga room radiated tranquility and harmony, with soft, elegant music playing from the speakers. The gentle sound of flowing water in the music made one feel at one with nature. Warm sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a golden hue upon the wooden floor. Yang Sweki was on her yoga mat, gracefully stretching her body in sync with the music. Under the attentive guidance of her instructor, she executed each yoga pose with precision. She focused on her breathing, placing her hands sequentially on her abdomen, chest, and crown, chanting in rhythm. The instructor provided insights into the poses while adjusting Yang Sweki's form. Jiang Yao, peering through the door, observed the lesson. He couldn't help but admire Yang Sweki's remarkable flexibility as she flawlessly showcased each pose. With her exquisite figure and flawless skin, she resembled a celestial being, both beautiful and poised. Jiang Yao's heart raced, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead, trickling down his face. Chapter 11. Yang Sweki felt her eyes had become unclean. After watching for a while, Jiang Yao returned to his room, ensuring he was unnoticed. He lay flat on the bed, his mind filled with images of Yang Sweki performing yoga. It is often said that women change dramatically, and Yang Sweki had indeed become increasingly enchanting. The Yang Sweki of a year ago bore little resemblance to the one before him now. Once Yang Sweki completed her yoga session, she returned to the room, breathless and drenched in sweat, the sticky sensation making her uncomfortable. Just as she was about to open the bathroom door to change clothes, she was startled to see the door swing open, revealing a man's physique before her. Both were taken aback by this unexpected encounter, exclaiming in unison. As Jiang Yao quickly regained his composure, he hastily wrapped a towel around his body. Observing Yang Sweki's frantic shouting, he helplessly covered her mouth with his hand, exclaiming, "Little ancestor, please stop yelling. If you keep this up, others might think there's a pervert in your room." Yang Sweki widened her eyes at Jiang Yao, who was muffling her voice. She nodded, signaling him to remove his hand from her mouth. Then, taking deep breaths, she expressed her annoyance. "You nearly scared me to death. I thought someone had mistakenly entered the wrong room." Recalling the scene she had just witnessed, she felt as if her eyes had been sullied. Jiang Yao, too, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. It was his own fault for forgetting to bring his change of clothes into the bathroom, necessitating his hasty exit. Assuming Yang Sweki was still engaged in her yoga practice and would not return so soon, he had failed to notice her opening the door, leading to this awkward encounter. Rubbing the back of his head sheepishly, he apologized. "I'm sorry. I thought you weren't back yet." Yang Sweki huffed in response, ignoring Jiang Yao as she retrieved a change of clothes from the wardrobe and headed back into the bathroom. This comedic blunder inadvertently drew the two closer together, and their relationship had significantly improved over the past few days. Seeing that Yang Sweki was not holding a grudge, Jiang Yao felt a sense of relief. He changed into a fresh outfit brought by his mother. After changing, he glanced at his watch and realized it was mealtime. He called the front desk, requesting them to bring up some food. After all, having spent so much at the postpartum center, it was essential to indulge in the experience. Once the call was completed, Jiang Yao settled on the edge of the bed, picking up his phone to play a game. Soon enough, there was a knock at the door. The front desk attendant appeared, smiling as she placed the bowls and chopsticks of food on the table before quietly closing the door behind her. After changing, Yang Sweki emerged from the bathroom, instantly catching the enticing aroma of the meal. Upon reaching the dining table, she was greeted with stir-fried yam and black fungus, minced meat, eggplant, sauteed seasonal vegetables, and a delicious shrimp and mushroom tofu soup, each dish looking utterly delectable. Yang Sweki's tongue danced in anticipation. She could hardly wait to savor these culinary delights. After an afternoon of yoga, she was both exhausted and famished. Noticing Jiang Yao was still engrossed in his game and unresponsive to her calls, she succumbed to temptation and sat down at the table to enjoy the meal alone. Wow, this black fungus stir-fry is truly aromatic, far better than what we have at school. And this eggplant, the sauce goes perfectly with rice. I could devour several bowls of it. This soup is exquisite, rich and flavorful. Yang Sweki was exceedingly pleased with the services at the postpartum center, as not only were the yoga classes well taught, but the meals were also incredibly delicious and nutritious. As she continued to eat, her enthusiastic praises caught Jiang Yao's attention, prompting him to glance in her direction. Is it really that good? I want some too. Jiang Yao's curiosity was piqued by Yang Sweki's delighted exclamations. He approached the dining table and surveyed the dishes before him. Jiang Yao picked up his chopsticks, seized a piece of wood ear mushroom, and placed it in his mouth. It truly tastes delightful. Before long, both individuals had devoured the meal before them. After finishing, Jiang Yao reclined on the bed with a look of contentment, scrolling through Douyin short videos on his phone while surreptitiously stealing glances at Yang Sweki. Meanwhile, Yang Sweki, observing Jiang Yao lying on the bed, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. After all, the room contained but a single bed. How were they to share it? Although Yang Sweki had already given birth to Jiang Yao's child, she had yet to clarify the nature of their relationship in her mind. Prior to this, they had not been in contact for an entire year, and it was only in recent days that their relationship had begun to mend. However, Jiang Yao showed no inclination to relinquish the bed to her, remaining sprawled on it, engrossed in his phone. With a deep sigh, Yang Sweki resolutely decided to broach the topic. Jiang Yao, do you want to set up a sleeping mat on the floor? With only one bed, how are we supposed to sleep? Jiang Yao set his phone aside, raising an eyebrow. I certainly won't sleep on the floor. It's far too cold there. The bed is quite spacious. You could join me. Yet, Yang Sweki found it difficult to voice her thoughts. But what? If you aren't sleeping on the bed, then you can make do with the floor, Jiang Yao declared, fully aware that Yang Sweki would never opt for the floor. Thus, he spoke deliberately. Reluctantly, Yang Sweki decided to request an extra blanket from the front desk, which she deemed the best solution. She took the blanket and placed it on the opposite side of the bed, lying down. However, she chose the furthest corner by the edge, turning her back to Jiang Yao. Just as she settled comfortably into her position, Jiang Yao's voice drifted over, lying so close to the edge. Are you not afraid of rolling off while you sleep? And why are you so far away? I won't do anything to you. Yang Sweki, hearing his words, deliberately ignored him. Jiang Yao, sensing her disregard, continued to scroll through his phone, feeling a tinge of discomfort. After all, this was an opportune moment to draw closer to one another. Yang Sweki covered her upper body with the blanket, leaving her legs exposed to the warm summer air. Despite the air conditioning being set quite low, the heat remained stifling. Jiang Yao's eyes covertly roamed over Yang Sweki's smooth, long legs, their elegant contours devoid of any excess flesh. The air was imbued with the scent of her shower gel. Yang Sweki, noticing a gaze lingering upon her legs, felt her cheeks flush, a wave of shyness washing over her. An indescribable sensation stirred within her, a blend of embarrassment and anger, an intricate complexity that unfurled deep within her. Chapter 12. Yang Sweki's tender care feigning ignorance of Jiang Yao's gaze. Yang Sweki swiftly pulled the blanket over her legs. Although Yang Sweki appeared calm, her heart raced like a disordered string, tense and seemingly beyond her control. The atmosphere of anxiety permeated the air, enveloping the two in an invisible shroud. When the blanket covered Yang Sweki's legs, disappointment flickered in Jiang Yao's gaze. Suddenly, he clutched his stomach and groaned in agony. My stomach hurts so much. Could it be that the food I ate tonight was contaminated? I feel dreadful. Jiang Yao curled up under the blanket, writhing in discomfort. Hearing his voice, Yang Sueki's heart tightened, and she immediately turned to him. Jiang Yao, what's wrong? If you're really feeling unwell, I can call the front desk right now to bring some medicine. With that, she made to rise and head out to summon assistance. Jiang Yao quickly grasped her hand, shaking his head. I just have a bit of discomfort in my stomach. It might just be a chill. Sueki, could you please pour me a glass of warm water? Relieved by his words, Yang Sueki took the kettle, poured a glass of warm water, and handed it to Jiang Yao. Drink it while it's hot. If you're still feeling unwell, I will call the front desk anyway. After all, stomach pain is no trivial matter. Your health is paramount. Watching Jiang Yao suffer filled her with concern, yet she patiently tended to him. Jiang Yao accepted the water, grimacing as he spoke. Sueki, could you please ask the front desk for some pain relief medicine? I might have eaten something bad, and a painkiller could ease the discomfort. Upon hearing this, Yang Sueki promptly left to fetch the medication. Returning to the room, she offered the pills to Jiang Yao, who hesitated to accept them. The pain in his stomach was so intense that he lacked the strength to move. He pressed his hands against his abdomen, his features contorted in discomfort. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he pleaded, "It hurts so badly. Sueki, could you help me take the medicine?" Unable to bear the sight of his suffering, Yang Sueki felt compelled to assist him. Her beautiful eyes, with their long lashes fluttering, softened as she said, "All right, then sit up to take your medicine." She held the pill in her hand and gently placed it in Jiang Yao's mouth. Afterward, she hurriedly offered him the warm water to wash it down. Jiang Yao, lie down and rest for a bit. The medication won't take effect immediately. Jiang Yao weakly nodded, a smile gracing his face as he looked at her. Sueki, thank you for helping me with the medicine. Yang Sueki shook her head. It was merely a small gesture. You should focus on resting. Jiang Yao obediently closed his eyes. Snuggling under the blanket, Yang Sueki settled on the sofa, scrolling through her phone, yet her gaze remained attentive to Jiang Yao's condition. After all, stomach pain could be serious, and his sudden discomfort weighed heavily on her heart. After a while, she asked with concern, Jiang Yao, is your stomach feeling any better now? Jiang Yao, lying on the bed, had not fallen asleep. He merely squinted his eyes slightly. Upon hearing the voice of Yang Sueki, Jiang Yao opened his eyes and sat up in bed. He stretched his body and realized that after taking the medicine, his stomach no longer hurt. With a grateful expression, he looked at Yang Sueki and said, "Thank you for feeding me the medicine, Sueki. After taking it, I truly feel much better." Yang Sueki really fed replied. Your stomach ache was likely due to a chill. Just look at me. I felt fine after having dinner, so the food must have been clean. The weather has been fluctuating between hot and cold, especially with the air conditioning running in the room. It's normal for your stomach to be sensitive to the chill. Noticing Jiang Yao's thin attire, she couldn't help but advise Jiang Yao, your clothing is a bit too light. It would be wise to wear more. Jiang Yao nodded. All right. I understand. Thank you. Chapter 13. Jiang Yao, why are you so close to me? Soon, time passed slowly. In the pitch-black night sky, the moon was bright, yet the stars were few, and it was quite late. Jiang Yao glanced at the time on his phone. It was already past 11. Typically, he went to bed around midnight, so he couldn't help but yawn. Rubbing his sore eyes, he turned to Yang Sueki and asked, Sueki, are you feeling sleepy? It's getting late. Perhaps we should turn off the lights and rest early. Yang Sueki was still engaged in a lively conversation with her close friend, Tang Qingwei, on WeChat. I'm not tired. If you are, you can sleep first, she replied, as she usually stayed up late and had already rested well during the day. She was not feeling drowsy yet. Hearing this, Jiang Yao decided to wait a bit longer before sleeping. He logged into the Clash of Clans game, ready to gather some resources. Jiang Yao's clan had reached level 16, although there were few upgrades left. He still needed to log in regularly to guide new members and participate in clan wars. Yang Sueki continued her conversation with Tang Qingwei, exchanging banter. Have you encountered any issues recently? Why have you been absent for so long? Dan Qingwei Ingui? No, I just wanted to take a break. I haven't been feeling well. Yang Sueki replied. Just as Tang Qingwei was about to ask more, Yang Sueki swiftly redirected the topic to academics. I heard about your recent mock exam. How'd it go? She asked. Don't ask. It didn't go well, and I'll have to retake it next time, Tang Qingwei lamented, sending a crying emoji. Yang Xueqi couldn't help but laugh at her friend's dramatic expression. After responding to Tang Qingyue's messages, Yang Xueqi set down her phone and stared blankly at the ground. When Tang Qingyue had asked her what was wrong, Yang Xueqi had a strong desire to reveal that she had taken leave because she was expecting a child. However, she held back, as she did not wish for this matter to be known by many just yet. Although her classmates would inevitably find out eventually, Yang Xueqi hoped to delay that moment as long as possible. Explaining the situation later, especially concerning her relationship with Jiang Yao, would be quite troublesome. Deep down, Yang Xueqi harbored feelings for Jiang Yao, but past heartbreak made her wary of potential pain. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Xueqi heard the sounds of the game. At that moment, Jiang Yao was engaged in a clan war, demonstrating remarkable skill in troop arrangement. Unsurprisingly, he achieved yet another 3-star victory. In the clan's chat channel, Jiang Yao typed, "I scored 3 stars again." After waiting a while, no one responded. Jiang Yao thought it might be too late, deciding to check the messages tomorrow instead. Yang Xueqi noticed that Jiang Yao had put down his phone. "Jiang Yao, it's quite late now. You should rest early." Jiang Yao nodded and turned off the light. As the light was extinguished, the world around them plunged into darkness. The two lay back to back, their breathing resonating distinctly in the silence. A faint fragrance emanated from Yang Xueqi, drifting subtly towards Jiang Yao. Hesitantly, he inched closer to her. Their distance diminished significantly, and the alluring scent grew stronger. Yang Xueqi sensed a warm breath near her ear and turned to look back. Jiang Yao's face was startlingly close. She felt as if her lips were nearly brushing against his. "Jiang Yao, why are you so close to me? How can I sleep with you this near? Move a little further away. I might fall off." Yang Xueqi felt a tinge of annoyance. What was he thinking, not sleeping at such a late hour? However, Jiang Yao merely wished to be closer to her. "Jiang Yao, didn't you hear me? I told you to move over a bit." Yang Xueqi warned sternly once more. If he didn't comply, she would genuinely become upset. With a helpless sigh, Jiang Yao smirked. "All right, don't be angry. I'll move a bit." But it was only a marginal distance, and they remained quite close. Yang Xueqi was both amused and exasperated by Jiang Yao's obstinacy. What was he really trying to achieve? Thus, she reached out and gently pushed him away, attempting to create some space. Yet after a few futile attempts, she soon surrendered. After all, Jiang Yao was a robust young man, and her efforts were insufficient to budge him. Feeling a sudden sense of grievance, she longed to cry. "Jiang Yao, could you please just shift over a little? I truly cannot sleep like this." Her voice held a hint of a sob. Jiang Yao felt he had indeed overstepped. Why did it seem as though he was bullying Yang Xueqi? "Okay, don't cry. I didn't intend anything. I merely found your scent delightful and couldn't help but want to be closer." Jiang Yao, feeling a bit wronged himself, spoke in a pitiful tone. He reluctantly moved a bit further away from her. Upon hearing Jiang Yao's explanation, Yang Xueqi considered that she might have misunderstood him. But was her scent truly so pleasant? Why didn't she perceive it herself? Detecting the hint of grievance in Jiang Yao's voice softened her heart. After a moment of thought, she replied, "You can come a little closer, but not too much. Otherwise, if your warmth reaches me, I really want to be able to sleep." "Really? If so, then never mind." Jiang Yao tentatively asked, "Could you move a little closer to me?" After uttering these words, Yang Xueqi suddenly felt a pang of regret. Was she being too accommodating towards Jiang Yao, allowing him to be so near? Meanwhile, Jiang Yao wore a look of sheer delight, though the darkness concealed his expression from Yang Xueqi. When he leaned closer once more, she did not protest, which made Jiang Yao feel that she was genuinely kind-hearted and considerate of others. Yet, as Yang Xueqi sensed his proximity, her body tensed, reluctant to make any sudden movements. Jiang Yao, feeling equally uneasy, got up and made his way to the restroom. With his absence, Yang Xueqi felt the space beside her become empty, prompting her to lower her guard and exhale deeply. After waiting for a while without his return, fatigue overcame her, and she succumbed to slumber. In the bathroom, after finishing his business, Jiang Yao climbed back into bed. Upon seeing that Yang Xueqi had already drifted off to sleep, he too slowly succumbed to rest. Chapter 14. Gratitude and the cycle of kindness. Morning sunlight poured into the room, accompanied by the cheerful chirping of birds perched on the branches. As the sun reached its zenith, the two occupants of the room remained blissfully asleep. On the bed, Yang Sweki and Jiang Yao sprawled in disarray. In his dreams, Jiang Yao envisioned a beautiful maiden resting her hand upon him, inching closer for a gentle kiss. Just as anticipation filled him for the sweet embrace, he felt an unexpected sensation as if his mouth were being covered, followed by a struggle to breathe through his nose. This discomfort jolted him awake, only for him to discover a delicate foot resting upon his lips. Indeed, it was Yang Sweki's foot. Frowning, he gently pushed it away, then vigorously wiped his lips, feeling as though he could not cleanse the sensation away. Rising to freshen up, he rinsed his mouth in the bathroom. Upon returning, he found the one responsible for the mishap still deep in slumber, showing no signs of waking. Approaching the bed, he gazed at Yang Sweki, whose sleeping posture was quite unbecoming, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. This was not an unfamiliar sight. Yang Sweki had always been restless in her sleep. He recalled teasing her in the past, saying, "Many perceive you as a beautiful fairy. Yet who would have thought that even fairies could be so unruly in their slumber? If a video of this were to be released, your image would be utterly tarnished." At that time, Yang Sweki had playfully denied it. Their days together were filled with playful bickering, resembling a loving couple. However, after their breakup, Jiang Yao had wept bitterly, drowning his sorrows in drink with his dorm-mates. He had vowed to close his heart to love, to become a wanderer in the realm of romance. Yet fate seemed to play a cruel joke on him, as they were now bound together once more due to a child. Observing Yang Sweki's sleeping form, Jiang Yao couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of their situation. Before her lay Yang Sweki, still enveloped in slumber, her beauty exquisite and delicate, as if sculpted from jade. Yet, incongruously, her lips were adorned with drool, and her sleeping posture was far from demure. Jiang Yao, harboring mischievous thoughts, gently pinched her cheek. "Ah, sharazamla zapu farfish." He chuckled inwardly. Just as he was about to indulge in further mischief, Yang Sweki's eyes gradually fluttered open. Upon seeing Jiang Yao standing before her, she was taken aback and retorted angrily, "Jiang Yao, what are you doing here? Were you planning to take advantage of my slumber?" Jiang Yao's jaw dropped at her accusation. "Dear lady, are you unwell? I had countless opportunities to misbehave, yet I refrained. What reason would I have to act inappropriately while you were asleep?" He countered swiftly. Hearing his words, Yang Sweki breathed a sigh of relief. After all, had Jiang Yao truly intended to harm her, she would have been powerless to resist. Moreover, considering they had a child together, if others were to learn of any discord, they would merely perceive it as a trivial spat between a couple. "All right then, I suppose I misjudged you," she conceded with a slight smile. Preparing to rise and freshen up, for the hour was already quite late. Feeling a twinge of hunger, she resolved to have breakfast after her ablutions. Once she had completed her grooming, Yang Sweki stepped out of the bathroom. As she emerged, calm and composed, her foot suddenly slipped and she lost her balance, teetering forward. Jiang Yao, noticing the imminent fall, sprang into action. He rushed to her side, arms outstretched, and caught her securely. To Yang Sweki, he appeared as a lifeline, instinctively. Her hands grasped his clothing, seeking support. Jiang Yao's arms encircled her tightly, and she could feel the strength of his chest against her, the rhythm of his heartbeat resonating in her ears. Their gazes locked, and in that instant, time seemed to stand still. As reality dawned upon her, Yang Sweki's cheeks bloomed with a rosy hue, reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms, revealing an inexplicable shyness. She lowered her head, unable to meet Jiang Yao's eyes. Finding her bashfulness endearing, Jiang Yao felt a surge of affection and a desire to tease her. "Could you kindly remove your hand from my waist?" she asked, her voice tinged with embarrassment. Just as she was about to push against his chest, Jiang Yao's hand suddenly released her waist. "I was merely jesting, giving you a hug. Are you still contemplating striking me?" He replied with a smirk. "Besides, what a gratitude. How can one repay a favor without a hug?" Jiang Yao grasped her wrist playfully, eliciting a flustered response from Yang Sweki, who averted her gaze and shook her head in denial. "I had no intention of striking you. It was your fault for hugging me." Releasing her wrist, Jiang Yao turned and exited the room. Watching his retreating figure, Yang Sweki felt a mixture of emotions, her heart heavy with a sense of loss. With a sigh, she acknowledged a twinge of regret within her. Was my reaction just now a bit excessive? While she was lost in thought, feeling regretful about the earlier incident, Jiang Yao promptly entered the room once more. He held in his hands the breakfast he had collected from the front desk. The front desk staff had intended to deliver it themselves, but hesitated, fearing it might disrupt their rest. Upon learning this, Jiang Yao waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's quite all right. Next time, feel free to knock in the morning. We did indeed rise rather late. You need not worry about disturbing our rest." He set down the breakfast and turned to Yang Sweki, saying, "Come, let's enjoy breakfast together. Today's selection is rather splendid. There is porridge and eggs, and I've even brought your favorite yogurt." Seeing Jiang Yao act as if nothing had transpired, inviting her to breakfast and presenting her beloved yogurt, Yang Sweki felt an internal tension begin to ease. She approached the table, took a piece of bread and some yogurt, and began to eat slowly, savoring each bite. Both remained silent, consumed in their own thoughts as they enjoyed their meal. Although Jiang Yao did not engage in conversation, he discreetly observed Yang Sweki from the corner of his eye. When he noticed her finish the bread, yet a few crumbs lingered at the corner of her mouth, his hand instinctively reached out to wipe them away. Yang Sweki's eyes widened in surprise at his gesture, feeling the warmth of his palm brush against her lips. A wave of heat surged within her, and despite her outward calmness, her heart was tumultuous with emotion. Just as the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, a knock sounded at the door. Jiang Yao opened it to find the front desk staff standing outside. "Good day. Today we have arranged a breast care massage package for your wife, which effectively aids in blood circulation for postpartum women, improves breast shape, and promotes overall breast health," the staff member explained professionally. Jiang Yao raised an eyebrow slightly and smiled. "All right, I understand. I will have my wife attend to the treatment shortly. Thank you for your assistance." He noted that they had scheduled the care for 2 o'clock in the afternoon and promised to call ahead to confirm. The upcoming treatment schedule is quite packed starting tomorrow, as we hope guests can rest well and regain their strength in the first few days. Therefore, it will be beneficial for you and your wife to rise a bit earlier for your health, the front desk staff continued. Jiang Yao nodded and returned to inform Yang Sweki of the arrangements. The front desk mentioned that your treatment schedule will be quite full going forward. We need to wake up early for breakfast and avoid staying up late tonight. This afternoon at 2, they have scheduled a breast care treatment for you. Sweki, take a moment to rest. The front desk will remind us in advance. Breast care? What is that? Yang Sweki inquiret, herchon fusion evident. Chapter 15. Sir, your relationship with your wife is truly commendable. After posing her question, Yang Sweki suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. After all, Jiang Yao is just a boy. How could he possibly comprehend such matters? Jiang Yao chuckled softly in response. "I don't quite understand either." The front desk mentioned that this project is beneficial for your breast recovery. He then cast a meaningful glance towards Yang Sweki. Yang Sweki's face flushed crimson as she glared at Jiang Yao, instinctively covering her chest with her hands. At that moment, she was clad in a low-cut, short pajama set, something she typically wore alone at home. While she found such attire aesthetically pleasing and comfortable, she now wished fervently to envelop herself in a burlap sack for modesty. Upon realizing that Jiang Yao had rummaged through her belongings and discovered her more revealing sleepwear, she felt a wave of despair. Jiang Yao was truly incorrigible. Did he not notice the more conservative pajamas nestled in her wardrobe? Instead, her suitcase was filled exclusively with these audacious ensembles. Thus, when she donned this particular pajama set, she did so with great reluctance. Recalling last night, when she appeared before Jiang Yao in this outfit, she noted the intensity of his gaze had become somewhat heated. Yang Sweki could only feign ignorance, diving beneath the covers to shield her upper body from his view. This morning, upon awakening, she had also failed to notice that she was still wearing her pajamas. Her cheeks were now flushed, reminiscent of a tempting red apple. Hastily, she grabbed a change of clothes and sprinted towards the bathroom to change out of her sleepwear. Throughout these past few days, she had consistently found herself blushing in Jiang Yao's presence. As she touched her cheek, it felt fiery, and her heart raced as if it might leap from her chest. Yang Sweki turned on the faucet, cupping water in her hands to splash her face. Come on, Yang Sweki, you must gather your courage. Stop being shy around Jiang Yao. She encouraged herself before the mirror in the bathroom. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she nonchalantly exited the bathroom. Meanwhile, Jiang Yao was engrossed in playing Clash of Clans on his phone, where he served as the leader of his clan. He indulged in this game during his leisure moments, having unwittingly been accompanied by it for many years. It was a game steeped in nostalgia, and Jiang Yao mused that his affinity for Clash of Clans stemmed from such sentiments. He glanced at the results from yesterday's battle against another clan, which ended with a score of 35-32. With pride, he admired this outcome, having effortlessly triumphed over the opposing clan. With his prowess and the skilled warriors in his clan, the clan wars had been a breeze. Indeed, this clan cannot function without me. Yesterday, I achieved 2 3-star victories against the opposition. My brothers should take a look to learn from it. The league is fast approaching, so everyone must play diligently. We shall soon claim the championship. Jiang Yao typed a lengthy message in the clan's chat channel. Shortly thereafter, an active elder member of the clan, known as Barbarian King, responded, "Leader, you are incredible. I watched your performance from yesterday multiple times this morning. I'm studying your moves, and as soon as I saw you online, I rushed to reply, Chief, could you allow me to participate in a few more matches in the league? I assure you, I can secure 2 stars and even strive for 3 without jeopardizing the clan." Subsequently, Barbarian King sent several emoticons displaying a toothy grin. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yao discerned his ulterior motive. He too wished to develop further and acquire resources. With a smile, he replied, "No problem, you are quite active in the clan. I can let you play a few more matches, but you must perform well, as the outcomes affect every member of the clan." In the clan's chat channel, after Jiang Yao's message, Barbarian King responded, "I guarantee to fulfill the task. Thank you, Chief." Jiang Yao then engaged in a brief discussion with other members, exchanging insights about the game before logging off. Observing the harmonious atmosphere within the clan, Jiang Yao felt immensely satisfied. The longer he managed the clan, the more effort he invested. Thus, he hoped for its continued prosperity. Meanwhile, Yang Sweki noticed Jiang Yao engrossed in his game, seemingly oblivious to her presence. Curiosity piqued. She leaned toward Jiang Yao's phone screen and inquired, "Jiang Yao, what game are you playing?" Turning to the inquisitive Yang Sweki, Jiang Yao proudly declared, "I am playing Clash of Clans, where I hold the position of chief. My skills are unparalleled. Would you be interested in joining?" He continued enticingly, "If you join my clan, I can guide you, enabling you to progress more swiftly." Yang Sweki licked her lips, a contemplative expression gracing her face, evidently lost in thought. After a brief moment, a smile illuminated her features, and she sweetly replied, "Sure, I will download the game immediately. You must guide me." Since Jiang Yao was engaged in this game, she reasoned that if she played as well, they could cultivate a shared interest. The prospect of having more topics to discuss would surely facilitate their interactions. Yang Sweki, cunningly aware of her feelings for Jiang Yao, relished this idea. Once she completed the software download, Yang Sweki logged into the game, adopting the name Honey Snow Iced Cheese Sweet Sweet. Subsequently, Jiang Yao promptly invited Yang Sweki into the clan. She felt a surge of delight within, pleased that her strategy had succeeded. The two continued to play together for a while longer, before taking a break for lunch. Before long, the clock struck 1:50 in the afternoon, and the telephone rang within the room. Jiang Yao rubbed his somewhat drowsy eyes and answered the receiver, inquiring, "What is the matter?" A sweet voice emanated from the other end. "Sir, it is time for your wife's care. We will be taking her for treatment shortly." After hanging up, Jiang Yao nudged Yang Sweki, who was still napping beside him. Seeing her still asleep, he leaned closer to her ear and called out, "Wake up, it's time to eat." Yang Sweki jolted upright, forcefully opening her eyes, and queried, "Where's the food?" Jiang Yao, amused by her groggy state, chuckled, "The food is in your belly. Hurry up and get up. It's time for your breast care." Upon hearing this, Yang Sweki rubbed her head. Standing still for a moment, she gradually regained her consciousness. Once Yang Sweki had gathered her wits, she tidied her appearance, for her hair was somewhat disheveled from waking. Soon, a knock echoed from outside the door. Following the receptionist, Yang Sweki made her way into the beauty treatment room. Meanwhile, Jiang Yao was once again left behind in the room, feeling somewhat puzzled. Was he not permitted to accompany Yang Sweki during her treatment? After all, he had informed the establishment that they were a married couple, and it seemed entirely reasonable for spouses to support one another. With a sense of bewilderment, Jiang Yao contemplated this and ultimately decided to voice his desire to the receptionist, hoping to accompany Yang Sweki during her treatment. Surely, observing a breast care procedure could not be inappropriate for a man. Curiosity was a natural response, after all. However, upon expressing his thoughts to the receptionist, she raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile, "When we women undergo treatments, men are not allowed to be present. If men are around, it hinders our ability to fully enjoy the experience. I believe I explained this to you yesterday when you wished to watch your wife practice yoga. Perhaps it slipped your mind. Nevertheless, it is heartwarming to see how devoted you are to your wife, wanting to be by her side even for a brief moment." The receptionist couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Jiang Yao felt a bit embarrassed, realizing he had indeed forgotten that detail. Well, if he could not accompany her, there was little he could do. Although he yearned to spend every moment with Yang Sweki, he had his own responsibilities to attend to after she completed her confinement period. Nevertheless, Jiang Yao would not divulge his innermost thoughts to a stranger. Thus, he forced a smile and exchanged a few more pleasantries with the receptionist before returning to his room to play on his phone. Chapter 16. Welcome to our home. In the ensuing month, Jiang Yao patiently stayed by Yang Sweki's side during her confinement. Whenever she indulged in various treatments, he occupied himself with his phone in the room. The days drifted by in a pleasant rhythm, and before long, it was time for Yang Sweki to conclude her treatments and prepare to leave the establishment. Jiang Yao had already informed his mother about this, requesting her to drive over and collect them. He envisioned bringing Yang Sweki to his home for a while, which would facilitate her care for the child. After all, it had been a month since she had last seen the baby, and Yang Sweki had expressed her longing for their child more than once. Jiang Yao patiently reassured her, recognizing that new mothers require even greater support from their partners. He had gleaned insights from various parenting videos on social media, diligently researching tips on childcare since learning of their impending parenthood. Over time, he had acquired knowledge of some gentle methods for caring for postpartum women. Once they had gathered their belongings, Jiang Yao's mother arrived at the entrance of the confinement center to pick them up, and he felt a profound sense of gratitude towards her. It is indeed rare to find a mother who graciously assists in caring for children while also contributing to the expenses of a postpartum care center. Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki stood at the entrance of the store, awaiting the arrival of Zhang's mother to pick them up. After a brief wait, Zhang's mother's vehicle appeared before them. Once they secured their luggage in the trunk, they settled into the car. "Sweki, how has the service at the postpartum care center been? Do you feel it has been effective?" Zhang's mother inquired, displaying her concern for Yang Sweki. After all, the daughter-in-law is a treasure, a significant contributor to the family. Although Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki were not yet married, Zhang's mother had already embraced Yang Sweki as her daughter-in-law, naturally treating her with special warmth. "Annie, the service at the postpartum care center is quite commendable. I have learned a great deal, and I feel my body is recovering well. I plan to continue exercising at home with yoga," Yang Sweki replied with evident satisfaction. "That's wonderful. Women tend to recover more swiftly after giving birth when they are young. Unlike me, I was nearly 28 when I had Jiang Yao. I was so preoccupied with work that even though Jiang Yao's father and I married early, I hesitated to have children. It was only later, unexpectedly pregnant, that I was still working close to the time of delivery." As Zhang's mother reminisced about those bygone days, she became quite animated in her storytelling. Jiang Yao listened to his mother recount amusing tales from his childhood, sharing them with Yang Sweki, his expression one of exasperation. "Mom, could you refrain from making me the subject of your conversation?" Just as Zhang's mother continued to share her embarrassing anecdotes, both she and Yang Sweki were laughing heartily. Jiang Yao could no longer tolerate it and intervened, as the tales were becoming increasingly excessive. His mother had even divulged the story of him, at just 1 or 2 years old, donning girls' clothing. "Mom, please stop," Jiang Yao said, a hint of irritation in his voice. Upon noticing her son's genuine displeasure, Jiang's mother quickly ceased her storytelling, realizing that her son had his limits and particularly disliked discussions about his childhood. It was simply that she had become so engrossed in her conversation with Yang Sweki that she had inadvertently upset him. Consequently, with Jiang Yao's presence, the topic shifted, and the car continued its tranquil journey into the basement of the Taiwan community. Jiang Yao's family had enjoyed a comfortable life due to his parents' successful business endeavors, never having to worry about finances. Jiang's mother, with her keen insight, quickly acquired property after achieving financial success. As she gently parked the car in the basement, the three of them alighted and made their way to the elevator. Upon entering the spacious living room, adorned with dark marble tiles, Jiang's mother warmly welcomed Yang Sweki. "Welcome to our home." Yang Sweki beamed with a sweet smile. "Thank you, Annie." Her eyes sparkled like crescent moons, and the small canine teeth that showed when she smiled were particularly endearing. Jiang Yao looked at Yang Sweki affectionately, thinking how lovely she looked when she smiled. As the gentle housekeeper, Sister Zhang, approached with the little darling in her arms, Yang Sweki's gaze was irresistibly drawn to her precious daughter. After all, it had been a month since she last saw her beloved child, and her heart ached with longing. Yang Sweki took the little girl from Sister Zhang's embrace and cradled her tenderly. In her arms, the little one appeared so soft and warm, as if she were the very center of the universe, filling Yang Sweki's heart with profound joy. A radiant smile adorned Yang Sweki's face, and it seemed the little girl sensed her mother's presence, closing her beautiful, watery eyes to quietly bask in her mother's affection. Jiang Yao, witnessing this heartwarming scene, felt a deep sense of love and warmth. This must be the essence of home. Jiang's mother emerged from the room with two exquisite little boxes, offering them to Yang Sweki. "Sweki, I mentioned before that I wanted to present you with a gift, and now I'm fulfilling that promise. Please open it and take a look." Yang Sweki, gazing at the finely crafted boxes, felt certain that the contents would be of great value. She shook her head and replied, "Auntie, such lavish gifts are too much for me. I cannot accept such generosity. It's truly too kind of you." However, Jiang's mother insisted, pushing the gifts into Yang Sweki's hands. "Sweki, please accept them. They are indeed precious, but they were originally meant for my future daughter-in-law. Now that Jiang Yao has chosen you, they are naturally yours. I hope you will not find them unworthy." Seeing the determination in Zhang's mother to gift her these treasures, Yang Sweki felt it would be ungracious to refuse any longer. She nodded in acceptance, and noticing that Yang Sweki was somewhat encumbered with the little girl, Sister Zhang stepped forward to take the child. Once the box was opened, Yang Sweki discovered a delicate jade bracelet and a golden necklace. Instantly enamored by the beauty of these valuable items, she smiled radiantly. Zhang's mother, noticing the delight on Yang Sweki's face, approached to help her adorn the jewelry. As Yang Sweki admired her reflection in the mirror, satisfaction washed over her, and she felt immense gratitude for the maternal affection Zhang's mother bestowed upon her, akin to that of a daughter. Her previous doubts about a potential mother-in-law conflict seemed utterly unfounded. Jiang Yao, observing his mother's cherished jewelry being presented to Yang Sweki, understood that his mother had wholeheartedly accepted her as his future wife. After all, such valuable gifts would not be given lightly. Inwardly, Jiang Yao encouraged himself to gain Yang Sweki's acceptance sooner, aspiring for her to become his rightful partner. Chapter 17. A new beginning with Jiang Yao. After Zhang's mother guided Yang Sweki through the entire house, she instructed Jiang Yao to place their luggage in the bedroom. "Sweki, let us keep your belongings in the bedroom for now. You can organize them when you have the time, all right?" Yang Sweki nodded in agreement. Noticing her son's fatigued demeanor, Jiang's mother urged, "You should go rest for a bit. You all woke up exceptionally early today. I have some matters to discuss with Sweki." Jiang Yao nodded, acknowledging his need for a brief respite. With only Yang Sweki and Jiang's mother remaining in the hall, Jiang's mother inquired, "Sweki, what are your plans moving forward?" Yang Sweki recognized that Zhang's mother was concerned for her. To be honest, she herself was somewhat uncertain. Ever since Jiang Yao discovered her situation regarding the baby, she had not taken the time to ponder the subsequent events. She had merely taken each day as it came. as her weakened condition had necessitated assistance. Thus, Jiang Yao's presence had indeed alleviated some of her burdens. The reason Yang Sueki agreed to co-parent the child with Jiang Yao was that after giving birth, she realized that raising a child was far more complex than she had initially imagined. If she were to raise the child alone, she would likely have to suspend her studies for a few years until the child was older. The thought of leaving her baby in the care of a nanny made her uneasy. Therefore, given the current circumstances, Yang Sueki truly needed to contemplate her future. She shook her head and said, "Annie, I actually haven't figured all out yet." Jiang's mother sighed. "Sueki, you need not rely solely on yourself. Jiang Yao has spoken to me about your situation. You two have been apart for a year, correct?" "Yes," Yang Sueki replied softly. "Sueki, perhaps you should consider rekindling your relationship with Jiang Yao. After all, you once dated and know each other well." "Andy, may I ask if you still have feelings for our Jiang Yao? Even though you have given birth to his child, I do not wish to pressure you into being with my son. You young people have your own ideas, and I understand that." Yang Sueki lowered her head, gently biting her lip, and shyly admitted, "I do like Jiang Yao. I wish to start anew with him. It's just..." Jiang's mother's eyes brightened. "Just what?" "I just need a little time to get to know Jiang Yao again. I do not wish to be hurt again. And I hope he becomes more mature and responsible." Yang Sueki's gaze was resolute. As a traditional girl, she longed for a single partner for life. Moreover, having a good companion would provide a loving environment for her baby. Jiang's mother understood Sueki's concerns. After all, her son had not always behaved well. "All right, Sueki, I support you. As long as my son has not matured, I will never pressure you to marry him. If you need assistance, feel free to ask Jiang Yao. He is quite capable." At that moment, Sister Zhang approached and inquired, "Madam, I have prepared the meal. Would you like to eat?" "Yes, I am quite hungry," Zhang's mother replied, glancing at the clock, which read 12:30. Yang Sueki checked on the baby in the crib, who was sleeping soundly. She had just fed the infant, so the baby was contentedly dozing off. The kitchen was quite warm on this hot day. Zhang's mother reminded Sister Zhang to take good care of Yang Sueki and the baby while she was out. "Yes, madam, I know what to do." Then, Zhang's mother turned back to Yang Sueki and said, "Sueki, I will be leaving this afternoon. Only you and Jiang Yao will be in the house. If you need anything, you can ask Sister Zhang for help." Yang Sueki nodded obediently. "Aunt, should we wake Jiang Yao for lunch?" "No need, he is sleeping soundly. He can eat when he wakes up." After Zhang's mother and Yang Sueki finished their meal at the table, it wasn't long before Zhang's mother left the house. Yang Sueki observed the tall and diligent Jiang Jie bustling in the kitchen and smiled. "Jiang Jie, do you need any assistance? I can help with the dishes." "There's no need, Mississippi. You have just completed your confinement. It is best for you to rest." Jiang Jie politely declined Yang Sueki's offer. "Are you still in school? You look quite young." "Yes, I am in university." "Jiang Jie, you must be curious as to how I became a mother at such a young age, right?" "Not all, Mississippi. In our area, young people marry quite early. There are even grandmothers at your age." Zhang Ye Chutzkedet. Yang Sueki's eyes widened in astonishment. "Really?" Subsequently, Yang Sueki engaged in a lengthy conversation with Jiang Jie about various familial matters. After their chat, Yang Sueki felt enlightened. "Jiang Jie, please don't call me Miss any longer. Just call me Sueki, or you may refer to me as Xiao Xue." Zhang Ye nodded aligtyo. Yang Sueki's amiable demeanor left Jiang Jie quite pleased with this young mistress. Although Jiang Jie had been in the nanny profession for 10 years, it was rare to encounter good clients. The Jiang family, however, was quite commendable. They offered her a salary exceeding 10,000, provided meals and lodging, and the workload was not overly strenuous. Jiang Jie genuinely appreciated this job and found the family easy to get along with, which made her even more dedicated. "Xiao Xue, you should go rest now. I will keep an eye on the child. Please take a good nap." Yang Sueki nodded and turned to head to her bedroom. Inside, Jiang Yao was sleeping peacefully. Not wanting to disturb his slumber, she quietly retrieved a blanket from the wardrobe and made her way to the living room to rest on the sofa. With Jiang Jie taking care of the baby in the guest room, the living area was empty. The large sofa provided ample space for her to lie down comfortably. Yang Sueki spread the blanket over herself, turned on the fan, and drifted off to sleep. Golden sunlight streamed into the corners of the living room, and tiny dust particles danced in the beams, creating a lively spectacle that enveloped one in a warm and cozy atmosphere. Chapter 18. Even before you marry me. You are already saving money for me. In the bedroom, Jiang Yao was suddenly awakened from his dream by hunger, feeling an inability to relax, tossing and turning in bed, unable to fall back asleep. His mind felt muddled, thoughts sluggish and chaotic, an unmistakable sign of having slept too long in the afternoon. Struggling to rise from bed, he realized his stomach was empty from missing lunch. Jiang Yao tapped his head, attempting to regain clarity. Upon exiting the bedroom, he saw Yang Sweki curled up on the sofa, soundly asleep. Not wanting to disturb her rest, he ventured into the kitchen to see if there was anything to eat. He opened the rice cooker and discovered that a pot of rib soup was still being kept warm within. Jiang Yao took a bowl and savored some of the soup, feeling his hunger dissipate swiftly. Satisfied, he patted his belly, only to be interrupted by a notification from his phone in his pocket. Upon glancing at it, he realized it was a message from the dormitory group chat, gossiping about Gao Wenwen's new romantic involvement. In essence, it was a collection of trivialities concerning the affairs of a group of men. Gao Wenwen's current boyfriend was Su Anbua, the campus heartthrob and a prominent figure in the school. Su Anbua hailed from a well-off family, his lineage distinguished. He possessed a gentle demeanor and excelled academically, reportedly planning to pursue further studies abroad after graduation. Consequently, many girls at school harbored secret affections for Su Anbua, and even the boys admired him greatly. Although Gao Wenwen was regarded as the school's belle, she had a history of several relationships, leading to a less than favorable reputation. Thus, many viewed this new romance with skepticism, with numerous individuals believing that Gao Wenwen was unworthy of someone like Su Anbua. Chen Yuan remarked, "How could Su Anbua possibly be with Gao Wenwen? This woman is clearly the daughter of the sea. Our brother Jiang has merely been cast aside by her." Wang Zihao added, "Indeed, poor Jiang. It wasn't long after being discarded that Gao Wenwen already found her next boyfriend." Magie interjected, "Brados. Let us not dwell on this matter. Otherwise, Jiang Yao might feel hurt when he sees it. Alas, perhaps it's precisely because of the heartbreak that he has taken such a long leave to mend his emotions." Jiang Yao, overhearing his roommates grow increasingly absurd, nearly burst into laughter. "Stop your wild speculations. How could I possibly be abandoned by someone like Gao Wenwen? If anything, it is I who chose to part ways with her. Her associations are of no concern to me. Brothers, please refrain from linking me with this woman in the future." The members of the dormitory chat were delighted to see Jiang Yao finally participating in the conversation. Chen Yuan exclaimed, "Our brother Jiang actually has a girlfriend now. I almost forgot to mention it to everyone." Jiang Yao affirmed, "Indeed, I have a girlfriend. When I return, I shall introduce her to you all." Curiosity arose among his dorm mates regarding Jiang Yao's new girlfriend. Yet Ma Gu and Wang Zihao continued to inquire without receiving any responses from Jiang Yao or Chen Yuan. After a lively exchange in the group, the topic eventually subsided. Jiang Yao rose, intending to check on Xiao Wanwan. Yang Sweki was still asleep. It was already 2 in the afternoon. He gently knocked on the guest room door, and Sister Zhang opened it. Xiao Wanwan was nestled in Sister Zhang's arms. Already awake, upon seeing Jiang Yao, she broke into a radiant smile, her eyes squinting into crescent moons and adorable dimples appearing on her cheeks. Jiang Yao was utterly enchanted by his precious daughter and reached out to embrace her. "Sister Zhang, allow me to hold her. You may rest a bit longer." After saying this, he carried Xiao Wanwan back to his bedroom. Once in his room, he placed Xiao Wanwan on the bed and began to play with her. "Xiao Wanwan, I am your father. When you grow a little older, shall I take you out to play?" The little girl seemed to understand what Jiang Yao was saying, giggling delightfully. Noticing the absence of toys for children in the house, Jiang Yao decided to venture to the mall later to purchase some toys and visit a maternity store for baby supplies. The little girl asked diapers and clothing needed frequent changing, and Jiang Yao planned to buy a sufficient stock to keep at home for unforeseen circumstances. Additionally, he intended to take Yang Sweki for a stroll, as the afternoon weather had become pleasantly mild, perfect for some fresh air. Yang Sweki, awakening from her slumber, faintly heard the sound of the little girl. Slowly rousing, she stretched and prepared to check on her. Just then, she spotted Jiang Yao in the hall, cradling the little girl. Jiang Yao, are you taking care of her? Why didn't you wake me? I've slept far too long. She cooed to the little girl. Daddy loves you, doesn't he? Mommy wants to hold you too, all right? As she gazed at the adorable face of the little girl, her heart melted, and the pain of childbirth momentarily faded from her memory. Jiang Yao handed the little girl to Yang Sweki, saying, Sweki, you should hold her for a while. Later, I'll take you to the mall to buy some necessities for her. Is that all right? Yang Sweki looked up at Jiang Yao and smiled, sure. She felt that her experience at Jiang Yao's home was absolutely delightful, receiving wholehearted care from everyone. For the time being, Yang Sweki was thoroughly content with everything. Jiang Yao had also become quite considerate, attentive to her every need. After preparing the little girl, Yang Sweki entrusted her to Sister Zhang for care. She then changed her outfit in the bedroom and followed Jiang Yao out to the mall. There was a large shopping center nearby, which they reached in no time. Walking side by side, it was their first outing together since becoming parents. The store was bustling with people, lively and vibrant, despite it being afternoon. The crowds were still considerable. One could easily imagine the night market would be even more animated. Yang Sweki remarked, there are so many people in the mall. Jiang Yao replied, stay close to me, don't get lost. Yang Sweki nodded, leaning closer to him. In the mall, some were shopping, others were selecting clothing, and the sounds of bargaining and vendors filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere throughout the hall. Taking the escalator to the second floor, Jiang Yao led Yang Sweki to the supermarket, CAF, accessory shops, and various gaming facilities. We're out of snacks at home, and we need to buy some small toys for the little girl. Let us explore the supermarket first. I'll take you to the maternity store afterward, Jiang Yao suggested. Yang Sweki nodded, realizing she enjoyed snacking when bored. Jiang Yao's thoughtfulness in remembering to buy toys for the little girl pleased her greatly. They selected a few snacks from the food section and picked out several toys for the little girl, such as a foot piano and a little yellow duck. Afterward, Jiang Yao took Yang Sweki to the maternity store to purchase some packages of diapers and bottles with pacifiers. Jiang Yao gazed at the attire adorning Yang Sweki and contemplated. Sweki, allow me to purchase a few maternity outfits for you. The clothing you have on is insufficient for warmth. Let us find something more suitable. Yang Sweki, aware of the considerable expense Jiang Yao had already incurred, shook her head in refusal. There is no need. You should save your money. There will be plenty of expenses for our little girl in the future. Jiang Yao raised an eyebrow and chuckled. You have not yet married me, yet you're already concerned about my finances. Fear not. This modest sum will be repaid in due time. Hearing this, Yang Sweki felt her cheeks flush crimson, at a loss for words to counter his remark. Nearby, a female sales associate observed the interaction between Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki, feeling as if she had been served a generous portion of affection. Why are all the good men taken? Look at this young man, so tender towards his partner. It is truly enviable. Jiang Yao turned to the sales associate and inquired, could you kindly recommend some maternity outfits for my girlfriend? Addressed as Miss, the sales associate blushed, momentarily shy to meet his gaze. Certainly, I shall introduce some lovely options. Ultimately, Jiang Yao purchased 2 sets of pink maternity wear along with several nursing bras. The sales associate emphasized that these bras could prevent the sagging often associated with breastfeeding. Jiang Yao, intrigued by the suggestion, procured several for Yang Sweki. Meanwhile, Yang Sweki felt too shy to look at Jiang Yao, overwhelmed by a tinge of embarrassment. After their shopping excursion, Jiang Yao carried the bags and escorted Yang Sweki home. Chapter 19. Sweki, you are still beautiful even when you cry. Upon their return, Jiang Yao's mother awaited their arrival. Observing the numerous packages Jiang Yao was carrying, she queried, what did you purchase for Sweki? Is it heavy? Jiang Yao replied, Mother, I took Sweki to the mall to buy some essentials for our little girl. It is not too heavy. Jiang Yao's mother nodded and took Yang Sweki's hand, guiding her to sit on the sofa. Sweki, having just given birth, you should rest at home. Avoid unnecessary outings. Jiang Yao is young and may not understand these matters. Do not heed his advice. Yang Sweki, ever obedient, nodded and said, Annie, I will not frequently venture out. I merely needed some fresh air. Please do not blame Jiang Yao. Sweki, you are truly a wonderful child. Jiang Yao's mother praised, continuing to chatter amiably with her. Suddenly, she recalled something and turned to Jiang Yao. "When will you take the baby's household registration to the police station? You have some free time these days. It would be a good opportunity." "Household registration? What documents are required?" Jiang Yao inquired. His mother responded, "You will need the baby's birth certificate, your identification cards, the household registration book, and your marriage certificate, among other materials. You may postpone the marriage certificate for now. Simply fill out a declaration for non-marital birth." Jiang Yao nodded. Yet he pondered whether the child's registration would be under his name or Yang Sweki's. "Sweki, where shall we register the baby's household?" Jiang Yao asked. Yang Sweki considered for a moment before replying, "Perhaps it should be under your name. Although both of us are from Kyoto, it is generally preferable for the child's registration to be in the father's name." Jiang Yao replied, "Very well. I shall arrange for the household registration book for Nanan tomorrow." Subsequently, he placed the maternal and infant products he had purchased in Sister Zhang's guest room, while he took the snacks and maternity clothes back to the bedroom. Given that Jiang Yao's home consisted of 3 rooms, with Jiang's parents sharing one and Sister Zhang occupying another, Yang Sweki had no choice but to share a room with Jiang Yao. Though she felt somewhat uncomfortable about it, she resigned herself to the situation for the time being. After all, while she could make do with the sofa for a nap, resting in the bedroom was undeniably more comfortable. Sister Zhang brought out steaming dishes and set them on the dining table. In the summer, it grew dark rather late, and dinner was typically served around 5 or 6 in the evening. Zhang's mother called out to Yang Sweki, "Sweki, please eat first. Later, you can feed the baby." Yang Sweki nodded and approached the dining table. Tonight's dinner prepared by Sister Zhang consisted of 4 dishes and a soup: fig and chicken soup, stir-fried beef with green peppers, grouper, stir-fried greens, and a pork and seafood mushroom soup. Jiang Yao gazed at the sumptuous spread, his mouth watering. "Sweki, you must eat more. I specifically asked Sister Zhang to prepare these dishes for you to replenish your protein and vitamins," Zhang's mother said with a smile. Observing his mother seemingly forgetting her son in the presence of a daughter-in-law, Jiang Yao felt a twinge of jealousy. "Mom, why don't you ask me what I like to eat?" he inquired. Zhang's mother glanced at her son. "Don't you love everything?" she retorted, a playful jab from his own mother. After dinner, Yang Sweki sat in the living room, cradling little Nanan as she breastfed. Having grown accustomed to the breastfeeding position, she quickly tended to the baby. As for any awkwardness breastfeeding in front of Jiang Yao, she reasoned that he had witnessed her do so numerous times, rendering her indifferent to it. Jiang Yao, on the other hand, couldn't help but marvel at how fortunate their baby was, never lacking in nourishment from such a young age. Once she finished feeding, Yang Sweki handed the child over to Sister Zhang, who would take care of the baby at night. Fortunately, the baby was relatively calm and did not fuss too much, making Sister Zhang's task much easier. After finishing his meal, Jiang Yao retreated to his bedroom, where a projector awaited him to screen films. He selected The King of Comedy by Stephen Chow, a movie he had watched countless times yet never tired of. It was his go-to choice whenever he was uncertain about what to watch. The scenes featuring Lu Piapiao in a white shirt, with her smooth thighs exposed and hair billowing in the wind by the seaside, never failed to captivate Jiang Yao. Consequently, whenever he spotted a girl in a white shirt on the street, he couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. As Yang Sweki entered the bedroom, she noticed the projector displaying The King of Comedy. Raising an eyebrow, she looked at Jiang Yao. "So, you also enjoy Stephen Chow's films?" Jiang Yao replied, "Indeed. His films are classics. Come join me on the bed to watch the movie," Yang Sweki invited. "By the way, we can snack on the treats I bought this afternoon while we watch." Yang Sweki nodded gently. Acknowledging her current dietary restrictions after giving birth, she could not indulge in high-calorie snacks. "I suppose I'll have some nuts," she decided. Jiang Yao replied, "Very well. I've purchased a bag of nuts for you. You may have some." Subsequently, he began to crunch on potato chips with delight. Observing the way Jiang Yao relished his snack, Sweki couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Though the nuts were palatable, they paled in comparison to the allure of potato chips. Nonetheless, she restrained herself, understanding the necessity of dietary discipline in her postpartum period. As the film unfolded, a scene captured Lu Piapiao asking Intencio, "If you don't work, will you support me?" To which he responded, I will take care of you. The sentiment behind his words moved Lu Piao to tears while seated in the car. Sweki, witnessing this poignant moment, felt her own eyes well with tears. Girls, she mused, tend to be more sentimental, cherishing the nuances of romance and detail in love. When touched emotionally, they are often willing to wholeheartedly follow their beloved. Jiang Yao found Sweki's emotional response rather endearing, amused by how easily she was brought to tears by the film's narrative. He offered her a tissue, saying, "Sweki, wipe your tears, don't cry. Remember, the movie is just fiction." Sweki pouted. "So what if it's fictional? You boys just don't understand us girls." Her comment elicited a chuckle from Jiang Yao. "And you girls don't quite grasp us boys either." He looked at her and added sincerely, "Sweki, you remain beautiful even when you cry." This unexpected compliment left Sweki momentarily speechless, a sweet warmth flooding her heart, a stirring sensation that evoked feelings of affirmation. What girl wouldn't relish the praise from a boy she admired, especially when it came from someone she was fond of? Chapter 20. A stroll with the baby wiping away her tears with a tissue. Young Sweki resumed snacking on her nuts. Jiang Yao, charmed by her obedient demeanor, couldn't resist reaching out to pat her head. "What are you doing? Don't touch my head," she protested. "I'll only touch it once," he assured. Noticing her cheeks puffed up in indignation, Jiang Yao complied with her wishes, though it was not their first time sharing space together. Sweki still felt a hint of awkwardness. "Jiang Yao, I'm only temporarily residing here. Once the baby is 6 months old and able to eat solid food, I will return to school," she clarified. "Indeed, I feel the same way," Jiang Yao admitted, already missing the camaraderie of his dorm mates and the vibrant life at school. Although he often found academic life tedious, he would prefer it over the monotony of staying at home. Being surrounded by friends made each day far more enjoyable. Suddenly, a thought struck Jiang Yao. He had promised his roommates that he would introduce them to young Sweki. "Sweki, there is something I'd like to ask you. I would like to introduce you to my friends. Would you be willing?" he inquired. "They're all aware that I have a girlfriend and are quite curious about you. So, Sweki, would you accompany me to meet them?" After Jiang Yao finished speaking, he felt a twinge of concern about young Sweki's potential refusal. Their relationship was, after all, rather ambiguous at this moment. Upon hearing his words, young Sweki pondered for a moment before acquiescing. The prospect of Jiang Yao introducing her to his friends brought a sense of joy to her heart. "All right, when do you think it will be? I will accompany you," she replied. "Sure, I'll let you know in advance, Sweki. But we should wait until you've fully recovered. It will certainly be more convenient that way," Jiang Yao remarked. After conversing for a while longer, they turned off the lights and drifted into slumber. The following morning, young Sweki awoke early. With an extended rest during the day, she felt less inclined to sleep for long at night. Moreover, she was eager to nurse her little one, unwilling to let her go hungry. Cradling her baby, she fed her with great tenderness. "You're doing wonderfully, my little duckling. Would you like to play?" Young Sweki held up a toy and demonstrated how to play with it. Pressing the little duck, it emitted a cheerful quacking sound. The baby broke into a wide smile. Giggling merrily, young Sweki then placed the toy in her little one's hand, who attempted to press the duck's head but lacked the strength to produce sound. Observing this, young Sweki gently grasped her tiny hand and assisted her in pressing the duck again, which quacked joyfully once more. The little one waved her hands in delight. With a soft carpet spread on the floor, young Sweki sat there with her baby, playing with the toys. Before long, the little one grew tired, prompting young Sweki to lift her shirt to nurse her again. At that moment, Jiang Yao emerged from the bedroom, freshly washed and groomed, only to find young Sweki seated on the carpet, nursing their child. Young Sweki noticed his presence and felt her cheeks flush. Why was it that she always seemed to be caught by Jiang Yao during such intimate moments? As Jiang Yao approached the carpet, he noticed the toys he had purchased laid out before them. "Does our little one enjoy these toys? If not, I can always buy more," he inquired of young Sweki. "She certainly enjoys them, but as she grows, we should consider toys that play music or aid in learning. Children have a remarkable capacity for learning, and I hope our little one will have a head start," she replied. Although it was young Sweki's first experience with motherhood, her cousin had emphasized the importance of introducing educational concepts, such as English, to children from an early age. Young Sweki found this approach commendable and resolved to adopt her cousin's methods when she had children of her own. Jiang Yao nodded in agreement. Then I shall purchase some of those sound-making toys for her in a few days. I believe she will enjoy them. He then turned to check the kitchen, where Zhang was preparing breakfast. Jiang's mother had left early, as she typically had breakfast outside, while his father was busy with business and currently away on a trip. Jiang's mother intended to discuss Yang Shui's pregnancy and childbirth with his father upon his return. Thus, the household typically consisted of Yang Shui, the baby, Jiang Yao, and Aunt Zhang. Jiang Yao observed that Sister Zhang had completed the preparations and was about to serve breakfast. She had prepared 8 treasure porridge along with fried eggs and steamed buns. This was ample for the adults. Sister Zhang, allow us to serve ourselves. You should join us for breakfast, Jiang Yao suggested, taking the bowls and chopsticks. He helped Yang Shui by filling a bowl with porridge and taking several buns. Jiang Yao then carried the breakfast to the dining table. Noticing that Yang Shui had finished nursing, he called her over to eat. Shui, come and have breakfast. Sister Zhang has prepared a rather sumptuous meal today. Yang Shui nodded, feeling a bit hungry herself. Initially, she hadn't noticed her hunger upon waking, but after feeding the baby, she realized her appetite had indeed returned. Soon, Jiang Yao finished his breakfast, eating at a brisk pace, while Yang Shui savored her porridge slowly. After finishing, Jiang Yao placed the dishes in the kitchen sink and turned to Yang Shui, saying, "Once you've finished your meal, let us take the baby downstairs for a stroll. The little one has been cooped up at home and deserves some fresh air." He then addressed Sister Zhang. "Sister Zhang, we'll take the baby out to play shortly, so you can rest a bit more at home." Sister Zhang replied affirmatively. Yang Shui, eager to clear her mind, especially since she hadn't yet explored the neighborhood, responded, "All right, just wait for me to finish breakfast." She hastened her pace. "Don't rush. Be careful not to choke," Jiang Yao said with concern. It was not long before Yang Shui finished her meal. She changed into a long dress, while Jiang Yao cradled their little girl. The 3 of them joyfully took the elevator down to the community. Chapter 21. If you don't pursue me, how can we be together? The pathways of the community meandered gracefully, with buildings and greenery harmoniously complementing each other, creating a tranquil and beautiful scene. The family of 3 appeared in the corridor, forming a picturesque sight. Yang Shui donned a white lace dress that accentuated her elegant figure and fair complexion. Under the sunlight, her long hair shimmered with golden hues, captivating all who beheld her. Jiang Yao wore a light denim jacket over a gray hoodie, paired with dark jeans and white sneakers. This couple, so well matched, drew curious glances from those in the community. A tall aunt was out for a stroll with her precious grandson when she spotted Jiang Yao and Yang Shui. Being neighbors on the same floor, she often greeted Jiang's mother and was aware of their family matters. She cheerfully called out, "Jiang Yao, taking your girlfriend for a walk in the community? Your girlfriend is truly beautiful. When are you 2 getting married?" Others nearby chimed in with curiosity, "Young man, you're quite impressive to have found such a lovely girlfriend. Oh my, you already have a child. What a blessing to have a baby at such a young age." As Jiang Yao listened to the praises of those around him, he felt their warmth and concern, knowing that most of them were genuinely kind-hearted individuals. "Aunt Gao, when my girlfriend and I get married, I shall send you wedding candies," he exclaimed, expressing gratitude for everyone's concern. "Rest assured, I will share the wedding sweets with all." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in further compliments. Meanwhile, Yang Shui's face flushed a deep crimson upon hearing Jiang Yao mention their marriage, a blend of shyness and annoyance prompting her to nudge him playfully. Jiang Yao smiled in response. In his arms, the little girl was wide-eyed, curiously observing her surroundings. She was calm and unbothered, exhibiting no signs of shyness, which greatly relieved both Jiang Yao and Yang Shui. After all, some children often cry when confronted with strangers or unfamiliar environments. Yet, this little girl remained fearless, earning her countless praises from the adults around them. What a brave child. She is sure to achieve great things in the future. Jiang Yao and Yang Shui exchanged smiles at the compliments. As the crowd gradually dispersed, each person returning to their own pursuits, Yang Shui finally relaxed, feeling the air become fresher and more natural. The presence of strangers had made her uneasy. In contrast, Jiang Yao, possessing an innate social ease, was unfazed by such matters. After strolling through the neighborhood for a while, Yang Sweki began to feel a slight ache in her calves. "Jiang Yao," she said, "I would like to go home now. I've been out for quite some time, and I feel a bit tired." Seeing her weariness, Jiang Yao responded gently, "Then let us return home. Make sure to drink plenty of water when we get there." Yang Sweki nodded in agreement. Upon arriving home, they found Aunt Zhang on the balcony, washing the little girl's clothes. Upon noticing that Jiang Yao had returned with the child, Aunt Zhang paused her task and said, "Xiao Jiang, please hand the baby to me. It's time for a bath." "Of course," Jiang Yao replied. "I will let Sweki hold her for a bit longer. Aunt Zhang, please continue with your laundry." Yang Sweki took the baby from Jiang Yao's arms, ready to hold her herself. After all, carrying the baby for too long could strain one's arms. So taking turns was the best approach. "Be a good girl. Shall we play a little game together?" Yang Sweki said as she sat the little one on the carpet, allowing her to sway gently. She placed a large towel rolled into a cylinder on the carpet, cradling the baby and laying her on the towel, tilting her head to one side for ease of breathing. With both hands supporting the baby's sides, she gently rocked her back and forth along the surface of the towel, humming a nursery rhyme, "Rockabye, Baby," on the treetop. This game, which Yang Sweki had learned online, was designed to help the little girl develop her sense of balance and spatial awareness. Seated on the sofa, Jiang Yao watched the tender interaction between mother and daughter, unable to resist the urge to capture the moment on video for Douyin to document the child's growth. He opened the app, taking advantage of Yang Sweki's distraction to record the delightful scene of her playing with the little girl before uploading it to Douyin. After filming the video, Jiang Yao continued to watch the television, engrossed in the drama that unfolded on the screen. The show, Bright Sword, played on. Meanwhile, after spending some time with the baby, Sister Zhang took the little girl to the bath, leaving only Yang Sweki and Jiang Yao in the living room. Noticing Yang Sweki's idle demeanor, Jiang Yao suggested, "Sweki, why not join me on the sofa and watch some television?" He handed her the remote control. "No need. Let's just stick with Bright Sword. I don't have anything else in mind to watch," Yang Sweki replied, waving her hand dismissively. Jiang Yao pondered for a moment before adding, "If you're feeling bored, we could chat." Yang Sweki paused, momentarily taken aback, and responded, "All right, then you can come up with a topic." Jiang Yao, with a hint of boldness, directly inquired, "Sweki, do you want to get back together with me?" Yang Sweki was utterly unprepared for such a direct question. Confronted with this unexpected inquiry, she felt a wave of bewilderment, as if the entire world had come to a standstill. I don't know," she stammered, shyly lowering her head in the presence of the one she cherished. Her eyes sparkled like a myriad of stars, concealing an ocean of emotions. However, Jiang Yao remained oblivious to her subtlety, mistakenly believing that she harbored no affection for him. A sense of despondency washed over him, akin to autumn leaves falling silently, leaving behind an air of desolation and solitude. He sighed, "Well, fine." Yang Sweki detected the disappointment in Jiang Yao's tone and quickly countered, "If you don't pursue me, how can we be together?" Jiang Yao's eyes sparkled with newfound hope, and he gazed at Yang Sweki with excitement. His gaze resembled a radiant galaxy, profound and luminous, as if it could ensnare one's very soul, rendering them entranced. Yang Sweki felt her heart race under his gaze, her cheeks tinged with a soft blush, akin to a lotus blooming in the morning light, shy yet alluring. The air around them was infused with a delicate fragrance that enchanted the senses. Their breaths intertwined, creating a harmonious melody that compelled them to linger in this enchanting atmosphere of ambiguity. Chapter 22. Yang Sweki's parents suddenly arrived. Jiang Yao observed the girl before him. Her face flushed like a ripe persimmon, evoking an irresistible urge to take a bite. "Then I shall pursue you earnestly, and I hope you will agree," Jiang Yao declared, his gaze imbued with determination. Yang Sweki lowered her head, averting his eyes, and softly murmured, "Okay." They sat in silence, the gentle rustling of the wind complementing the intoxicating warmth of the sunlight. After a while, Yang Sweki suddenly recalled that Jiang Yao was supposed to arrange for the baby's household registration today. "Jiang Yao, Don't forget that you need to take care of the household registration for the little one today, she reminded him. With her prompt, Jiang Yao finally remembered the task at hand. All right, after lunch, I'll go handle the registration for the baby. It's Monday, so the police station should be open. He stood up and headed to the bedroom to organize the necessary documents, ensuring he wouldn't forget anything before heading out. At this moment, Sister Zhang was in the bathroom, gently applying powder to the freshly bathed little girl before dressing her. Embracing the child, she made her way to the living room and handed the little one over to Yang Sweki. Xiao Shui, take care of the little one for a while. I've bathed her, and now I must prepare lunch for you both. Later, when the time is right, you can feed her. All right, Sister Zhang, you go ahead and be busy. After saying this, Yang Sweki held the small body of the little girl, and as she gazed at her sweet smile, a surge of profound love welled up within her. Thank you, heavens, for bestowing upon me such a beautiful gift. The little girl, having just finished her bath, was enveloped in a delightful fragrance. Unable to resist, Yang Sweki planted a gentle kiss on her cheek. Little one, Mommy loves you so much. Do you love Mommy too? As if understanding, the child's lips curled into a slight smile, her eyes squinting into crescent moons. Her smile radiated warmth like sunshine, enchanting all who beheld it. Jiang Yao, too, was captivated by the little girl's joyful expression, his heart nearly melting at the sight. Sweki, would you like me to join you in playing with the little one? I find myself with some free time. Sure. Could you please help me fetch the cushions, blankets, and comforter from the bedroom? Of course. Although Jiang Yao was uncertain of Yang Sweki's intentions, he obediently complied. Yang Sweki arranged the items he brought on the carpet and placed the little girl's favorite toys in front of her. Do you see that toy, little one? Why not crawl over slowly and grab it? You can do it, little one. Keep going. Yang Sweki watched as the child made her determined efforts to reach the toy, finally grasping it with a gleeful expression. Suddenly, memories of her own childhood flooded her mind, and her eyes grew misty. It was only after becoming a mother that she realized the hardships her own parents had endured. At this moment, she found herself missing her own mom and dad, having seen them so few times since the birth of her baby. Jiang Yao, watching the little one crawl so diligently makes me think of my parents. They must have faced many challenges while raising me. Observing Yang Sweki's emotions, Jiang Yao suggested, how about I call your parents to come over and keep you company? After all, they live in Chaoyang district, so it's not far. Just as Yang Sweki was about to nod in agreement, the doorbell rang. Ding, ding, ding. Someone's at the door. Jiang Yao, could you please answer it? It might be your mother returning. All right, I'll go. Jiang Yao stood up to open the door, only to find not his mother, but Yang Sweki's parents standing outside. Surprised, he greeted them. Hello, uncle and aunt. Yang's father acknowledged him with a nod, while Yang's mother inquired, hello, Xiao Jiang, is our Sweki home? Yes, yes, please come in. As Yang Sweki's parents stood before her, she could no longer contain her tears. Overwhelmed with deep emotion, her eyes glistened, tears forming pearls of love that cascaded down. Mom, Dad, what brings you here? Yang Sweki rose from the carpet, still cradling the little girl in her arms. Upon my return from travel, your father informed me of your recent childbirth, which filled my heart with concern. After making some inquiries, I discovered you were at the Jiang residence, prompting me to hasten here with your father to see you. As Yang's mother spoke, her gaze fell upon her daughter, worn and weary after giving birth, and she could not help but wipe away her tears. It was evident that Yang Sweki had inherited her mother's beauty. Yang's mother possessed a countenance reminiscent of a masterfully crafted artwork, with graceful lines and gentle hues that captivated all who beheld her. Though she had reached the age of 50, she radiated vitality, as if time had paused in her presence. Is this my granddaughter? Yang's mother's attention was suddenly drawn to the little girl cradled in Yang Sweki's arms. Yes, I have given her the nickname Little Nan Nan, Yang Sweki replied, while Jiang Yao has named her Jiang Yuanan. Upon hearing this, Yang's mother was filled with joy and addressed the baby. Little Nan Nan, I am your grandmother. Observing her mother's delight at seeing Little Nan Nan, Yang Sweki gently handed the baby over to her. Come, let grandmother hold you, Yang's mother said, embracing Little Nan Nan with a benevolent expression, and at that moment, the baby broke into a smile. The sound of Little Nan Nan's laughter was like heavenly music, a pure and innocent melody that resonated with all around, as if the world itself had warmed in response to her joy. Everyone present was enchanted by the baby's radiant smile. "Mother, it seems little Nan Nan has taken a liking to you. She has never been this happy when held by anyone else," Yang Sweki remarked. Hearing this, Yang's mother felt an even deeper affection for her granddaughter, sensing a special bond between them. "Little Nan Nan is such a good girl. Next time we meet, I shall bring you a longevity bracelet. How does that sound?" "Oh, Andy, that seems a bit too extravagant." Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki both protested. "Nonsense, this is a gift for my dear granddaughter. You need not concern yourselves," Yang's mother insisted. Yang's father nodded in agreement, saying, "This is a small token from your mother and me for our granddaughter. Please do not refuse it." Reluctantly, Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki acquiesced. Noticing that Yang Sweki's parents were still standing, Jiang Yao felt it was inappropriate and invited them to sit on the sofa to rest. "Uncle, Auntie, you haven't had lunch yet, have you? I'll ask Annie to prepare some more food." With that, Jiang Yao turned to the kitchen to assist, instructing Aunt Zhang to prepare additional dishes for their guests. In the living room, as Yang's mother saw Jiang Yao retreat to the kitchen, she discreetly inquired of her daughter, Xiao Jiang, "How have you been faring during this time? Are you comfortable living with them?" Yang Sweki nodded shyly. "Mother, Jiang Yao has been quite kind to me. His family has hired help to care for the baby, and I'm living quite comfortably." "That is good to hear. If Xiao Jiang ever treats you poorly, do let your father and me know. We will support you," Yang's mother said with a hint of seriousness. "Thank you, Mom and Dad," Yang Sweki replied, enveloped in the warmth of her parents' love. Their affection was like the sun's rays, providing solace and care no matter where she was. The family of three continued to converse in the living room, sharing stories and laughter. Chapter 23. The pressure of marriage from Yang's father Jiang Yao waited in the kitchen for Sister Zhang to finish preparing the meal before assisting in serving the dishes onto the dining table. The Jiang family's dining table was quite spacious, adorned with a variety of dishes meticulously arranged. After setting the chopsticks and bowls, Jiang Yao called out to Yang's parents, who were seated on the sofa, inviting them to dine. "Uncle and Aunt, please come to the table. Sweki, you eat first. I will feed the little one later," Yang's mother said, concerned about who would look after the baby while they all had their meal. Just then, Sister Zhang emerged from the kitchen. "Let me take care of the little one. I have already finished my meal." "Thank you so much. No need for thanks. It is merely my job." Yang's mother handed the baby to Sister Zhang and joined Yang's father at the dining table. The table was laden with sumptuous dishes, each one a feast for the senses, carefully crafted, vibrant in color, and rich in flavor, inviting everyone to indulge. Xiao Jiang, Sister Zhang's culinary skills are truly impressive. Indeed, this meal is quite extravagant. Yang's father and mother praised the spread upon seeing the dishes. "Your house is quite spacious as well. I just had a look around," Yang's father remarked. "The decor is exquisite. Your parents have done a commendable job." They were initially taken aback by the opulent decorations and intricate details upon entering, preoccupied with worries about their daughter's situation. Hence they had refrained from offering compliments earlier. Hearing the praise from Yang Sweki's parents brought joy to Jiang Yao's heart. Yet he remained modest, replying, "My parents merely run a small business. This house was purchased when they were more prosperous. Business has become challenging now, and my mother has mentioned retiring to help take care of grandchildren." Yang's father agreed. "Indeed, times are tough for everyone. My wife and I are civil servants, which makes our lives a bit easier," he added. Yang's mother, intrigued, shared, "The son of my neighbor next door graduated from university and hasn't found a job. It seems the job market is quite grim and the neighbors are quite worried. I advised them that worrying does no good and that they shouldn't put excessive pressure on their child. For my daughter Sweki, I just hope she lives a happy life." Hearing this, Yang Sweki felt a sense of relief, as her own worries about her future and acting lingered. Yet, her mother's words brought her comfort. Jiang Yao had long contemplated his career path. As a computer science major, he had aspirations of founding a gaming company to create a game that would resonate with the youth. Observing that no one had begun eating, he quickly urged, "Uncle and Aunt, please start. The food will get cold." He then picked up his chopsticks and placed a piece of beef into Yang Sweki's bowl, saying, "Sweki, make sure to eat more. You seem quite thin. Yang Sweki felt warmth in her heart, responding with a gentle hum of appreciation. Yang's father and mother observed this interaction, their fondness for Jiang Yao growing with each passing moment. After finishing their meal, Yang's parents settled back onto the sofa to relax. After a long-awaited reunion with her daughter, Yang's mother seized the moment to engage Yang Sweki in a discreet conversation about matters typically reserved for women. "Sweki, has Xiao Jiang been giving you trouble?" she inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. Yang Sweki, momentarily taken aback, recalled her earlier assertion that Jiang Yao had treated her kindly. She shook her head, replying no. Yang's mother hesitated, seemingly struggling to articulate her thoughts. "What I mean is, have you too?" Yang Sweki's eyes widened in surprise. "Mom, I haven't." That's good. You've only just welcomed your baby. It's best to refrain from that aspect for now," Yang's mother whispered close to her ear. Hearing such intimate words from her mother filled Yang Sweki with a mix of embarrassment and awkwardness. Such matters were not easily spoken of, especially since she and Jiang Yao had yet to formalize their union. Meanwhile, Yang's father, deep in contemplation and maintaining a stern demeanor, called Jiang Yao, who had been dutifully pouring tea, to sit beside him. In a steady tone, he stated, "Xiao Jiang, let us get straight to the point. When do you plan to marry my daughter?" He believed that his daughter should not be raising a child without proper recognition and commitment. Jiang Yao replied promptly, "Uncle, as long as Sweki is willing to marry me, I can get the marriage certificate with her right now." Yang's father nodded, clearly pleased with Jiang Yao's response, his expression softening considerably. "Is the child as household registration taken care of?" he asked. "Yes, we intended to register the baby this afternoon, but with you and Annie here, we'll have to go tomorrow," Jiang Yao explained. Yang's father nodded thoughtfully, then firmly declared, "I'll take charge. You two should go and obtain your marriage certificate today." Yang Sweki was taken aback, not anticipating her father to urge her towards marriage so swiftly. Unsure of how to respond, she remained silent. Yang's father, with a gentle gaze at his daughter, asked, "Sweki, don't you wish to marry Xiao Jiang? If you don't want to, I can retract my previous statement." While he yearned for his daughter to find stability, he understood he could not impose his will if she was unwilling. During her stay at Jiang's home, Yang Sweki had contemplated her future with Jiang Yao, but had yet to reach a definitive conclusion. In fact, she had been somewhat evasive about the matter. However, her father's encouragement compelled her to make a decision. She pursed her lips and said, "I do not want to marry Jiang Yao. It's just that today, as proposal feels a bit sudden." The expressions of both Yang's parents visibly relaxed. They had been concerned about their daughter's situation, but now they could finally breathe easy. As parents, it is only natural to wish for their children to lead a blissful and fulfilling life. Mr. Yang, beaming with joy, exclaimed, "What a delightful surprise. I have checked, and today is indeed an auspicious day, the perfect occasion for obtaining your marriage certificate. Once you have completed your confinement period, you and Xiao Jiang can hold a wedding celebration." Yang Sweki's expression suddenly stiffened. She had not anticipated such a quick progression. Noticing her daughter's change in demeanor, Mrs. Yang interjected, urging her husband not to rush things, suggesting they first secure the marriage certificate before discussing future plans. Mr. Yang then recalled the agreement he had with Mrs. Yang at home, emphasizing the importance of allowing their daughter and Xiao Jiang to nurture their relationship first, and added, "Yes, you should obtain your certificate first, and we can deliberate on the wedding later." The couple handed Yang Sweki the household registration book they had brought from home, encouraging her and Jiang Yao to head out to register their marriage. Holding the household registration book, Yang Sweki was suddenly engulfed by the sensation of impending marriage. Chapter 24. The marriage certificate and meeting the in-laws before long. Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki arrived at the entrance of the Civil Affairs Bureau. At that moment, Jiang Yao gazed at the plaque of the bureau, his palms slightly trembling and beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Although he had been eagerly anticipating this moment of marrying Yang Sweki, he found himself unable to quell his nervousness. Observing Yang Sweki next to him, equally apprehensive, he exhaled deeply, saying, "Sweki, while your father insists we obtain the certificate, if you are reluctant, we can feign that we have already done so. Deceiving our elders seems improper, Yet I would rather not have you regret this in the future. Yang Sweki shook her head, her eyes resolute as she looked at Jiang Yao. I am willing to obtain the certificate with you. Do not overthink it. This unexpected declaration left Jiang Yao pleasantly surprised. With a serious expression, he inquired, Are you truly sincere? Yang Sweki smiled and nodded yes. So, do you wish to acquire the certificate with me? Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yao replied earnestly, Of course. I am more than willing to obtain it with you. Yang Sweki then asked, Will you treat me well in the future? Will you promise to be devoted to me and not develop feelings for other girls? Jiang Yao assured her, I promise to treat you well and remain faithful, never to harbor affections for any other woman. After all, marrying a beautiful, kind-hearted, and understanding school belle is a dream cherished by many men. Then, shall we proceed to register? Yang Sweki nodded yes. Jiang Yao took her hand, leading her step by step toward the Civil Affairs Bureau. As they entered the office hall and beheld the prominent sign reading marriage registration, a wave of sweetness and excitement washed over Jiang Yao. Unable to resist, he captured a photograph to immortalize this beautiful moment. During the registration process, the earnest staff meticulously completed the necessary documentation. After submitting the forms, Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki were ushered into a conference room adorned with a stunning backdrop, embellished with countless joyful photographs and messages from couples. Yang Sweki felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart, touched by the happiness radiating from the many couples who had passed through this space. We then proceeded to the segment where we would exchange our marriage vows. In such a solemn setting, Jiang Yao felt an overwhelming sense of happiness and responsibility. Hand in hand with Yang Sweki, they faced each other, solemnly pledging their lifelong commitment. In that moment, Jiang Yao truly sensed the bond that had been forged between them. Subsequently, under the guidance of the photographer, they captured some wedding registration photos. Although Yang Sweki wore only light makeup and sported a simple hairstyle, she appeared exceptionally photogenic. Jiang Yao, having styled his hair with wax and donned a fresh outfit before leaving, complemented her perfectly. The photographs taken by the photographer depicted the couple as a match made in heaven. Jiang Yao gazed at the wedding photo, feeling immense satisfaction. Their radiant smiles conveyed a sense of blissful sweetness. As he received the marriage certificate from the office staff, a mix of nervousness, sweetness, and surprise surged within him. An indescribable sensation that rippled like waves across a lake. Yang Sweki and Jiang Yao locked eyes, their gazes filled with tension and anticipation. Jiang Yao knew that despite the uncertainties and challenges that lay ahead, he firmly believed that as long as they pressed forward resolutely, nothing would be insurmountable. Meanwhile, in the Jiang household, Yang's father and mother awaited the couple's return with a blend of anxiety and composure. Stop overthinking, Yang's mother reassured her husband, who was visibly troubled. Oh, you too. Don't think I don't notice your concerns, she continued. I hope Xiao, Jiang, and Sweki can lead a good life after getting the certificate, Yang's father remarked, his own worries easing somewhat. Just as they were conversing, the doors suddenly swung open. It was Jiang's mother, who, upon seeing the two unfamiliar faces, immediately raised her guard and asked, Who are you? What are you doing in my home? Yang's father replied, You must be Xiao Zhang's mother. We are Yang Sweki's parents. Upon hearing this, Zhang's mother's expression brightened with warmth. Ah, so you're the in-laws. It's all Jiang Yao's fault for not informing me of your visit. You startled me. When did you arrive? I apologize for not greeting you personally. We arrived around noon. It's our fault for not informing Xiao Zhang beforehand. Yang's father responded. The two mothers then engaged in conversation in the living room. Zhang's mother learned from Yang's father that her son and Sweki had just left to register their marriage. She was overjoyed, feeling as though a weight had finally lifted from her heart. It seems that the in-laws are quite influential. I suggested they go get the certificate, but they wouldn't listen to me. Who would have thought that as soon as you arrived, they would go? Yang's father waved his hand dismissively. No. It was their own decision to register. We were just as anxious. Let us wait for them to return. After a moment of thought, Zhang's mother said, In-laws, we must uphold the proper etiquette for marrying off a daughter. Jiang Yao's father is on a business trip. Once he returns, we should discuss the wedding details. It is improbable for us to acquire a daughter-in-law without due diligence. We shall certainly provide the necessary assurances for the young couple. Upon hearing this, Father Yang felt reassured that his daughter had indeed chosen the right partner. Observe, they're the ones taking the initiative in discussing marriage. Mother Yang, though unable to contribute to the conversation, was equally pleased with the Jiang family. Moreover, Mother Jiang appeared amicable, suggesting that she would get along well with her daughter. Father Yang smiled and remarked, "Her mother and I are considering having them obtain their marriage certificate first, followed by the wedding. Once the certificate is secured, separation will not be so easily entertained." Mother Jiang nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, that is the proper course of action." The atmosphere during the family's first meeting was exceptionally harmonious, with both parties expressing satisfaction with each other's households. After all, it is not an easy feat to find in-laws who are both courteous and amiable. Chapter 25. The elders are overjoyed. Having completed the marriage registration, Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki slowly exited the Civil Affairs Bureau. The golden sunlight filtered through the clouds, illuminating the world with a warm radiance. A gentle breeze caressed their cheeks, bringing with it a refreshing air that instilled a profound sense of comfort and relaxation. Observing that the day was still young, Jiang Yao decided to visit the police station to arrange for their little girl's household registration. He hailed a taxi, and he and Yang Sweki settled in the back seat. The newlyweds felt as if the air around them was imbued with the faint sweetness of cotton candy, reminiscent of summer melons, filling every corner with bliss and contentment. The taxi driver, noticing the couple had just emerged from the Civil Affairs Bureau, enthusiastically remarked, "You must have just registered your marriage. Truly a match made in heaven. Congratulations." Upon hearing this, a rosy blush crept onto Yang Sweki's cheeks, clearly a reflection of her embarrassment and shyness. Jiang Yao, beaming with joy, replied, "Thank you, sir. We indeed have just registered." The lively exchange with the taxi driver filled the air with laughter, alleviating any lingering awkwardness. Before long, the taxi arrived at the entrance of the Chaoyang District Police Station, where Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki cheerfully bid farewell to the driver and alighted from the vehicle. The household registration service window was bustling with a throng of individuals attending to their affairs. These people typically sought assistance before heading out to work or during their lunch breaks, leading to periodic congestion at the small service window. By mere chance, Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki arrived during a particularly busy time. Observing the crowd, Jiang Yao sighed in resignation. "I was hoping we could finish the household registration and return home early. Now, it seems we must spend additional time waiting in line." Yang Sweki smiled reassuringly. "It's all right. We've come this far. Since everyone else is in line for their registrations, we should join them." Jiang Yao nodded, guiding Yang Sweki to queue in a line that appeared to be shorter. As time ticked by, the individuals ahead at the household registration window completed their transactions, and finally, it was Jiang Yao's turn. "Officer, I would like to register a household for my baby," Jiang Yao stated. "Please present your identity card, household registration book, marriage certificate, and your child's birth certificate," the officer requested with a warm smile, diligently inputting the information of the individuals seeking assistance into the computer system. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao promptly handed over the documents he had brought to the officer at the window. After receiving them, the officer meticulously verified the information before entering it into the system. The efficiency of the officer was remarkable. Once the household registration was completed, he placed the child's permanent resident registration card into the household registration book. Subsequently, the officer returned the documents to Jiang Yao, stating, "Your child's household registration has been processed. Next, please." After finalizing the registration, Jiang Yao exited the police station alongside Yang Sweki. Noticing the time on her phone, which read 5 o'clock in the afternoon, they both felt utterly exhausted from their busy day. They wished fervently for wings to sprout from their backs, enabling them to fly home and rest. However, this was merely a fanciful thought, so Jiang Yao summoned a ride through the DD platform. Standing at the intersection in front of the police station, Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki patiently awaited the arrival of their ride. After a few minutes, they finally boarded the car and set off for home. The vehicle halted at the entrance of Taiwan Community, and exchanging smiles, Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki quickly alighted and made their way home. Knock, knock, knock. The parents of Jiang and Yang, seated on the sofa, heard the sound of knocking. It must be Sweki and the others returning. I'll go open the door. Jiang's mother responded swiftly, stepping forward to open the door. Sweki, you're back. Come in and rest. Shout Jiang. Sweki, did you receive your certificate this afternoon? Hurry, show it to us. Jiang's father exclaimed upon seeing the young couple return. Jiang's mother, observing her husband's eagerness, felt a surge of irritation. These children have just arrived. Can't they have a sip of water or sit down to rest first? Why the rush to see their marriage certificate? Unable to contain her frustration, she lightly tapped her husband's arm. What's the hurry? Let them rest for a moment before asking for the certificate. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Jiang's father averted his gaze from his wife, taking small sips from the cup of tea in his hand. Sitting on the sofa, young Sweki watched her parents' interaction with a sense of warmth. The love her parents held for her was profound, as vast and encompassing as the ocean, selflessly devoted to her well-being, filling her with comfort and reassurance. Jiang Yao took a sip of the tea offered by Jiang's mother and then produced a marriage certificate they had obtained earlier that afternoon. Uncle, Annie, and Mom, here is the marriage certificate for Sweki and me. Let me see that, Jiang's father said eagerly. Wow, your marriage registration photo is truly beautiful. How wonderful that you finally tied the knot. Your mother and I can rest easy now. Jiang Yao, you must treat Sweki well from now on. Otherwise, don't even think about returning to this home. The three elders beamed with joy, their faces alight with happiness as they engaged in lively conversation. Jiang's mother planned to call Jiang's father to urge him to return home, for there was a great celebration in the family. What business could be more significant than a son marrying? Meanwhile, Mr. and Mrs. Yang were eager to share this delightful news with relatives and friends, wishing to spread the joy. As Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki observed their parents celebrating with radiant smiles, their hearts swelled with happiness. However, upon learning that her parents intended to announce their marriage to family and friends, Yang Sweki promptly interjected, Mom and Dad, please do not disclose our marriage certificate to anyone just yet. Otherwise, they will undoubtedly urge us to hasten the wedding and attend the banquet. Jiang Yao chimed in, Uncle and Aunt, it will be best if you heed Sweki and me. We can inform our relatives and friends when we are ready to hold the wedding. Sweki has just given birth and needs time to recuperate. Announcing it now would not allow us to organize the wedding promptly. Upon hearing this, Mr. and Mrs. Yang's initial excitement quickly settled, as they nearly overlooked this important detail. Mrs. Jiang also realized the necessity of reminding her husband not to disclose their son's marriage during her phone call. Relieved that her parents had understood, Yang Sweki felt a weight lift off her shoulders. After all, she could accept being registered with Jiang Yao, but the idea of rushing into a wedding made her uneasy. She wished to cultivate their relationship further, especially since their newborn required her care. At this moment, she found it difficult to divert her attention to the myriad details and trivialities of wedding preparations. Jiang Yao also felt that proceeding with the wedding at such a pace was too hurried. He was not anxious to marry Yang Sweki just yet. They had already registered, after all, and it was only a matter of time before they would hold the wedding. Chapter 26. Together until old age, united in heart. Once the elders had contemplated the situation, they continued to celebrate joyfully. After all, the rice had been cooked, they had obtained the marriage certificate, and the child had been born. There was no way they could easily part ways now. As for the wedding, they could let the young couple decide for themselves. Modern youth often prefer not to be overly managed by their elders, claiming it restricts their freedom. Suddenly, Mrs. Jiang recalled that in the midst of focusing on her son and Sweki obtaining their marriage certificate, she had yet to see her lovely granddaughter. She rose and scanned the room, even meticulously checking every corner, but there was no sign of the little girl or Aunt Zhang. Where's the little girl? Where has she gone? She asked, her voice tinged with urgency. Upon hearing that the baby was missing, Yang Sweki also began to panic. Jiang Yao patiently comforted her, assisting in the search for their child. It was Yang's mother, noticing their distress, who quickly responded, Don't worry. The little girl is downstairs for a walk with Aunt Zhang and should return shortly. With this reassurance, Mrs. Jiang finally relaxed, but then remembered that it was already past 5 in the afternoon. We should ask Aunt Zhang to hurry back to prepare dinner. After all, today is a momentous occasion for my son and Sweki. She retrieved her mobile phone from her pocket and dialed Sister Zhang's number. Sister Zhang, please hurry back with the baby. There's a momentous occasion at home today. On your way back, could you buy a few extra groceries? We shall celebrate this evening. Once you return, I will reimburse you for the groceries. Upon hearing this, a smile blossomed on Sister Zhang's face. All right, I will head out to buy the groceries right away. After ending the call, Sister Zhang, pushing the little girl in her stroller, cheerfully made her way to the nearest shopping mall. Before long, Sister Zhang returned to the Jiang family home, carrying a large bag of items. Zhang's mother informed her that her precious son had officially registered his marriage with Sweki. She urged Sister Zhang to prepare additional dishes in the kitchen and promised her a red envelope as a reward for her hard work during this time. Sister Zhang, genuinely delighted for them, thought to herself how fortunate the Jiang family was, blessed with such good character. Thus, she joyfully busied herself in the kitchen. Meanwhile, in the living room, Father Yang and Mother Yang were engaged in a discussion with Zhang's mother regarding the upbringing of the children. Although the elders were deliberating on matters concerning their own families, Yang Sweki and Jiang Yao, as the younger generation, felt it inappropriate to interject and listen attentively. Our granddaughter can come home with us. My wife and I are retired now, and we have ample time to help care for a child, said Father Yang. Yes. By assisting with the children, they can focus on their studies without concern. Not so fast, my dear in-laws. The child should be raised by us, after all. This is also a Jiang family child. We have even hired a nanny to help with the child, so you need not worry about our ability to care for them. We will certainly provide the best living conditions for the child. You can rest assured in letting us take on this responsibility. Zhang's mother firmly opposed Father Yang and Mother Yang's desire to raise their grandchild at their home. She continued, Dear in-laws, you have retired and surely wish to enjoy life. Raising a child can be quite exhausting for two elderly people. Please think this through. Hearing this, Father Yang and Mother Yang began to waver in their convictions. Indeed, caring for a child is no small task. They decided to heed Zhang's mother's advice. Father Yang nodded in agreement, indicating that Zhang's mother could take the lead on this matter. As grandparents, they would still visit the Jiang home from time to see the child. Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki felt a wave of emotion as they observed their parents worrying over their affairs. Raising a child is challenging, but nurturing one is even more demanding. Now, as new parents, they better understood the difficulties of parenthood, especially with the establishment of their small family. Having the support of their parents made life significantly easier. Jiang Yao silently vowed to himself that once he was capable, he would repay the kindness of his elders. He aspired to shoulder the responsibilities of a family and refrain from relying on his parents' assistance. Although the Jiang family was relatively well off, Zhang's parents had always instilled in him the values of self-reliance and resilience, reminding him that parents inevitably age. Soon, Sister Zhang in the kitchen completed the final dish and brought all the food to the dining table in the living room. Dinner is ready. Please come and eat, ladies, exclaimed the hostess. Wow, Sister Zhang, your culinary skills are simply exceptional. I am practically drooling, she said, gazing at the table laden with an abundance of dishes and swallowing her saliva in genuine admiration. Seeing the lavish spread of fish and meat, Jiang Yao's appetite was piqued as well. Tonight's dinner is truly sumptuous, with fish and shrimp, just like a celebration. Isn't it a celebration indeed? Today marks your joyful occasion, so we must celebrate in style. Mother Jiang even brought out a treasured bottle of red wine from their collection to share with everyone. As she uncorked the wine, a rich aroma wafted into their nostrils. She poured the red wine into their glasses, filling Father Yang's cup to the brim. As the fragrant scent reached Father Yang, his eyes lit up. This must be a 1982 vintage. My dear in-laws are indeed generous. Ha! I am overjoyed today because my son and Sweki have registered their marriage, Mother Jiang declared, raising her wine glass to speak to the gathered guests. Father Yang and Mother Yang, seeing this, joyfully lifted their glasses to toast with her. Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki were taken aback by the grandiosity of the occasion, as they had merely registered their marriage and were not yet wed. Did it really need to be so ceremonious? Yang Sweki's heart raced at the words white hair together, eternal unity, and she felt a warmth washing over her. Her cheeks flushed as if adorned with blush, resembling a blushing bride-to-be. Sweki, Jiang Yao, you should also stand and toast. Today is your special day. Don't hesitate to stand up for good fortune, urged Mother Jiang, noticing the couple's shyness. Father Yang and Mother Yang chimed in, encouraging them to rise and clink their glasses. Reluctantly, Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki stood up, raised their glasses to toast with their elders, and then took their seats again. Once seated, Mother Jiang and Father Yang exchanged compliments about each other's children. Your Sweki is exceptionally beautiful. My son is truly fortunate. Oh, not at all. Your son is also a fine gentleman, perfectly matched for our Sweki. Indeed, our Jiang Yao is a considerate and well-behaved young man. He will surely bring happiness to your Sweki. Listening to the elders' mutual flattery, Jiang Yao found it amusing. After all, his mother often criticized him, and he was surprised to hear her praise him so profusely today. It made his face warm with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Yang Sweki focused intently on her meal, hesitant to say much lest the elders delve into other matters. Chapter 27. The mischievous Jiang Yao takes Yang Sweki's parents home. The delightful aromas of the meal lingered in the air, akin to savoring a grand feast that compelled one to indulge in bite after bite. After several individuals indulged in the sumptuous meal, they sat back, contentedly patting their round bellies. The food was simply exquisite. Your aunt's culinary skills are truly remarkable, surpassing even those of the finest restaurants. Yang's mother, having overeaten, let out a hearty burp, licked her lips, and gave Sister Zhang a thumbs up. Upon hearing this, Zhang's mother replied with pride. Sister Zhang used to run a restaurant back in her hometown, and her child is now in elementary school. I was impressed by her youthful demeanor, professional qualifications, and exceptional cooking skills, so I hastily invited her to our home. Hearing the praise from the ladies, Sister Zhang, feeling bashful, waved her hands dismissively, saying, I'm not as extraordinary as you all say. As long as you enjoyed the meal, that is enough for me. Zhang's mother then rose, retrieving a red envelope from her bosom and slipping it into Sister Zhang's pocket. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Zhang. I truly appreciate your efforts during this time. This is a little bonus for you. Sister Zhang smiled brightly, accepting the envelope. At this moment, Yang's father, slightly inebriated, mumbled, In-laws, this wine is truly delightful. Rich and lingering. I want more. He reached for his glass, but Yang's mother quickly intervened. Her husband had no particular hobbies aside from his profound love for alcohol. Yet he could not handle much, easily becoming intoxicated. While it might be acceptable to be tipsy at home, it would be quite embarrassing to do so at his in-laws' residence. Yang's mother firmly admonished, You must stop drinking. If you continue, you will truly be drunk. Yang's father, feeling aggrieved, gazed longingly at the wine in his glass. Yearning to drink, but unable to do so, resolutely, he turned away, attempting to ignore the temptation. Jiang Yao, observing his father-in-law's childlike demeanor, stifled a laugh behind his hand. Yang Sweki, noticing Jiang Yao daring to laugh at her father, playfully smacked his palm, fuming inwardly, Just wait and see. If you laugh again, I shall strike you once more. Jiang Yao, feeling the gentle warmth of her delicate hand, was electrified by the exquisite sensation. He chuckled softly, grasping Yang Sweki's small hand tightly, thinking to himself, Dare you to strike your husband? I shall not let you off easily. Their discreet antics went unnoticed by the elders at the table. Jiang Yao held Yang Sweki's hand firmly beneath the table, maintaining an appearance of nonchalance. Yang Sweki, finding his mischievous behavior amusing yet infuriating, attempted to wriggle free. Her cheeks flushed a rosy hue, heart racing uncontrollably. She thought to herself, Jiang Yao is such a troublemaker, always teasing me. Thank goodness it's just under the table. Otherwise, it would be so embarrassing if my parents found out. She shot Jiang Yao a fierce glare and softly murmured, Jiang Yao, you're holding my hand too tightly. It hurts a little. Could you please let go? I beg you. Upon seeing the pleading expression on her face, Jiang Yao's heart softened instantly. He promptly relaxed his grip on her hand. Yang Sweki took the opportunity to withdraw her hand, hastily distancing herself from Jiang Yao. This scoundrel always sought to take advantage of her. Upon noticing that the two families had finished their meal and that evening had fallen, Jiang's mother pondered for a moment before calling Jiang Yao over. She said, "You should go to the hotel and book a room for your father-in-law and the others to rest. It is quite late now, and we do not have enough rooms at home. The guest room meant for visitors is already occupied by Aunt Zhang, so it would be best for your in-laws to stay at the hotel. I will cover the expenses." After contemplating, Jiang Yao nodded in agreement. It was indeed late, and it would be considerate for Sweki's parents to stay at the hotel. After dinner, they all settled on the sofa and engaged in casual conversation. Jiang's mother graciously entertained Sweki's parents, passing the time in pleasant chatter. After a while, seeing that the hour was getting late, Jiang's mother exchanged a knowing glance with Jiang Yao. Understanding her cue, he picked up the car keys and approached Sweki's parents. "Uncle, and it's getting late. Allow me to take you back to the hotel for some rest. I will drive you home tomorrow. I have had my driver's license for 2 years, so you can rest assured." Upon hearing this, Sweki's father nodded. "My wife and I intended to return home early, but we didn't realize how quickly time would pass. It is indeed too late now, and it wouldn't be safe for us to go back. Thank you for your kindness, Xiao Jiang." Jiang Yao smiled and nodded, indicating that it was his duty to help. Young Sweki looked at her parents with reluctance, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "Mom and Dad, please stay at the hotel, and tomorrow I will accompany Jiang Yao to take you home." Jiang's mother, with a tender smile, replied, "You should rest well at home. Let Xiao Jiang take us. You have just given birth. It's important for you to recuperate. Your father and I will visit you again soon, along with your little one." Sweki nodded vigorously, biting her lip, clearly suppressing her emotions. Standing beside her, Jiang Yao comforted her. "Sweki, do not be sad. Rest assured, we will take good care of your parents." Sweki nodded and held her little daughter close. She soon regained her composure. "Mom and Dad, please hold the baby for a moment to say goodbye before you leave." Jiang's mother took the little one from Sweki's arms and reminded her, "Sweki, don't forget to feed the baby afterward." Then, Sweki's parents bid farewell to the little one, saying, "Little one, your grandparents are heading home now. We will visit again. Be sure to listen to your parents." The baby, with her big, sparkling eyes, gazed at the adults before suddenly beginning to whimper. Sweki quickly cradled her back, realizing her daughter must be hungry. She turned to feed the baby. Seeing this, Sweki's parents felt reassured. They trusted that their daughter would not suffer, as Jiang Yao and Jiang's mother would undoubtedly take good care of Sweki and the baby. After all, the meticulous care of Xiao Jiang and his mother cannot be feigned. They genuinely treat Sweki and the baby with heartfelt concern. Jiang Yao escorted young Sweki's parents to the underground parking lot and drove them to a nearby hotel for rest. He assisted in arranging accommodations for them before embarking on his solitary journey home. Upon returning home, Jiang Yao played with his phone for a while, but soon grew weary of the incessant screen time. "Sweki, are you feeling bored?" he inquired. Young Sweki nodded slightly. "Yes, a bit." Jiang Yao's brow furrowed, his gaze deep in contemplation. "Would you mind showing me the scar on your abdomen? I do not wish to pry. I merely want to express my concern for you." Curiosity had long lingered within Jiang Yao regarding the state of young Sweki's abdomen, particularly since she had undergone a cesarean section to bring their baby into the world. He recalled that his own mother had a scar resembling a caterpillar, a result of her own cesarean birth, which was exacerbated by her predisposition to scarring. Additionally, his cousin had once confided in him about her own unsightly scar after childbirth, which had caused her husband some initial dismay until she sought medical treatment to improve its appearance. Hearing her story had tugged at Jiang Yao's heartstrings, for it was disheartening to see a once flawless belly marred by such a scar. Upon hearing Jiang Yao's question, young Sweki's heart skipped a beat. After a moment of contemplation, she hesitantly nodded. "All right, I will let you see." With that, she gently lifted her shirt to reveal the scar on her lower abdomen. This was the first time Jiang Yao beheld the scar, a slender, somewhat pale line that contrasted starkly against her fair skin, rendering it somewhat unsettling. Young Sweki, with a hint of pride, remarked, "My scar is relatively minor. I once had a classmate who became a mother before graduating from middle school. Her scar is far more severe and deeply unsightly. Mine can be treated and should improve significantly." Noticing Jiang Yao's silence, she cautiously inquired, "Jiang Yao, are you startled?" You must not have seen a cesarean scar before, right? Jiang Yao, perplexed, replied, Why would you think I would be scared? You bore our child. How could I ever find fault with you? Moreover, I have witnessed the struggles women endure during childbirth. It is truly remarkable. Yang Sweki's eyes glistened with emotion as she smiled and said, Your understanding brings me joy. Childbirth is indeed a formidable challenge, and thus I do not perceive my scars ugly. In fact, I take pride in my resilience. If Jiang Yao were a shallow young man, it would have been disappointing for Yang Sweki. Fortunately, he proved to be a young man who understood gratitude and empathized with others' struggles. Jiang Yao smiled gently and said, Once you have fully recovered, I shall take you to the hospital to see if this wound can be healed. My cousin has undergone a similar procedure. I will consult her for guidance. Yang Sweki responded with a soft HM, turning away to avoid looking at Jiang Yao. His tender consideration felt like a feather grazing her heart, evoking both a delightful itch and a warm sensation. Observing the girl's bashful demeanor, Jiang Yao suddenly conceived the idea of preparing pig's trotter soup for her the following day. It seemed that Sister Zhang would be taking a day off, allowing him the opportunity to cook for Yang Sweki. During his childhood, with parents frequently away on business, Jiang Yao had developed a penchant for culinary arts, often experimenting with recipes as he was particular about his diet and disinclined to eat the meals prepared by the family as hired help. He recalled the pride he felt when his parents praised his cooking after he prepared meals for them. Thus, Jiang Yao was indeed quite skilled in the kitchen. Though few were aware of this talent, he resolved to rise early the next day to visit the market for fresher ingredients. With his mind made up, Jiang Yao picked up his phone to indulge in a few games before retiring for the night. Soon, the time came for rest. The two of them placed their phones on the bedside table and turned off the lights to sleep. The following morning, Jiang Yao was roused by the sound of his phone alarm, which he had set the previous night to ensure he would awaken early to take Yang Sweki's parents home. Not wanting to oversleep, he had deemed it necessary to set the alarm. Upon waking, he quickly silenced it, so as not to disturb Yang Sweki's slumber. Seeing her peacefully asleep beside him, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Rubbing his still drowsy eyes, he quietly made his way to the bathroom to freshen up. After completing his morning routine, Jiang Yao swiftly grabbed his car keys and headed out. As he rode the elevator down to the underground parking lot, he glanced at his phone to check unread messages. To his surprise, he found a WeChat message from his mother stating, I've placed a box of red wine in your car's trunk. Please deliver it to Sweki's parents. Just tell your future in-laws that it is a token of my heartfelt intentions. Jiang Yao couldn't help but smile at the message, responding with a cheerful dancing bear emoji. Arriving at the parking lot, he opened the trunk to find indeed a box of Italian red wine. After confirming its presence, he drove towards the hotel where his future in-laws were staying. Upon entering the hotel lobby, he spotted Yang's father and mother, who were already packed and waiting for Jiang Yao's arrival. He greeted them, saying, Uncle Annie, I'm here to pick you up. Yang's father nodded. Thank you, Xiao Jiang. It's been a day since your aunt and I have been out, and we've been somewhat concerned about things at home. We appreciate your help in taking us back early. Jiang Yao replied with a smile. It's no trouble at all, Uncle and Annie. Come on, please get in the car. I will drive you home now. It should take about an hour. There is some bread and milk in the car, so please make do with that, uncles and aunts. Upon hearing this, Yang's father and mother were exceedingly pleased. They were touched that despite the hurried visit, he had thought to prepare breakfast for them. What a wonderful young man. Once they were in the car, Jiang Yao engaged in lively conversation with Yang Sweki's parents, even mentioning that his mother had sent him a case of red wine, which was currently in the trunk, and he would help carry it upstairs later. Yang's father beamed with delight and remarked, Your mother is indeed generous. She treated us to drinks yesterday, and now she sent a whole case of wine. Please convey my gratitude to your mother. Next time we visit your home, we should bring some gifts as well. I feel quite embarrassed for not bringing anything this time, due to the rush. Jiang Yao smiled and replied, Uncle and Aunt, we are just happy to have you here. Especially Sweki. She misses you dearly. You must come and visit often, and we can keep in touch via WeChat. Yesterday, while driving Yang's parents back to the hotel, Jiang Yao had added both of them on WeChat. Yang's mother even created a family group chat that included Sweki and Zhang's mother. The group was whimsically named a loving and cherished family. Jiang Yao found the name amusing, But understanding the elderly's penchant for auspicious names, he chose to remain silent. Yang's parents nodded in agreement, thoroughly satisfied with Jiang Yao. At such a young age, he was articulate and considerate. This may well be attributed to the careful nurturing he received at home, which enabled him to be so poised. They felt fortunate that their daughter had found such a kind and reliable young man. At least this family was good-hearted and would not let their daughter suffer. After a short while, the car soon arrived at Yang's home. The Yang residence is nestled within a hutong in the Chaoyang district of the capital, where the layout of the alleys forms a delightful maze of intersecting streets. Each household within the hutong possesses its unique charm. While the exterior of the Yang home may seem unremarkable, the interior is exquisitely decorated by Yang Sweki's parents. The last time Jiang Yao visited, he had a difficult time finding the house number. However, this time, relying on his memory, he quickly located the Yang residence. Upon arriving, he assisted in carrying the case of red wine into the house. Once inside, Yang's parents relaxed, feeling more comfortable in their own home. Yang's father looked at Jiang Yao and smiled, saying, "Xiao Jiang, would you like to stay a while longer before you leave? I didn't have the chance to properly host you last time. I would love to show you around our home." Yang's mother chimed in, "Yes, Xiao Jiang. You've gone through the trouble of bringing us back. You can sit down and have a drink with us." Jiang Yao shook his head, somewhat embarrassed, and politely declined. "Uncle and aunt, it's not that I don't wish to stay longer. It's just that our family's maid has taken the day off. And my mother is also not home. I must return home early to purchase groceries for Sweki at the market." Upon hearing this, Yang's father ceased to insist that Jiang Yao stay for a while longer. "Very well, do take care on your journey," he said. However, Yang's mother brightened at the news, pleasantly surprised that Jiang Yao could cook. "That's wonderful. You should hurry back. Uncle and Auntie feel awkward keeping you here." Jiang Yao nodded, waving farewell to Yang's parents. "Uncle, Auntie, I shall take my leave now. Please let me know in advance when you plan to visit our home." Yang's father and mother nodded kindly, reminding him to drive safely. After that, Jiang Yao drove home. On the way back, Jiang Yao connected his phone to the car's Bluetooth and played some music. The song "A Sea of Stars" filled the air, with lyrics expressing a longing for freedom while fearing the possibility of falling. Jiang Yao felt elated as he drove, humming along to the melody. The morning sun shone brilliantly, its rays resembling scattered gold upon the ground. Breathing in the fresh air of the morning, Jiang Yao brimmed with hope for the future. He and Yang Sweki had obtained their marriage certificate, and although they had yet to hold a wedding, he truly felt he had a family, with a wife and children waiting for him. He believed that as long as he worked diligently, the days ahead would surely be bright and sunny. Home awaited him, filled with warmth and love, and Jiang Yao's heart raced with anticipation. This was perhaps the bond of family, an emotion he had never experienced before. Chapter 30, Too Much a Good Thing. When Jiang Yao returned home, it was still quite early. He made his way to the nearby market to buy vegetables, including onions, pig's trotters, ribs, and yellow beans, then carried a bounty of ingredients home to prepare a meal. The protein-rich pig's trotter and yellow bean soup demanded his attention, and he busied himself in the kitchen. Since middle school, he had often cared for himself and would experiment with recipes to cook for his own enjoyment. Before leaving, Sister Zhang had entrusted little Nuan to Yang Sweki. At that moment, Yang Sweki was in the bedroom nursing the baby, feeling somewhat drowsy but mustering her energy to tend Nuan. Thankfully, the baby was well behaved, making it manageable for her. After finishing the feeding, Yang Sweki stepped out of the bedroom to find Jiang Yao industriously at work in the kitchen, seemingly preparing a meal. Curious, she asked, "Jiang Yao, what are you making?" Jiang Yao, simmering the pig's trotter soup over a low flame and adjusting the range hood, replied gently, "I'm making soup for you. Today, I will cook for you to showcase my culinary skills." Yang Sweki's eyes widened in disbelief. "Jiang Yao, you can actually cook?" She had never realized he possessed such talent while they were together, and his focused demeanor in the kitchen suggested a surprising level of proficiency. Jiang Yao raised an eyebrow, responding proudly, "Of course. You will soon discover my culinary prowess. This is the first time I am cooking for a girl. I hope you will enjoy it." Yang Sweki felt a blush creep over her cheeks, wondering if he was indeed trying to flirt with her. Jiang Yao spoke without decorum, often uttering words that made one blush and feel their heart race. After finishing his sentence, he resumed his tasks. Yang Sweki, after observing for a while, retreated to the bedroom to engage in games with her little girl. She had discovered online tutorials aimed at enhancing the learning abilities of infants and was eager to accompany her child in play. During early childhood, the capacity for learning is at its peak, and naturally, Yang Sweki hoped her daughter would absorb as much knowledge as possible. The room was filled with the sound of nursery rhymes. Soon, a delightful aroma wafted in from the kitchen. Her stomach rumbled. Having eaten only a light breakfast, she now felt a pang of hunger. Yang Sweki licked her parched lips and strolled to the kitchen to check on Jiang Yao as progress. As she approached the kitchen door, she heard the sound of the stove being turned off. Jiang Yao, upon noticing her, smiled and said, "The pig trotters are ready, and the dishes are stir-fried. Once they cool a bit, we can dine." Yang Sweki acknowledged with a soft then turned back to the bedroom. Once Jiang Yao finished, he tidied the kitchen, returning the oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar to their rightful places. He then entered the bedroom, where he found Yang Sweki singing nursery rhymes to amuse the little girl. Two tigers, running fast, running fast. One has no ears, one has no tail. How strange. The little girl beamed, her smile enchanting and heartwarming. Jiang Yao watched from the doorway, refraining from interrupting them. He returned to the kitchen to assist in setting the table with bowls, pig trotter soup, and vegetables, ensuring everything was ready for when Yang Sweki brought the baby out to eat. After completing his chores, he returned to the bedroom to call Yang Sweki for dinner. "Sweki, come out for dinner. I've set the table." Yang Sweki responded with a soft rubbing her belly and inwardly exclaiming, "Finally, it's time to eat. I'm starving." She lifted her little girl and exited the bedroom. Upon seeing the beautifully arranged dishes on the table, she wondered about their taste. Yang Sweki licked her lips and commented, "Jiang Yao, your cooking looks quite splendid." Jiang Yao smiled and replied, "Please have a seat and enjoy. Today, I've also prepared pig trotter soup for you. It will help you recover your health more swiftly." Yang Sweki felt a warm sensation in her heart, touched by his thoughtfulness. She nodded and sat down at the table, sipping the soup before her. "Wow, this is delicious," she exclaimed, noting its freshness and lack of any unpleasant odor. Jiang Yao chuckled, "I'm glad you like it. I'll continue to experiment with various dishes for you. I'll also look into postpartum recipes to ensure you receive ample nourishment." Yang Sweki had an ample supply of breast milk, though she occasionally experienced discomfort from engorgement. She waved her hand dismissively, saying, "No need for that. I'm already well nourished. If I take in more, it might become excessive." Jiang Yao did not respond to her remark, as he intended to make those decisions himself, all for Yang Sweki's well-being. He placed the little girl in her crib, allowing her to play independently for a while. They were merely watching from the side, and it felt quite secure. Jiang Yao wiped the sweat from his forehead and sat down to dine with her. How wonderful it would be if Mother were here. They could enjoy some soup together. Typically, Mother would return home for lunch, but today she was absent, likely dining out. Yang Sweki nodded, affirming, "Indeed. The soup you make is quite nourishing. Annie would surely appreciate it." Given her current predicament, she felt unable to assist Jiang Yao. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Sweki inquired, "Is cooking arduous for you? If it is too taxing, we could always order takeout." Jiang Yao understood her sentiment, expressing, "I find cooking quite enjoyable. It is not burdensome for me. Ordering takeout is not healthy, especially considering your need for nutrition at this time." Yang Sweki replied, "All right then." Once the meal concluded, Jiang Yao commenced washing the dishes in the kitchen, while Yang Sweki took a cloth to wipe the table. After all, she typically did not engage in much work, so she felt capable of assisting Jiang Yao with tasks within her reach. Yang Sweki was not particularly proficient in cooking. She occasionally prepared some noodles at home. Generally, she assisted her parents, as it was her mother who usually handled the cooking, alleviating her of any concerns in that regard. While Jiang Yao was washing the dishes, he received a call from his mother. "Have you had lunch?" "Yes, I just finished and am currently washing the dishes." "Have you eaten?" "I'm at the noodle shop enjoying some braised noodles." "Is the little one misbehaving at home?" "If you have time, you could help Sweki with the baby. The baby is quite well behaved. I made pig trotter and mung bean soup for Sweki at noon. She seemed quite pleased." Jiang Yao's mother felt satisfied upon hearing this, realizing her son had matured and was considerate toward his wife. Just as she was about to say more, a work-related call interrupted her, forcing her to hastily end the conversation. After hanging up, Jiang Yao returned to washing the dishes. Meanwhile, in the living room, Yang Sweki hesitated, contemplating whether to confide in Jiang Yao. Chapter 31. Why are good men always other people's? Yang Sweki appeared visibly embarrassed, her cheeks flushed with color, and her heart raced like an ant on a hot stove. It was inconvenient for her to buy sanitary pads, and she was unable to change her clothes. Thus, she had no choice but to seek Jiang Yao's assistance. Once he finished washing the dishes and stepped out of the kitchen, he was met with the sight of Yang Sweki's anxious and awkward expression. Curiously, he asked, "Sweki, what is the matter? Are you unwell?" Yang Sweki, avoiding his gaze, stammered, My period has started. Could you please help me buy some sanitary pads?" Jiang Yao's reaction was one of surprise, despite having had girlfriends before. He had never purchased sanitary pads. The request left him feeling somewhat awkward. However, he couldn't bring himself to refuse her. Summoning his courage, he replied, "All right then." With that, Jiang Yao prepared to head out to buy the sanitary pads. Just as he was about to leave, Yang Sweki called after him, reminding, "Make sure to get the overnight ones, size 420. Jiang Yao turned and affirmed with a quick okay, hastening his steps to the store. Once he was far enough away, Yang Sweki hurried to the bathroom, using some tissue to manage her situation. Jiang Yao entered the supermarket, where an array of sanitary pads dazzled the shelves. Unsure of how to make a selection, he opted for the more expensive brands and proceeded to the checkout. With a bold facade, he pretended not to notice the curious glances from the surrounding women and casually placed the sanitary pads on the counter. Among the onlookers, some gazed with envy and jealousy, while the cashier, upon seeing a handsome man purchasing sanitary pads, felt her heart shatter, pondering why all the good men seemed to belong to others. Of course, Jiang Yao remained oblivious to the thoughts of the young women. After completing his purchase, he passed by the baby store and bought several packs of diapers and pads. The little girl went through her supplies quickly, necessitating Jiang Yao to restock periodically. While it was still bearable to use diapers in the cooler weather, he knew that come the heat of summer, they would need to switch to pads. Such knowledge was imparted to him through his mother's repeated advice, given her experience. Carrying a bag of items, he returned home, where Yang Sweki stood in the living room, gazing blankly at the floor. With a smile, Jiang Yao announced his arrival, stating, "I'm back, Sweki. Here are the things you wanted." Upon hearing this, Yang Sweki's eyes brightened, and she cheerfully replied, "Thank you, Jiang Yao. I'll go change in the restroom. You can keep an eye on the baby in the meantime." Jiang Yao nodded, watching as Yang Sweki fetched a new dress from the bedroom before heading to the restroom. Redirecting his gaze, he focused on the baby lying peacefully in the crib, fast asleep with a glistening drool at the corner of her mouth. Jiang Yao found himself lost in thought. When Yang Sweki emerged from the restroom, clad in her new attire, he remained unaware until a sweet voice broke the silence. "Jiang Yao, do you think I look good in this dress?" Turning towards the source of the voice, he was met with the sight of the charming Yang Sweki, who was smiling brightly at him. She wore a pristine white dress, reminiscent of a fairy tale princess, exuding purity and beauty that stirred longing within him. Jiang Yao could not help but swallow hard. Yang Sweki looked ethereal. The white dress accentuated her innocence and radiated sunshine and vitality. Noticing Jiang Yao's silence, she curiously asked, "Jiang Yao, what's wrong? Do you think I look nice like this?" Coming back to his senses, he nodded and replied, "Sweki, you look truly beautiful. You should wear such dresses more often for me." Yang Sweki's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she playfully retorted, "You wish. I want tea wear just for you." Jiang Yao chuckled, choosing not to respond. Suddenly, it dawned on him that it was just the two of them at home that day. He suggested, "Sweki, you look so lovely. This is a rare opportunity. Would you like to accompany me to the park for a stroll?" Yang Sweki paused, contemplating his proposal, before responding, "But what about the baby? She can't be left home alone. She needs an adult to keep her company." Jiang Yao smiled, naturally intending to take their little girl for a stroll in the park. It was a delightful outing for their family of three. Yang Sweki felt a blush creep across her cheeks, as although they were indeed a family of three. His words flowed so effortlessly. It was only a few days since they had tied the knot, yet there was an undeniable sense of familiarity, akin to that of an old married couple. The sun outside was still quite bright, and both Yang Sweki and Jiang Yao suddenly felt a wave of drowsiness wash over them. They settled onto the sofa, closing their eyes for a brief rest. The day was still young, and it would be perfect to wander in the park once the sun's intensity waned. As they drifted into a peaceful slumber, they were abruptly awakened by the soft murmurs of their little girl. Jiang Yao immediately sat up, hurrying to check on the baby. After a quick inspection, he discovered that she had wet her diaper. It was time for a change, lest the little one feel discomfort. Noticing that Yang Sweki was also waking, he kindly remarked, "You can sleep a bit longer. The little one just needs a diaper change, and I'll take care of it." Yang Sweki nodded and settled back on the sofa, quickly falling asleep again. Jiang Yao skillfully picked up the baby and changed her diaper, a skill he had honed through practice. Once the diaper was replaced, he gently soothed the baby back to sleep. After she was peacefully resting in her crib, Jiang Yao felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, and he returned to the sofa, drifting off once more. Time passed gradually. Soon, Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki awakened in succession, sitting up from the sofa. Having slept long enough, they felt a slight dizziness. Yang Sweki rubbed her temples, gradually regaining her clarity, while Jiang Yao stretched widely, easing the tension in his neck and shoulders. Once refreshed, he stepped onto the balcony to breathe in the fresh air. The community was lush with verdant trees, a gentle breeze caressing his face, carrying a subtle fragrance. The warm sunlight bathed Jiang Yao's face, soothing all his worries. Yang Sweki, seeing him basking in the sunlight with a content expression, joined him on the balcony to enjoy the sun. Bathed in the warm rays, the golden sunlight illuminated their faces, bestowing upon them a sense of joy and tranquility, allowing them to appreciate the beauty of life. After a while, Jiang Yao turned to Yang Sweki and said, "It's the perfect time to take our little girl for a walk in the park, though we can rest a bit longer before we go. There's no rush." Yang Sweki murmured in agreement, continuing to soak in the sun's warmth. This comforting sensation was delightful, and she found herself wishing to bask a little longer, relishing the rare opportunity to absorb some sunlight amidst her usual indoor routine. Before heading out, Yang Sweki changed into a qipao, clad in the elegant garment. Her figure was accentuated in a way that took one's breath away, exuding a faint, enchanting fragrance, reminiscent of a lotus flower from the picturesque southern waters. Jiang Yao was utterly captivated. After a while, Yang Sweki, adorned in a qipao and cradling her baby, walked alongside Jiang Yao towards the picturesque Westlake Park, nestled near their community. The surroundings of Westlake were breathtakingly beautiful, resembling a scene from a poem. As they strolled along the lakeside, they reveled in the refreshing air and delightful scenery. The park, with its clear waters, lush trees, pavilions, and stone bridges, exuded a tranquil and harmonious beauty. The continuous flow of people walking by the lake formed a captivating tableau, and the trio of Jiang Yao, Yang Sweki, and their child stood out strikingly amidst the crowd. The charming couple, with Jiang Yao standing at 180 centimeters and possessing a model-like physique, and Yang Sweki, fair-skinned and stunning at 168 centimeters, drew admiring glances wherever they went. Their extraordinary beauty was a source of envy for onlookers. Look at that couple ahead. Are they celebrities? The woman is gorgeous, and the man is so handsome. It's absolutely enviable. Someone whispered, "I almost want to capture a video to share online. This scene is simply too beautiful. My eyes are thoroughly delighted. Is that woman holding a baby? Goodness, they already have a child, and she still looks so fabulous. How infuriating." Another remarked, feeling a twinge of disappointment. Some in the crowd even discreetly snapped photos of Yang Sweki's silhouette, sharing it on social media. Spotted a beauty while strolling in the park today. However, it was merely a fleeting shot of her back or profile before they continued their leisurely exploration. At this moment, various stalls began to appear along the pathways of Westlake Park, offering an array of snacks, beverages, and trinkets. The park was bustling with life, especially on this weekend, attracting even more visitors. Among them were many young, attractive individuals, some donning traditional hanfu or qipao, posing for pictures with friends. Meanwhile, Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki strolled leisurely, taking in the verdant surroundings. As the crowd thickened, Jiang Yao drew closer to Yang Sweki, wrapping his arm around her shoulder, enveloping her in a protective embrace. Yang Sweki felt a surge of safety from Jiang Yao, her cheeks flushing a deeper hue than the flowers in the park. Her heart raced as she lowered her gaze, attempting to appear nonchalant. Jiang Yao, preoccupied with his surroundings, remained oblivious to her fluster. Upon reaching a stall selling ice cream, Jiang Yao paused and turned to Yang Sweki, inquiring, "They have ice cream here. Would you like some? Given the warm weather, we could each indulge in a cone." Yang Sweki nodded affirmatively. "Yes, I would like that." Jiang Yao requested 2 ice cream cones from the vendor, 1 strawberry and 1 chocolate. He handed the strawberry cone to Yang Sweki while he savored the chocolate ice cream himself. On a sweltering summer day, indulging in a refreshing ice cream, all the discomfort from the heat dissipated instantly. Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki strolled leisurely, savoring their ice creams. Their spirits lifted with each delightful bite. The little girl gazed wide-eyed, saliva pooling at the corners of her mouth, and began to hum and coo. Upon hearing this, Yang Sweki momentarily set aside her ice cream, tenderly soothing the baby in her arms. The child's curious eyes fixated on the ice cream, and she even drooled a little. Jiang Yao chuckled beside them, realizing that the little one was yearning for a taste of the ice cream. Clearly a foodie from such a tender age, much like himself, he laughed heartily. Yang Sweki, somewhat helplessly, responded, "But can we really let her have ice cream? After all, it's so cold. Can her little stomach handle it?" Jiang Yao, with a doting smile, replied, "Just let her have a lick. It should be fine for her tiny mouth." Following his suggestion, Yang Sweki allowed the little one to taste the ice cream. Sure enough, the baby ceased her fussing, a joyful expression lighting up her face as she waved her tiny hands in delight. Witnessing this, both Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki were captivated by the baby's radiant smile. The world of a child is so pure and uncomplicated, easily filled with joy. Jiang Yao guided Yang Sweki to a tranquil spot by the lake in Westlake Park, pointing at the fish swimming in the water. "Oh, why have the fish here grown so large since our visit a few months ago? Back then, there didn't seem to be so many of this size." Yang Sweki, too, was enchanted by the multitude of fish. They glided through the clear water like a dance of ethereal spirits, creating a vivid tapestry of life. The fish, nurtured in their natural habitat, appeared more vibrant and full of vitality. After observing the fish for a while, Jiang Yao led Yang Sweki to explore the surrounding scenery of the park. Westlake Park boasted rockeries, pavilions, the reflecting wave bridge, and the South Screen Belle, providing a visual feast for the pair. Unable to resist, Yang Sweki took out her phone to capture the picturesque sights. Jiang Yao watched as she snapped several photos. The charming girl and the stunning scenery merging into a breathtaking tableau, almost surreal in its beauty. Lost in admiration, he suddenly had a brilliant idea. "Sweki, why don't you stand in front of that rockery? I'd love to take a few pictures of you." Yang Sweki turned to him, nodding enthusiastically. She playfully struck a few poses, her hand resting on her cheek, her finger pointing at her face and covering her mouth while laughing. At times cute and playful, at others cool and confident, she effortlessly commanded the frame. Jiang Yao marveled at the photos, exclaiming, "Sweki, your poses are so professional. You could easily be a model. Even my casual shots of you turn out stunning." Yang Sweki chuckled with pride. "I worked as a model for a Taobao store during my summer break. My poses are all trained professionally. It would be hard not to look good." Jiang Yao, enlightened, remarked, "No wonder your poses look so effortless yet captivating." Yang Sweki took Jiang Yao's phone, admiring her own photographs. Jiang Yao stood nearby, seemingly lost in thought, his mind elsewhere. Just moments ago, as Jiang Yao was capturing images of Yang Sweki, the gazes of passers-by lingered on her, some more overtly than others. Particularly, a few men perched on the pavilion pretended to admire the scenery while surreptitiously stealing glances at Yang Sweki. This did not escape Jiang Yao's notice, and an uncomfortable feeling stirred within him. Fortunately, he was accompanying Yang Sweki on this park outing. Otherwise, she might have been approached by unfamiliar men. The thought unsettled him. Suddenly, A familiar-looking woman ambled past Jiang Yao. He called out to her, "Excuse me, could you assist us by taking a few photos?" Upon hearing his voice, the woman paused, glancing around and realizing she was the only woman nearby. She wondered if the handsome young man was indeed addressing her. While she pondered this, Jiang Yao approached her directly. "Could you help me and my wife capture a photo? It's quite inconvenient for me to take one while holding the child. I am more than willing to compensate you for your efforts." Upon hearing his earnest request, the woman's heart swelled with joy, and she readily agreed. "Oh dear, it's merely a photo. I wouldn't dream of accepting payment for such a small favor. Just hand me the child, and I promise to take beautiful pictures of you too." Jiang Yao's face lit up with delight as he passed the child to her, saying, "Thank you so much. It's no trouble at all. My friends and I often take turns photographing each other when we go out. I assure you, my photography skills are quite commendable." The little girl nestled contentedly in the woman's embrace, prompting her to shower compliments upon the child. Yang Sweki, standing nearby, overheard Jiang Yao's request and held no objections. In fact, she was quite impressed with Jiang Yao's social skills. He had effortlessly made the woman beam with joy. Now, the two were engaged in lively conversation, as if they had known each other for ages. Yang Sweki handed her phone to the woman, mimicking Jiang Yao's charming tone. "Here you go, this is the phone." Until now, the woman had not noticed the stunning beauty beside Jiang Yao, her attention having been solely captured by him. Yang Sweki's exquisite features complemented Jiang Yao perfectly. With renewed enthusiasm, the woman positioned Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki in front of a picturesque backdrop, ready to capture their moment. Jiang Yao affectionately draped his arm around Yang Sweki's shoulder, embodying a tender intimacy. Inside, Yang Sweki felt an overwhelming discomfort, yet she could not exhibit her discontent in front of others. Thus, she forced a smile, striving to appear blissful. Meanwhile, Jiang Yao secretly reveled in the opportunity to engage in open and affectionate interaction with Yang Sweki. As Jiang Yao grew bolder, he took Yang Sweki into his arms in a princess carry. This unexpected gesture startled Yang Sweki, who was about to strike Jiang Yao's chest in protest, only to have his hand clasp hers in a firm grip. With a teasing smile, he looked at her and said, "Sweki, Annie is watching. How could you strike your own dear husband? That wouldn't be proper, would it?" Yang Sweki was momentarily at a loss for words, rendered speechless by his playful banter. A rosy blush adorned her cheeks, reminiscent of the soft pink hues of the sunset above. Auntie, witnessing this delightful scene, eagerly captured photographs of the couple. With such a charming pair as subjects, her motivation to shoot was invigorated. Beneath the waning sunlight, Yang Sweki and Jiang Yao gazed deeply into each other's eyes, their gaze brimming with affection. They resembled a couple lost in the throes of love, an aura of tenderness enveloping them, as if the air was filled with pink bubbles. Only when Annie finished taking pictures and approached them did they reluctantly break their gaze. Yang Sweki, enchanted by the enchanting atmosphere and the beauty of Jiang Yao's eyes in the sunset, found herself entranced. As they viewed the photos Auntie had taken, both felt a flutter in their hearts. The images portrayed them as if they were utterly in love, which made them both blush. Auntie, satisfied with her work, even suggested sharing a copy on her social media. Naturally, Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki agreed, grateful for the lovely photos she had captured. Afterward, Auntie added Jiang Yao on WeChat, and he promptly sent her a selection of the best pictures along with a red envelope as a token of appreciation. Delighted to receive the photos, Annie declined the red envelope, saying, "Handsome, I won't accept this. I'm just happy to have taken your pictures." As dusk settled, she declared, "It's getting late. I should head home. You two should do the same." Having been engrossed in photography, Auntie suddenly realized her arms were weary from holding the child and quickly passed the little one back to Jiang Yao. He accepted the child with both hands and waved goodbye to Annie alongside Yang Sweki. Watching her retreating figure, Jiang Yao turned to Yang Sweki and said, "Sweki, we've spent quite some time out. Let us head home now." Nodding obediently, Yang Sweki acknowledged her fatigue. Chapter 34. The news of Jiang Yao becoming a father reaches his friends upon returning home. After finishing dinner, the little one began to fuss again. Young Suiki, failing ex-housetet, had already settled down on the bed to rest. Hearing the baby's noises, Jiang Yao quickly rose to check on the situation. Considering that Yang Sueki had just fed the baby, he figured the little one couldn't possibly be hungry. He examined the baby's diaper and found it clean. Could it be that the baby needed a change? Jiang Yao leaned closer to the baby and detected the unmistakable odor of a soiled diaper. Quickly, he prepared a basin of warm water, testing the temperature with his hand before gently cleansing the baby's bottom. Although it was not his first experience with such a task, Jiang Yao approached it with utmost care. Upon finishing the dishes, Sister Zhang noticed Jiang Yao attending to the baby. Xiao Jiang, the child is not so delicate. You can wash him without worry. If you prefer, I can assist with the diaper change. She added, in summer, babies are prone to rashes. After washing, apply a layer of powder to keep him cool. As Jiang Yao was about to wrap the baby in a fresh diaper, he paused. Sister Zhang, I seem to have forgotten to buy baby powder. Do you have any? Zhang Ai nodded and went to the bedroom to retrieve a box of baby powder. Here, this one is made from pearls and is quite effective. If you wish to purchase more, I can arrange for a few boxes. Jiang Yao, with the powder puff in hand, carefully dusted the delicate skin of the baby's bottom. After the baby had finished her business, it was only a matter of time before she would feel hungry again. Please bring her to me later. Thank you for the powder, Sister Zhang. You can ask your friend to buy several boxes for me. Just let me know the cost, and I will transfer the money via WeChat. No problem. It's part of my duties. Xiao Jiang, though you appear youthful, you are remarkably mature and composed. Xiao Shui has indeed chosen wisely. Jiang Yao smiled in response. Once he disposed of the used water and settled down to rest, it wasn't long before the baby began to whimper. Sister Zhang cradled the baby and prepared formula for her. Yang Sueki was peacefully asleep in the bedroom, and rather than disturb her, Zhang opted to feed the baby some formula. Typically, the baby was breastfed, with formula reserved for times when Yang Sueki was unavailable, as breast milk provides superior nutrition essential for the baby's developing immune system. Grateful for Sister Zhang's assistance, Jiang Yao found it difficult to take a breather amidst the myriad of responsibilities. The environment had shaped his growth. Not long ago, he had been a carefree young man, unburdened by household chores, only occasionally engaging in minor tasks for his own enjoyment. Now, in his role as a devoted father, he embraced the responsibilities with unwavering commitment, finding joy in being needed. Meanwhile, Zhang's mother was driving home, her heart set on her granddaughter after a long day. After enduring a lengthy traffic jam, she finally arrived at the community's underground parking lot. Zhang's residence was conveniently located near a shopping center, making grocery shopping quite effortless. After purchasing a bass, fish, beef, and various vegetables at the supermarket, she returned home. At last, I am home. Upon entering, Zhang's mother promptly placed the groceries into the refrigerator. Although it was getting late, she had yet to eat dinner. For the sake of her business, she often became so engrossed that she would forget to eat. Yet, times have changed. With the arrival of her granddaughter, Zhang's mother now understands the importance of taking care of her own health for the sake of the children. While rummaging through the kitchen, she discovered the rice and dishes still kept warm in the rice cooker, realizing that leaving food for her mother was not in vain. As she brought the meal to the table and was about to pick up her chopsticks, she received a call from her husband. Hello, what are you doing right now? Have you eaten? Zhang's mother, balancing chopsticks and food, raised her voice to respond. I'm having dinner now. It's been a busy day, and I only just found the time to eat. I've told you countless times to take care of your health. Don't sacrifice your well-being for business, understand? Oh, I know. I am eating now, aren't I? By the way, how is our granddaughter doing lately? She's doing well. Our son has suddenly matured, treating the little one with such thoughtfulness. That's good. Now that our son is married, he should be more responsible. He can't be as carefree as before. When will you be back? Soon. I will be home in a few days. All right then. I'll talk to you later. Goodbye. After finishing her meal, Zhang's mother washed the dishes and placed them in the sterilizer before heading to her bedroom for some rest. The next morning, she specifically reminded Sister Zhang to prepare base soup for Yang Sueki before leaving the house. In the kitchen, Sister Zhang steamed rice and brewed the fish soup. Once it was ready, noticing the young couple still asleep, she took the baby downstairs for a stroll. Shortly after, Jiang Yao and Yang Sueki awoke and got ready for the day. As Jiang Yao opened the door, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of fish wafting from the kitchen. He walked into the kitchen, lifted the pot lid, and saw the soup Sister Zhang had made. Taking a deep breath, his appetite surged, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. "Sweki, come out and have some fish soup. It seems Sister Zhang has made it for you." Hearing this, Yang Sweki joyfully emerged from the bedroom and made her way to the kitchen. Wow, the fragrance of this fish soup is absolutely delightful. The milky white color of the cooked soup is simply appetizing. Make sure to have a few bowls. Yang Sweki nodded obediently. All right, the two sat at the dining table, savoring the delicious fish soup. I've heard that women who have just given birth should replenish their protein intake. And this fish soup is rich in protein, so you should have some more, Jiang Yao said affectionately, warming Yang Sweki's heart. I understand. And you should also have some more. You often handle the childcare, and you need to nourish yourself as well. Slightly blushing, Yang Sweki added, Yes, I will. Their mutual care and affection resembled that of a loving couple. The fish soup was creamy and thick, and they continued to drink bowl after bowl until they could eat no more. It must be said that Sister Zhang's culinary skills were remarkable, leaving Yang Sweki thoroughly satisfied with her meal. With her stomach pleasantly full, Jiang Yao placed the dishes in the sink and took a moment to relax on the sofa, scrolling through his phone. It was only then that I discovered the dormitory group chat had erupted. The news of his fatherhood and the rumor about Yang Sweki giving birth had spread. Chapter 35. I truly had a child with Yang Sweki. Jiang Yao gazed at the messages flooding the group chat, most of which were inquiries about the authenticity of the rumors regarding him and Yang Sweki. They also questioned whether he had truly severed ties with Gao Wenwen. Wang Zihao and brother Ma persistently urged Jiang Yao to clarify the situation. Otherwise, misunderstandings could escalate. The news had already circulated throughout the school, and many were aware of the situation. Jiang Yao felt perplexed. Only Chen Yuan knew about his new role as a father. Could it be that he had divulged the information? Jiang Yao promptly called Chen Yuan, and it was answered almost immediately. Chen Yuan, did you share my situation with them? The fact that I became a father was known only to you. How else could they have found out? You must be mistaken, boss. How could I dare speak of your matters to others? Perhaps it was that Douyin video you posted earlier that a classmate saw, leading to this commotion. If you don't believe me, I'll send you the video, and you'll understand. After saying this, Chen Yuan hurriedly sent the Douyin video to Jiang Yao, needing to clarify the situation before their friendship was jeopardized. Jiang Yao hung up and opened the video sent by Chen Yuan. It dawned on him that it was indeed a video he had posted. In it, Yang Sweki was playing games with a little girl, exuding an aura of serene happiness. Naturally, anyone acquainted with Jiang Yao would suspect that he had a child upon seeing such a video. Realizing this, Jiang Yao understood he had wronged Chen Yuan and sent a message of apology. The video featured only Yang Sweki and the little girl, with no sign of Jiang Yao himself, leading many to question if it was all fabricated. After all, Yang Sweki was the Belle of a neighboring school, and there had been little interaction between her and Jiang Yao. How could such disparate individuals come together? Consequently, those close to Jiang Yao were highly skeptical, bombarding him with texts and calls. After some contemplation, Jiang Yao decided to be forthright. The truth of the matter would inevitably come to light, so it was better to confess directly to avoid misunderstandings. He initiated a video call in the dormitory group chat to clarify with his friends. Yang Yi, is it true that you had a child with the campus beauty Yang Sweki? Jiang Gu, please tell us if it's true. If so, when will you bring your wife to meet us? I'll treat you both to a meal. Yes, Jiang Gu, just say the word. I can return the few hundred yuan you lent me. Faced with such an onslaught of questions, Jiang Yao found it challenging to respond. Meanwhile, Yang Sweki had just finished her fish soup and had gone downstairs to find the little girl. At that moment, Jiang Yao was alone in the house. Once the chatter on the other end subsided, he picked up his phone to respond. Indeed, the rumor is not unfounded. I have genuinely welcomed a child with Yang Sweki. The faces of his friends on the screen reflected sheer astonishment. Jiang Gu, you are truly impressive. It hasn't been long, and you already have a child. Prince Hao, did you really just say you would return my money? I am now a parent, and every penny counts. Please return my funds. Upon hearing this, Wang Zihao promptly transferred the money, and Jiang Yao received it instantaneously. This few hundred yuan was due to be repaid soon, especially since my mother had just sent me my living expenses this month, and now I had funds available. Little did I expect that after Jiang Yao received the money, he abruptly ended the video call. Wait, you haven't clarified this matter yet. Why did you hang up? The others were anxious, wanting to rush to Jiang Yao's side, demanding clarity. Jiang Yao kept them in suspense. This issue could not be succinctly explained in a few words, perhaps another time. He ended the call, wearing a cheerful smile. Such personal matters could not be divulged too freely. Brothers are brothers, yet not all must be shared. A few grown men were more gossipy than women. Wang Zihao and Brother Ma were filled with envy. After all, both were still single, having never even held a girl's hand. And she was Yang Sweki, the first place in the school flower selection, a goddess whose mere glance could leave one enchanted. Previously, they had debated whether Yang Sweki or Gao Wenwen was more beautiful. Who would have thought that one day, Yang Sweki would marry their roommate, Jiang Yao? Brother Jiang, what are your plans now? You have a child now. Jiang Yao smiled, stating that he would work hard to provide for his wife and child. Although his family situation was stable enough for raising a child, a man must still bear the responsibilities of a household. Wang Zihao remarked, I can't shake the feeling that you're flaunting your happiness. It's unbearable. I'm feeling a bit envious. Brother Ma added, exactly. We're still single. Can't you give us bachelors a glimmer of hope? Jiang Yao had no intention of flaunting. He was merely stating facts. Wang Zihao exclaimed, I also wish to find a girlfriend. As the conversation progressed, they spoke of Gao Wenwen. Jiang Yao recounted the events of that day, and the others were incensed. Wang Zihao angrily remarked, I never expected Gao Wenwen would treat you this way. I thought you had broken up with her. Brother Ma chimed in, indeed, Gao Wenwen is quite the sea girl, a daughter of the ocean. Chen Yuan also joined in, stating that Jiang Yao had found someone better, so let Gao Wenwen be cast aside. Such an unruly woman cannot remain with anyone for long. I hope Su Onwood dumps Gao Wenwen, allowing her to feel the sting of rejection. The three were disgruntled with Gao Wenwen's actions and were plotting to give her a taste of consequences. Jiang Yao interrupted their conversation, saying it was best to let the matter go. He had no desire to speak further of that woman, as someone like her would eventually face a reckoning. Having discussed enough, Jiang Yao concluded the conversation. Seizing the opportunity, while Yang Sweki and the baby had not yet returned, he rose to take a shower. Chapter 36. Time to move. After finishing his shower, Jiang Yao took the opportunity to wash the baby's clothes as well. Once the laundry was done, he was carrying the basin of the baby's garments to the balcony to hang them up when he nearly collided with Yang Sweki, who was walking towards him. Fortunately, Jiang Yao reacted swiftly, stabilizing the situation just in time, causing both individuals to be startled. You're home. What are you doing on the balcony? The weather is delightful today. I'm just enjoying the breeze. All right, I'll go hang the baby's clothes. After Jiang Yao hung the clothes, he entered the bedroom only to find Yang Sweki's complexion appeared rather off. She looked pale and weak, leaning against the bedside. What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Yang Sweki shook her head, mustering the strength to say, I just have a bit of a stomach ache. It's nothing serious, I'll manage. Do you need to use the restroom? I can support you. Yang Sweki blushed and awkwardly replied, No, it's all right. I can go by myself. Despite her insistence, Jiang Yao could see she was genuinely unwell and likely lacked the strength to walk, so he insisted on helping her. Yang Sweki struggled to rise from the bed and looked at Jiang Yao, saying, Just help me to the restroom door. Jiang Yao carefully assisted her to the restroom entrance, stating, I believe it's necessary for me to wait here for you. You're physically weak and require care. Upon hearing this, Yang Sweki's face flushed as she managed to say, No, really, I can manage on my own. Don't wait outside. Jiang Yao remained silent, resolutely staying at the door. This caused Yang Sweki to become anxious, and she couldn't help exclaiming, I might need to use the toilet. It's rather inconvenient with you outside. Jiang Yao paused momentarily before conceding. All right then, I'll be in the living room. Just call if you need anything. Yang Sweki nodded and turned to enter the restroom, shutting the door behind her. In the living room, Aunt Zhang was gently patting the baby's belly to lull her to sleep. Upon noticing Jiang Yao's arrival, she gestured for silence with her finger on her lips. Jiang Yao nodded, understanding that he needed to keep his voice down as the baby was sleeping. A baby of just a few months old needs to eat well, sleep soundly, and have regular bowel movements. Seeing that the baby had fallen asleep, Aunt Jiang gently placed her into the crib. Jiang Yao leaned over the crib, gazing at the sweet, rosy face of the little girl, completely enchanted. The baby, soundly asleep, had drool at the corner of her mouth. "How is my precious daughter? So adorable." Jiang Yao felt his heart soften at the sight of her. Unable to resist, he took out his phone and captured several photos of the little one. Ever since he filmed a video of her, he had taken to occasionally snapping pictures to preserve the memories. He planned to eventually print the photos and create a photo wall. Observing the tiny, cute feet of the baby, which were barely the size of his palm, he felt a surge of affection. When Yang Sweki emerged from the restroom, she found Jiang Yao leaning over the crib, wearing an expression of pure happiness. She silently observed him, realizing through his actions and demeanor how deeply he cherished their child. She had witnessed Jiang Yao's dedication during this time and couldn't help but acknowledge that he was indeed a responsible and caring father. At noon, Sister Zhang reheated the fish soup from a morning and prepared several stir-fried dishes, culminating in a delightful lunch. As she brought the food to the table, she smiled at Yang Sweki and remarked, "The perch and vegetables from this morning were bought for you by your mother-in-law, who specifically instructed me to ensure you drink several bowls." Yang Sweki felt a surge of gratitude towards Jiang's mother. Indeed, she had been exceptionally well cared for during this period. Yang Sweki and Jiang Yao were enjoying their meal when a sudden knock echoed from the door. Jiang Yao opened it to find Chun Yuan standing there, holding gifts. With a playful grin, Chun Yuan exclaimed, "Hello, Jiang Yao. I came to see you and the child." Jiang Yao raised an eyebrow and invited him in. "You're quite fortuitous. You can join us for lunch." Having worked all morning, Chun Yuan was already famished and cheerfully headed to wash his hands and grab some utensils. As he walked, he surveyed his surroundings, this being his first visit to Jiang Yao's home. Although Jiang Yao had previously invited him over, Chun Yuan had never taken him up on it. Upon seeing Yang Sweki at the dining table, he paused momentarily before smiling. "Hello, sister-in-law. I brought a small gift for you. I hope you won't find it lacking." Yang Sweki graciously accepted the gift, smiling as she replied, "I could never find fault with it. Thank you for coming." The dining table was adorned with several sumptuous dishes, rich in color and flavor. Fortunately, both Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki had modest appetites, making it just sufficient for everyone, including Chun Yuan. Once the meal was finished, Jiang Yao suggested that Yang Sweki retreat to the bedroom for some rest. Meanwhile, he and Chun Yuan continued their conversation at the table. "What prompted you to visit my home today?" Jiang Yao inquired. "You're not unwelcome, are you?" Chun Yuan replied playfully. "What are you talking about? I would certainly welcome you," Jiang Yao responded, pouring Chun Yuan a glass of beer. "You don't mind having a little, do you?" Chun Yuan nodded. "Of course not. Do I look like the kind to get drunk easily?" He then inquired, "By the way, when do you plan to return to school?" Jiang Yao replied, "Soon. I'm currently taking care of the child, but in a while, I will also return to school." As they neared the end of their meal, Jiang Yao suggested that Chun Yuan stay a bit longer. Chun Yuan readily agreed. "By the way, could you help me find a place near the school?" Chun Yuan raised an eyebrow in curiosity. "Isn't there a dormitory at the school? Why do you need to rent a place?" Jiang Yao explained, "Now that I have Sweki, she will also be attending school soon. We won't be at the same school, and it might be somewhat inconvenient to meet. I was thinking of renting a place between the two schools to make it easier for both of us." Chun Yuan felt a wave of understanding wash over him. "All right, I'll keep an eye out. You are truly a good brother, Chun Yuan." "I appreciate your help," Jiang Yao remarked, his gratitude palpable. Chun Yuan felt the pangs of envy dissipate. "If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to confide in your brothers. After all, you now have a family." Jiang Yao, touched by the sentiment, patted Chun Yuan on the shoulder and replied, "Thank you, my friends. Unless absolutely necessary, I will not trouble you." Chun Yuan smacked his lips and replied, "All right then, just don't hesitate with the brothers." Chapter 37. Moving to a new home, a fresh outlook in the afternoon. Chun Yuan spent a brief time at Jiang Yao's residence before hastily returning to school to inquire about suitable rental accommodations nearby. Through his diligent efforts, he successfully located an apartment. Chun Yuan quickly relayed the news to Jiang Yao, Brother Jiang, the place you asked me to find is at Jiangnan Mansion. Is it settled then? We're moving to Jiangnan Mansion. The residences there seem quite appealing, though the rent must be rather steep, Jiang Yao responded. Qin Yuan replied, indeed. The rent there is not inexpensive. However, the landlord happens to be the cousin of a friend of mine. With my persuasive talents, I managed to negotiate the rent down to 2,000 yuan. As you know, for such a well-furnished apartment, the rent typically exceeds 2,000. Jiang Yao chuckled. Next time, I'll treat you to a grand feast. I'll tidy up and prepare to move. Qin Yuan was astonished. So soon? Sweki's health has nearly returned to normal. Jiang Yao added. Qin Yuan smiled. Excellent. I shall share this delightful news with the brothers. We should gather for a meal. Jiang Yao concluded the topic and informed Yang Sweki about the move. She nodded in agreement. I am quite pleased with the move to Jiangnan Mansion. The environment there is indeed lovely. By the way, have you mentioned this to your mother? Yes, Jiang Yao replied. I just sent a WeChat message to her. She is aware of the situation. She also mentioned that she will not go to work tomorrow and will help us with the move. After dinner, Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki began to pack their belongings. Should we take this? Yang Sweki asked. No, we can buy new ones later, Jiang Yao responded. What about this? We don't need to take that either. Though it was a move, they decided to keep what was useful and dispose of anything unnecessary. After organizing the items in the bedroom, they proceeded to the bathroom. Aside from the essential toiletries, everything else could be replaced. Let us take a break, Sweki. We can continue when my mother returns, Yang Yao suggested. The summer heat was stifling, and after only a short while, both were drenched in sweat. Yang Sweki wiped the perspiration from her forehead and nodded, holding a small electric fan to cool herself. During their respite, Jiang Yao opened his phone and ordered some essentials online, which would arrive at their new home in a few days. Before long, Jiang's mother returned. She assisted by rolling up the summer cooling mats and vacuum sealing Jiang Yao's clothes and blankets, placing them in the cabinet. Hearing sounds from the bedroom, Yang Sweki curiously went to investigate. She found that the items in the bedroom were already packed, and even the kitchen utensils had been organized. She couldn't help but admire Jiang's mother's efficiency. In such a short time, everything was in order. Auntie, you've worked hard. Would you like some water? Jiang's mother smiled and nodded. Yes, I'm indeed a bit thirsty. Yang Sweki brought a cup of warm water and handed it to Jiang's mother. After finishing her drink, Jiang's mother sat on the sofa, enjoying the breeze from the fan. Jiang Yao, when do you plan to move tomorrow? Mom, we intend to move to the Jiangnan residence after lunch, Jiang Yao replied. All right, I will help you finish moving before returning to the office, she said. Thank you, Mom. Jiang Yao expressed his gratitude. Early in the morning, around 8, Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki rose to wash up. Their neatly packed luggage was arranged in the living room. Xiao Jiang, why are you up so early? Sister Zhang was surprised to see the young couple awake at such an hour for the first time. Sister Zhang, we're moving today. That's why, Yang Sweki replied with a smile. Moving? How wonderful. Sister Zhang beamed. Don't worry. I will take good care of little Wan Wan at home. We will definitely bring the baby over when we can. As parents, we will certainly miss our child. We can take her during holidays or breaks, Jiang Yao added. After finishing their breakfast, Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki continued to check if they had forgotten anything. Time passed swiftly, and after lunch, they began to carry their luggage downstairs. Yang Sweki struggled to carry her belongings out the door. Jiang Yao, feeling reluctant to let her carry the heavy bags, took them from her. Just carry something light. Let me handle the heavy luggage. Yang Suiki's face flushed, especially with Zhang's mother nearby, making her feel quite embarrassed. She softly insisted, I can manage these things. Jiang Yao chuckled, but I can't let you do that. You don't have the strength for it. He adeptly and quickly transported the items downstairs. Together, they loaded the luggage into the trunk of the car, which was filled to the brim. Luckily, Zhang's mother had purchased a spacious vehicle, allowing everything to fit, albeit snugly. Upon arriving at the Jiangnan residence, Jiang Yao inquired and searched until he located Building 18. The three of them worked together to carry the items upstairs, and after a few trips, they were done. Arriving at Building 18, Unit 182, the door was ajar. Jiang Yao opened the door and placed the luggage inside. Zhang's mother retrieved a mat and bedding to prepare the bed, making it convenient for the young couple to rest. Sweki, you should rest for a bit. Jiang Yao, and I will tidy up outside. Jiang Yao handed the air conditioning remote to Yang Sweki, saying, "Here, this is the remote. It's quite hot. We need the air conditioning to be able to sleep." Yang Sweki yawned and did not decline his kind gesture, as she indeed needed rest, having become more easily fatigued after childbirth. Jiang Yao and his mother turned to leave the room. After stepping out, Jiang Yao gently closed the door behind him. Looking at the items in the living room, he took a deep breath and turned to his mother. "Mom, there is still another room over there. If you want to rest, you can. I can manage by myself. How could I let you handle everything alone? It would take you ages to sort through all this, and you would tire yourself out. It would be faster if we both worked together. So let us get to it." Jiang Yao and his mother meticulously organized the items from both the kitchen and the bedroom. Yang Sweki and Jiang Yao's clothes were initially placed in the guest room, while the kitchen items were simply relocated to the new kitchen. Once they had arranged the larger items into rough categories, Jiang Yao took it upon himself to sort through the smaller ones later. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. After packing away the last few items, Jiang's mother departed to return to work. Chapter 38. Marrying the school belle at a young age, Jiang Yao lay exhausted on the sofa, his eyes half closed in repose. Suddenly, a knock echoed from the door. Upon opening it, he found Chen Yuan accompanied by a few friends from the dormitory. Chen Yuan approached enthusiastically, patting Jiang Yao on the shoulder. "Brother Jiang, it's been quite a while since we last saw each other. I've really missed you," he exclaimed. Wang Zihao chimed in excitedly, "Yes, yes. Brother Jiang, we've all been thinking about you." His exuberance filled the hall, prompting Jiang Yao to gesture for silence, whispering, "There is someone sleeping in the bedroom. Let us lower our voices." Understanding his cue, Wang Zihao quickly responded with an apologetic whisper, "Sorry, Brother Jiang, I didn't mean to be so loud." Jiang Yao, recognizing it was unintentional, reassured him, "It's all right. Just keep your voices down." Chen Yuan nodded, commenting, "This apartment in Jiangnan Mansion is quite nice. The surrounding facilities seem excellent. If it weren't for my mother insisting I stay on campus, I would prefer the freedom of living off campus." Coming from a relatively affluent family, Chen Yuan was nonetheless subject to strict parental guidance. Wang Zihao and Ma Gu surveyed their surroundings with envy. They were the type whose parents provided just enough for living expenses, leaving them unable to afford renting a place of their own. Among the group, Ma Gu was the most composed. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke up, "Jiang Yao, I assume the rent for this place isn't cheap? If you find yourself short on cash, you can borrow from us." Wang Zihao echoed his sentiment, saying, "Exactly, now that you have a wife and child. Don't hesitate to let your brothers know if you're in need. We can figure something out to help you." Chen Yuan nodded in agreement. "Indeed. We have been friends for many years. It's not easy for anyone these days." Although Wang Zihao and Ma Ji's living allowances were limited, Chen Yuan received a slightly higher allowance, just enough to get by. Wang Zihao, in particular, was quite frugal, having used the same phone for several years. Jiang Yao felt touched by their kindness and smiled. "I owe a great deal to Chen Yuan for negotiating the rent down. It's now just 2,000 a month. My goodness, what a bargain." Wang Zihao and Ma Gu exclaimed in unison. Chen Yuan beamed with pride. "I've saved Jiang Yao quite a bit of money. You ought to express your gratitude properly." "Rest assured, I will never forget this kindness," Jiang Yao replied earnestly, looking at his friends. "Thank you all for your support. Should you ever need my assistance in the future, I will surely be there for you. In times of prosperity, let us not forget each other." Upon hearing Jiang Yao's words, Chen Yuan's eyes glistened with emotion. "We are lifelong good brothers." "Indeed, lifelong good brothers." Wang Zihao and Brother Ma nodded earnestly. After enjoying a few cups of coffee in Jiang Yao's living room, Chen Yuan and his companions bid farewell to him. As the three exited the neighborhood, Wang Zihao and Brother Ma began discussing the house's interior design, remarking on its exquisite quality. It would undoubtedly take hundreds of thousands in renovation costs to achieve such an effect. The environment here is truly lovely. It would be wonderful if we could afford a house like this in the future. "You're dreaming," Chen Yuan replied. "With such high housing prices, how could an ordinary person possibly afford it?" "Oh, I was just making conversation," Chen Yuan laughed. "But do strive for your goals. Having aspirations is a good thing." The group nodded in agreement. "Yes, Eventually we must think about marrying and buying a home, one mused. By the way, has Jiang Yao bought a house after marrying the school beauty, Yang? Chen Yuan, being familiar with Jiang Yao's family circumstances, knew they were relatively well off. Jiang Yao's family is decent. His parents will likely assist him in purchasing a home. Wang Zihao and brother Ma simultaneously expressed their envy. My goodness, I truly envy Jiang Yao. He is young and has married the school beauty, plus his family is well off. Sigh. Envy one T change our fate. We should focus on our studies and work. Chen Yuan, however, felt little envy himself, as his family was also quite affluent. Besides, comparing oneself to others only leads to unnecessary distress. There is no need to envy Jiang Yao. Just work hard and live well. Wang Zihao chuckled in response. Chen Yuan, your speech has become so flowery. I hardly recognize you. Chen Yuan laughed heartily and jokingly said, where's the flowery language? Want to share a room tonight and get to know me better? Wang Zihao feigned nausea. I'm a straight man. The group soon returned to their jovial spirits, engaging in playful banter, the essence of true brotherhood. Most people are ordinary, relying on their own hard work to achieve their life goals. While they felt happy for Jiang Yao, they also experienced a tinge of melancholy. Nonetheless, they sincerely wished him well. The convenience of transportation in the area prompted the group to decide on finding a nearby spot for some snacks. Chen Yuan recalled a recent seafood platter that had piqued his appetite. Would you all like to try a seafood platter? I can treat you. Neither of the others objected. Before long, they hailed a Didi and arrived at a seafood restaurant nearby. Coincidentally, they encountered Gao Wenwen and her boyfriend Su Onwood dining on seafood at the same establishment. They were accompanied by several attractive peers, both male and female, likely fellow students. Brother Ma and Wang Zihao had the appearance of ordinary, honest individuals, while Chen Yuan was slightly plump. The trio lacked the striking looks of Jiang Yao, rendering them rather unremarkable in comparison. Of course, driving a luxury car would certainly enhance one's appeal. The group across from them consisted of 8 or 9 individuals, while Chen Yuan's party comprised only 3. As Chen Yuan and his companions settled down, they overheard the conversation between Gao Wenwen and her boyfriend. Gao Wenwen spoke in an affected tone, and Belle, my appetite is small. I can't eat much. Could you please help me eat a bit more later? Su Onbois, with a look of indulgence, replied, of course. You girls always want to maintain your figures and avoid overeating. Thank you, darling. You're the best. I adore you. Gao Wenwen exclaimed, gazing at Su Onbois with admiration. Observing her pretentious display, Chen Yuan and his friends felt a wave of nausea. Unable to restrain himself, Chen Yuan defended his friend. And before Wang Zihao and Ma Ge could intervene, he bluntly mocked, oh, isn't this Gao Wenwen? How is this boyfriend different from the last one? Have you changed boyfriends again? No wonder you're the campus belle. Your tactics are impressive. Gao Wenwen's expression shifted, and she snapped back, Chen Yuan, you fatty. What nonsense are you spouting? Her friends chimed in, yeah, you fatso, are you just seeking attention? Chen Yuan despised being called fat. His hands clenched into fists as he suppressed his emotions. Seeing his friend insulted, Wang Zihao could no longer remain silent. Are you all completely devoid of manners? Your parents should have raised you better. If not, you should be kept away from decent people. Ma Gu also stood up, addressing the boys accompanying Gao Wenwen. I advise you to steer clear of these women. They possess nothing but superficial beauty and lack any substance. When Gao Wenwen was dating my friend, it was solely for his looks and wealth. Without money, no one deserves to pursue her, and she dumped my friend. She's nothing but a vain fool. Gao Wenwen, infuriated, retorted, you're talking nonsense. Her friends were equally outraged, especially at the remark about their superficiality. They immediately sought assistance from a few boys at their table. Are you just going to watch them bully and insult us? The boys, unfamiliar with the girls, had merely joined them for a meal. They exchanged glances. One of them asking Ma Ge, is what you said true or false? As Ma Ge was about to respond, Chen Yuan shouted angrily, Gao Wenwen, you know very well what you've done. You disdain my friend for not being wealthy enough and dumped him. Look at your current boyfriend. If he were broke, would you still be with him? I speak the truth. If I lie, I hope to be struck by a car or choke on water. Gao Wenwen, Do you dare to swear that you haven't done these things? Su Onbua, who had been quiet, finally showed signs of agitation. His brows furrowed, his gaze sharp, and his expression darkened, clearly indicating his rising anger. He turned to Gao Wenwen, questioning, is what he said true? Do you really only like me for my money? Gao Wenwen was on the verge of tears, her eyes reddened and glistening with unshed tears. With a hurt expression, she replied, of course not. I truly like you. How could you doubt my sincerity? I am so disappointed. Upon hearing this, Su Onbua displayed no reaction. He was diligently attempting to regain his composure, for the impact of the situation weighed heavily upon him. One of the young men suddenly inquired if his friend was named Jiang Yao. Chen Yuan responded affirmatively, stating that his brother was indeed called Jiang Yao. The young man acknowledged this with a sound, remarking that Jiang Yao was indeed quite handsome. But wasn't he their breakup attributed to incompatible personalities? Gao Wenwen, with a stubborn demeanor, insisted, yes, we separated solely due to personality differences. It was not as he described. Chen Yuan scoffed. Your obstinacy is remarkable. If you weren't using that as an excuse, would you really announce to the world that you parted ways with my brother because he lacked financial means? The breakup between Gao Wenwen and Jiang Yao had made quite an impact at school, given that both were prominent figures. Many speculated on the reasons behind their separation. After the split, Jiang Yao devoted himself entirely to Yang Sueki and their child, disregarding public opinion. Eventually, it was Gao Wenwen who claimed that their personalities clashed, thereby quelling the ensuing gossip. After all, it wouldn't be appropriate to say that Gao Wenwen had rejected Jiang Yao, especially since he had his fair share of admirers at school. Gao Wenwen sought to avoid complications, opting for this explanation. Thus, a peaceful separation was in the best interest of both parties, lending an air of dignity to the situation. Moreover, Gao Wenwen relished the attention she received from Jiang Yao, basking in the glow of a favorable reputation. Su Onbua's expression darkened as he rose to depart, declaring, I shall not be treating for this meal. If you wish to stay and eat, you may do so at your own expense. This left Gao Wenwen and the others present in a state of bewilderment. They had not anticipated that Su Onbua would so openly disregard their presence and leave. These individuals had been invited by Gao Wenwen, under the pretense that her boyfriend was treating them to dinner. With the host gone, they lost the motivation to remain and continued their meal. All were students of modest means, and dining at a seafood restaurant was hardly inexpensive. It was time to make their exit. Following Su Onbua's departure, the group of young men and women also left, leaving Gao Wenwen alone at the table, feeling acutely embarrassed. She lamented her misfortune in encountering such a situation today. Now, her newly acquired boyfriend was upset, and she had lost face in front of so many people. Gao Wenwen seethed with frustration and shot a fierce glare at Chen Yuan and the others before grabbing her bag and preparing to leave the restaurant. At that moment, a sweet-faced waitress swiftly intervened, blocking her path. Miss, your order dishes will be ready shortly. You cannot leave. The waitress maintained a polite smile. Gao Wenwen retorted coldly. But the food hasn't even arrived yet. I want to cancel my order. The waitress, still smiling, replied, Miss, once an order is placed, we do not allow cancellations. The dishes will be ready soon. Please take a moment to wait. At this juncture, those around them began to take notice of the commotion and murmured, This beautiful lady is stunning, yet she is being unreasonable. How can one order food and then wish to cancel? Indeed, beauty without virtue is fleeting. Gao Wenwen, upon overhearing their remarks, felt her face drain of color, and finally, unable to contain herself, shouted, What is it to you? If you are so fond of meddling in others' affairs, why not become a police officer? The surrounding crowd was taken aback by her words, dismissing the situation as not their concern and unwilling to stoop to engaging with such a person. As Gao Wenwen attempted to leave, the server obstructed her way. Ultimately, she had no choice but to produce money to settle the bill before departing. Chen Yuan and his companions found her predicament utterly hilarious, their laughter echoing. This is too rich. The illustrious campus Belle left alone to pay her own bill. How absurd, Chen Yuan exclaimed, bursting into laughter once again. Notably, Prince Hao had captured a video of Gao Wenwen arguing with others, sealing her fate for humiliation. They conspired to send the video to Jiang Yao, eager to share the amusement with their good friend, as such occurrences were simply too entertaining. Chapter 39. Yang Sueki is indeed the epitome of a virtuous wife. Having moved into a new home, Chun Yuan wore a sardonic expression, his tone laced with disdain, lamenting that it was individuals like Gao Wenwen, consumed by vanity, who had soured the essence of contemporary love. He regretted ever having praised her to the heavens, for in truth, she could hardly compare to even a single digit of Yang Sueki. Indeed, one wonders if her beauty is artificial. I often perceive her nose as oddly elongated and overly prominent, reminiscent of my second aunt after her rhinoplasty. Yet, it was evident that she must have consulted a less-than skilled surgeon, as her visage exuded a distinctly artificial quality. Among the trio, Prince Hao was the most adept at wielding sharp words, launching a tirade against Gao Wenwen. Ma Ge nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, her nose is excessively high," creating a dissonance with her features. After venting, Prince Hao took a breath and poured himself a glass of water. Enough of berating Gao Wenwen. This woman provides too many points of criticism. My tongue is weary. Chun Yuan stifled a chuckle, suggesting, "You should have confronted her directly, Prince Hao. Only by humiliating her can we exact our revenge for Jiang Ge." Prince Hao smiled. I had the same thought. But the atmosphere was so charged that I couldn't find the right moment to chastise her. Ma Ge patted Prince Hao on the shoulder, stating, "You are indeed a true brother to Jiang Yao. Regardless of circumstances, we cannot allow a woman to bully our friend." The others nodded in unison, wholeheartedly agreeing with Ma Ji's sentiment. The camaraderie among university brothers is pure and steadfast, grounded in loyalty. Chun Yuan contemplated making a voice call to share the incident with Jiang Yao. "Hello, Jiang Ge. The three of us are currently at a seafood restaurant. Guess who we just encountered?" Jiang Yao raised an eyebrow. "Who did you meet?" "How would I know?" Chun Yuan replied with a mysterious smile. "We ran into your ex-girlfriend, Gao Wenwen." "Oh, is that all? If there is nothing else, I shall hang up." With that, Jiang Yao prepared to end the call. "Wait, I haven't finished speaking yet. Don't rush to hang up," Chun Yuan urged, eager to share the details. "Speak quickly. I still need to tidy up the room later." He vividly recounted the recent events. After finishing, he sent Jiang Yao the video he had just recorded. "So, you mean to say that Gao Wenwen was abandoned by her boyfriend, making a fool of herself in front of her friends? And she had to pay for herself afterward? That is indeed quite amusing. Gao Wenwen must be furious." Chun Yuan chuckled. "Absolutely, that is precisely what happened. You wouldn't believe how dejected she looked. Yang Yi, did you watch the video I sent you? Gao Wenwen, a stunning campus beauty, arguing with a passerby. She completely lost her composure. It's truly laughable." Jiang Yao responded with a hum, his tone noticeably uplifted. "I've always said that this woman would eventually face consequences. Today has proven that. However, I already have Sueki now, so you needn't inform me about Gao Wenwen's affairs anymore." "Understood," Yang Yi, Tian Yuan replied. "We only mention it because it's so hilarious. By the way, Jiang Ge, you should be heading back to school soon, right?" Wang Zihao chimed in, snatching Chun Yuan's phone. "Jiang Ge, you really ought to return to school. Your friends miss you, and most importantly, you can witness Gao Wenwen's downfall firsthand." Jiang Yao nodded. "All right, I understand. If there is nothing else, I shall hang up." After ending the call, Jiang Yao felt quite pleased. After all, he had long been disenchanted with a woman like Gao Wenwen. Having such an ex-girlfriend felt like a blemish on his character. He tidied up the kitchen, as he still needed to prepare dinner later, and he also needed to clean the living room. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient to walk around. Yang Sueki, having dozed off for an hour or two, turned to find no one beside her. Upon walking into the living room, she discovered Jiang Yao still tidying up. "Jiang Yao, why are you still cleaning? You've been at it for long enough. Leave the rest for tomorrow." Jiang Yao yawned. "All right, I'll finish this up and then take a shower. I feel rather uncomfortable." There is a bathroom in the master bedroom. But since that is where Yang Sueki was resting, he decided to use the other bathroom instead. Showering in summer is quite convenient. A quick rinse with water and a towel to dry off is all it takes. Washing his hair was even simpler, as a brief use of the hairdryer would suffice. Once he finished, it was already 5 in the afternoon. Jiang Yao thought about lying down to rest and playing on his phone, perhaps watching some Douyin videos. However, remembering that he hadn't prepared dinner yet, he refrained from lying down. Yang Sweki looked at him. Aren't you going to rest for a bit? Jiang Yao set down his phone. No, I still need to prepare dinner. You've worked hard all day. Let us just order takeout for dinner tonight. You should rest for a while. Jiang Yao pondered for a moment and realized that he was indeed feeling a bit fatigued. Perhaps it would be best to order takeout for dinner. He nodded in agreement, stating that he would play on his phone for a little while longer before retiring for the night. After some time had passed, Jiang Yao felt his eyelids growing heavy and promptly set aside his phone to sleep. An hour later, he awoke feeling rejuvenated and mentally alert. Indeed, the benefits of rest were undeniable. Upon stepping out of his bedroom, Jiang Yao discovered that the dining table in the living room had been beautifully set with an array of dishes: fish-flavored shredded pork, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, stir-fried spicy meat, and a bowl of rice. Observing Yang Sweki seated at the table, he inquired, "Sweki, did you order this takeout? It looks quite sumptuous." Yang Sweki nodded, explaining, "I know you enjoy tomatoes and meat, so I ordered a little extra for you." A wave of complex emotions surged within Jiang Yao as he realized that Yang Sweki was aware of his preferences. This could only signify one thing: she must also harbor feelings for him. With this thought, a smile blossomed on Jiang Yao's face. "Then I must indulge a bit more. I ought to do justice to this delightful meal you've provided." Yang Sweki smiled and nodded in agreement. Jiang Yao, unfussy about his food, soon devoured every last morsel. The well-appointed apartment was indeed a comfortable dwelling. 2 bedrooms, a living room, a bathroom, and a kitchen. It was entirely sufficient for their needs. After the meal, Jiang Yao tidied up the dining table and took a bag of trash downstairs. "Sweki, I'm heading downstairs to dispose of the garbage and pick up a package," he announced. "Alrik," Yang Sweki replied. Jiang Yao had ordered several packages, all essentials for daily living, including tablecloths, garbage bags, and toilet cleaning supplies. Upon reaching the ground floor and disposing of the trash, he was taken aback by the sight of a large box in the delivery locker. Puzzled, he wondered why he had ordered something so hefty. What was that text message reminding him about the package? Upon checking the information on the box, which bore his home address and phone number, he confirmed that it indeed belonged to him. Fortunately, Jiang Yao's apartment building was equipped with an elevator, allowing him to laboriously lift the box inside and then maneuver it to his home. Upon opening the box, he was astonished to find a juicer, a rice cooker, and an air fryer inside. Who had purchased these kitchen appliances for him? Such kindness was overwhelming. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired on WeChat whether it was his mother who had bought them. His mother responded with a simple emoji. Jiang Yao smiled and replied with a cute bear emoji expressing gratitude. Next, he proceeded to move these items into the kitchen and arrange them neatly. Chapter 40. Love is in the air. We are married, legitimate partners. Having finished organizing, Jiang Yao glanced at the clock, noting it was nearly 7 o'clock, and the sky outside was still bright. Contemplating a stroll around the community with Yang Sweki, he called out to her, "Sweki, please get ready. Let us take a walk downstairs." Upon hearing this, Yang Sweki looked up at him, responding, "All right, just give me a moment." After changing her clothes, she walked over, noticing that Jiang Yao had already tidied up the living room. The living room was impeccably clean, the floor polished to a sheen that reflected a brilliant light. Yang Sweki's eyes sparkled with admiration for Jiang Yao. Generally speaking, many young men are indifferent to household chores, yet Jiang Yao was an exception. Not only was he an exceptional cook, but he also excelled at tidying up the room. Jiang Yao glanced at Yang Sweki, who had changed into a lighter outfit. "Why are you dressed so lightly?" he inquired. "Though the weather is quite warm, your health is still somewhat fragile. You should take care not to catch a chill." Yang Sweki blushed, acknowledging his concern. "I understand. We are merely going for a short walk and will return home shortly." Jiang Yao pondered for a moment and agreed, opting not to say anything further. As they entered the elevator and pressed the button for the ground floor, just as the doors were about to close, an alluring woman stepped in. Upon seeing Jiang Yao, her eyes lit up with curiosity as she appraised him. Then she noticed Yang Sweki beside him. After a moment's hesitation, she asked, "Are you students from around here?" Jiang Yao smiled slightly, "Yes. His smile had a charming effect on the woman. Are you classmates? She continued. We are already registered. We are legally married, Jiang Yao replied, prompting Yang Sweki to blush at his words. You are married at such a young age. Congratulations. The woman's tone and expression betrayed a hint of disappointment. As Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki prepared to exit the elevator, the woman suddenly called out to Jiang Yao. By the way, I'm also a student from around here, living on the same floor. We can look out for each other. Jiang Yao responded, Oh, okay. Thank you. After they had walked away, the woman shook her head in disbelief, remarking, Such a handsome young man, yet he is married so early. However, he seems well matched with that girl. It is indeed enviable. In the community, Jiang Yao also encountered a high school classmate, though they were not very familiar, merely exchanging greetings before going their separate ways. After a leisurely stroll, Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki visited a nearby mall to purchase some fruits and snacks. Once they had finished shopping, Jiang Yao carried a large bag home, while Yang Sweki followed closely beside him. Despite Yang Sweki offering several times to help carry the items on their way back, Jiang Yao firmly declined, saying, I am a man. This is not heavy at all. You need not assist me. Yang Sweki acquiesced to his insistence. It was evident that Jiang Yao embodied a sense of masculinity, taking care of her in many aspects. He wouldn't let her do any heavy lifting, and he often took on the responsibility of cooking and washing dishes without any complaints. Upon arriving home, Jiang Yao placed the fruits and milk in the refrigerator. Yang Sweki suggested, I will make breakfast tomorrow morning. You have yet to taste my cooking. Jiang Yao agreed, all right, but just prepare something simple. There is no need to make too much. Yang Sweki nodded enthusiastically. Okay, I will do as you say. Afterward, Jiang Yao inspected the bathroom, rinsed out the bathtub with hot water, and wiped down the surrounding tables and chairs with a cloth. Once he finished tidying up, he finally settled down on the sofa to relax. In the midst of his exertions, Jiang Yao was drenched in sweat, weary to the point of aching limbs, contemplating a refreshing shower before retiring for the night. Yang Sweki, upon witnessing his fatigued state, felt a pang of sympathy. She wielded a fan to provide him with a gentle breeze, suggesting, Would you like to rest in the bedroom? The air conditioning is on. Jiang Yao shook his head, stating that it would not be beneficial for his body to be directly exposed to the cold after sweating. I'll cool down shortly, he assured her. Feeling the soft breeze from the fan, he began to feel more comfortable. Rising to his feet, he declared, Sweki, you need not fan me any longer. I shall take a quick rinse in the bathroom. Yang Sweki obediently nodded and returned to the bedroom. Jiang Yao wiped his sweat and rinsed himself with warm water before heading back to the bedroom. There, he found Yang Sweki nestled under the covers, engrossed in her phone. With a smile, he advised, Sweki, do not stare at the screen for too long. It can strain your eyes. She looked up at him and replied, All right, I'll just watch a bit longer before resting. Jiang Yao inquired, What would you like for breakfast tomorrow? Anything is fine. I enjoy everything you make. He responded, his eyes sparkling with affection. Very well. I shall keep that in mind, Yang Sweki replied, her cheeks flushed like the evening sky, radiating a blend of charm and tenderness that invited closeness. As time slipped by unnoticed, the clock soon struck midnight. Jiang Yao yawned, visited the restroom, and then turned off the lights to sleep. Chapter 41 here are 200,000. You may use it as you wish. The following morning, Yang Sweki rose early to prepare breakfast. Observing Jiang Yao tirelessly laboring day in and day out filled her heart with compassion. Having recovered significantly since giving birth, she felt eager to contribute in any way she could to repay Jiang Yao for his care during her recovery. She retrieved the ingredients for breakfast from the refrigerator: ham, scallions, milk, eggs, and flour. In a bowl, she combined half a bowl of flour with 3 beaten eggs, added the ham and scallions, and poured in 250 milliliters of milk, stirring until the mixture was smooth. She then cooked it to perfection, creating a delicious and nutritious egg pancake. However, she felt that having only the pancake might be somewhat lacking, so she opened the refrigerator and spotted some 8 treasure rice, deciding to prepare 8 treasure porridge as well. She washed the rice thoroughly and placed it in a rice cooker with an adequate amount of water to steam until cooked. A splendid breakfast was soon ready. Glancing at the clock, Yang Sweki realized it was already 9 o'clock. It would not be good for the stomach to delay breakfast any longer. Just as she was about to knock on the door to rouse Jiang Yao, the door swung open, revealing him. "Good morning, Sweki. Is breakfast ready?" he inquired. "Not yet, but we can always dine out," young Sweki replied. Jiang Yao, beaming with warmth, looked at her and said, "I'm actually a bit hungry now. Let us have breakfast together." He gazed at the beautifully arranged egg pancake and the 8 treasure porridge, finding the spread quite sumptuous. Jiang Yao was somewhat taken aback. He had initially prepared himself for a simple breakfast. To his surprise, the meal prepared by young Sweki was quite delightful. As he took a bite of the egg pancake, his eyes lit up and he savored several more bites. "This pancake is perfectly crispy and tender. How is it that your culinary skills are so remarkable? I had no idea you could cook." Young Sweki blushed slightly and replied, "It was my mother who encouraged me to learn cooking. She said that being able to cook means we can rely less on takeout, which is certainly healthier." Jiang Yao chuckled. "Your mother is absolutely right. Cooking for oneself is indeed healthier." After saying this, he noticed that young Sweki had barely touched her pancake and had set aside. He furrowed his brow and asked, "Sweki, why aren't you eating more? Are you not feeling well?" Young Sweki was sipping her 8 treasure porridge and felt a warm sense of appreciation for Jiang Yao's attentiveness. "The pancake is a bit hot. I'll wait for it to cool down before eating," she explained. Jiang Yao nodded and continued with his breakfast. After finishing their meal, Jiang Yao suggested that he would prepare lunch. Young Sweki had no objections, as she actually enjoyed the dishes he made. "Buten o'clock." Jiang Yao donned an apron and busied himself at the stove, while young Sweki watched, holding a radish. This scene was one she had often imagined. Jiang Yao served a vegetable dish, cooked braised fish, and prepared a pork rib soup, which was fragrant with the addition of red dates and yellow beans. In the dining room, young Sweki assisted by bringing bowls and utensils. "Come and eat, Sweki," Jiang Yao called out. She smiled sweetly and replied, "All right, thank you." Jiang Yao found it amusing that she frequently expressed her gratitude. As she enjoyed the pork rib soup, which was delicious with a sprinkle of scallions on top, she suddenly said, "Jiang Yao, wait a moment." She hurried to the bedroom, then gracefully returned, holding out a bank card to him. Jiang Yao was momentarily stunned, his eyes questioning, "What does this mean?" Young Sweki bit her lip and explained, "You spent quite a bit on this rental and the groceries. I have some money here. Please take it." Jiang Yao was touched by her gesture. Their relationship, rekindled because of the child, was somewhat ambiguous. While he certainly felt affection for young Sweki, a typical attraction a young man might feel for a beautiful woman, his feelings were compounded by their shared responsibility for the child. Yet, he remained uncertain about young Sweki's true feelings, whether she was compromising to be with him for the child or for other reasons. However, her willingness to offer him money indicated a significant level of trust. Jiang Yao pushed the card back toward her, stating, "I cannot accept this. It is my responsibility to care for you." Young Sweki replied, "But you are still a student. It's a bit unfair to place this burden solely on you. I will find a way to earn money, so you need not worry." Young Sweki was astonished, asking, "But you still have to study. How will you earn money?" Understanding her concern, Jiang Yao smiled, "I have my methods, but I assure you they will be lawful." Young Sweki sighed in relief. "Oh, that's good to hear." She shook her head, stating that although he was eager to earn money now, there would be many future expenses at home. "I have 200,000 here. You may take it and use it." Jiang Yao was taken aback. "My goodness, 200,000? The nonchalant tone in young Sweki's voice suggested that such an amount was trivial to her. How could she possess such a sum? Moreover, her offer sounded rather extravagant, almost as if she were proposing to support him financially. Jiang Yao had received ample pocket money throughout his childhood, and over the years, he had accumulated over 100,000 in his account, so he wasn't in dire need of money. "How could you have so much?" he inquired. "It's my dowry. My parents transferred it to me last time," young Sweki replied matter-of-factly. Jiang Yao was astonished. "This is your dowry? Why would you give it to me?" Young Sweki smiled. "I was merely worried you might be short on funds, so I lent it to you. You can repay me when you're able." He felt a twinge of gratitude, yet he had no immediate need for her assistance. "You should keep this money. If I truly find myself in need, I will let you know." Young Sweki acknowledged with an O. After their meal, Jiang Yao received a call from his mother. Have you eaten lunch? Did you cook for Sweki? We had lunch, but, by the way, Mom, why don't you show a bit more concern for me? Why should I worry? Aren't you doing well? Sweki needs care right now, and my attention towards her is warranted. After a pause, Zhang's mother added, Little Nuan has been very well behaved today. Sister Zhang even gave her a bath. Did she miss me and Sweki? Yes. She cried for quite a while after you left, but we managed to soothe her. We'll return to see her in a few days. Though they had only been away from home for a short while, Jiang Yao couldn't help but think of little Nuan. Young Sweki, totally silent, often found herself lost in thought, and Jiang Yao understood she was yearning for the child. His mother quickly reminded them, You both should focus on your studies. You can return home later. I'll take good care of little Nuan with Sister Zhang. Your father will be back soon. Then you can bring Sweki home. Jiang Yao nodded. All right, take care of yourselves. His mother smiled reassuringly. Rest assured, you both do well too. Chapter 42. Zhang's mother delivers a car. Jiang Yao was astonished. The items at home had been gradually packed over the past couple of days. One day, while browsing a shopping mall, Jiang Yao hesitated before entering a flower shop. He recalled that young Sweki had a fondness for flowers and plants, and thought to purchase some to beautify their home and provide a pleasant ambience. However, he was not well versed in such matters. With the shopkeeper's guidance, he acquired a pot of jasmine, which he intended to place in young Sweki's bedroom. He also bought a succulent for the balcony and a pot of clivia for the second bedroom. Let us start with these 3 pots. I can return if I need more. No problem. Feel free to visit our store again anytime, the shopkeeper responded. Upon returning home, he arranged the potted plants and felt a sense of joy wash over him. I bought jasmine and placed it in your room. If you like it, I can purchase more later. Young Sweki was pleased. Great, thank you. Jiang Yao purchased some crabs at the market, intending to prepare spicy crabs for young Sweki. In the kitchen, he declared, This is my first attempt at making spicy crabs, and I learned by watching videos. If it doesn't turn out well, please don't hold it against me. Young Sweki shook her head, assuring him, Not at all. I will eat whatever you make. The kitchen was equipped with a smart range hood, alleviating any concerns about odors from cooking. As Jiang Yao followed the video tutorial, young Sweki watched attentively, occasionally lending a helping hand. After savoring the spicy crabs, both wore satisfied expressions. Young Sweki gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Jiang Yao, you are truly impressive. You managed to make this after just watching a video. Jiang Yao waved his hand modestly. No, it was merely luck that I succeeded on the first try. After their meal, Jiang Yao took on the task of washing the dishes while young Sweki wiped down the dining table. Shall we watch a movie? He suggested. Sure. Please recommend one, she replied joyfully. Young Sweki smiled brightly. You have no idea how bored I am. I'm tired of playing on my phone. Jiang Yao chuckled as he shared his thoughts. We can turn on the television in the living room while we eat. Furthermore, I plan to buy a projector for your bedroom, so you can conveniently watch movies. Young Sweki's eyes lit up. Jiang Yao, you are so kind to me. However, please choose a more affordable one. It doesn't need to be too expensive. All right, let me have a look, he responded. Thus, they browsed the shopping platform together, searching for projector brands. After much deliberation, they settled on one from the official flagship store, a brand with numerous positive reviews and a reputation for reliability. It included after-sale service and came with a tripod and screen. The price was reasonable and acceptable. It should arrive by tomorrow. Young Sweki exclaimed, filled with excitement as she went to rest. The weather was perfect for sleeping that day, and Jiang Yao followed suit. Meanwhile, Zhang's mother was driving towards Jiangnan Mansion. Before arriving, she contemplated whether to call Jiang Yao, but decided against it, thinking they might still be asleep, especially since it had rained lightly, making it ideal for rest. An hour later, Jiang Yao was awakened by the doorbell. Upon opening the door, he found his mother standing there. Mom, what brings you here? He asked. I'm here to deliver your car. Jiang Yao felt a surge of excitement. Mom, why the sudden gift of car? You never bought me one before. After taking a sip of water, his mother replied leisurely, Well, you've started a family now. It's inconvenient without a car. So your father and I decided to gift you one. Jiang Yao was astonished, realizing that marriage had its perks. Had I known, I would have married sooner. His mother handed him an envelope containing documents and receipts related to the car purchase. Take a look. The car is parked in spot 88 of your community's parking lot. Jiang Yao composed himself, examining the details of the vehicle. Wow, Mom, you were so generous to buy me an Audi A6. This model is the latest release, and even the highest configuration on the market costs several $100,000. It's selling exceptionally well. Jiang Yao had often contemplated that once he became affluent, he would purchase this particular car. Unable to contain his excitement, he yearned to rush to the parking lot and behold the vehicle. He envisioned taking it out for a leisurely drive, yet the thought of the light rain outside, coupled with Yang Sweki still being asleep, made him decide to wait a little longer. "Thank you so much, Mom," Jiang Yao exclaimed, enveloping his mother in a warm embrace, feeling an overwhelming sense of happiness. "Hold on, Jiang Yao, this comes with conditions," his mother replied, a hint of exasperation in her voice. Jiang Yao, slightly bewildered, inquired about the conditions. "You must treat Sweki well. Otherwise, the car will be taken back," his mother admonished, bemused by her son's naivety. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yao nodded vigorously. "I will certainly treat Sweki well. You can rest assured," his mother responded with a soft hum, then asked, "Where is Sweki?" "She is still sleeping and hasn't woken up yet." "All right. Do you have a room where I can rest a bit? I'm quite tired from my journey." Jiang Yao pointed towards the guest room. "Mom, you can take a nap in the guest room. It's all tidied up. I will prepare dinner, and you can eat with us when you wake up." His mother acknowledged with a sound and closed the door to rest. After preparing dinner, Yang Sweki finally stirred from her slumber. In the living room, Jiang Yao was setting the table. "Jiang Yao, how long did I sleep?" Yang Sweki blinked sleepily. "You've been asleep for 3 to 4 hours. Really? That long? Why didn't you wake me? I saw you were sleeping so soundly. I felt it would be rude to disturb you," Jiang Yao explained, beckoning Yang Sweki to join him at the dining table. "By the way, my mom is here. She is currently resting in the guest room." Yang Sweki sweetly acknowledged. "Should we wake Annie for dinner?" Jiang Yao shook his head. "No need. I save her some food. Let us eat first." Yang Sweki nodded in agreement. After finishing their meal, Jiang's mother was still asleep. The two settled on the sofa to watch television. Chapter 43. A house gifted. Jiang Yao now has a car and a home. Jiang Yao pondered for a moment and then shared with Yang Sweki the news of his mother, gifting him a car. Yang Sweki was taken aback. "Your parents are so generous. A car worth hundreds of thousands, just like that. I'm their only child, and they decided to gift me the car now that I've started my own family," Jiang Yao replied. "My mom really cares for you. She even mentioned that if I don't treat you well, the car will be reclaimed." Slightly envious, Jiang Yao felt a pang of jealousy. It seemed his parents were focusing all their attention on their daughter-in-law, neglecting him entirely. Who is the biological child here? Yet he soon realized that treating his daughter-in-law well was, in essence, benefiting himself, and his jealousy dissipated. "Come, let me take you to see the car." "All right." Yang Sweki followed Jiang Yao as they made their way to the parking lot. In spot 88 stood a brand-new, luxurious Audi A6, a 5-seater vehicle. This model of the Audi A6 incorporated exclusive technology and further enriched its opulent features, characterized by luxury, dynamism, and sophistication. Jiang Yao had previously discussed with Chun Yuan and the others in the dormitory that once he had the means, he would purchase a vehicle that offered both exceptional value and prestige. Little did he expect that within less than a year, he would find himself the proud owner of such a car. It must be said, this gift truly struck a chord with Jiang Yao. While he was still somewhat unfamiliar with the features of the system included, he was relieved to have already obtained his driver's license, ensuring he would soon master it. Yang Sweki, seated in the passenger seat, surveyed the car's interior. The spacious and comfortable cabin, adorned with simple yet elegant decorations, exuded an air of both comfort and luxury. "Jiang Yao, the car your mother bought for you feels absolutely delightful to the touch," she exclaimed. "Ha, my mother indeed has an eye for quality." Jiang Yao chuckled, returning to his exploration of the vehicle systems. Meanwhile, Jiang's mother had awakened and noticed a WeChat message from Jiang Yao on her phone. The message indicated that he had prepared a meal for her and that they were currently at the parking lot inspecting the car. A smile of contentment graced her lips as she read it. She entered the kitchen, lifted the lace cover, and beheld the meal Jiang Yao had prepared. After finishing her meal, she felt a bit warm and began to fan herself with a hand fan. It had been quite some time since they had returned, prompting her to call Jiang Yao. "Hello, Jiang Yao, why are you and Sweki not back home yet?" At that moment, Jiang Yao was reversing the car into a parking space, having succumbed to the temptation of taking Yang Sweki for a brief drive. Mom, I was just about to bring Sweki home, he replied. Good. Please hurry back. I have something important to discuss with you both. All right, we'll be there shortly. Jiang Yao concluded the call and turned to Yang Sweki. My mom wants us to return soon. Then let us hurry. She might need us for something urgent. Yang Sweki urged as they quickened their pace toward home. Upon entering the house, Jiang's mother was seated on the living room sofa. It had been a while since she had seen Yang Sweki, and she remarked, Sweki, you are becoming more beautiful by the day. It's wonderful to see. Having recovered, Yang Sweki's complexion was rosy as a peach, her skin smooth as jade, radiating the vitality of a summer morning. Yang Sweki beamed sweetly and poured a glass of warm water for Jiang's mother. Let me do it myself. Be careful not to burn yourself. Your hands are delicate. Jiang's mother said, taking the glass from her. Auntie, it's only right for me to serve you water, Yang Sweki replied. Sweki, you and Jiang Yao are already officially registered. Why not change how you address me? Is it because you don't like calling me Auntie? Jiang's mother inquired. Yang Sweki blushed slightly. Annie, you're so kind. Of course I like you. It's just that I'm not quite comfortable calling you that yet. Can you give me some time? Jiang Yao chimed in. Sweki tends to be a bit shy. She will switch to a different form of address in due course. Jiang's mother, observing the harmonious exchange between the young couple, felt a wave of joy. All right, I understand. This time, I have a special gift for you both. Mom, didn't you just give me a car? What more could there possibly be? Jiang Yao exclaimed in astonishment, wondering what surprise his mother had in store. Could it be? Indeed, I am gifting you both an apartment. An apartment? Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki exclaimed in unison. Yes, I have also brought the property deed with me. Jiang Yao endeavored to calm his excited heart. Mom, have we struck it rich? You gifted me both a car and a house today. I was utterly taken aback. Jiang's mother shook her head, reassuring him, we haven't struck it rich, so rest assured. You still cannot rely on us indefinitely. You must depend on yourself in the future. Was this truly the image Jiang Yao held in his mother's eyes? Yang Sweki chucked softly. Jiang's mother continued, your father and I have discussed it thoroughly. We decided to sell our other house to purchase you a larger, new one. After all, you now have a wife. It would be unthinkable for you to lack your own home. However, we will only cover the down payment. You must handle the mortgage repayments yourself in the future. Considering you have yet to earn an income, we will assist you with the mortgage for now. Jiang Yao suddenly understood, feeling immense gratitude toward his parents. They were growing older, and it was no small feat for them to do this for him. He needed to mature swiftly and not let them down. Thank you, Mom and Dad. I will surely repay you in the future. Jiang's mother nodded. We are delighted to hear you think this way. However, managing your own little household is of utmost importance right now. Your father and I will not be a burden. She handed the property deed to Jiang Yao, adding, this house should initially be in my name. When you have time, we will go to the property registration office to transfer the ownership. Jiang Yao nodded, all right. After Jiang's mother departed, he sat on the sofa, staring blankly at the property deed and car keys. Yang Sweki, noticing his demeanor, inquired, aren't you happy that your parents bought you a house and a car? Jiang Yao shook his head. I am indeed very happy. It feels like a dream. Yang Sweki found this amusing, covering her mouth with a gentle laugh. Her laughter radiated a subtle joy in her eyes and on her lips. You need not worry about the mortgage, she reassured him. Jiang Yao looked perplexed. Why not? Because I will help you pay it off. At that moment, Jiang Yao's heart skipped a beat, as if time itself had frozen, leaving only a tumult of astonishment within him. A girl willing to share the burden of a mortgage. How immense a trust that was. Jiang Yao shook his head. No, please don't assist me with that. Save your earnings for yourself and treat yourself well. Yang Sweki immediately rejected this notion. I have my parents to support me, and I will earn money in the future. Helping you with the mortgage brings me peace of mind. Besides, that will also be my home. So a little contribution from me will ease your burden. Jiang Yao's expression softened, finding himself persuaded. All right, if you help me with the mortgage, I will give you half of the house. Yang Sweki appeared taken aback by his response, unable to contain her thoughts. Will your parents agree to that? My parents will definitely consent. Just now, my mother texted me to say that I could give you half of the house. My parents are very fond of you. Our family will look after you. Yang Sweki's eyes suddenly glistened with tears, yet her lips curved into a smile of bliss. In that moment, she felt extraordinarily fortunate. Chapter 44. Thank you for your lack of vision. Our Jiang is now a winner in life before drifting into slumber. Jiang Yao, filled with exhilaration, couldn't resist posting on his social media. Today is a splendid day. All my aspirations are coming to fruition. He subsequently showcased his car keys and property deed. The following morning, when Qin Yuan and the others awoke and glimpsed this post, they were taken aback. What on earth? How did Jiang suddenly acquire both a car and a house? Indeed, it had only been a short while, and now he possesses both. Qin Yuan's gaze fell upon the car keys displayed by Jiang Yao, and he exclaimed, "Goodness, it's the latest Audi A6, a model I've coveted for so long." Wang Zihao was equally astonished. Jiang is really showing off. Could it be that he purchased them himself? Purchased? Impossible. Where would he have acquired the funds? Jiang Yao had been renting a place not long ago. How could he possibly have the means to buy a house? Ma Ge nodded in agreement. Indeed, it must be a gift from his parents. In recent years, the economic development in Chaoyang City has been rapid. Nearby, new residential complexes and commercial streets are being planned, and the surrounding environment continues to improve, leading to a swift increase in property prices. Presently, in the city, it is exceedingly challenging for one to purchase a home solely through personal effort. Most individuals must toil diligently to realize their dreams of owning a house and a car. Suddenly, Jiang Yao has joined the ranks of those who possess both. A tinge of melancholy settled over the group. Having not yet had breakfast, the three of them began to feel hungry. Qin Yuan's stomach rumbled. Shall we head to the cafeteria for breakfast? I am absolutely famished. Wang Zihao nodded in agreement. So am I. If I don't eat soon, I might faint. Ma Ge had no objections. The trio made their way to the cafeteria, where they ordered a selection of meat buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk. The enticing aroma of the meat buns stirred Wang Zihao's appetite. These buns are simply irresistible. I could devour 3 or 4 in one go. Qin Yuan and Ma Ge nodded in unison as they continued to enjoy their breakfast. As fate would have it, Gao Wenwen and her friend, Zheng Xiaowei, were seated nearby, also partaking of their morning meal. Alas, the chef's skills here are rather mediocre. The bun skin is so tough it hurts my teeth. Gao Wenwen lamented. If it weren't for the convenience of having breakfast in the cafeteria, I would not even bother. Zheng Xiaowei concurred. Indeed, this chef's culinary abilities are far inferior to your family's cook, Wenwen. Your cook skills are truly exceptional. I still reminisce about the meals after returning home from your place. Gao Wenwen and her companions' voices were somewhat loud, prompting Qin Yuan and the others to roll their eyes in unison. Wang Zihao sighed. What a coincidence. Why must we encounter Gao Wenwen again? Who knows? Let us just consider it our misfortune. Ignore them. Let's focus on our meal. As they sipped their soy milk, they overheard Gao Wenwen and her friend's conversation once more. Wenwen, has Su Ambo been in touch with you lately? Of course. With men, a little flattery goes a long way. I've taken the initiative to reach out to Su Ambo these past few days to clarify things. Once his anger subsided, we reconciled quite swiftly. Ambo even mentioned buying me a bag as an apology for misunderstanding me. At this, Gao Wenwen chuckled, covering her mouth. Zheng Xiaowei couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Wenwen, you're truly impressive. You two made up so quickly. After this incident, Su Ambo would undoubtedly be devoted to you. Breaking up with Jiang Yao is indeed a blessing. He pales in comparison to Su Ambo. Just look at Su Ambo. Not only is he the campus heartthrob, but he also hails from a wealthy family. Having such a boyfriend certainly elevates one's status. Gao Wenwen smiled with satisfaction. Of course. My taste in boyfriends has always been impeccable. Gao Wenwen and Zheng Xiaowei spoke loudly, their conversation clearly audible to Qin Yuan and his companions. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan and his friends could no longer remain seated. Qin Yuan put down his soy milk and turned around, saying, Gao Wenwen, how can you speak ill of others so loudly? Are you afraid we won't hear you? Wang Zihao also looked furious. Exactly. How can you say my brother is inferior to Su Ambo? You truly have your eyes in the wrong place. Gao Wenwen and Jiang Shaowei's expressions changed. They did not expect their words to be overheard by Jiang Yao's roommates. Gao Wenwen snorted coldly. "You are a friend with Jiang Yao, of course you would defend him. So what if we say Jiang Yao is not as good as Su Anbua? A bunch of impoverished fools. No wonder none of you have ever dated anyone. Jiang Yao is slightly better off. At least he is handsome and comes from a decent background, but he still cannot compare to Su Anbua." Chen Yuan was infuriated. "You're talking nonsense. Jiang Yao is currently winning at life. Not only has he married the campus beauty, but he also has a car and a house. Do you even know who his wife is? 1,000 times more beautiful than you." Wang Zihao chimed in. "Exactly. You can't even hold a candle to her." Emaga interjected. "Yang Sueki is Jiang Yao's girlfriend. In the campus beauty rankings, you lost to Yang Sueki. Are you even close to her beauty? You're just a plastic surgery face." Gao Wenwen was furious. She had indeed undergone cosmetic surgery, but only a minor adjustment to her nose. The rest was all natural. "Stop calling me a plastic surgery face," she shouted. "When I was with Jiang Yao, Yang Sueki didn't even exist yet. How could she possibly be with Jiang Yao? It's laughable." Zhang Xiaowei agreed. "Right? I know about Yang Sueki. She is indeed very beautiful. But Yang Sueki and Jiang Yao are worlds apart. If you want to boast, at least make it plausible." Chen Yuan chuckled. "You know nothing, so don't speak out of turn. The campus beauty has already given birth to a daughter for Jiang Yao. Did you know that?" Wang Zihao grinned. "Being with the campus beauty is a dream come true for many. Besides, Jiang Yao and Yang Sueki even have a child." Maga looked enviously indeed. The campus beauty must be head over heels for Jiang Yao. Otherwise, why would she have a baby with him at such a young age? Gao Wenwen looked skeptical. "I don't believe it. Did Jiang Yao bribe you to sing his praises?" Zhang Xiaowei mocked. "Yeah, who would believe that Yang Sueki had a child with Jiang Yao? You guys are exaggerating." Gao Wenwen also found it hard to believe. Did Yang Sueki really fancy Jiang Yao's looks? That seemed impossible. Chen Yuan, amused, directly showed his phone to Gao Wenwen. "Here are the photos and videos of Yang Sueki and the baby. These are taken by Jiang Yao while at home, capturing various moments of Yang Sueki and the baby playing games and spending time together. Due to their sentimental value, Jiang Yao couldn't resist taking a few more." Gao Wenwen looked at the photos and videos with a look of skepticism. Could it really be true? Yet, Gao Wenwen had never heard Jiang Yao mention Yang Sueki. How could the two suddenly have a child together? Zhang Xiaowei interjected, questioning Jiang Yao's absence from the photos and videos. The subsequent image featured Jiang Yao holding the child, accompanied by a young woman. She donned loose-fitting long sleeves and pants, topped with a hat, unmistakably attired for postpartum recovery. From the half-visible face, it was evident that the woman was exceptionally beautiful, radiating happiness in her eyes. Gao Wenwen had seen photos of Yang Sueki before. Indeed, this woman was her. But how could this be possible? Gao Wenwen found it hard to believe, as it was simply too astonishing. Zheng Xiaowei's heart skipped a beat. Could it truly be Yang Sueki? Chen Yuan snatched the phone, asserting, "Now do you believe it? Not every girl is like you." Wang Zihao clicked his tongue, remarking that some people simply lack discernment. Now Jiang had a campus beauty as his wife, along with a house and a car. Truly a winner in life. Ma Ge nodded in agreement, stating that the future would undoubtedly be prosperous for them. Chen Yuan stood up, suggesting they leave to avoid being influenced by certain individuals. Wang Zihao nodded vigorously, exaggerating. "Let us hurry, or we might attract misfortune." He was still contemplating securing a good job and earning a fortune after graduation. Ma Ge remained silent. Among the three, he was the most honest and least confrontational. "By the way, let us wish Gao Wenwen finds someone wealthier in the future." Wang Zihao chimed in. "Indeed, after all, Su Anbua isn't rich enough. There are wealthier prospects out there." They hoped Gao Wenwen would catch the eye of a wealthy man, allowing her to win his favor. With laughter, the trio playfully departed. Chapter 45. The projector arrives. Yang Sueki delivers a surprise Wenwen. Don't believe them. They might just be fabricating stories to provoke you. These few impoverished souls are merely trying to save face. Gao Wenwen shook her head, frowning. This could be true. The person in the photos is indeed Yang Sueki. Zheng Xiaowei's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. How could Yang Sweki possibly be with Jiang Yao and have a child with him? Gao Wenwen felt a tumult of emotions, uncertain and overwhelmed with a profound sense of defeat, as if someone had outpaced her. Zheng Xiaowei reassured her, "It's all right. Even if it's true, what does it matter? It only proves that Yang, the campus beauty, is foolish." Gao Wenwen nodded, finding some wisdom in her words. With Yang Sweki's stunning beauty, what kind of man could she not attract? Yet, she chose Jiang Yao, an even boar's child. There will come a day when Yang Sweki regrets her choice. Gao Wenwen, feeling disheartened by the commotion, lost her appetite for breakfast and decided to leave. Meanwhile, Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki had finished lunch and were taking a nap together. At 2 in the afternoon, the delivery man called Jiang Yao. "Hello. May I ask if you are Mr. Jiang Yao?" Jiang Yao replied softly, "Yes, I am Jiang Yao." "Who are you?" "I am the courier. The projector you purchased on the platform has arrived. Are you located at Building 18, Room 182? "Yes. I will deliver it to you in about 10 minutes. "All right. Thank you." 10 minutes later, Jiang Yao received the projector from the delivery man and walked to the entrance of the master bedroom. "Sweki, the projector has arrived." Young Sweki, who had been asleep, immediately awoke upon hearing the news. She opened the door and saw the projector in Jiang Yao's hands. Setting up the projector can be quite troublesome. How about we install it tomorrow?" Yang Sweki's joyful smile instantly faltered, as if doused with cold water, leaving her with no choice but to acquiesce. "All right then, we can wait until tomorrow. It will be quick." Despite her words, a hint of disappointment flickered in Yang Sweki's eyes, giving her a rather pitiable appearance. Jiang Yao's heart softened. "How about I help you install it now?" Yang Sweki's eyes lit up, but she stubbornly replied, "No need." Jiang Yao nodded, "Then we'll wait." Yang Sweki quickly interjected, "No need to wait until tomorrow. We can install it now." After saying this, she noticed Jiang Yao's mischievous smile and pouted. "Jiang Yao, are you teasing me on purpose? Why are you like this?" Jiang Yao chuckled, "No, I'm just going to get scissors to unpack the delivery." Inside the package was a manual, and the installation was relatively straightforward, though the calibration proved somewhat troublesome. After several failed attempts, Jiang Yao resorted to contacting customer service. The customer service representative offered to arrange an installation service at home, which Jiang Yao declined. Ultimately, the representative sent him an installation video. After some contemplation, Jiang Yao finally managed to set it up. Yang Sweki beamed with joy, exclaiming, "We can finally watch a movie. Would you like to watch the movie with me?" Jiang Yao nodded. "All right, let us watch together." It was a domestic romance film, lasting an hour and a half. As Jiang Yao watched, he felt something was missing. "Sweki, would you like some fruit? There are grapes and strawberries in the fridge. Which would you prefer?" "I would like strawberries," Yang Sweki replied, as she quite enjoyed them. Jiang Yao got up to fetch a box of strawberries from the fridge and wash them thoroughly. He presented a plate of clean strawberries to Yang Sweki, who noticed that they were quite large, filling her heart with sweetness. After a moment's thought, Jiang Yao cautioned, "Sweki, although the projector is less straining on the eyes compared to a television, we should not overindulge. We can only watch movies for a little over an hour each day. Too much can harm our eyesight." Yang Sweki, munching on a strawberry, smiled sweetly. "Okay, I understand." As Jiang Yao checked the time and began preparing dinner, Yang Sweki assisted him. After dinner, she approached Jiang Yao with a jewelry box, smiling at him. Curious, he asked, "What is this?" "This is a gift from my aunt. Open it and take a look." Upon opening the box, Jiang Yao was astonished to find a jade necklace. The piece, crafted from Hatian jade, boasted a pure color, rich green hue, and a glossy, smooth texture, exuding a warmth akin to that of jade itself. Jiang Yao couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "Beautiful." Under the illumination, the jade necklace shimmered magnificently. During this time, your mother has been exceptionally caring towards me. I reflected that elders generally favor such jade ornaments. Hence, I purchased one. Although Jiang Yao was not well versed in jewelry, he perceived the jade's color to be remarkably pure, suggesting it was quite valuable. "You should present it to my mother in person next time. I believe she will be quite delighted." Yang Sweki smiled sweetly and nodded. That evening, Jiang Yao called his mother. "What is it?" "I'm currently having dinner." "Mom, Sweki is preparing a surprise for you." "Oh, what sort of surprise?" Jiang Yao smiled mysteriously. "You will know when you arrive." Jiang's mother was perplexed. All right then, I shall visit you tomorrow to discuss the details of the little one's full month celebration. The next day, Jiang's mother arrived at the apartment Jiang Yao rented, cradling the little one. Upon seeing the baby, Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki exclaimed excitedly, "Little one, your parents have missed you so much. Mom, let's hold the baby. It has been several days since we last saw her." Jiang's mother smiled warmly. "Do not rush. Sweki, you hold her first." Yang Sweki embraced the little one, her face radiating maternal affection. "Little one, my dear daughter, did you miss your mother? Are you upset that I haven't seen you for a few days?" The baby opened her cherry-like mouth and smiled sweetly, her tiny hands clutching Yang Sweki's clothing. The little one was elated to be held by her mother. Jiang's mother reassured Yang Sweki, "The baby is very well behaved and understanding. She will not hold it against you." With tears welling in her eyes, Yang Sweki nodded. Jiang Yao watched the little one with a heart full of emotion. It was only upon becoming a father that Jiang Yao comprehended that the most beautiful visage in the world was the smile of the little one. Her happiness brought joy to him as well. Suddenly, Jiang Yao recalled something and smiled mysteriously. "By the way, Mom, Sweki has something for you." Seeing her son's enigmatic grin, Jiang's mother grew increasingly curious. "Sweki, what is it you wish to discuss with me?" Yang Sweki, realizing the moment, retrieved a jewelry box from the bedroom. "Auntie, this is for you. I hope you will like it." Jiang's mother was taken aback as she accepted the jewelry box and opened it, exclaiming, "Wow, this jade necklace is stunning." Noticing her aunt's delight, Yang Sweki beamed with joy. "Auntie, try it on. This necklace is rather long, so it should fit you beautifully." Jiang's mother had a slender and elegant neck, and the pearl necklace she wore had clearly been cherished for many years. "It looks wonderful." Jiang's mother admired it from various angles, thoroughly satisfied. The jade necklace was indeed exquisite. While Jiang's mother had encountered jewelry before, there was no woman who could resist such beauty. The jade that Yang Sweki gifted, with its pure hue, radiated brilliance under the lights, incomparable to artificial jade. "Auntie, this is a gift for you." Jiang's mother shook her head, removing the necklace and returning it to Yang Sweki. "This necklace is far too precious. It would be inconvenient for me to wear it to the company, and what if it were to get damaged or lost? That would be such a pity. Sweki, I appreciate your kind intentions, but please take it back." Yang Sweki, however, insisted on gifting it to Jiang's mother. "Auntie, please accept it. If you like to wear it, you can. If not, you may simply keep it aside. I will buy you more in the future. This is my heartfelt intention." Jiang's mother shook her head. "No, you should keep it. It doesn't suit me." Observing their playful banter, Jiang Yao interjected, "Mom, this is Sweki's goodwill. You should accept it." Yang Sweki chimed in, "Yes, Auntie, please don't be polite with me." After a moment of hesitation, Jiang's mother accepted the jewelry box, saying, "Thank you, Sweki," having held the little girl for a while. Yang Sweki felt her arms growing weary. Noticing this, Jiang Yao gently took the child from her embrace and suddenly observed that a bump had formed at the vaccination site on the little girl. "What is this?" Jiang Yao was about to call the doctor when Jiang's mother quickly explained, "This is a normal reaction after vaccination. It indicates success. In about 4 weeks, it will develop into a blister that will eventually rupture, and after 10 weeks, it will start to scab, leaving a faintly red scar. You had this as a child too. Just look at your own arm, Jiang Yao." Jiang Yao glanced at the small scar on his arm and suddenly understood. In his moment of anxiety, he had overlooked this detail. Yang Sweki remarked, "The little one will form a blister in due time. We must be cautious." Jiang Yao nodded in agreement. Indeed, the weather is getting increasingly hot. With the rising temperatures, it became unbearable to go without air conditioning. Jiang Yao brought out the prepared meal, suggesting, "Let us sit down to eat." After they finished their meal, they were all drenched in sweat, especially Yang Sweki, who found it even more inconvenient to tend to the little girl in such discomfort. During this time, Yang Sweki felt an itch at her abdominal incision, exacerbated by the sweat. She longed to scratch it but restrained herself, which only intensified her discomfort. Jiang's mother advised, "Sweki, you must promptly wipe away sweat from the scar area. Also, be mindful of your clothing. It should not be too tight to avoid irritating the skin." Jiang Yao added, "Sweki, try to limit your baths and hair washing. If it becomes unbearable, you can use warm water to sponge off your body. All right, I will change into another outfit. Yang Suiki replied. After wiping her body and donning a loose garment, she felt considerably refreshed. Jiang Yao tossed her discarded clothes into the washing machine, and Yang Sueki lay on the bed, exclaiming, "Wow, I feel so much better now." At times, Yang Sueki exhibited a rather childlike demeanor. Fearing the little girl might be hot, Jiang Yao held her close and fanned her gently. "Mom, after you finish eating, you should take a nap. We can discuss any matters later in the afternoon." Jiang's mother yawned. "Very well, I will rest in the guest room." "All right, Mom, you go sleep. I will return to my room for a nap." Fortuitously, Jiang Yao had prepared a crib in advance. He gently placed the sleeping little girl into the crib and then closed his eyes for a short rest. Chapter 47. Capturing the little girl's first-month photo after their nap. Zhang's mother informed Jiang Yao. "Sister Zhang had to return home due to family matters. And I have been quite busy lately, so you two will look after the little girl for now." Jiang Yao nodded, his face alight with joy. After a moment of contemplation, Mother Jiang specially reminded, "As we approach the heat of summer, do be mindful to reduce your consumption of spicy foods, lest you suffer from overheating. Also, little one has yet to drink formula. Ensure she is sufficiently hydrated, and remember to apply talcum powder after her bath." Mother Jiang meticulously conveyed every thought that crossed her mind to Jiang Yao. The celebration for the baby's full moon can be held before the actual date. Your father and I have already discussed a suitable day. However, we have not yet determined the venue. Just as Jiang Yao was about to respond, Mother Jiang continued, "Let us host it here, as we have more relatives and friends in this area, making travel more convenient. I will send you the guest list for the full moon celebration. Please find a nice hotel and make the reservation. You may also invite your classmates and friends. The more, the merrier." Jiang Yao nodded, pondering whether they should capture a full moon photo of the little one. Mother Jiang smiled and nodded. "Of course we must. Here is the contact information for the photography studio I obtained from a friend. Please take the little one there at your convenience." Jiang Yao accepted the business card, which contained the studio's phone number and address. "Well, it's getting late, so I shall return home now," Mother Jiang concluded before driving away. In the living room, Jiang Yao gazed at the business card and made a phone call. "Hello, is this the Angel Shadow Children's Photography Studio?" "Yes, how may I assist you?" "We wish to have a set of full moon photos taken for our baby. What packages do you offer?" "Sir, we recommend visiting our studio for a detailed consultation. It's difficult to convey everything over the phone." "All right, we will come by shortly." "Certainly." After hanging up, Jiang Yao noticed that Yang Sueki had just woken up. "Sueki, we need to arrange the full moon celebration for our little one, and I've already contacted a baby photography studio. Please change your outfit and join me." "Okay, just give me a moment." Yang Sueki turned to her bedroom to change. After a while, Yang Sueki emerged in a lovely pink dress, her hair casually styled, exuding a refined elegance. Around 3 in the afternoon, they arrived at the photography studio, with Jiang Yao cradling the little one and Yang Sueki following closely. Resembling a blissful family of 3, the staff greeted them warmly upon their arrival, with a male and a female attendant. The male engaged Jiang Yao in conversation, while the female chatted with Yang Sueki about the baby, showering little one with compliments. Although the baby had been quite slender at birth, she had since been nourished into a plump cherub. With the striking looks of both Jiang Yao and Yang Sueki, their little one was undeniably adorable. As they spoke, the male staff member presented a collection of framed newborn photographs. Jiang Yao and Yang Sueki perused the images, marveling at the baby's remarkable transformation from a tiny, monkey-like infant to a chubby, delightful little one. The pace of her growth was truly astonishing. "We offer several packages for full moon photography. There's one for $666, another for $888, one for $999, and finally, a premium option for $1388. Here lies a collection of albums featuring the enchanting full moon babies, captured by our esteemed photographer. You both may wish to peruse these delightful images before considering a similar session for your little one." Upon hearing the price, Jiang Yao deemed it quite reasonable. As he opened the album, each adorable cherub melted their hearts, and both Jiang Yao and Yang Sueki could hardly contain their eagerness to have a set of photographs taken of their darling daughter. The results of their little one's photo shoot would undoubtedly be irresistibly charming. Ultimately, Jiang Yao selected a package priced at $13.88, which included a complimentary hairbrush made from the baby's first strands of hair. He inquired, "When can we commence the shoot?" The response was immediate. "We can begin right away. We have already contacted the staff, who have selected outfits and set up the backdrop." The studio team worked harmoniously, ensuring that everything was in place without requiring any effort from Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki. Shortly, the staff delivered the clothing for inspection. Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki meticulously examined the garments for quality, concerned that they might irritate their baby or provoke an allergic reaction due to inferior materials. Rest assured, these items have been sterilized at high temperatures, and the materials are completely safe for your little one, they were assured. You can feel the softness of the fabric. It won't harm your baby's delicate skin. With this reassurance, Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki felt at ease. Once everything was arranged, the staff invited Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki to dress their daughter. The first ensemble featured their little girl in a white lace dress adorned with a pair of white feathered wings, set against a backdrop of a serene blue sky dotted with fluffy clouds. Sitting on the ground, her tiny feet playfully positioned with Cupid's arrow, the photographer clicked away, capturing the moment while the staff assisted in arranging the poses. This scene was swiftly completed, and they moved on to the next set. In the following setup, their little one sat upon a plush mat, her head adorned with a pink bow, holding a vibrant red apple prop. She was exceptionally cooperative, radiating cuteness, while the staff continuously praised her for being well-behaved and composed. The next scene involved her sitting amidst petals, crowned with a floral wreath. Midway through, she grew hungry, prompting Yang Sweki to take her to another room for a feeding. After tending to their daughter, Jiang Yao noted that it was getting late, and they should have dinner. The staff cheerfully suggested, "You may step out to dine, and we can resume shooting afterward." Jiang Yao nodded and took Yang Sweki and their daughter out for a meal. Upon their return, they continued the photo shoot, with Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki joining in for several family portraits. Their collective beauty was striking and elicited envy from onlookers. As the evening progressed, their little girl became more animated, yawning, pouting, and grinning, all of which the photographer eagerly captured with rapid clicks of the shutter. After the session concluded, Jiang Yao changed their daughter's diaper. Once everything was taken care of, Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki joyfully sat at the computer, selecting photos for their collection. "Could we obtain a copy of these negatives?" they inquired. "Of course," was the reassuring reply. The two individuals faced a delightful dilemma while selecting photographs, each image of the adorable little girl eliciting a sense of endearment that made their decision arduous. "This photograph is absolutely charming. Let us choose this one," one of them exclaimed. "Goodness, this little girl's smile is so heartwarming. We must select this. Look, this photograph is also quite lovely." After an extended deliberation, the staff recommended a promotional offer to them. "If you book our 100-day photo session, we can provide you with several picture frames, perfect for displaying in your bedroom or living room." Although this promotion was indeed a marketing tactic, the staff's service and expertise were commendable. Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki were thoroughly pleased with the photographer's skills and ultimately booked the 100-day session, placing a deposit. Having selected their photographs, Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki took a taxi home with their little girl. Upon returning, Yang Sweki leaned back on the sofa, squinting her eyes. "Let us rest for a while. I would like to take a stroll this evening." It had been quite some time since Yang Sweki had ventured outside, and she yearned for a shopping outing. "All right, then we shall take the baby stroller and go out together this evening." Yang Sweki, however, did not respond. She had already fallen asleep. Jiang Yao soon followed suit in slumber. The room was exceptionally tranquil, with everyone in deep sleep. Upon waking, Jiang Yao noticed the time and gently roused Yang Sweki for their evening walk. Yang Sweki yawned and rose from the sofa. "By the way, the doctor mentioned that after your confinement, you should visit the hospital for a checkup." Yang Sweki bowed, recalling that the doctor had indeed advised them to bring the baby for a health examination. Consequently, they resolved to visit the hospital early the following day. Jiang Yao pushed the stroller as they took the elevator down to explore the vicinity of their community. Chapter 48, Lost in the Neighborhood. "Classmate, are you really together having a baby?" After wandering around a nearby mall, Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki concluded that there was little to see and decided it would be more enjoyable to return home to relax and use their phones. With their hands laden with numerous purchases, Jiang Yao thought he should remember the way back, but to his dismay, he realized he had forgotten. Yang Sweki followed Jiang Yao closely, but also could not recall the route. Oh no, we are truly lost. Wait, is this building 16? Shouldn't it be building 18? Building 18 might be ahead. The two excitedly navigated around a corner, only to find, oh, it's building 20. Jiang Yao took out his phone to access the navigation app, but the map failed to specify the exact locations of the buildings. Disheartened, he sighed, let us search around. Perhaps we can ask someone for directions. Fortunately, at this hour, many individuals were returning home from work. Yang Sweki noticed a girl walking ahead and hurried to inquire about directions. Excuse me, do you know where building 18 is? The girl turned, her eyes widening in excitement as she asked, are you Yang Sweki? Although Yang Sweki did not recognize her, she greeted her politely. Who are you? I am a second-year student from the broadcasting department at Jing University. It's normal if you don't know me, but I certainly know you. The girl held a cup of iced coffee, making Yang Sweki feel a twinge of envy. It turns out you're a classmate. We seem to have lost our way. Do you know how to get to building 18? I am aware of its location. Please follow me, and I shall guide you. Thank you so much. Please wait a moment while I call someone over. As Jiang Yao pushed the stroller alongside Yang Sweki and approached the girl, she stood there, utterly astonished, as if struck by a bolt from the blue. After a brief moment of silence, the girl could not help but inquire, Goddess, are you truly together? Yang Sweki, reluctant to respond since they were merely strangers, nodded slightly out of politeness. People outside claim that you already have a child. Is the little one in the stroller yours? Noticing the girl's evident curiosity, Yang Sweki replied coolly, yes, this is our child. Her tone was frosty, maintaining an air of detachment. To outsiders, she was the aloof campus beauty, her emotions concealed. In truth, Yang Sweki only displayed enthusiasm for matters that piqued her interest, remaining indifferent to the mundane. Jiang Yao, listening beside her, felt perplexed. Why are some individuals so nosy? Why not focus on their own lives instead of prying into others' affairs? Nevertheless, Jiang Yao did not forget to address the matter of directions, gently asking, Miss, could you kindly lead us to building 18? The girl snapped back to reality. I apologize. I will take you there right away. Sipping her coffee, she scrutinized Yang Sweki and Jiang Yao with a careful gaze. The campus beauty indeed retained her slender figure even after childbirth. Jiang Yao, however, appeared significantly more handsome than the rumors suggested, exuding a fresh and sunny aura. Just then, Yang Sweki halted and expressed, Thank you. We've arrived, so we shall take our leave. The girl quickly apologized. I'm sorry if my earlier questions were too forward. Yang Sweki shook her head. It's quite all right. The girl waved goodbye, goddess. And to you, God. Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki smiled and nodded, bidding farewell in return. Upon returning home, Jiang Yao placed the vegetables and fruits he had in the refrigerator. Sweki, are you hungry? Would you like a midnight snack? Yang Sweki, nursing their little girl, felt a sweet warmth in her heart at Jiang Yao's concern. I'm indeed a bit hungry after our outing. Could you please prepare some noodles for me? After a while of bustling in the kitchen, Jiang Yao emerged with a bowl of tomato and egg noodles. These noodles smelled delightful, Yang Sweki exclaimed, salivating at the aroma as she picked up her chopsticks to indulge. Wow, you've truly outdone yourself with these noodles. I could eat 2 bowls. Jiang Yao watched her with amusement. Little glutton, do take your time. Don't burn yourself. He too took a bite of the noodles and found the flavor quite satisfying. Yang Sweki devoured 2 bowls of noodles along with a generous serving of vegetables. Once finished, she reclined on the sofa, a look of contentment gracing her face, yet a hint of worry lingered. I have gained 10 pounds since giving birth. Do you think I look fat, Jiang Yao? Jiang Yao assessed her with a glance. Not at all. You look just right. You were too skinny before. It's better for girls to have a little meat on their bones. It enhances their beauty. Yang Sweki blinked her eyes and asked, Is what you said true? Do you think I have overeaten? Jiang Yao shook his head, responding, You are still nursing. Consuming a bit more is entirely natural. Besides, if you're dissatisfied with your figure, you can always consider dieting after you finish nursing the baby. Regardless of whether you feel you are overweight, I find you quite lovely as you are, so do not burden yourself with psychological pressure. Upon hearing this, Yang Sweki's mood brightened considerably. Then I shall wait until I finish nursing to think about dieting. There's indeed no need for it at present. Jiang Yao perceived that modern girls set their standards too high, believing they must appear as slender as a reed to be deemed attractive. In truth, from a boy's perspective, a bit of softness on a girl signifies health. At least one need not worry about fainting during a date. As Jiang Yao tidied up the dishes in the kitchen, Yang Sweki peeked through the kitchen door, looking rather pitiful. Jiang Yao, do we have anything at home that can aid digestion? After washing the dishes, Jiang Yao inquired. Are you feeling uncomfortable from overeating? Yang Sweki, slightly embarrassed, blushed and replied, my stomach feels bloated, yet I cannot relieve it. Jiang Yao found it amusing. Next time, eat a little less. I will help you look for some digestive tablets in the bedroom. Yang Sweki pouted her lips, feeling aggrieved. It's not my fault. Your cooking is simply too delicious, which is why I ate so much. Jiang Yao couldn't help but chuckle at how she managed to place the blame on herself. It seems we have run out. I'll go downstairs to the store and buy some for you. All right, please remember to get the sweet digestive tablets. I don't want the bitter ones. Understood. Just wait here. As soon as Jiang Yao stepped out, Yang Sweki lay back on the sofa, unable to stifle her laughter. Jiang Yao treated her quite well. His expression, a blend of exasperation and affection, made her heart feel as though it were bathed in honey, overflowing with sweetness. When Jiang Yao returned with the digestive tablets, he found Yang Sweki reclining on the sofa, gently massaging her stomach. You're back. Yes. Here are the sweet digestive tablets you requested. The next morning at 9 o'clock, Yang Sweki went to the hospital for a checkup on an empty stomach. Jiang Yao placed their little girl in a car seat designed for safety. After ensuring everything was in order, he drove to the hospital, arriving after 30 minutes. They arrived relatively early, and after registering for both Yang Sweki and their daughter, they waited for their turn. When it was Yang Sweki's turn, the doctor issued a series of tests, including blood work and other examinations. They proceeded to queue for the tests and to collect the report. The little girl underwent standard checks, such as weight and height assessments, to ensure she met the required standards. After the little girl completed her examination, Yang Sweki was still in line waiting for hers. Little one, have you finished your checkup? Jiang Yao nodded, holding their daughter as they waited outside the ultrasound room alongside Yang Sweki. The purpose of this examination was primarily to assess Yang Sweki's physical condition following her postpartum recovery, to determine if she had returned to her pre-pregnancy state. A multitude of individuals flocked to the clinic, casting curious glances at the strikingly attractive couple, Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki. Particularly, the adorable little girl drew envious admiration from those nearby. On the walls outside the clinic, numerous colorful ultrasound images of babies were displayed. Yang Sweki expressed her desire to see the ultrasound images of their little girl. Jiang Yao, where have you placed the ultrasound photos of our daughter? Jiang Yao responded, they are in the drawer of our bedroom. If you wish to see them, I can retrieve them for you when we return. When it was Yang Sweki's turn for the examination, she emerged after a brief interval, holding her report. Jiang Yao escorted her to the obstetrics office within the hospital. Dr. Liu? Dr. Liu was engrossed in writing medical records at his computer and looked up upon hearing their voices. Oh, it seems your wife has been eating well during her confinement. She appears to have gained some weight. During their time in the obstetrics ward, it was common knowledge among the doctors that Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki were a notably youthful couple who had welcomed a child, distinguished not only by their age, but also by their remarkable good looks. Dr. Liu, here's my report. Could you please take a look? After reviewing the report, Dr. Liu smiled and said, your recovery is progressing quite well, but be sure to continue taking care of yourself at home. Avoid foods that you should not consume. Pay close attention to your wound. Refrain from letting it come into contact with water frequently to prevent inflammation. You may apply iodine when necessary to aid in disinfection. Additionally, you should avoid lifting heavy objects for the time being. Allow your husband to carry the baby more often, and you can feed her while lying down. Once you have fully recovered, your relatives will come to visit. Yang Sweki and Jiang Yao breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that everything was normal. They had arrived at the hospital at 9:30, and now it was already 11:30. Yang Sweki's stomach growled with hunger. Jiang Yao took her to the hospital cafeteria for breakfast. The cafeteria staff remembered Jiang Yao and greeted him warmly, saying, "Is this lovely lady your wife? She is stunningly beautiful. You are quite fortunate." Jiang Yao's handsome appearance made him memorable, and as a university student and devoted father, he was hard to forget. After their meal, they prepared to head home. The sun blazed overhead, and the heat was intense. Jiang Yao and Yang Sueki hurriedly took their little girl back home to avoid sunburn. Upon returning, both appeared fatigued. Just as Jiang Yao settled down, he realized he had yet to prepare lunch and promptly rose to head to the kitchen. For lunch, he quickly sought at a couple of dishes, and soon the meal was ready. "Wow, Jiang Yao, your cooking has become quite delectable," Yang Sueki exclaimed. Jiang Yao chuckled in response. "Perhaps it's due to the frequency with which I've been cooking that my culinary skills have improved." Yang Sueki nodded, acknowledging the possibility. "But you also possess a natural talent. I can manage simple porridge, but anything more complex is beyond my abilities." Jiang Yao cautioned her, "Be careful not to overeat, or you may need digestive tablets again." Yang Sueki sighed in resignation. "It's not that I want to eat so much. It's just that your cooking is too delicious." Jiang Yao chuckled. "Am I to blame for your overeating?" Yang Sueki raised the corners of her mouth, playfully retorting, "Indeed, it is your fault. If your cooking weren't so delectable, I wouldn't have indulged." Jiang Yao responded, "However, your praise for my culinary skills suggests that I could earn a fortune should I open a restaurant. I would be grateful for your generous promotion." "Thank you, but I have no intention of starting a restaurant," he replied. "Oh, what a pity. Fear not. I shall prepare meals solely for you in the future, excluding everyone else." Upon saying this, Jiang Yao gazed at Yang Sueki with a radiant smile, causing her to shy away, unable to meet his eyes. After their meal, Yang Sueki felt slightly overstuffed, though thankfully not uncomfortable. "I shall take a stroll indoors. It will aid in digestion," she declared. Upon finishing his tidying in the kitchen, Jiang Yao entered the living room, where he found Yang Sueki swaying gently as she walked. "How are you feeling? Any discomfort?" he inquired. Yang Sueki shook her head. "I'm fine. My stomach feels all right now." Jiang Yao settled on the sofa to rest when suddenly a photo arrived from his mother. It depicted the guest list for the upcoming celebration of the baby's first month, numbering around 20 to 30 people, sufficient for 3 or 4 tables. With the guest count in hand, Jiang Yao called to reserve a hotel venue, where the cost for a set menu was 200 yuan. "Hello, do you provide any special services for the baby celebration?" he asked. "Indeed, we do. Please follow our arrangements," the hotel staff replied. "Excellent. I will accept your friend request, and we can communicate any further details there." Jiang Yao promptly accepted the friend request, sending over a selection of carefully chosen artistic photographs of the baby. Yang Sueki gazed at the slumbering infant with a blissful expression. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was her dear friend Tang Qingwei. "Hello, yeah, what do you need? Is it a crime to seek your company? Why haven't you responded to my messages on WeChat?" Yang Sueki opened the app and realized Tang Qingwei had sent numerous messages, which she had missed due to her infrequent use of WeChat. "My apologies. I haven't been checking WeChat lately, so I didn't see your messages." "All right, I forgive you. What are you up to, my little fairy? Why have you been distant? It's been ages, and I miss you dearly. I've booked my flight and will come to visit you soon. I hope you'll welcome me." Yang Sueki replied cheerfully, "If you miss me, you are more than welcome to visit." Surprised by Yang Sueki's enthusiastic consent, Tang Qingwei readily agreed. "Great. If all goes as planned, I shall arrive tomorrow. However, you need to pick me up. I'll find my way to you. Please send me the exact location." Yang Sueki sent her the details, and Tang Qingwei, having achieved her goal, promptly ended the call. Yang Sueki Siget. Chapter 50. Tears of Joy. "The baby and I will stand by you for a lifetime." After hanging up the phone, Yang Sueki turned to Jiang Yao and remarked, "I have a close friend coming to the full moon celebration, and my parents are unable to attend this time." Jiang Yao nodded in acknowledgement, responding with a simple okay. He observed Yang Sueki, who was frowning at the baby with an expression of concern, making it difficult for her to focus. With a smile, Yang Sueki inquired, "What are you looking at?" Jiang Yao earnestly answered, "Because you are beautiful." Yang Sueki beamed sweetly, engaging in mutual flattery. "You are quite handsome yourself." Jiang Yao was well aware of this, as many had complimented him similarly. However, hearing it from Yang Sweki stirred an unusual feeling within him. After a prolonged silence, Yang Sweki busied herself with the baby's clothing while Jiang Yao assisted her. He hesitated several times before Yang Sweki finally said, "Jiang Yao, if you have something to say, please do." Gathering his courage, Jiang Yao proposed, "Let us go buy wedding rings tomorrow." Yang Sweki was taken aback and blurted out, "Why do we need to buy wedding rings?" Jiang Yao's expression shifted slightly as he replied, "We've already registered our marriage. Do you not want to?" Yang Sweki quickly clarified, "No, I do want to. I was just curious about why you suddenly brought up the rings, but I would have mentioned it too." Jiang Yao was relieved, having feared that she was unwilling, and smiled. "Then let us set out early tomorrow to purchase the wedding rings." Yang Sweki's cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness as she playfully replied, "All right, I will follow your lead." That night, both Yang Sweki and Jiang Yao experienced sleeplessness. In the dim light, they lay facing each other and simultaneously spoke, "I, you." Their synchronicity made Jiang Yao chuckle. "Sweki, you go first." After a brief pause, Yang Sweki pondered and asked, "Could you share some details about your relatives? I would like to understand more before the celebration." Jiang Yao began recounting, "My father, Jiang Fu, has an older brother. The two brothers, due to differing personalities, ceased to communicate after my grandmother's passing. A few years ago, they would still exchange a few calls during holidays, but that has dwindled to nothing. About a year ago, my father had a car accident, which prompted them to reconnect. My uncle even covered my father's medical expenses, which surprised us. Subsequently, they resumed contact and their relationship improved somewhat. My uncle is also a businessman and has been doing quite well. He and my aunt had a son and a daughter. However, my aunt passed away from illness during my middle school years. Afterward, my uncle became withdrawn and less communicative." Yang Sweki recalled that their names did not appear on the invitation list. "On my mother's side, there is an aunt and an uncle. My mother is the youngest. My grandmother often said that my mother was quite beautiful and attracted many suitors, yet she ultimately chose my father. My aunt married outside the family and maintains a good relationship with my mother, but my uncle's relationship with us is strained. My uncle and aunt recently informed my mother that they would not be able to attend and promised to send a gift later." Yang Sweki let out a soft sigh. "Is your grandfather still with us?" Jiang Yao replied, "After my grandmother passed away, my grandfather's health declined due to his old age. My mother has been caring for him alone, but it has been overwhelming. Later, my father also assisted in looking after him. Yet my grandfather still departed during my high school years. Both my grandparents cherished me deeply. When my grandfather left, I accompanied him on his final journey. In my childhood, I often promised my grandfather that I would earn a fortune and buy a grand house for him, but he did not live to see me grow up." Jiang Yao felt a profound sadness. His grandparents had showered him with love. Whatever he desired, they would procure for him, even when his parents disapproved of certain treats. His grandparents would discreetly indulge him. In his final moments, his grandfather, lying on his sickbed, grasped Jiang Yao's hand, though his eyes had dulled with age. He spoke with deliberate tenderness. "Little Jiang Yao, I must depart now. I will watch over you and ensure your health, my dear grandson. Always listen to your parents and be a dutiful and considerate child. I am reluctant to leave you." Though his grandfather could barely muster the strength to speak. Upon seeing his beloved grandson, he seemed to regain a flicker of vitality. Jiang Yao vividly recalled the sudden passing of his grandmother, who left without a final word. He imagined her love for him mirrored that of his grandfather's, filled with gentle admonitions. Such is the heart of a devoted parent. Jiang Yao's maternal grandparents had passed away long before he entered elementary school, and his memories of them were faint. If he had any recollection, it was of his grandmother serving him chicken soup while he mischievously refused to drink it, watching her stoop to coax him repeatedly. For reasons unknown, that memory has lingered with him. The image of his grandmother remains etched in his mind. Yang Sweki, noticing Jiang Yao's distress, took his hand and reassured him. "Though your grandparents have departed, their love will always accompany you. I, along with our child, will be by your side for a lifetime." In the night, Yang Sweki's eyes sparkled, reminiscent of a vast sea of stars and a radiant sky. Jiang Yao smiled back, his thoughts drifting to Yang Sweki and their little one. his heart softening. He now had a family, a lifelong partner, and children bound by blood. Yang Sweki leaned in, embracing him gently, and whispered, "If you're feeling sorrowful, it's all right to cry. I won't laugh at you." Jiang Yao replied somewhat sulkily, "Sweki, why do you think I would cry? I'm far too mature and composed for that." Yang Sweki softly reassured him, "Your expression was quite sorrowful just now. You must be feeling very sad." That night, their hearts drew closer, becoming more familiar with one another. Chapter 51. Time to buy wedding rings. Nearby the community, on the first floor of a shopping mall, there was a jewelry store. Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki entered, where a lovely jewelry saleswoman greeted them with a smile. "Are you here to purchase wedding rings? This way, please." When the beautiful sales associate spotted Jiang Yao pushing a stroller, she paused for a moment, exclaiming, "What an adorable little baby." While many young couples frequented the jewelry store to purchase rings, it was indeed rare to see a young couple accompanied by their child. The charming sales associate inquired of Jiang Yao, "Do you have any specific preferences regarding the price range and style of wedding rings?" Jiang Yao smiled and replied, "I'm not very knowledgeable about rings. I primarily want to see what my wife likes." Yang Sweki beamed sweetly. "Do you have any rings that we could look at? I would like to understand our options." The jewelry consultant nodded and presented several wedding bands for their selection. Yang Sweki examined the rings meticulously, considering both style and price. Hoping to find a perfect pair, "Could you please bring me that pair of silver wedding bands?" she requested. "Madam, this design is elegantly simple, perfectly suited for hands like yours," the sales associate remarked. Yang Sweki tried it on, and the ring added a stunning brilliance to her delicate fingers. Yet, she wasn't entirely satisfied and continued her search. Suddenly, she spotted a pair of understated yet exquisite rings, engraved with a few letters. "Jiang Yao, come take a look at this. What do you think of these rings? I find this pair quite appealing and convenient for everyday wear. Let me try it on for you." Jiang Yao also admired this particular design, appreciating its grandeur. Yang Sweki tried it on herself and felt pleased, though she thought the fit was slightly snug. "Is it possible to exchange this for a larger size?" she inquired. The sales associate responded with a smile. "This is a size 11 ring. I can fetch you a size 12, which should fit you perfectly." Yang Sweki nodded. "All right, how much is this ring set?" 9,999. "A symbolic price for a love that endures," the associate replied. Yang Sweki frowned. "This set is a bit pricey." Jiang Yao stepped forward, taking her hand. "It's all right. We will only marry once in this lifetime, so let us embrace the expense." Yang Sweki acquiesced. "Very well. I trust your judgment. May I ask if you will be paying by card or mobile payment?" The associate inquired. "By card, please. Thank you for your patronage. Wishing you everlasting unity and a harmonious union for 100 years." As they exited the jewelry store, Yang Sweki gazed absently at the bustling street corner. Jiang Yao smiled at her, calling out, "Wife." Startled, Yang Sweki blushed and replied shyly, "Husband." Jiang Yao said, "In the years to come, I look forward to your guidance." Yang Sweki's exquisite features lit up with a bright smile. "In the years to come, I look forward to your guidance as well. Let us head home and buy some groceries. Today we shall feast. Whatever you desire, I will prepare for you. Anything is fine, as long as you are the one cooking." While waiting at the traffic light, Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki discussed their menu. Meanwhile, in a nearby taxi, two beautiful girls noticed Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki crossing the street. One of them exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, when one look." Those two are Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki, and he is pushing a stroller. "Quick, look." Gao Wenwen, who had been chatting on her phone, was startled by her friend's outburst. Zheng Xiaowei, feeling exhilarated, urged, "Look, it's really Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki. Having watched it several times, I am absolutely certain." Gao Wenwen paused for a moment and leaned forward to take a look. At that instant, the green light illuminated the scene. One vehicle veered right while another went straight ahead. Gao Wenwen immediately spotted Jiang Yao pushing a stroller, accompanied by a girl, though she had not yet discerned her identity. Zheng Xiaowei widened her eyes. "Did you see that? That girl is Yang Sweki. It is indeed her, and she is so stunning that it is hard to mistake her." Hearing her friend's unwavering certainty, Gao Wenwen asked, "Are you sure you saw correctly?" Zheng Xiaowei nodded vigorously. "It's definitely Yang Sweki, I did not make a mistake. A pang of unease gripped Gao Wenwen, her expression darkening. We should follow them to see. Let it go, Wenwen. Jiang Yao and the others have already gone far. Besides, running around in this scorching heat is not worthwhile. Reluctantly, Gao Wenwen acquiesced. Very well then. Don't be upset, Wenwen. In time, they will surely part ways. Gao Wenwen remained skeptical. How can you be so sure? Zheng Xiaowei replied assuredly. Think about it, Wenwen. Both Jiang Yao and Yang Sueki are still quite young. Their relationship is likely just a fleeting impulse. Given some time, should they encounter better suitors, they will undoubtedly break up. Upon hearing her friend's words, Gao Wenwen felt somewhat reassured. Well, let us hasten to the restaurant for a meal. This heat is unbearable. My makeup is about to melt off, and I must retouch it upon arrival. Once home, Jiang Yao entered the kitchen to prepare a feast. Yang Sueki lay in a bedroom, enjoying the air conditioning, uncertain if she had walked too much, as her thighs felt sore. It would be best to rest a little longer, and she would feel better soon. If not for Tang Xingyue's phone call, Yang Sueki might have drifted off to sleep. Little Fairy Sueki, I am currently in your neighborhood. Where is Building 18? I have been searching for half the day without success. Your community resembles a maze, and I feel as though I might faint from the heat. Tang Xingyue assumed that Yang Sueki's neighborhood would be similar to her own, yet after a prolonged search, she still could not locate Building 18. Moreover, she wanted to ask someone for directions, but waited a long time before encountering an elderly lady. The lady was somewhat hard of hearing, and Tang Xingyue patiently repeated, Grandma, where is Building 18? The elderly lady could not hear clearly, and in exasperation, Tang Xingyue had no choice but to call Yang Sueki. Little Fairy Sueki, please come and fetch me. I am about to faint from the heat, even while holding an umbrella. Yang Sueki felt much better and replied, All right, wait for me. I will come downstairs to find you immediately. Tang Xingyue smiled faintly. Okay, hurry and come. With this, Tang Xingyue's irritation lessened. Although she had not found Building 18 after searching for so long, she felt a bit happier. Yang Sueki descended the stairs, scanning for Tang Xingyue's figure. At last, she spotted her. Yeah, turn around now, and you will see me. Tang Xingyue, skeptical, responded. So soon? Sueki, do not deceive me. I'm turning around now. Yes. Wow. Sueki, my darling, you truly came. With that, Tang Xingyue joyfully dashed towards Yang Sueki. Yang Sueki glanced at Tang Xingyue and pondered. My dear Ye, it seems rather unseemly for you to be empty-handed. Would you care to visit the fruit shop and procure some fruit? Tang Xingyue replied with a smile. What fruit would you like? Yang Sueki chuckled lightly. Just purchase a splendid fruit basket. It should contain an assortment of fruits. Tang Xingyue responded with an acknowledgement. Shall I accompany you to the store? Tang Xingyue shook her head. No need, just wait for me here. I noticed a fruit shop at the entrance of your community, and I shall return shortly. Once Tang Xingyue had ventured far, Yang Sueki dialed a number. Jiang Yao, my dear friend, will be visiting us shortly. So do remember to prepare a bit more food. Jiang Yao replied. All right, we have plenty of ingredients at home. She then asked, should I tidy up the guest room and prepare some toiletries? Yang Sueki smiled gently. No need. Ye will not be staying with us. She has booked a hotel. Jiang Yao acquiesced. Understood. I will follow your lead. By the way, we have registered our marriage. May I suggest a change in our address? Perhaps, wife? Yang Sueki's heart skipped a beat as she touched the ring on her finger, blushing as she replied, Husband. Chapter 52. You are truly secretly having children, startling everyone. Yang Sueki had purchased some invisible nails for a photo wall online and was just notified of their arrival. Observing the scorching sun outside, she thought to ask Tang Xingyue to pick up a package as well. She called Tang Xingyue. Yeah, are you out buying fruit? Tang Xingyue's tone was devoid of emotion. Yes, what's up? Today, the temperature soared close to 35 degrees, and under the midday sun, she had walked for several minutes in high heels to reach the fruit shop. Tang Xingyue feared she might lose her composure and scream in frustration. Alas, what karma have I accumulated to be bound to Yang Sueki as a close friend? She lamented internally. By the way, I have a package that has arrived. Could you please collect it from the Jiangnan Mansion's delivery station? I have already sent you the pickup code. Thank you. After the call ended, Tang Xingyue sighed deeply. In her past life, What sins had she committed to become such close friends with Yang Sweki? With one hand holding an umbrella and the other carrying the fruit basket, Tang Qingwei walked gracefully beneath the blazing sun. Upon arriving at the delivery station, she announced her pickup code, 24105. The shopkeeper assessed her, though her sunglasses obscured her features. Her poise and figure clearly marked her as a stunning beauty. The shopkeeper handed her the package and inquired, "You are Schwerer, correct?" Tang Qingwen nodded, gritting her teeth. "Indeed, that is me." She tucked the package under her arm and proceeded into the Jiangnan mansion complex. Yang Sweki stood in the corridor, momentarily lost in thought as she spotted a figure approaching. Squinting, she discerned that it was Tang Qingwei. Yang Sweki sent a message, "Continue walking. I am the corridor to your left." Following the directions, Tang Qingwei finally located Yang Sweki. Yang Sweki took her package without any intention of assisting her with her burdens. At the moment they entered the elevator, Tang Qingwei gritted her teeth. "Sweki, you are truly my dearest friend." Yang Sweki smiled and replied, "Do maintain a pleasant demeanor moving forward." Tang Qingwei chuckled softly. "Yang Sweki, you truly seek my assistance." As the elevator doors opened, she heard a voice and turned to see a tall, handsome man standing at the entrance, arms crossed in a welcoming stance. "Darling, is this your close friend?" he inquired. "Yes, this is my best friend, Tang Qingwei, and this is Jiang Yao." Yang Sweki felt a touch of shyness in front of her friend and refrained from calling him husband. The man exuded an aura of a reliable family man, radiating charm with every gesture. Tang Qingwei noted the term darling, interpreting it merely as a term of endearment within their budding romance. She found Jiang Yao to be quite pleasing, handsome, culinary adept, and seemingly trustworthy. Yang Sweki's complexion now glowed, her figure having taken on a more rounded shape. Perhaps this transformation was the result of the nurturing care from this young man. Tang Qingwei, a quintessential beauty with long hair, a tall stature, and exquisite features, lacked the striking allure that Yang Sweki possessed. Furthermore, Tang Qingwei's figure was somewhat flat, though her flair for fashion concealed this flaw. Jiang Yao nodded slightly. "Hello." Tang Qingwei raised an eyebrow. "Greetings, I am Tang Qingwei." She presented a fruit basket to Jiang Yao, saying, "I brought you some fruit. I hope you don't mind." With a smile, he replied, "Thank you, please come in." Suddenly remembering that he had fish simmering on the stove, he hurried back to the kitchen. "Darling, I must return to the kitchen now." "Go ahead, you've worked hard." Tang Qingwei pouted. "Sweki, why don't you say that to me?" Yang Sweki, seeing that Tang Qingwei had not entered, ventured inside, reminding her, "Don't forget to close the door." As Tang Qingwei entered the house, she was greeted by the rich aroma of cooked food and the sight of a luxuriously decorated home. She slipped off her high heels and changed into a fresh pair of women's slippers, placing the fruit basket on the coffee table in the living room. Yang Sweki was busy unboxing a delivery when Tang Qingwei plopped down on the sofa. "This place is quite lovely. Did you both rent it together? Or is this his property?" Noticing the ring on Yang Sweki's finger, her eyes lit up with curiosity. "You two have quite the sense of ritual, wearing rings while dating. And he even calls you darling. Are you inviting me here to indulge in dog food? Tell me about him. How did you meet? How long have you been together? How many family members are there? Hey, I'm talking to you, so please stop unboxing." She added, "By the way, is he an only child? What is his family like?" Yang Sweki paused, looking at Tang Qingwei. "Come, let me show you a treasure." Tang Qingwei's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh my, you have a treasure at home. What is it? Show me." Following Yang Sweki to the master bedroom, she stood in front of a crib, gazing in awe. Tang Qingwei incredulously asked, Is this your family's treasure?" Yang Sweki beamed with pride. "Of course. This is an irreplaceable treasure." Still in shock, Tang Qingwei wondered aloud, where on earth did this come from? Yang Sweki, now speechless, thought, isn't the answer glaringly obvious? Could it be that the little darling emerged from stone? In the next moment, Tang Qingwei suddenly exclaimed in shock, "My heavens! Could it be that this child is yours? Have you both become parents?" Upon noticing the evident fright in the little girl, Yang Sweki felt a pang of sympathy. "Could you lower your voice a bit? There's a child present." Regaining her composure, Tang Qingwei responded, "All right, I'll speak more softly. During your time away, Were you giving birth? Yang Sweki nodded and then proceeded to check the little girl's diaper, sensing an unpleasant odor. At this point, Tang Qingwei found herself at a loss for words, her expression a mixture of emotions. You truly gave birth quietly and startled everyone. Tang Qingwei felt compelled to remind her dear friend of certain matters, just as she was about to inquire about the details. She noticed Yang Sweki was sniffing the air around the baby. What are you doing? Yang Sweki, with a serious expression, urged Tang Qingwei. Take a deep breath and see what scent lingers in the air. Tang Qingwei, still bewildered, complied, and then remarked, It seems there's an unpleasant odor. Yang Sweki nodded in affirmation, certain that the little girl had indeed soiled her diaper. However, the baby surprisingly did not cry at all. In the next instant, the little girl began to squirm and whimper. Yang Sweki requested Tang Qingwei's assistance. Yeah, please go to the bathroom. There's a pink basin in there. Could you bring me a bowl of clean, warm water? There's also a small towel on the hook. Please grab that as well. Realizing what was needed, Tang Qingwei responded, Okay, I'll be right back. Beside the crib, there was a changing table equipped with diapers, wet wipes, and other baby supplies. Yang Sweki laid down a changing mat on the table, gently placing the little girl onto it while unfastening the sides of the diaper. Chapter 53. This dog food is smacking me in the face as Tang Qingwei emerged from the bathroom, holding the basin. She was momentarily taken aback by the scene before her. Yang Sweki was inspecting the soiled diaper, sniffing it for any signs of trouble. Suddenly, it dawned on Tang Qingwei. No wonder Yang Sweki had asked her to smell it. It was essential to check if the baby's bowel movement was normal and to rule out any signs of diarrhea. Yang Sweki casually handed the soiled diaper to Tang Qingwei, taking the basin to clean the little girl's bottom. Tang Qingwei nearly shrieked, feeling as though she was holding a ticking time bomb, anxiously searching for a trash can. Where's the trash can? I'm about to lose it. Where is it? Yang Sweki couldn't help but laugh at her exaggerated reaction. The trash can is right at your feet. Upon closer inspection, Tang Qingwei indeed spotted the trash can. Disposing of the diaper, she hurried to the bathroom to wash her hands, exclaiming, Yang Sweki, you did that on purpose. Meanwhile, Yang Sweki skillfully changed the little girl's diaper. Come help me, she called out. No, you know how I get a headache when the baby cries. Yang Sweki see get. I had a cesarean section, and my wound hasn't healed yet. Please lend me a hand. As Tang Qingwei hesitated, she noticed Yang Sweki reclining on the bed, a supportive pillow behind her, and curiously inquired, What are you doing? I'm feeding the baby. Could you help me take care of the baby for a moment? Tang Qingwei remarked with a slight smirk. Well, in light of your request, I shall assist you. As she maneuvered around, she fumbled, unsure of how to hold the little one. Is this how it's done? After stabilizing the baby's body, Yang Sweki began to feed him. Dan Qingwei, what's it? Her mouth watering with envy, exclaiming, Sweki, your baby is truly fortunate, never lacking nourishment from the very start. Yang Sweki shot her a glance, replying, Your future child will be equally blessed, having a nurturing mother like you from the outset. Tang Qingwei's expression darkened. That was indeed a sensitive topic for her. The little one looked adorable while drinking milk, her tiny feet twirling about. Her small hands waved in the air, as if expressing immense joy in the act. Tang Qingwei's heart softened. After all, who could resist the charm of an adorable little angel? Sweki, what is truly going on between you two? Yang Sweki recounted the entire saga to Tang Qingwei. Your story resembles that of a romantic film, full of twists and turns. At this moment, I find myself at a loss for words. Tang Qingwei's demeanor suddenly shifted to one of seriousness. Did you marry him because of the child? Or is it because you love him as well? Yang Sweki candidly replied, It's a bit of both. Initially, I did marry him to provide a complete family for our baby. However, throughout our time together, I have realized he has matured significantly. He has become a man worthy of lifelong commitment. Moreover, our breakup was not due to a lack of love, but rather our immaturity. I am grateful to fate for allowing us to reunite. I am truly happy now. Tang Qingwei couldn't help but caution, but you have just reconciled. It may be premature to draw conclusions. Yang Sweki understood her friend's concern. Time reveals a person's true character, and she was well aware of Jiang Yao's nature. Indeed, but I believe he is the one I have been searching for. You often ask me what kind of boy I liked, and it was only later that I realized he embodies those qualities. Being with him fills my days with happiness. Tang Qingyue felt a pang of sweetness. Sweki, I know you are steadfast in your feelings for him, and no matter what anyone says, your resolve remains unshaken. I sincerely hope your choice is the right one. Should he ever wrong you in the future, I will stand by your side. Yang Sweki was touched. I thought you would continually advise me otherwise. Tang Qingyue chuckled. Well, you two have already welcomed a child and obtained a marriage certificate. What more can I say? I can only wish you happiness. Besides, you asked me to come here to witness your joy, didn't you? I am no fool. I am quite astute after all. Yang Suiki smiled. We're doing quite well now, and I believe our future will only improve. Seeing her friend completely enveloped in bliss, Tang Qingyue refrained from uttering any discouraging words. So, do your parents support your marriage? Yang Sweki nodded. My parents are quite pleased with him, especially since his mother is truly kind. The absence of a mother-in-law conflict has certainly eased my mother's worries. Tang Qingyue smiled and said, That's wonderful. Your uncle and aunt have high hopes for you both. Now I feel much more at ease, as your parents have already vetted him. It indicates that the young man is indeed quite remarkable. As long as you are happy, that is all that matters. In the kitchen, Jiang Yao prepared several more dishes. After arranging them beautifully, he noticed that Yang Sweki and the others had yet to emerge. He pondered what secret conversation they might be having, lingering for so long without coming out. He knocked on the door, calling out, Dinner's ready. If you don't come out soon, the food will get cold. The door opened to reveal Tang Qingyue, who informed him, Sweki is busy feeding the baby. We'll come out for dinner shortly. Jiang Yao stepped inside and saw that the little girl had almost finished eating. So he took out a new nursing pad to replace the used one. He skillfully lifted the baby to burp her. Jiang Yao, the baby's nails need trimming. She hasn't had her nails cut since she was born, Tang Qingyue remarked. Jiang Yao replied, I'll buy a set of tools for the baby later and help her with it whenever I can. Each time the little one burped, Jiang Yao would make a point to call Dr. Liu. How was the baby with feeding? Quite well. She has a strong appetite, and her bowel movements are regular. You must ensure the child stays warm and cover her with a small blanket while she sleeps. If the baby has no gastrointestinal issues and is doing well, it indicates she might be overfed. The little girl always drank her milk heartily, having developed a fondness for food from an early age. As Jiang Yao continued to burp her, he said to his wife, You and your friend should go ahead and eat. Yang Sweki smiled. I'll wait for you. Let's eat together. She then went to the restroom to wash her hands and change her clothes. Tang Qingyue exclaimed, Is she not very hungry right now? Besides, she is still a guest. Once Yang Sweki was changed and Jiang Yao had finished his tasks, he sat down and began serving dishes and soup for his wife. I wasn't sure what you liked, so I made lighter dishes since Sweki is currently feeding the baby. Tang Qingyue glanced at the array of colorful and aromatic dishes, feeling a sense of satisfaction towards Jiang Yao. Yang Sweki, beaming with pride, said, Of course, Jiang Yao's culinary skills are on par with any professional chef. Tang Qingyue rolled her eyes in mock sarcasm, retorting, Yes, I usually don't have discerning tastes. Yang Sweki quipped, Now that she has a husband, she has forgotten her friends. Chapter 54. Spreading Love, Time to Give a Gift. Tang Qingyue sampled one of Jiang Yao's dishes, her eyes lighting up. This is delicious. You've cooked it splendidly. Yang Sweki beamed with pride. Naturally, Jiang Yao's cooking is as good as any chef's. Tang Qingyue shifted her body, wishing to avoid Yang Sweki's showy demeanor. Yang Sweki served her more food, perhaps believing that Tang Qingyue had not had her fill. You must try this lobster. It's truly delicious, come on. She insisted. And this cucumber salad is refreshingly sweet for summer. You must have some. This is Jiang Yao's specialty. I've placed some in your bowl. You simply must try it. Despite Yang Sweki's affectionate gestures, Tang Qingyue preferred to decline. Sweki, I can serve myself. No need to help. Tang Qingyue, in her pursuit to wear exquisite summer attire, has been diligently consuming low-fat meals and frequenting the gym. After enduring considerable effort and perspiration to shed a few pounds, she is resolute in her desire not to regain the weight. Alas, the dish before her is irresistibly delicious. Upon finishing her meal, a wave of regret washes over her. Reflecting on her struggles to lose that single pound, which demanded relentless dedication and tireless work at the gym, she feels that this meal has undermined her recent efforts. Tears threaten to spill as she contemplates her predicament. Tomorrow marks the month-long celebration for Xiao Wanwan, and as a member of her maternal family, one must dress appropriately and elegantly. Tang Qingwei acknowledges this and observes Yang Sweki strolling in the living room, joining her discreetly. "Should I prepare a red envelope for your precious daughter?" she inquires. "Of course. Otherwise, why would I have summoned you? It's all about the contribution you bring." "Replies Yang Sweki. How could you say such a thing? Where's your conscience?" Tang Qingwei retorts. "Contribute generously, and I shall help save for Xiao Wanwan later." "What amount do you think is appropriate?" Yang Suiki prompts. "You should contribute 2888, Tang Qingwei suggests. "Very well, I shall consider it." As Jiang Yao emerges from the kitchen, he spots the two ladies walking in the living room. During lunchtime, Yang Sueki, feeling drowsy, mentions her desire for a nap. "What about you? Will you return to the hotel for rest?" Tang Qingwei glances at the blazing sun outside. "I think I shall take a nap in your guest room." Yang Sueki gestures towards the living room sofa. "Or perhaps you could rest on the sofa here." Tang Qingwei again chides Yang Sueki for her lack of compassion, yet ultimately follows her to the master bedroom for rest. "How wonderful! You seem much more cheerful than before. I can truly sense your happiness." Yang Sueki beams. "I once believed that marriage would confine me, but now I see it differently. It truly depends on the person you marry and the life you lead." Tang Qingwei feels genuine joy for Yang Sueki. "Do share who will be attending the month-long celebration and what your husband's family is like." In the afternoon, Jiang Yao busies himself in the kitchen preparing dinner. Tang Qingwei insists on making her own meal to adhere to her diet. Yang Sueki, Enagit Inursing, feels justified in indulging herself daily. Regardless of what Jiang Yao prepares, she will partake, intending to diet once nursing concludes. For dinner, Tang Qingwei crafts a fruit salad and a low-fat meal consisting of chicken breast, steamed broccoli, a few tomatoes, half an egg white, and a touch of purple rice. Proud of her culinary creation, she soon finds herself disheartened by the sumptuous dinner Jiang Yao and Yang Sueki are enjoying. Her own meager low-fat meals seem inadequate in comparison. "May I sample a bite to test the flavor?" she asks. "Let me try a bite as well. If it's palatable, I shall indulge further." Ultimately, Tang Qingwei fails to uphold her dieting resolve, as the aroma of the dishes is too alluring to resist. After the meal, she is left reflecting on her choices. Filled with regret. "Why didn't you stop me a bit more? I've eaten so much today, I might end up gaining weight again," Yang Sueki said, her expression one of exasperation. "I did try to intervene, but you just kept eating. What can I do?" Tang Qingwei rolled her eyes. "You call that intervention?" As the clock approached 6 in the evening, the sky remained bright. Typically, at this hour, they would take their little girl for a stroll around the neighborhood. The baby stroller was equipped with a mosquito net, keeping the pesky insects at bay. Tang Qingwei changed into a different outfit, donned a hat, and slipped in her high heels to accompany them downstairs. The area below was bustling with people out for their evening walks, and they occasionally exchanged greetings with acquaintances. "You all continue your stroll. I'll head back to the hotel," Tang Qingwei waved. She intended to stop by a nearby bank to withdraw some cash for a red envelope for the baby tomorrow. The two meandered leisurely around the community, circling it several times and spending over half an hour walking. Yang Sueki held a fan, occasionally fanning Jiang Yao and then the little girl. The mosquitoes were particularly bothersome that evening. She had spotted several flitting about. Jiang Yao, clad in long sleeves and pants, remained unbothered by them, while Yang Sueki seemed to attract the insects easily. "Here, take this fan. You can fan yourself. Let's head to the little supermarket up ahead to buy some mosquito repellent and essential oil." Yang Sueki had not anticipated the sheer number of mosquitoes that evening. Dressed in long sleeves and shorts, she found them relentlessly targeting her legs. Upon entering the supermarket, the scent of mosquito repellent was overwhelming. "Forget it. Let's not buy the repellent or essential oil. It might irritate the baby," she concluded. "I was thinking the same," Jiang Yao replied. "Boss, I like to buy a bottle of 10 drops." In the supermarket, Jiang Yao gestured for Yang Sweki to take a seat on a nearby chair. He produced a small bottle of 10 drops and applied it to the areas where she had been bitten. These mosquitoes are fierce. The swelling is quite pronounced. How does it feel now? Yang Sweki smiled sweetly. The effects should be quite good. My mother used to add 10 drops to my bathwater when I was a child. It helps with rashes and eczema, and is also effective against mosquitoes. Jiang Yao nodded. Let us see if it still itches. If not, we can apply some iodine or something when we get back. After walking a short distance, Yang Sweki realized the itching had subsided. Indeed, it works quite well. The weather had turned muggy after several cooler days, leading her to suspect rain was on the horizon. Hearing Jiang Yao's remark, she checked the weather forecast, which confirmed that rain was expected the following day. That night, the rain began to pour unexpectedly in the middle of the night. The next morning, after breakfast, Jiang Yao started to pack the baby supplies. He placed diapers, talcum powder, and spare clothes into a backpack. The car also contained extra diapers, just in case. It was essential to have plenty on hand, as babies could quickly go through them. Just then, Zhang's mother called. Jiang Yao, our relatives and friends should arrive around 11 o'clock. Let's meet at that hotel, shall we? Jiang Yao nodded. All right, Mom. We're just about to head out. I'll call as soon as we leave to have him start preparing the food. Zhang's mother, this arrangement is quite splendid. When the time comes, we will be able to indulge directly in the feast. The heavens have been gracious. It rained last night, and today is overcast. The coolness of this cloudy weather, coupled with the gentle breeze, creates a most pleasant ambience. Chapter 55. The lively full moon feast commences. Jiang Yao was busy organizing items while Yang Sweki was selecting an appropriate outfit, aiming to leave a favorable impression. As she was still nursing, she ultimately chose a delicate pink chiffon blouse paired with wide-leg blue jeans, complemented by a pair of simple ballet flats. Yang Sweki had contemplated purchasing pregnancy-safe cosmetics, yet for the sake of her baby's health, she decided against it. Thus, she opted for a bare face with merely a light application of eyebrow pencil and lipstick. It is indeed remarkable. Many expectant mothers experience dull, yellowish skin, and some even develop blemishes. However, Yang Sweki's complexion appeared even more radiant than before her pregnancy, requiring only a touch of hydration to maintain its luster. Her current state could only be described as extraordinary, with a rosy, glowing visage and smooth, refined skin. Satisfied with her reflection, Yang Sweki twirled before the mirror. Aside from her figure being slightly rounder, she noticed little change. After finishing her preparations, she called Tang Qingwei. Yeah, are you ready? Let's head to the hotel together. Tang Qingwei was at her vanity, applying makeup. I'll be ready shortly. I'll wait for you at the hotel entrance. All right. Jiang Yao glunged at Yang Sweki, complimenting her. You look stunning today. Despite her minimal effort, she appeared truly captivating. Blushing at the praise, Yang Sweki smiled. Thank you. Let's set off. At the hotel entrance, Tang Qingwei looked exquisitely fashionable, holding a beautifully wrapped gift bag. Jiang Yao's car was parked by the roadside, and Yang Sweki called out, "Get in." After Tang Qingwei settled into the car, Yang Sweki caught a whiff of her fragrance and remarked, "Yeah, I didn't expect you to forego your usual perfume. This one is subtle, so it won't affect the baby." Tang Qingwei replied proudly, "Of course. I did my homework in advance." She handed the bag to Yang Sweki, saying, "Take a look." Yang Sweki opened the bag to find a medium-sized box inside. Upon opening it, she discovered stacks of money, approximately 100,000. Wow, why so much? Tang Qingwei smiled. As your dearest friend and your child's future godmother, it's only fitting to present a token of greeting. Deeply touched, Yang Sweki expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Meanwhile, Jiang Yao remained focused on driving, oblivious to their conversation. Upon reaching their destination, Jiang Yao parked the car at the entrance. He exited and retrieved the baby stroller from the trunk, gently lifting the little one from her safety seat. In addition to this, he also carried a backpack. Jiang Yao had reserved a spacious private room to ensure greater convenience for their gathering. Tang Qingwei, in her high heels, followed behind. Removing her headphones and tossing her long hair as she inquired of the staff, "Excuse me, could you please direct me to the restroom?" "Certainly. Just proceed straight ahead and take a right at the corner," came the reply. "Sweki, I will step out for a moment," she said. "I shall return shortly." Yang Sueki quickly reminded her not to confuse the doorplate of their private room. Jiang Yao parked the stroller in a corner of the room. The baby girl had already awakened, and Yang Sueki went over to nurse her. Noticing the time nearing 11 o'clock, Jiang Yao dialed his mother. "Mom, are you almost here?" "We're on our way and should arrive in about 20 minutes, she responded. "All right, please hurry." After finishing in the restroom, Tang Qingwei entered the private room, selecting a seat tucked in the corner. "Has everyone else not arrived yet?" she asked. Jiang Yao replied, "They should be here in about 20 minutes. Would you like something to drink in the meantime?" Tang Qingwei shook her head. "No, thank you. If I drink water now, I won't be able to eat later." She had already resolved to indulge a bit more, as it was Yang Sueki's baby's full moon banquet. To refuse to eat would be rather disrespectful to Yang Sueki. Thus, Tang Qingwei reluctantly decided to temporarily set aside her dieting plans. Jiang Yao glanced at Yang Sueki, who was still nursing the baby. "Sueki, why don't you sit tight? I'll check at the entrance to see if Mom and the others have arrived." Just then, Chen Yuan and his companions arrived, bumping into Jiang Yao at the door. "Brother Jiang, which private room are you in?" "8 Directions of Wealth." Subsequently, Chen Yuan took the liberty of slipping 3 red envelopes into Jiang Yao's pocket. "This is a small token for the baby. Please don't think it's too little." Jiang Yao accepted without hesitation. "Thanks. You all go ahead and sit inside. I'll wait here for my mother." Once inside the private room, Chen Yuan and his companions were greeted not only by the stunningly beautiful Yang Sueki, but also by another exquisitely attractive lady. Yang Sueki stepped forward to introduce. "This is my best friend, Tang Qingwei." "Yeah, these are Jiang Yao's good friends, Chen Yuan, Wang Ziheo, and Brother Ma." Yang Sueki possessed a breathtaking beauty, her features impeccably striking. While Tang Qingwei may not have been as stunning, she was nonetheless a great beauty in her own right, characterized by her unique phoenix eyes. Tang Qingwei greeted them with a smile. "Hello." Chen Yuan responded warmly. "Hello, beautiful." Wang Ziheo and Brother Ma followed suit, though they were somewhat reserved, mindful of her close relationship with Yang Sueki. Chen Yuan, feeling familiar, asked, "Are you from around here?" Tang Qingwei shook her head. "No, I'm from the city. I'm here to attend the baby's full moon banquet." Chen Yuan inquired further, "What year are you in college? Are you also a junior?" Tang Qingwei nodded, "Yes. I'm in my 3rd year, just like Sueki." Tang Qingwei appeared to be someone who had been cherished by her family since childhood, her demeanor exuding grace and individuality. It was evident that her family background was quite favorable. Meanwhile, Zhang's mother and father, along with some elder relatives who had a good relationship with Jiang Yao, had also arrived. It was the summer vacation for children, and some grandparents had brought their grandchildren along. Jiang Mu's complexion was somewhat pallid, a result of her recent preoccupations with the company's affairs, leading to fatigue. "You all may proceed inside. I wish to rest for a moment." Jiang Yao instructed the waiter to escort them to the private room while he tended to his mother. "Mother, what troubles you?" he inquired. "I'm merely a bit tired." "A brief respite will suffice," she replied. Today, Jiang Mu had adorned herself, donning a jade necklace gifted by Yang Sueki. She was already quite beautiful, and this slight embellishment accentuated her grace. After a few minutes of rest, Jiang Mu felt rejuvenated and was eager to meet her little granddaughter. With July upon them, many invited guests were still traveling from afar, prompting Jiang Mu to consider hosting another gathering when the little one reached 7 or 8 months old. Jiang Fu introduced Yang Sueki, explaining that those of the same age as Jiang Mu should be referred to as aunt, while those of Jiang Fu's age could be called uncle. "Old Jiang, your daughter-in-law is remarkably beautiful. Your son is indeed fortunate," they exclaimed. "Your daughter-in-law is young and has already blessed your family with children. She is surely a harbinger of prosperity. Perhaps she will bear you a son, completing the family circle. Your son and daughter-in-law are a pair of exceptional talents. Your granddaughter will undoubtedly inherit their beauty." Chapter 56. A joyous feast to celebrate Jiang Yao's new home guests gradually settled in, and the feast commenced. A projection screen hung in the private room, showcasing a slideshow of the little one's portrait photos accompanied by heartfelt wishes. The overall ambience was warm and inviting, adorned with colorful balloons and streamers that delighted the children in attendance. Yang Sueki smiled graciously, responding with polite smiles to the inquiries of the elders. Jiang Yao's parents were quite pleased with Yang Sweki's family background, remarking on their son's good fortune in marrying such a wonderful woman. During the meal, someone inquired about Yang Sweki's parents. My uncle and aunt have taken to traveling since their retirement. They are currently out of town, she explained. They wish to attend the celebration, but could not make it. Otherwise, they would have certainly come. As for me, I am in my 3rd year of university, the same age as Sweki, she added. At the dining table, Tang Qingyue assumed the role of Yang Sweki's family representative, warmly answering questions on her behalf, while Yang Sweki focused on her meal, careful not to indulge in overly spicy dishes. Jiang Yao and Jiang Mu, seated to her left and right, serve her with chopsticks, and Yang Sweki's face radiated satisfaction and happiness. During this period, Jiang Mu frequently called Jiang Yao to inquire about Yang Sweki's well-being and her care for the little one. Observing Yang Sweki's rosy complexion and vibrant health brought Jiang Mu great relief. "Auntie, don't just watch me. Please eat more," Yang Sweki urged. "Jan Muchakel, Sweki. Do you still call me aunt? Perhaps it is time for a change?" Yang Sweki paused, her cheeks flushed, and shyly addressed her as mother, which delighted Jiang Mu immensely. "Sweki, if you have felt wronged, your father and I will make it up to you later." The sweet and sour fish, a signature dish of the establishment, was exquisite, and Jiang Yao busily served Yang Sweki fish meat. One of the taller aunts playfully remarked, "Look how attentive Xiao Jiang is to his wife. He has been serving her throughout the meal, fearing she might go hungry." He then turned to Qin Yuan and the others, advising them to learn from Xiao Jiang. In their future romantic pursuits, they must treat their partners with gentleness and consideration. Most young women today seek a compassionate and understanding man. Thus, they should strive to be kind and should not delay in finding a girlfriend. At another table sat Tang Qingyue, Qin Yuan, Wang Zihao, Ma Gu, and several children. The 2 youngest, appearing around 6 or 7 years of age, were at the mischievous stage of childhood. They raced around the private room with balloons and streamers, frequently colliding with Tang Qingyue. Finally, unable to endure any longer, she grasped one child's wrist firmly. With a strained smile, she said, "Dear child, please sit down and enjoy your meal. Do not run about with the balloon. It would be unfortunate if you were to fall." The other child, frightened by Tang Qingyue, darted to his grandfather's side. The child at her grasp was also startled, but nodded obediently to escape her hold. Satisfied with her method of intimidation, Tang Qingyue turned back to her meal. However, within moments, the 2 children resumed their playful antics, leaving Tang Qingyue exasperated and at a loss. The adults accompanying the children seemed unable to control them, engrossed in their own meals. Qin Yuan, seated nearby, offered, "Would you like to switch seats with me?" His corner seat, backed by a cabinet filled with chopsticks and cups, rendered him impervious to the children's antics. Tang Qingyue nodded and stood up, expressing her gratitude. "All right. Thank you." Qin Yuan smiled, noting that it was typical for children of that age, particularly boys, to be rambunctious. One must simply exercise a bit more patience. As Tang Qingyue sipped her orange juice, she absent-mindedly nodded in agreement. At this point, most of the guests had nearly finished their meals, although some elders continued their discussions, necessitating a wait until their topics concluded before departing. "Xiao Jiang, where's the house your parents bought for you located? I heard from your father that it's beautifully decorated. Is it close to your home? If it's convenient, would you take us to see it? We simply wish to have a look, as we have nothing else to occupy our time." Aunt Gao chimed in. "Xiao Jiang's house is indeed quite lovely. You'll see for yourselves. We can go see it shortly." "Xiao Jiang, I will just sit and rest for a while before we head over this afternoon." Jiang Yao nodded. "All right. I too would like to see what kind of house my parents purchased for me." As the conversation progressed, it became evident that the meal was nearly concluded. Many tables still had untouched dishes, prompting Aunt Gao to inquire, "It would be a shame to waste all this food. Can we pack it to take home?" Zhang's mother nodded. "We should be able to take it home." "Waiter, can we pack these dishes?" The waiter replied, "Yes, you can pack them. Would you like me to fetch some takeout boxes?" Zhang's mother responded, "Yes, please bring us several takeout boxes." The waiter went to retrieve the boxes while Zhang's mother and Aunt Gao deliberated on what to pack for their journey home. The braised beef and the crab in red sauce were devoured rapidly, leaving no leftovers on the table. A tall aunt, clutching the takeout boxes, lamented that would be a shame to discard such delicious food. Taking it home for reheating was a testament to thriftiness, a virtue indeed. Upon reaching the parking lot, curiosity piqued as everyone gathered to behold the vehicle that Jiang Yao was driving. Wow, what a splendid car. There's ample space. It seemed that old son had purchased a similar model for his son, though the exact specifications remained unknown. Rumors suggested it cost over 100,000. Having a car certainly brings convenience, allowing one to reach destinations nearby with remarkable ease. Jiang Yao carefully placed the little girl into her infant car seat, drawing exclamations of wonder from the onlookers. Is this the type of seat specifically designed for children? It appeared that contemporary society thrived on innovation, constantly reinventing the ordinary. Indeed, modern life has become exceedingly convenient. Satisfied with their observations, the group expressed a desire to visit Jiang Yao's new home. Wang Zihao and another companion had to return to class that afternoon, and time was slipping away. Jiang, we must head back to school now. We'll visit again when we have time. They bid farewell to the adults and hailed a taxi back to campus. Upon arriving at the community, they boarded the elevator. The little girl began to fuss as they reached the elevator, likely indicating hunger after several hours without nourishment. Once at the new home, Zhang's mother instructed Jiang Yao to greet their guests while she assisted Sweki with the baby. This was Jiang Yao's first glimpse of his new abode, and he eagerly explored with the others. Everyone expressed satisfaction with the decor, praising Zhang's parents for their astute property choice. The guests envied Zhang's father, who had meticulously arranged all parental responsibilities, alleviating future concerns. This chandelier is splendidly radiant. And look at the floor tiles. They are easy to clean, aesthetically pleasing, and do not show dirt easily. Oh dear, who needs to clean floors anymore? Exclaimed one. Nowadays, young people opt for robotic vacuum cleaners that tirelessly circle the house, keeping the floors immaculate. The house boasted excellent lighting and comfort. Having graduated from middle school, Jiang Yao spent little time at home during high school or university. During high school, he was required to board, attending evening study sessions. Once in university, he returned home even less frequently, as the campus was not particularly close. Each summer and winter break, he would typically venture out with Chen Yuan and friends, leaving him with only faint recollections of nearby families. Jiang Yao prepared hot water for his guests. Xiao Jiang, there's no need for that. We aren't thirsty, one remarked. Indeed, it's unnecessary to trouble yourself. We'll be on our way shortly. Xiao Jiang, you've matured. Ensure you manage your future household well. In the master bedroom, Zhang's mother held the little girl, allowing young Sweki to nurse. Sweki, you're still too thin. You must eat well while nursing. Mother, I am aware. Jiang Yao has been diligent in ensuring I eat enough. That reassures me. If you need anything, just call upon Jiang Yao. He is still young and ought to contribute more. Zhang's mother spoke earnestly, and Yang Sweki nodded in agreement. Chapter 57. Counting red envelopes, Jiang Yao declared from now on, every penny I earn will be entrusted to you. As the clock struck 3 in the afternoon, it was time to depart. Zhang's mother, reluctant to part with her little granddaughter, repeatedly reminded them to take good care of her. Just before leaving, she suddenly recalled something and handed Yang Sweki a bag. This contains the red envelopes for my relatives and friends for the little one's full moon celebration. Please keep this money safe. Sweki, feel free to use some for yourself, but do not let Jiang Yao find out. At the doorway, Jiang Yao chuckled, Mom, you're speaking too loudly. I already know. Zhang's mother huffed, and what if you do? With a gentle gaze directed at Yang Sweki, she added, Sweki, we shall take our leave now. Make sure to rest well at home. Let Jiang Yao handle the heavy lifting. Take care of your health. Yang Sweki escorted them to the door before Zhang's mother urged her to return and rest. I will see my parents off and be back shortly. She replied with a nod. At this moment, Chen Yuan had already taken Zhang's father and others down in the elevator. Thanking you stood behind Yang Sweki, smiling, goodbye. Uncle and aunt, be careful on the road. Zhang's mother smiled slightly. All right, goodbye. Once Zhang's family departed, Tang Qingwei remarked, your mother-in-law seems quite fond of you, and your father-in-law appears amiable as well. It's clear they care about you. This reassured Tang Qingwei, alleviating her worries about her friend facing any hardships. Yang Suiki nodded. Yes, both my in-laws are quite good. She then inquired, by the way, what are your plans next? Tang Qingwei reluctantly replied, alas, I must return to school. I will visit you again when I have the time. She then smiled. I called you because I happen to be free these days. Yang Sueki looked at her. Please take good care of yourself, and let us stay in touch when possible. Tang Qingwei raised an eyebrow. Stay in touch when possible? Yang Sueki expressed her regret. I apologize for my previous actions. In truth, Tang Qingwei had long since let go of her anger upon learning that Yang Sueki had been busy with childbirth and caring for her baby during her absence. She even felt a pang of sympathy for Yang Sueki, considering it was her first experience as a mother and quite arduous. Since you've apologized, I shall begrudgingly accept it. Please take care of your health. After all, you still have a child to look after. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to share them with me. Having someone to care for you is always a good thing. Yang Sueki nodded, now content with her situation, wishing for her friend's happiness as well. You should find a boyfriend soon. I wish for your happiness too. Tang Qingwei shook her head vigorously. No, I'm quite happy being single right now. In the elevator, Zhang's mother praised her son for his commendable performance in taking care of Yang Sueki and the baby. Suddenly, with a mysterious smile, she handed Jiang Yao a computer bag. This bag contains something very important. Open it once you return home. What is it? He asked, bewildered. You'll find out when you return. Jiang Yao nodded, still perplexed. As they waited for a car at the community entrance, Jiang Yao watched them board before turning to head home. Chen Yuan approached with a grin. Jiang Ge, your wife's friend is quite beautiful. Jiang Yao cast a glance at him. Are you intending to pursue her? Chen Yuan chuckled at the remark. Indeed, I'm contemplating such a notion. I wish to give it a try. Although Chen Yuan appeared rather simple and honest, he occasionally displayed a surprising quickness of mind. At the very least, he was not one to hesitate when it came to pursuing what he desired. Regardless of the outcome, what mattered was the attempt. Jiang Yao smiled lightly. I cannot assist you in this matter. After all, if Yang Sueki were to find out, it might lead to misunderstandings. Chen Yuan grinned. I did not ask for your help. I merely wanted to share my thoughts with you. Jiang Yao was pleased to know that Chen Yuan understood his situation well. They had known each other the longest, and Chen Yuan comprehended Jiang Yao's temperament better than anyone. Upon returning to their new home, Tang Qingwei rose and said, You're back. I shall return to the hotel to sort out my belongings. Jiang Yao was in the midst of changing his shoes, while Chen Yuan remained still behind him. Why not stay a few more days? Tang Qingwei shook her head. No, I have some matters to attend on my end. I will come to visit you all when I have the time. She went to the master bedroom to bid farewell to the little girl. Godmother is leaving. I will come to play with you another day. When I do, I shall bring you new clothes and delicious treats. All right? The little girl's soft and adorable face lit up with a sweet smile, charmingly cute. Tang Qingwei could not resist the urge to pinch her little cheeks. Yang Sueki swatted her hand away. What are you doing? Tang Qingwei feigned innocence. I merely wish to touch the little girl's sweet face. She looks so adorable. Yang Sueki retorted, that is not just touching, it's pinching. Before leaving, Tang Qingwei had a private chat with Jiang Yao, urging him to treat Yang Sueki well and not to disappoint her. If you dare to bully Yang Sueki, I will break your legs with a stick. Sueki, I am leaving now. I have already warned Jiang Yao to treat you right. I doubt he will dare to mistreat you. Thank you. Please take care of yourself as well. Let us keep in touch often. Rest assured, I will reach out when I have the chance. Chen Yuan stood at the door. Allow me to escort you back to the hotel. In the presence of Yang Sueki and Jiang Yao, Tang Qingwei felt unable to refuse Chen Yuan. All right, thank you. As the door closed, Yang Sueki gazed at Tang Qingwei's departing figure from the balcony, feeling a slight ache in her heart. Jiang Yao approached her and embraced her. Do not be disheartened. Our little one and I will always be by your side. Soon after, Yang Sueki watched as Chen Yuan and Tang Qingwei gradually disappeared from view. She still held a bag given by Jiang's mother. This, you should take it. Jiang Yao shook his head. This is a gift from my mother to you. It rightfully belongs to you. Yang Sueki tilted her head. Is it truly for me? Jiang Yao chuckled. Of course it is truly yours. Not just this, but every penny I earn from now on, I will entrust to you. Yang Sueki felt a stirring in her heart, touched by his words. Are you serious? Jiang Yao countered. Indeed, why would I jest about such matters? Inside the bag were several red envelopes, each inscribed with an abbreviation of name. One envelope was particularly plump, lacking a name on the back, likely a gift from Jiang Yao's parents. Yang Sueki opened it to discover it contained 60,000. She glanced at Jiang Yao and remarked, Your parents have given you so much. Shouldn't you consider returning some of it? Jiang Yao paused for a moment before responding. There's no need for that. This money is a gesture of love from my parents. You should keep it. Yang Sueki nodded and continued to unwrap the red envelopes. All of these would eventually require reciprocation, with each envelope containing auspicious sums. 666 from the Tall Ants family and 999 from another. Altogether, the red envelopes amounted to over 9,000, and coupled with the 60,000, Jiang Yao suddenly remembered the red envelopes gifted by Chun Yuan and the others, which totaled 6,000. At that moment, Yang Sueki produced a medium-sized box, the red envelope from Tang Qingwei intended for little Wan. Upon opening it, Jiang Yao was greeted with bundles of cash, totaling 100,000. Goodness, your wife's friend is truly affluent. He mused. His wife, too, was well off. As Yang Sueki organized the money, she contemplated their plans. We should save this money for little Wan. It will serve as her educational fund. Jiang Yao nodded in agreement, expressing no objections. Chapter 58. Perhaps we should open a spicy hot pot restaurant upon returning to the apartment in Jiangnan Mansion. Jiang Yao set his alarm clock to wake up in an hour to prepare dinner. Just as he was about to lie down for a brief rest, he suddenly recalled the computer bag his mother had given him. With that thought, sleep eluded him, and he quietly rose to leave the room. Opening the computer bag, he discovered a folder inside. Upon inspecting its contents, he realized it contained various documents related to a shop. Unable to contain his excitement, he called his mother. Mom, why did you suddenly gift me a shop? His mother replied, You're already in your 3rd year, and it's time for you to start taking on some responsibilities. Your father and I have given you this small shop for your own good, to allow you to experience running a business. Your father and I were doing the same at your age. Hearing his parents' good intentions, Jiang Yao's initial excitement gradually settled. He smiled and nodded, All right then. Thank you and Dad. I will work hard. After hanging up, he found himself lost in thought, gazing at the shop documents in his hands. His mother had provided him with a 40-square-meter shop located on the renowned commercial street of Cultural Road, now popularly known as the Snack Street, bustling with various food vendors. It was not far from his current location. A 20-minute drive would take him there, situated just behind the school. Exiting the school's back gate and walking 3 blocks would lead him to that street, which thrived with business, with rental prices rising year by year. In the past, during holidays or weekends, the 4 of them would often visit that food street to eat, and when they were busy, they would simply order takeout. In summary, many students from the school had frequented that vibrant food street. Previously, Yang Sueki had jokingly remarked that with Jiang Yao's culinary skills, he could open a restaurant. Although he considered it before, now that he had this shop, everything was different. Calming himself, Jiang Yao decided to call Chun Yuan. Chun Yuan, what are you up to? Chun Yuan replied, I just dropped Tang Qingwei off at the airport and am walking out now. What's up, Jianggo? Is there something you need? Come over to my place. I have something important to discuss with you. Certainly. I shall take a cab to your location now. Please wait for me. Jiang Yao began preparing dinner, intending to visit the shops afterward to contemplate potential business ventures. When Chun Yuan arrived, Yang Sueki was still in slumber. Brother Jiang, what brings you to seek me? He inquired as he entered the kitchen, where Jiang Yao was diligently cooking. All right. In the kitchen, Jiang Yao expertly wielded the spatula. Suddenly, the entire pot ignited, causing Chun Yuan to leap back in alarm. Observing Jiang Yao's deft movements, Chun Yuan realized that the man before him was no longer the same Brother Jiang he once knew. His culinary skills had significantly improved, a transformation Chun Yuan had never witnessed before. Impressive, Brother Jiang. Your culinary prowess has truly flourished. Jiang Yao extinguished the flames and washed his hands while broaching a serious topic with Chun Yuan. Do you have any plans lately? Have you started seeking an internship? Chun Yuan sighed. I wish to find something, but thus far, I have not encountered a suitable position. Wang Zihao and Brother Ma have both secured internships and will soon commence work. Watching them brimming with enthusiasm, I can't help but feel envious, unlike myself, who spends my days indulging in sleep and gaming. If Wang Zihao and Brother Ma were to overhear this, they would surely consider Chen Yuan's words pretentious and feel inclined to confront him. Actually, Jiang Yao continued, I've been contemplating starting a business. However, as you know, my current responsibilities with the children and household leave me little time. Hence, I seek a partner, and since you have some free time, would you care to join me? Chen Yuan's eyes lit up, and he nodded eagerly. Absolutely. I had also considered venturing into a small business, but the heat is unbearable, and working alone lacks excitement. Jiang Yao smiled. What kind of business did you have in mind? Chen Yuan chuckled. I thought about purchasing a cart to sell 4-fruit soup or fooding meat slices. Having a cart would make it more convenient to set up. What about you, Brother Jiang? What business do you envision? After a moment's reflection, Jiang Yao replied, I plan to sell spicy hot pot. Chen Yuan was taken aback, but for that, you need to rent a storefront. Jiang Yao nodded. Indeed. I currently have a small shop located near the food street. Chen Yuan's eyes widened. Brother Jiang, you have a storefront? Jiang Yao affirmed, yes, a modest establishment. But let's not delve into details just yet. The question remains, are you willing to partner with me? Chen Yuan nodded vigorously, of course. I would even be glad to work for you. Jiang Yao chuckled. That won't be necessary. We shall share the profits proportionately, though you will need to bear a heavier burden as I must attend to my family. Chen Yuan nodded. No problem, Brother Jiang. I can endure hardships. He rubbed his hands together, asserting that regardless of the profitability of the venture, the absence of rent would ensure its eventual success. Should we inform Wang Zihao and Brother Ma about this? Chen Yuan asked, considering that both had only recently secured internships with decent benefits. Jiang Yao suspected they would not abandon their jobs until the business became profitable. Go ahead and speak with them. See if they would be interested in joining our venture. Chen Yuan eagerly rushed to the balcony to call them. As anticipated, they did not agree, stating they would reconsider later. Chen Yuan sighed, feeling somewhat dejected. Jiang Yao approached to console him, remarking that both Wang Zihao and Brother Ma were hard to come by internship opportunities. If they abruptly withdrew to engage in business with us, it would be understandable if you were in their position. Furthermore, you are well aware that Wang Zihao's family is not affluent. He aims to earn money swiftly to alleviate their burdens. Brother Ma's internship salary is substantial, and his position offers prospects for advancement. Chen Yuan felt somewhat better upon hearing this. Thank you, Jiang Gu, for thinking of me in good times. Jiang Yao smiled. We are brothers. After preparing dinner, Jiang Yao called Yang Sweki to rise. Dear, it's time to get up. After dinner, we have matters to attend to. Yang Sweki stretched, accustomed to Jiang Yao's endearing address, relishing it in her heart. What matters? Jiang Yao replied with a smile. We need to deposit Xiao Nuan's money into the bank. Yang Sweki slapped her forehead. Oh, I almost forgot. I'll get up right now. Jiang Yao pulled her gently. I'll help you serve the rice. By the way, Chen Yuan is here. We need to handle a few things later. Yang Sweki nodded. All right, I'll be out shortly. Chen Yuan had already served the rice. Yang Yi, your culinary skills have improved remarkably. I couldn't resist stealing a piece of beef. It was so delicious I almost swallowed my tongue. I am now completely confident in our spicy hot pot venture. This business is bound to thrive. Seeing Chen Yuan grinning foolishly, Jiang Yao couldn't help but chuckle as well. At the dining table, upon learning that Jiang Yao intended to open a spicy hot pot restaurant, Yang Sweki suggested, if that's the case, perhaps we can hold off on saving that money for now. Jiang Yao placed meat on her plate. No, let's save it. I have enough money at the moment. Let us eat. Otherwise, the bank will close. Yang Sweki inquired again. Do you really have money? Jiang Yao nodded. Rest assured, I truly do. Yang Sweki felt reassured at last. Chen Yuan, a true foodie, was entirely focused on the meal, exclaiming how delicious Jiang Yao's dishes were. If you find it tasty, indulge yourself. There is plenty more in the pot. I assure you, you can eat your fill. After dinner, Yang Sweki opened a bank account at the industrial and commercial bank nearby. Jiang Yao went directly to the counter to deposit the money, managing to complete the transaction just before the staff's shift ended. Chen Yuan sat in the car, watching over Xiao Nuan, waiting for Jiang Yao and the others to return. Curiously, Chen Yuan asked, "Jiang Ge, how come your car has no smell at all? Unlike some cars that reek upon purchase, especially when the air conditioning is on." Chen Yuan felt quite nostalgic, recalling the days when the four of them learned to drive and obtain their licenses, with Jiang Yao being the first to own a car. Upon arriving at the food street, it was bustling with life at this hour. However, one inconvenience was that parking in the vicinity required a trek to a distant location, and one might not even find a parking spot. Jiang Yao pushed the stroller, walking alongside Yang Sweki in the food street. Their striking good looks turned heads among passers-by. Particularly upon seeing the adorable little girl in the stroller, the surrounding individuals began to whisper amongst themselves. Yang Sweki, having recently arrived at Yin University, soon discovered her pregnancy. Consequently, few had encountered her in person, most recognized her solely through photographs. Nevertheless, her stunning beauty left an indelible impression. "Isn't that our school's renowned beauty, Yang Sweki?" one inquired. "Indeed, it appears to be her. And who is that handsome young man beside her?" Another responded. "Isn't there a rumor that our school's Yang Sweki has already married and has a child? Could he be the one?" It seemed this rumor had merit, as they appeared quite compatible together. Yes, indeed, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, truly a perfect match. Arriving at their destination, they found themselves before a storefront flanked by a bubble tea shop on one side and a hot pot restaurant on the other. Jiang Yao unlocked the roller shutter, revealing two double doors secured with a lock. Upon entering, they were greeted by a pristine space of considerable size, complete with a kitchen, restroom, and a small room for relaxation. Chen Yuan exclaimed in delight, "Wow, this place looks fantastic. I believe we can certainly make a success of spicy hot pot here. I recall a previous establishment here that sold hot pot. The flavor was mediocre, yet the business thrived. Our flavor will undoubtedly surpass theirs, especially with your exceptional culinary skills. Brother Jiang, we will surely attract many repeat customers." As Jiang Yao surveyed the space, he asked Yang Sweki, "What do you think of this place?" Yang Sweki nodded with a smile. "It's quite nice. I will support whatever you choose to do." Jiang Yao chuckled, gazing at her. "Are you not concerned about the possibility of incurring losses in this venture?" Yang Sweki dismissed his concern. In business, profit and loss are both commonplace. If everyone feared loss, how could any business flourish? Jiang Yao smiled and discussed with Chen Yuan the need to hire someone to create a design plan, aiming to open the shop by the start of the school year, which was just over a month away in July. Chen Yuan, sweating profusely, wiped his brow. "Brother Jiang, you make the decisions. I'll follow your lead. We should place a freezer for selecting ingredients at the back, with a cashier station here, and arrange tables in the remaining space. Also, we must install an air conditioner. Who would dine in a sweltering shop without one?" Having identified a suitable location, Jiang Yao noticed an advertising design shop nearby. He entered the store, pushing the stroller, and communicated with the owner. "How much would it cost to create a storefront design?" he inquired. "The price depends on the specifics of your situation. Is your shop located nearby?" the owner asked. "Yes, it is just around the corner. I will have my friend take you there." The store was run by a couple, and after Chen Yuan and the owner left, the owner's wife offered them water and struck up a conversation with Jiang Yao. "Is this your daughter?" "Oh, she is truly adorable. She must be over a month old now. It turns out that you are all students here. That is quite wonderful, balancing both education and family life without neglecting either. Are you planning to start a small business here?" "Indeed, that sounds promising. Spicy hot pot is truly delectable. Once you open your establishment, I shall certainly come to support you. The weather is undeniably sweltering. Remember to drink plenty of water, as beverages do not quench thirst adequately." Half an hour later, the boss returned on an electric scooter. He informed Jiang Yao that the design drafts would likely be ready in about 2 days and that they could proceed according to Jiang Yao's vision. On the way home, Jiang Yao stopped by a fruit shop to purchase some fruits. Upon returning home, Chen Yuan assisted in washing the fruits, while Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki were preoccupied with feeding the little one and changing her diaper. Afterward, Jiang Yao and Chen Yuan settled in the living room to discuss matters. Yang Sweki, meanwhile, enjoyed the fruits while listening to their conversation. They talked about studying the market's trends once the design drafts were available. It was essential to understand the ingredients used in other hot pot establishments and the types of freezers they employed. Chen Yuan's father had several acquaintances in this area. He would consult his friends regarding the renovations, as he had connections in that field. As for the types of ingredients, I will gather information over the next few days and ensure that you are well informed about the prices and the varieties available. As the hour grew late, I shall take my leave now, Brother Jiang. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call me. With work on his mind, Chen Yuan felt invigorated and cheerfully set about his tasks. Though Chen Yuan's family was well off, his health had been a concern during his childhood, which alarmed his parents. Gradually, as his health improved, they became less concerned about reputation, prioritizing their child's well-being above all else. Chen Yuan had never felt anxiety about employment, as his parents never pressured him to find a job. However, seeing his close friends busy with their lives stirred a sense of urgency within him. He suddenly felt unproductive, spending his days aimlessly. Regardless of what he undertook, he resolved to keep himself occupied. Though Chen Yuan often appeared carefree, whenever he had a task or goal, he invariably rose to the occasion. This conclusion was drawn from years of friendship between Jiang Yao and Chen Yuan, leading Jiang Yao to regard Chen Yuan as quite reliable. After finishing her fruits, Yang Sueki prepared to wash up before bed. The two of them lay in bed and watched a movie for a while. What do you wish to watch today? How about a Stephen Chow film? Sound good. They sat up in bed, with Yang Sueki munching on peanuts while engrossed in the movie. You should eat fewer peanuts. Too many can cause heatiness. Here, have some strawberries. Yang Sueki smiled sweetly, obediently setting aside the peanuts and accepting the fruit platter from Jiang Yao. Here, you've worked hard. Let me feed you some strawberries. As Jiang Yao savored the strawberries she offered, he playfully asked, "What am I to you? There are no outsiders here. Why not call me hubby and let me hear it?" Yang Sueki blushed at his teasing, shyly responding, "Hubby, please stop joking." "All right, but you must listen to me from now on." Jiang Yao felt a sweet warmth in his heart upon hearing her response. As they continued watching, Yang Sueki rested her head on Jiang Yao's shoulder. "Are you tired? Perhaps we should turn in early?" "I'm not tired." 10 minutes later, Yang Sueki fell asleep, leaving Jiang Yao to finish the movie alone. Chapter 60. The Pressure of Marriage. Chen Yuan. Oh, the burden. Recently, Chen Yuan's electric bike battery has been draining rapidly. He had intended to replace it, yet each time this task slipped his mind. He contemplated the convenience of scanning a code to ride, realizing that not having an electric bike was not a significant inconvenience. Currently, his family possesses a rental property, a new home, and an old house where the three of them reside. Chen's mother remarked that once Chen Yuan has a partner, they could commence renovations on a new house, which would be ideal for their future marriage. She was engrossed in a rural drama about mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationships, filled with melodramatic plots. Yet, she was particularly fond of it, eagerly tuning in every evening, often alone. "There's your favorite braised noodles in the kitchen. Would you like some?" Chen Yuan changed his shoes and plopped down on the sofa. "I've already eaten. Where's Dad?" Upon mentioning this, Chen's mother grew irritated. "Your father is probably stuck in the restroom." Just then, Chen's father emerged from the bathroom, exclaiming, "How did I end up in the restroom?" "You take your phone to the toilet and spend over half an hour there. Why don't you just live in the bathroom? Your phone is so captivating. Why not marry it? It could keep you company at night and entertain you." Chen's father sat down, not pleased. "I was merely catching up on the daily news. Why are you so enamored with those melodramatic shows?" Once Chen's mother felt the conversation had shifted to her, her frustration skyrocketed. "So what if I love watching dramas? Can't a person have interests? At least I don't play on my phone while in the restroom like you do." Chen's father retorted, "That's only due to circumstances. If conditions allowed, I might as well install a television in there for you." This remark nearly sent Chen's mother into a fit, redirecting her fury towards her son. "You two are no good. What sins have I committed to be burdened with such calamities?" Chen Yuan wore an innocent expression, wondering how their quarrel involved him when he had done nothing wrong. Chen's mother continued her tirade. "If only you were a bit more ambitious and found me a daughter-in-law. I wouldn't have to resort to watching these trivial dramas. Your father wouldn't need to take his phone to the loo and waste half an hour. One might think he was researching a second child. We're of an age where we shouldn't have to worry about you." Chen's father interjected, glaring. "Speak respectfully." He then turned to Chen Yuan, agreeing, "Although your mother's words may sometimes sting, she is right about this matter. It's your fault for not giving us something to occupy our time." Chen Yuan sighed, pulling out his phone and opening the photo album to find a picture of Tang Qinghua. As the couple leaned in closer, their anger dissipated, transforming conflict into harmony. The girl was strikingly beautiful. Could it be that you have taken a liking to her? Her presence exuded an undeniable charm, though she appeared somewhat slender and could benefit from a bit more nourishment. Chen Yuan remarked that she was a close friend of Zhang's wife, whom he had met at the full moon celebration. She was a junior in university, studying performing arts. I find her quite appealing and intend to make an earnest effort. Upon hearing this, the couple exchanged satisfied smiles, wholeheartedly supporting their son in his pursuit of love. However, there was another matter. Dad, I wish to embark on a business venture with Jiang, opening a spicy hot pot restaurant. Chen's father responded enthusiastically, curious about the investment needed. Would you like me to assist in finding a storefront? Jiang Yao, Wang Ziheo, and Ma Ge had all previously met Chen's father. Since their first year of university, Chen's father had maintained a favorable impression of Jiang Yao, who had always looked after Chen Yuan. Now that Jiang Yao was married with children and owned a house and a car, Chen's father was taken aback, unable to glean much from his son about the situation. Chen Yuan, being loyal, had not divulged anything regarding Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki to his parents. You needn't worry about finances. The storefront merely requires some renovations. And I was hoping you could inquire with your friends about that. Chen's father, astonished, questioned how they could start a business without any investment from Chen Yuan. Are you concealing something from me? Chen Yuan chuckled, explaining that Jiang owned a shop located on the food street just behind their school, where various snacks were sold. Chen's father was surprised, wondering where Jiang had acquired a shop. Chen Yuan shook his head, admitting that Jiang had not shared that information with him. He was quite a modest person, likely receiving support from his parents. The couple exchanged glances, curious about the nature of their business venture. A spicy hot pot restaurant. He replied, there is only one selling hot pot on that food street, and the taste leaves much to be desired. Let me tell you, Dad, Zhang's culinary skills are impressive. He will undoubtedly attract many returning customers. I have a strong premonition that our hot pot restaurant will thrive in the future. In the end, Chen's father agreed to assist with the renovations, suggesting that a simple phone call to a friend would suffice. As they lay in bed, unable to sleep, the couple speculated whether Jiang Yao's family was originally wealthy, but simply kept a low profile. Men and women often hold entirely different perspectives. Why concern ourselves with such matters? I genuinely like Jiang Yao. He is quite reliable. I feel reassured about our son working with him. Moreover, young people should seize opportunities. If our son wishes to pursue this, he should be allowed to do so. After all, he cannot spend all his time playing video games at home. By the way, what do you think of that girl named Tang Qinghua? I find her quite admirable. Do you think we should start renovating the new house now? If they were to marry, they could move in right away. Chen's father replied, it's too early to think about that. We haven't even begun. No, I believe we should contemplate it further. That girl clearly possesses elegance, and her aesthetic sensibilities must be quite refined. When the time comes for renovations, the design style must undoubtedly align with the preferences of the younger generation. Otherwise, our favorite aesthetics may seem somewhat antiquated. You mentioned that by then, they may be married and have children. Should we encourage them to have a third child? It remains uncertain whether they would be amenable to such a notion. Chen's father remarked, my goodness, why do you ponder so much? Think for yourself. I need to sleep. Oh, how can you sleep? I am still in discussion with you. With such significant matters concerning our son at hand, I find it much more reliable to rely on my instincts as a mother. Lying in bed, Chen Yuan messaged Tang Qinghua to peruse her moments on social media. Some matters must be pursued with diligent effort. However, these messages were met with silence. Yet Chen Yuan remained unfazed, for there was ample time ahead. After sending a good night sticker, the ensuing days promised to be quite busy for him. Chapter 61. Little Nuan has always been talented. In the dead of night, little Nuan suddenly awoke, whimpering for milk. Yang Sweki prepared a bottle for her, only to feel a sudden warmth in her palm, glancing down to discover that little Nuan was both drinking milk and relieving herself simultaneously. How on earth is she capable of this? She is truly remarkable. What is wrong with little Nuan? She has soiled herself. Jiang Yao came over to inspect, and indeed, she had, leaving him both amused and bewildered. Their darling daughter certainly has quite the appetite. After finishing her milk, Jiang Yao cradled her, gently patting her back to elicit a burp. Little Wan Wan is quite the little foodie, much like her mother. However, whether it be before or after relieving herself, she still has her fill of milk. Fortunately, her mother is well-nourished and lacks for nothing. Yang Sweki, in her ample state of nourishment, lamented that little Wan only consumed from one side, resulting in the other side of her clothing becoming damp. I must change my attire. Now, each time Yang Sweki finished nursing, she needed to change into fresh sleepwear, along with some intimate garments. Upon reflection, with 3 meals a day requiring a change of attire, coupled with midday naps, one could easily need to change 5 or 6 times in a single day. Piling up these garments, Jiang Yao would wash them either that evening or the following morning, as they were not excessively soiled and were easy to clean. As for Jiang Yao, he typically wore t-shirts or tank tops, both breathable and cool, allowing him to change 2 or 3 times a day. Given the frequent need to hold little Wan, they ensured their clothing remained clean and fresh. Summer proved to be quite challenging when caring for an infant. One must prevent the little one from overheating and developing rashes, as their skin is delicate and requires diligent care. They also must not allow the baby to remain in air conditioning for extended periods, to avoid the risk of catching a cold. Of course, babies are not overly fragile. They possess their own immunity, particularly within the first 6 months. Nevertheless, as parents, it is imperative to remain vigilant in caring for their little ones. Tonight, as the temperature was mild, they opted for a fan. Jiang Yao sat beside the crib, fanning little Wan until the late hours before retiring for the night. Daily checks of her diaper were necessary, for fear that her little belly might catch a chill. Thankfully, the intervals between her nursing and soiling were not too lengthy, making her care relatively manageable. On this side, Yang Sweki had changed her clothes, while Jiang Yao changed little Wan's diaper. Just an hour had passed before little Wan was hungry once more. As the two slumbered, Jiang Yao belonged to the sort who fell asleep instantly, enjoying a commendable quality of rest. Yang Sweki, still in a daze, lay on her side, fumbling to nurse the little one. A few minutes passed before Jiang Yao awoke to cradle the infant, only to discover an unfortunate mishap. It turned out that the nursing pad had slipped, causing a steady trickle. After washing the baby's face, the milk dribbled on her little outfit, dampening it considerably. Yang Sweki seemed to sense that something was amiss when the baby was no longer nestled in her embrace. Upon opening her eyes and seeing Jiang Yao holding the fragrant infant, she immediately felt a surge of anxiety. "Is the baby all right?" Jiang Yao shook his head, assuring her that it was nothing a quick cleanup wouldn't fix and that he would change the baby's clothes shortly. On the contrary, he urged Sweki, "You should quickly change into a fresh nightgown." Yet Yang Sweki paid little heed to her own needs. While Jiang Yao gently patted the baby's back to help her burp, she prepared warm water and a clean outfit. The baby's head was also speckled with milk. Resting on Jiang Yao's shoulder, her eyes half closed in a yawn. Once these tasks were completed, Yang Sweki finally turned her attention to herself, rising to change her clothes and take a quick shower. After ensuring the baby had burped, Jiang Yao changed her outfit, meticulously cleaning her on the changing pad. Initially hesitant, Jiang Yao had grown adept at this task over the course of more than a month. After ensuring the baby was clean, he returned her to the crib. An hour later, the little one began to whimper, rousing both of them once more. "She must be in need of a diaper change. You rest, I will handle it," Jiang Yao said. Yang Sweki, understanding the effort involved, propped herself up to assist, stating, "I'm not tired yet. Let us tidy up before we sleep again." In truth, her contribution was minimal, consisting mostly of fetching and pouring water. Eventually, they lay back down and drifted into slumber. The following morning, Yang Sweki awoke to find a painful ulcer in her mouth. Jiang Yao leaning close. "Let me see." Yang Sweki parted her lips, revealing a rather sizable sore. For mothers nursing their infants, dietary considerations are paramount, as what they consume can directly affect their babies. Medications aimed at clearing heat and dispelling fire would certainly be inadvisable. "Does it hurt, Sweki?" Jiang Yao inquired. She nodded, explaining that the recent dry weather might have led to this discomfort. Jiang Yao messaged Dr. Liu, who noted that it might not solely be the weather's fault. He explained that postpartum mothers often experience a decline in immunity. Your mouth ulcer could be due to lowered immunity or possibly a zinc deficiency, he suggested. I'll check with Dr. Liu to see if he can have some honeysuckle tea. Soon, Dr. Liu responded, stating that consuming honeysuckle tea in moderation was permissible, but excessive intake could lead to gastrointestinal issues in the baby through breastfeeding. He also recommended zinc supplements or an increase in fish soup consumption. Consequently, Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki decided to combine a zinc supplement with a nourishing carp soup. After enjoying breakfast, Jiang Yao descended to the nearby pharmacy to purchase zinc supplement liquid, and at the same time, he decided to check the mall for fresh crushing carp. Upon returning home, Jiang Yao promptly administered the supplement to Yang Sweki, which deeply touched her heart, prompting her to obediently consume it. As noon approached, Jiang Yao busied himself in the kitchen preparing lunch, with Yang Sweki assisting him. The water spinach that Yang Sweki had purchased from the market required the removal of its outer, aged leaves before it could be consumed, a task that naturally fell to her. Standing beside him, she peeled the leaves while admiring Jiang Yao's fluid culinary skills, her eyes filled with adoration. Wow, Jiang Yao truly excels at cooking. No wonder he is her husband. His earnestness in the kitchen is undeniably charming. Before long, the dishes were ready, and Yang Sweki glanced down at the vegetables in her hands. Oh, there's still some greens here. They look tender and could be stir-fried. Jiang Yao paused for a moment, recalling that the water spinach did not resemble this. Leaning closer to inspect the greens in Yang Sweki's hands, he remarked with a peculiar expression, "Sweki, this is not a vegetable. It's grass." Yang Sweki was momentarily taken aback, but it truly did resemble water spinach. Jiang Yao chuckled. "This is clearly different. Quickly remove it, or we will end up eating grass." Flustered, Yang Sweki hurriedly sorted out the grass. Jiang Yao was amused by her blunder, teasing her for not being able to distinguish between grass and vegetables. In the afternoon, the owner of the advertising design firm sent a message to Jiang Yao, informing him that the store design was complete. It looked quite good, crafted according to Jiang Yao's specifications. However, he was not fond of the style of the seating and would need to change that, as well as the wall decals to a different style. Overall, a major overhaul was unnecessary. They would simply need to modify the kitchen and change the color of the flooring. The final renderings satisfied Jiang Yao, and he forwarded them to Qin Yuan. "I have already spoken to my father. He mentioned that it would take about a month and a half to help us renovate the store. Please thank your father for me," Jiang Yao replied. Regarding the renovation costs, my father said not to worry. He knows several reliable contractors who are willing to assist with the renovations. "All right then, I'll bring some fine cigarettes and liquor for my uncle later." "That's not necessary, Brother Jiang. My father has high blood pressure now, and my mother doesn't allow him to touch cigarettes or alcohol." After ending the call, Jiang Yao reached out to Chun's father. "Uncle, I appreciate your assistance with the store renovations. It's no trouble at all. It's a mere gesture. Knowing that you're starting a business brings joy to my heart. I must thank you for your help. I'll treat you to a meal soon." "No need for a meal. On the opening day, I will bring friends to support your establishment." Chun's father chuckled. "I understand you are quite busy and have children to care for at home. You need not worry about the store. I will handle everything properly. My child mentioned that your culinary skills have greatly improved. Perhaps you could come as the chef for the opening." After all, he had provided the shop, and his own son had not contributed financially, so they were partnering in this endeavor. As a father, he should lend a helping hand wherever possible. The renovation store requires new flooring, fresh paint on the walls, and the installation of chandeliers, among other tasks. Completing these renovations will take approximately half a month. Each day, Qin Yuan wanders around the nearby spicy hot pot eateries, and as a food enthusiast, he brings back a delicious portion for Jiang Yao to savor. Jiang Yao, now quite adept in the culinary arts, prepares these dishes with remarkable ease. "Come, give it a try. Wow, it smells incredible. Brother Jiang, your spicy hot pot is absolutely delicious." Jiang Yao is quite confident in his current cooking skills. "During this period, you will learn to make spicy hot pot for me, and I will handle the soup-based research." "All right, Brother Jiang, with your expertise, our business will surely thrive." In the following days, Qin Yuan visits every afternoon to learn until nightfall. Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki take care of their little girl day in and day out. After her first month, their daughter began to grow. Her hair now has a golden tinge, which Dr. Liu assured them is perfectly normal. It seems that the little one has been diligently eating, as her recent checkup revealed a weight gain of nearly a pound compared to her last visit. Even the doctor remarked, "Your baby must be eating well at home. She's growing plump and healthy." Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Suddenly, Jiang Yao recalled, "Doctor, my child has finished her vitamin drops." The doctor responded, "Ah, very well. I will write you another prescription. You understand the daily dosage and method, correct?" "Yes, I'm aware," replied Jiang Yao. After completing the examination, Yang Sweki pushed the stroller while Jiang Yao took the prescription to collect the medication. Just as they were about to exit, Yang Sweki suddenly asked, "Besides taking our daughter for her checkup and vaccinations today, should I also get checked?" Jiang Yao chuckled. "You don't need to worry about that right now. Doctor Liu said to wait until 3 months have passed. If your relative has not arrived by then, come back for a checkup to see how your body is recovering." Yang Sweki smacked her forehead. "Look at my memory. I thought I needed to go for a checkup this month. They say a woman becomes forgetful during pregnancy, and it seems to hold true. Her mind is now entirely preoccupied with the child, and she sometimes finds herself absent-minded." Next came the vaccinations for their little girl. The vaccination booklet clearly outlines which vaccines are due at various months. They arrived just in time for the lunch break, as the medical staff were discussing their meal plans. "Oh, what a lovely little baby. How old is she?" "Almost 2 months. Here's her vaccination record." 2 months already? That's quite fast. The vaccination process was quick, as not many people were present at that hour. After the vaccinations, they left with the medical staff. "Your baby girl is very brave. She didn't make a sound during the injection. Has she been drinking a lot of milk? She looks so chubby and adorable." This little bundle, resembling a fluffy dumpling, is simply irresistible to everyone. Upon returning home after receiving the vaccination, Jiang Yao promptly ventured into the kitchen to prepare a meal. The little girl, however, remained quite energetic, as Yang Sweki entertained her with a rattle. The child's eyes diligently followed the sound, and when she heard the adults conversing, her expression turned serious as she searched for their figures. Chapter 63, Parent-Child Interaction, Tips for Feeding from Yang Sweki since Chun Yuan's father began assisting. All operations of a shop have been managed with meticulous care. The initial renovations, followed by the procurement of air conditioning and seating, as well as the design of price lists, have all been expertly handled by him. Unbeknownst to them, the end of August had arrived. Jiang Yao and Chun Yuan discussed the opening of their spicy hot pot restaurant, deciding it would coincide with the first day of school. They contemplated promotional activities to celebrate the grand opening, such as discount for purchases above a certain amount or complimentary beverages for customers. Jiang Yao found this idea appealing, and they also planned to implement online takeout orders, incorporating special promotions for that as well. Chun Yuan nodded enthusiastically, affirming, "All right, I will take care of this." On this outing, Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki purchased numerous toys for the little girl. Yang Sweki meticulously organized and disinfected the toys before allowing her daughter to play with them. Among the toys were a tambourine, hanging toys, a crawling guide in the form of a little duck, and various jingling bells. The hanging toys were arched, allowing the baby to lie beneath and reach for them, adjusting their position to be within sight or touch. Modern infants exhibit a keen interest in objects within their reach and sounds that capture their attention. Additionally, the baby would attempt to stretch out her hands to grasp the items before her, expressing her emotions by kicking her little legs. At this juncture, the bells on the hanging toys became an object of fascination and exploration for her. Some toys were designed to hang over the crib, akin to wind chimes that produced soft sounds. When the baby played or slept, these gentle sounds would soothe her emotions and induce tranquility. There were also toys meant for attachment to the stroller, though these proved less convenient. Yang Sweki instead opted for individual handheld bells. These toys featured small gaps, ensuring that the baby could play without risk of pinching her tiny fingers. Many toys available on the market are poorly crafted, with large gaps that pose a risk of injury during play. Thus, Yang Sweki carefully selected toys made from finely crafted materials that would reassure parents. She affixed the bells to either side of the stroller with strings, ensuring that the little girl could play without the risk of them falling to the ground. Now, the little girl could engage in interactive moments with her parents. Whenever time permitted, Jiang Yao would adjust the height of the stroller, allowing their daughter to sit comfortably. Meanwhile, Yang Sweki gently shook the bells attached to the stroller, using their delightful jingling to capture the little girl's attention. Indeed, the little girl's attention was swiftly captivated. Her gaze fixated on the toy held by Yang Sweki. With a cheerful smile, Yang Sweki inquired, "Dear little one, do you like the toy that mommy is holding?" She then placed the handbell into the child's tiny hands. The little girl grasped the toy firmly, demonstrating remarkable strength for her mere 2 months of age. A slight movement of her hand set the bell ringing. Her large, dark eyes, reminiscent of plump grapes, sparkled with curiosity and wonder. As she shook her little hand again, the bell chimed once more. This thrilled the girl, who began to bounce joyfully on her bottom, laughter spilling forth. Yang Sweki presented her with a rattle, saying, "Here, my dear, this is for you to play with." However, the little girl showed no interest in the red rattle. To confirm her suspicion, Yang Sweki offered a choice between a red bell and a pink one. The little girl eagerly accepted the pink bell. Excited by this discovery, Yang Sweki eagerly informed Jiang Yao, demonstrating the testing process once more. "See, does it not seem that our little one is not fond of the red bell?" Jiang Yao, intrigued, responded, "It does appear so. My dear wife, you are truly clever." During their meal, the infant stroller was positioned beside them. As Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki dined, they entertained the little girl with toys. Suddenly, the child's expression shifted. Her face flushed a bright red, and her features contorted. It appeared that she was in the midst of a messy situation. At last, her demeanor returned to normal, but discomfort from her soiled diaper prompted her to wail. "You eat first, my dear. I will handle this," Jiang Yao said. Yet Yang Sweki was too concerned about the child to focus on her meal, quickly assisting Jiang Yao in changing the little girl's diaper. Jiang Yao lifted the child's legs, but she began to kick, making it difficult for him to clean her properly. "Let me help you," Yang Sweki exclaimed. Jiang Yao discarded the soiled diaper and began washing the child's bottom. Once she was cleaned up, the little girl quickly ceased her crying. Jiang Yao playfully teased her, "Is it that your little bottom was uncomfortable, causing you to cry?" The little girl reached out as if to grasp something, and Jiang Yao brought his hand closer for her to hold. He even pretended to nibble on her tiny hands, which elicited delightful giggles from her. Once their task was complete, the young couple resumed their meal. As Yang Sweki ate, she playfully asked the little girl, "When will you need to make a mess again, my dear?" However, the little girl remained engrossed in the rattle in her hands. Before her afternoon nap, Jiang Yao placed her on the bed and initiated a playful interaction. Yang Sweki arranged the arch-shaped hanging toys with bells. The little girl kicked her legs, reaching out to grasp the sound-producing toy. To strengthen their daughter's leg muscles, Jiang Yao encouraged her to lie flat with her legs bent, holding her tiny feet. At this moment, the little girl would push her legs, and Jiang Yao would gently engage in a playful struggle with her. Regular practice like this would enhance her leg strength. Additionally, Jiang Yao would allow the little girl to lie on her stomach on the bed. The little girl is able to hold her head up for nearly a minute. When Yang Sweki teases her with a toy, she turns her head to seek the source of the sound. When Jiang Yao gently pushes the little girl's small feet, she makes an effort to crawl forward, appearing quite vigorous. After several rounds of practice, today's exercise session comes to an end. From this week onward, Jiang Yao has committed to dedicating some time each day for strength training with the little girl. Her progress is remarkable. She is growing increasingly strong. Seeing that it is time for today's exercise to conclude, Yang Sweki suggests, "All right, let us prepare for a nap." After playing with the little girl, it is time to coax her to sleep. As for how to do that, it is up to Yang Sweki. The little girl, sipping her milk, emits delightful gurgling sounds, clearly relishing the moment. Typically, she gradually drifts off to sleep while drinking. However, today is different. The little girl drinks her milk while also dozing off. She lies still, resembling a contented child who has eaten their fill and fallen asleep. Just as Yang Sweki is about to remove the bottle, the little girl begins to smacking her lips again. After several attempts, Yang Sueki is uncertain whether the little girl is satisfied or still hungry. Eventually, she becomes clever and tests the waters before withdrawing, checking if the little girl is still drinking. If she stirs and smacks her lips, it indicates she is still hungry. If she relaxes, it likely means she has fallen asleep. However, unexpected occurrences arise, as they often do. When Yang Sueki tentatively pulls away, she easily removes the bottle, believing the little girl to be asleep. Just as she feels relieved that the feeding session has concluded, the not-so-deeply sleeping little girl suddenly stirs, preparing to whimper. Yang Sueki quickly realizes the impending situation and deftly lies back down to resume feeding before the little girl can begin to cry. This seamless series of actions flows effortlessly. Due to the frequent unexpected events, it sometimes takes a considerable amount of time to feed the little girl and lull her to sleep. Yang Sueki expresses her exhaustion. However, upon seeing the little girl's angelic profile, her frustration dissipates, replaced by maternal love. After a few more minutes of feeding, Yang Sueki finally removes the bottle and waits a few seconds, discovering that the little girl has indeed fallen asleep and begun to snore. It becomes clear that this time, the little girl is truly asleep. I shall go change my clothes. Chapter 64. Yang Sueki. As long as you lie beside me, my quality of sleep is excellent. The little girl usually feels satisfied after one side, while the other side tends to soak her clothes every time. Yang Sueki emerges from the bathroom with a look of concern. Darling, we need to devise a method to help the little girl drink her milk properly. How can she drink while playing at the same time? Perhaps we should let her feel a bit hungry. Maybe she does not appreciate her milk because she has had too much. Jiang Yao thinks this suggestion may not be very feasible. After all, the baby is only 2 months old. She only knows that if she wants something and cannot have it, she will cry to get the adult's attention. Crying is simply the way they express their emotions. Yang Sueki sighed, acknowledging that this method was indeed ineffective. Jiang Yao felt troubled as well. What if the little girl continued to refuse her milk and her health deteriorated? I should call my mother to see if she has any solutions. Yang Sueki's eyes brightened at the thought. Yes, her mother must have some advice. Upon hearing the news, Jiang's mother spoke in a familiar tone, recounting Jiang Yao's experiences when he was a few months old. Little Jiang had also gone through a similar phase, oscillating between habits. For instance, in recent months, he had liked to suckle to sleep, then later rejected it, only to return to it at 8 or 9 months. One day, however, he suddenly stopped drinking milk altogether. Perhaps the little girl was merely going through a playful phase and it would pass in due time. The couple exchanged glances. Yang Sueki pondered. Could this be hereditary? Zhang's mother, aware of their concerns for the little girl, felt a twinge of worry herself, but consoled them with words of reassurance. Raising a child is a lengthy journey. There is no need to rush or fret excessively. If they were already troubled with a 2-month-old, what would happen as she grew older? Moreover, with the sweltering summer heat, adults often experience a diminished appetite, let alone children. Perhaps when autumn arrives and the weather cools, the little girl will eat well again. After hanging up, the couple contemplated waiting a few more months to reassess the situation. Dear, the coming months will be challenging for you. Yang Sueki shook her head, asserting, I'm not the one who will struggle. That would be you. She merely served as the vessel for nursing, spending her time playing with the child, which hardly felt burdensome. On the contrary, Jiang Yao was the one who tirelessly changed diapers in the middle of the night and handled cooking and household chores during the day, leaving him little time to rest. Go to sleep. I will tidy up the house and wash the clothes, Yang Sueki said, linking her arm with his and playfully batting her eyelashes. No, you must take a nap with me. We can tackle the chores together after we rest. Jiang Yao chuckled. I can manage the chores quickly very soon. Yang Sueki insisted. Even if you finish quickly, it won't suffice. I want you to nap with me. With a smile, Jiang Yao acquiesced. All right then, we shall nap together. Instantly, Yang Sueki's face lit up with joy, her happiness reminiscent of a child. Lie down quickly, cover yourself well. We mustn't let your belly get cold. Yang Sueki yened. And for reasons unbeknownst to her, whenever he lay beside her, her sleep quality improved immensely. So, from now on, will you accompany me for a midday nap? Every day? Jiang Yao recognized her fatigue and replied, All right, Sueki, You should sleep now. Yang Sweki rested her head on his arm, embracing it, and soon drifted into a deep slumber. She absolutely adored sleeping with her head resting on Jiang Yao's arm, occasionally draping her legs over him. Meanwhile, Jiang Yao pondered the household chores left undone and the laundry yet to be tossed into the washing machine. As he mulled over these thoughts, he gradually succumbed to slumber. His sleep was of superb quality. As long as he managed 5 to 6 hours each day, his spirits remained high, and he never felt drowsy throughout the day. When he awoke, it was already past 3 in the afternoon, prompting him to rise swiftly and attend his tasks. After tidying up the household and finding that the rice was steaming perfectly in the rice cooker, he returned to the bedroom to discover that the little one had already awakened. He gently greeted his daughter. "You're awake. You've been wonderful today, not crying at all." Perhaps it was the effect of the hanging toys, for she woke in remarkable tranquility. Jiang Yao placed his daughter beside Yang Sweki. "Look, darling, this is your mother, and she is still asleep. Shall we wake her?" The little girl tilted her head, her face adorned with curiosity. Jiang Yao whispered, "Dear, it's time to wake Mommy." Yang Sweki's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and Jiang Yao feigned ignorance, playfully engaging their daughter. "Oh, it seems Mommy hasn't heard Daddy's voice. What shall we do?" he suggested. "How about giving Mommy a kiss? Or perhaps I could do it." Suddenly, Yang Sweki opened her eyes, exclaiming, "I'm awake." Jiang Yao feigned disappointment. "Oh dear. Why did Mommy wake up?" Yang Sweki planted a kiss on their daughter's cheek. "You're awake. You seem so good today, not crying at all." Jiang Yao chimed in, "Indeed. Our little one has become so well-behaved. Haven't you?" Just then, the little girl began to make soft whimpering sounds. Jiang Yao scooped her up, asking, "Are you hungry?" Typically, the first thing she did upon waking was to drink milk, and the remedy for her cries was also to feed her. Yang Sweki had not yet prepared when the little one eagerly began to gulp down her milk. "Slow down, you might bite Mommy." The little girl drank with such vigor that Yang Sweki sometimes felt discomfort during feedings. At only 2 months old, Jiang Yao wondered how they would manage as she grew. Chapter 65. Happy Valentine's Day. I gift roses to Yang Sweki during the day. The little one played while drinking her milk, but at night, she dutifully consumed it. Usually, she required 2 feedings during the night, whereas during the day, feeding took a bit longer and proved to be quite the task for the couple. They were baffled by this. Why was it so? Yang Sweki then conceived what seemed to be a brilliant idea. "Darling, how about we draw the curtains when we feed the little one during the day, creating an illusion that it is nighttime?" Jiang Yao appeared puzzled. "But the little one is currently adjusting to day and night. Will she not notice?" Yang Sweki believed her suggestion was worth trying, insisting, "Why not give it a shot? It just might work. You see, when the little one drinks attentively at night, she can finish on both sides. Therefore, as long as she drinks well, her health will improve." After contemplating, Jiang Yao ultimately agreed to Yang Sweki's proposal. During the day, whenever the little girl desired her milk, Jiang Yao would draw the curtains in the room. To enhance the ambience, he would also turn on the nightlight. Instantly, the atmosphere of the night enveloped them, and the little girl would obediently drink her milk, seemingly yielding some effect. At least the feeding time no longer stretched endlessly. The couple, witnessing such significant results, felt confident that this method was indeed effective. It appeared that correcting the little girl's bad habits was just around the corner. However, within 3 days, the little girl began to suckle while sleeping, regardless of whether it was day or night. To make matters worse, she would cry in the middle of the night, not from hunger or discomfort, but simply because she wanted to suckle and sleep simultaneously. Yang Sweki was taken aback, never anticipating that things would unfold in such a manner. "Darling, I didn't foresee this outcome," she exclaimed. Jiang Yao understood her surprise. After all, they were both novice parents, and the journey of raising a child would require patience. "Perhaps we disrupted her routine. It's all right. She'll adapt," he reassured her. Yang Sweki felt a pang of guilt, apologizing to her husband for the trouble. Jiang Yao smiled. "I'm not weary. You bear the greater burden." When their daughter was merely a month old, Yang Sweki had time to rest adequately. Now, however, the little girl's appetite had suddenly increased. Whenever Yang Sweki fed her, she needed to remain alert. If she were to doze off, the milk might obstruct the little girl's breathing, leading to dire consequences. Thus, Jiang Yao would vigilantly watch over Yang Sweki while she fed their daughter, unwilling to let his guard down. The little girl's preference for suckling while sleeping meant that regardless of the hour, Jiang Yao would keep her company during feeding times. Consequently, both parents remained awake during the nights spent feeding. Yet, Yang Sweki often found herself growing drowsy during the process, leaving Jiang Yao to oversee the situation. After feeding, there was still the necessity of burping the little one and changing her diapers. "Are you tired, dear?" she inquired. Jiang Yao gently patted the little girl's bottom, responding, "Yes, but it's all worthwhile." Yang Sweki smiled. "Indeed, I share your sentiments." Thus, the couple decided not to draw the curtains as they had before during the daytime feedings. Whatever came, would come. A few days later, the little girl reverted to her prior routine. At night, she was quiet, while during the day, she began to fuss again. Unbeknownst to them, days slipped away quietly. On an uneventful day, Jiang Yao took the elevator down to the nearby market to buy groceries, pondering what to prepare for dinner. In the past, he would have struggled to rise early for such errands, but now, to ensure Yang Sweki enjoyed fresh meals and that their little girl remained plump and healthy, he was more than willing to rise a bit earlier. As he passed a flower shop, he noticed a plethora of vibrant roses on display. Upon checking the date, he realized it was Valentine's Day. After purchasing groceries, he stopped by the flower shop on his way back and bought a large bouquet of roses. The shop owner, noticing his handsome demeanor and the fact that he had risen early to shop, greeted him with a smile. "Handsome, are these for your girlfriend?" Jiang Yao picked up his phone to scan the code for payment. "No, this is for my wife." The female shop owner was somewhat taken aback, but upon noticing the ring on his finger, she remarked, "Your wife must be quite fortunate." Jiang Yao smiled and replied, "I am equally blessed to have her." As she observed Jiang Yao's departing figure, the shop owner sighed, "Such a handsome man who knows how to care for his wife. Why can't I ever meet someone like that?" "You're back!" exclaimed Yang Sweki. Jiang Yao solemnly presented a large bouquet of roses to her, saying, "Wife, happy Valentine's Day." Yang Sweki was momentarily stunned, her fair cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. "Thank you, dear husband." At that moment, her mind was solely preoccupied with their baby, having forgotten that today was, in fact, Valentine's Day. This was the first time she received red roses from Jiang Yao, and they were truly exquisite. With excitement, Yang Sweki arranged the roses beside the television, capturing the moment with her phone as a keepsake. Today was Valentine's Day. Perhaps she should also gift Jiang Yao something special. What would be appropriate? "Hello, Mom, what's up?" Jiang's mother inquired. "Isn't school about to start soon? What are you two planning?" After pondering, Jiang Yao replied, "The senior year courses aren't too heavy. Sweki and I have discussed it and plan to care for the baby while preparing for the postgraduate entrance exam." Jiang's mother frowned. "With so much on your plate, will you manage?" Jiang Yao chuckled. "We'll take it one step at a time. If it becomes overwhelming, I might trouble you for some help." His mother chided him lightly. "What do you mean trouble? I'm your mother. If you face any difficulties, just let me know. I will do my utmost to assist you." Jiang Yao acknowledged, "Yes, Mom, I understand." Previously, he had often disregarded such caring words, but now that he was a parent, he could truly empathize with their meaning. Noticing the subtle shift in her son's tone, Jiang's mother felt comforted. "By the way, I just checked the calendar and realized today is Valentine's Day. Did you know?" "Yes," he replied. "I just gifted Sweki a large bouquet of roses." His mother smiled approvingly. "You did well. It's not easy for Sweki to be a mother now, and as a man, you should be more attentive to her needs. Having been through it myself, I can tell you that most women are easily satisfied. If you treat her sincerely, she will reciprocate with all her heart. Marriage is about mutual care and understanding. I know it's not easy for you, and if you ever feel exhausted, you can always let me know, and I'll come over to help." Jiang Yao felt a swell of emotion. "All right, since today is Valentine's Day, I'll speak to Dad and suggest he should acknowledge it too." His mother chuckled. "Let him acknowledge it? I'd rather not dream. After all these years of marriage, I've never seen a single flower from him." Jiang Yao laughed. "If you don't remind him, how will Dad know? It's important to give him a gentle nudge." His mother chuckled as well. "Forget it. With your father's thick-headedness, a reminder would be futile." Meanwhile, Yang Sweki was purchasing a neck massager for Jiang Yao on a shopping platform, which was set to arrive in the afternoon. She planned to collect the package during her stroll around the community later that day. During this period, Jiang Yao has frequently experienced neck pain while caring for the little ones. Similarly, Yang Sueki also suffers from neck and shoulder discomfort when holding the baby, prompting them to give each other massages. However, they sometimes find their techniques lacking, which makes purchasing a massager a more practical solution. Chapter 66. The family of three at school according to Yang Sueki's plan. While taking a stroll downstairs in the evening, she specifically brought along a small bag. Beneath the stroller of their little girl lay a small basket filled with baby essentials. Their walk typically lasts around half an hour. And since the little one seldom feels the urge to relieve herself, the basket was not heavily loaded. "Let me carry it," Yang Sueki offered, stepping back. "No, I can manage this myself," she insisted. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, Yang Sueki instructed Jiang Yao to return home first while she went to the nearby supermarket to purchase a few items. "I'll go with you," Jiang Yao replied. "No need. You can wait for me here if you prefer," she suggested, leaving Jiang Yao somewhat puzzled as he nodded in agreement. Not long after, Yang Sueki approached with a cheerful demeanor. "Shall we go?" Jiang Yao glanced at her small bag, which appeared rather full. Upon returning home, Yang Sueki stood before Jiang Yao with a radiant smile, distinct from her usual self. Jiang Yao, captivated by her joy, smiled back. "What are you smiling about?" Clearing her throat lightly, she said, "Today is Valentine's Day, and this is a gift for you." With that, she handed a gift bag to Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao paused, taken aback. "What is this?" Yang Sueki gazed at him eagerly. "Just open it and see." As Jiang Yao unwrapped the box, he discovered a brand new neck massager inside. Observing his expression, Yang Sueki asked, "Do you like this gift?" Jiang Yao nodded earnestly. "I do. This is exactly what I need right now." Pleased that she had chosen the right gift, Yang Sueki felt a wave of happiness. "I'm glad you like it." Later that evening, Jiang Yao examined the new neck massager for a long while, smiling to himself. Meanwhile, Yang Sueki went to the living room to fetch a cup and noticed a large bouquet of roses, which brought a sweet smile to her face. Before long, the day for the school term to commence arrived. The previous evening, Chun Yuan and his father visited to take the soup ingredients prepared by Jiang Yao back to the restaurant. They had recently hired a waitress and a front desk cashier, while Chun Yuan would oversee the kitchen operations. Jiang Yao's responsibilities mainly involved preparing the soup, alleviating him from most of the restaurant's burdens. When Chun Yuan had mentioned he would come alone over the phone, Jiang Yao was surprised to learn that his father had accompanied him, prompting him to prepare a few extra dishes. "Uncle, you've come. Please, have a seat. The meal will be ready shortly," he greeted as Chun's father changed in his slippers. "Please, continue with your work." "Ah, is this your daughter? She is truly adorable." Yang Sueki rose from the sofa to greet him. "Hello, uncle." Chun's father pulled a red envelope from his bag. "Here, this is a small token for the baby." Yang Sueki shook her head, declining the gift. Chun's father chuckled. "This is merely a gesture of goodwill for the child. Please accept it." Chun Yuan added with a grin, "Sister-in-law, just accept it. It's also my dad's token of affection." Finally, Yang Sueki accepted the red envelope, saying, "Thank you, uncle." Father Chen smiled, saying there was no need for such formality. "Now that you two are raising the child together, it must be quite arduous." Yang Sueki nodded, affirming that it was indeed challenging, yet entirely worthwhile. Father Chen gave a thumbs up, noting that it was rare for young people nowadays to take such hands-on responsibility for their children. Most choose to let their parents take care of the kids after they are born, neglecting the process of upbringing. Before they know it, the children have grown up. Taking care of one's own child allows one to truly appreciate the difficulties of parenthood and fosters a closer bond with the child. Yang Sueki nodded in agreement. Father Chun inquired about the upcoming school term, mentioning that he had heard from Chun Yuan that you planned to take the child to school. Yang Sueki replied affirmatively, suggesting they would take it one step at a time. Father Chen smiled, remarking that this approach was sensible. If things became overwhelming, they could always enlist the help of their parents. "Dad, brother-in-law, come quickly to eat." After washing his hands, Father Chen sat down, surprised to see the table laden with an array of beautifully presented dishes. "Your cooking skills are impressive. It looks absolutely delicious," he exclaimed. "Dad, I told you so." Jiang Gu's culinary skills are indeed exceptional. Just wait and see." Our spicy hot pot restaurant is bound to be profitable. After tasting a bite, Father Chen's eyes lit up, acknowledging that the dish was quite delectable. At the dining table, Jiang Yao raised his teacup in a toast to Father Chen. Uncle, thank you for your assistance with the restaurant. Chun Yuan mentioned that you have quit smoking and drinking, so I raised this cup of tea in lieu of wine. I hope you enjoy these home-cooked dishes I prepared. Expressing gratitude is unnecessary. You and Chun Yuan are good friends. I wholeheartedly support your entrepreneurial venture, Father Chen replied, savoring his meal. Xiao Jiang, I have a feeling this business will thrive. After the meal, Father Chen appeared to be reminiscing. They planned to open the restaurant at 10:30 the next morning, with Chun Yuan going to the school for enrollment and then heading to the restaurant afterward. Yang Yi, you can place your full trust in me. I am genuinely grateful. I will work diligently and ensure that every penny I earn will be handed over to you, Jiang Yao assured, attending to the child while temporarily leaving the restaurant affairs in Chun Yuan's capable hands. He had complete confidence in Chun Yuan's character, giving him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. We are good brothers. There is no need for such formalities. Once Chun Yuan and his father departed, the couple proceeded to tidy up the kitchen. A stroller was parked at the kitchen door, and as they busily worked, they entertained their little girl. With her big, curious eyes, the little one watched her parents hustle about. Honey, when I was pregnant with our little girl, I had an insatiable craving for grapes. Later, a fellow expectant mother told me that my future baby would definitely have large eyes. And look, she truly does. Jiang Yao was responsible for washing the dishes while Yang Sweki tidied up. He contemplated whether they should consider purchasing a dishwasher once their lives became busier. As Yang Sweki worked, she would suddenly turn to make funny faces at their little girl, eliciting joyful laughter from her. With a blissful expression, Yang Sweki remarked, Honey, our little girl is so adorable. There are times when I'm especially thankful for you. Without you, I wouldn't have such a lovely daughter. Jiang Yao also began to make funny faces, which delighted the little girl. Each time, she would giggle and wiggle her bottom in response. In the evening, Jiang Yao organized some documents for school registration, holding a stack in his hands. Yang Sweki was busy feeding the little one, who, once sleepy, could not be disturbed by any noise. Dear, what do you have in your hand? Jiang Yao looked down and replied, Oh, this is a promotional leaflet from the store for tomorrow's grand opening event. Chun Yuan asked me to distribute some at school, and he also prepared a stack for Wang Ziheo and Brother Ma. Yang Sweki playfully inquired, What about me? Jiang Yao smiled and said, If you want to distribute some too, I'll share half with you. Yang Sweki raised her chin slightly and requested, Put in my bag. After tidying up, Jiang Yao whispered, Wife, you continue feeding her. I'll take a shower. Yang Sweki softly asked, Honey, did you bring my pajamas? Did you pack the nursing pads in my bag? I've got everything ready. He assured, All right, then you go take your shower. The next day, while Jiang Yao tended to the little girl, Yang Sweki changed clothes in the bedroom. She gazed at her reflection in the mirror, silently reassuring herself that the weight she had gained was all for the sake of nourishing her baby, making her plump and healthy. Let us go, beautiful hot mom. Jiang Yao stood at the door, smiling as he watched her. The little girl in the stroller held the toy in one hand, gazing at Yang Sweki with her big, dark eyes. Yang Sweki pouted, I've gained quite a bit of weight. Jiang Yao looked at her unadorned, yet stunning face and chuckled. You are not overweight at all. You are perfectly fine. Yang Sweki loved hearing Jiang Yao as compliments and smiled sweetly. Well then, let us go. As Jiang Yao pushed the stroller and appeared alongside Yang Sweki, they instantly captured the attention of everyone around them. Soon, the news of Jiang Yao marrying the beautiful campus goddess and bringing their child to school spread throughout the campus. Chapter 67. Yang Sweki encounters Gao 1-1 before arriving at school. Yang Sweki and Jiang Yao prepare themselves for the inevitable gossip. From the moment she stepped onto the campus, Yang Sweki seemed to don a new persona, an aloof goddess. Although she wore an adorable yellow Pikachu outfit with twin ponytails and held a toy, her ethereal beauty exuded a frosty elegance akin to winter snow. Her skin was as pale as jade, with slightly upturned eyes resembling distant stars, conveying an air of subtle detachment. Yang Sweki completely ignored the curious gazes from those around her. Jiang Yao, pushing the stroller, marveled at his wife's poised demeanor as the aloof goddess. What a mother she was. Dear, the little one wants the toy in your hand. The baby had grown tired of her own toy and was intrigued by the one in her mother's grasp. Yang Sweki's cool demeanor vanished upon seeing her little girl's adorable expression. Her eyes sparkled with warmth, and she smiled, shedding the previously distant aura. The Pikachu on the clothing pales in comparison to her sweet smile, and her melodious voice is even more enchanting. Does the little girl wish for the toy in her mother's hand? Then, mother will tie the toy to the stroller for you to play with. The little girl gleefully receives her new toy, and Yang Sweki shares in her happiness. Her precious daughter is simply adorable, nearly melting her heart. The little girl's delicate, rosy face resembles soft petals. Yang Sweki cannot resist planting a kiss on her, her heart screaming with joy. Oh my, how delightful to kiss. After the kiss, Yang Sweki resumes her aloof goddess demeanor, as if the previous moment had never occurred. Is this the campus beauty, Yang Sweki? In person, she is far more striking than in photographs. Rumor has it that the illustrious Yang has already married and had a child. It seems to be true. My goodness, I've lost my chance at love. That young man is quite handsome too. They truly make a splendid pair. Did you see the baby in the stroller? Surely, she will grow up to be a breathtaking beauty. I've heard that this campus beauty took a long break from her studies to have child. Wait, isn't this the one who was dumped by our school's Gao Wenwen? What is the scoop on this? Don't you know? Gao Wenwen was rumored to have gotten together with Jiang Yao after a bet with her friends, later complaining that he wasn't wealthy enough. No way. I had heard that Gao Wenwen was actually quite nice. I suppose that was a misjudgment. Indeed, it's quite amusing. Who would have thought that she not only ended up with Yang Sweki, but also had a child? It's true, in the end. One discovers that the fool was oneself. And wasn't he Gao Wenwen with that campus heartthrob Su Ombwa? Now she has broken up with him and found a new boyfriend. The speed at which Gao Wenwen changes partners is truly remarkable. Her reputation has taken a nosedive. Yes. How do you think Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki got together? How should I know? Perhaps they met outside of school. I envy them. I too wish to experience a sweet romance and bear the fruits of love with my cherished one. Sister, it's broad daylight. If you're going to dream, do it at night. As Jiang Yao's former girlfriend, Gao Wenwen, who had publicly disparaged him alongside Chen Yuan and others, is now aware of the situation. Her expression fluctuates between despair and anger. Turning to the astonished Zheng Xiaowei, she asks, didn't you say they would break up? Zheng Xiaowei is equally surprised that their relationship has progressed to the point of bringing a child to school. With a sigh of resignation, Zheng Xiaowei replies, everyone has their moments of misjudgment. This statement feels like a jab at herself, causing Gao Wenwen's expression to darken further. However, it was not long before Zheng Xiaowei reassured her, saying, do not dwell on this matter. After all, Jiang Yao is no longer relevant to you. It would be wiser to focus your attention on your new boyfriend. At this, Gao Wenwen's expression brightened somewhat, for she had recently entered into a relationship with a new suitor. Just a few days prior, they had confirmed their relationship. He was quite handsome and, as rumors suggested, came from a wealthy family with assets amounting to several million, adorned in luxury brands and driving a lavish car worth hundreds of thousands. They had yet to introduce their parents to one another, but had already made plans to be together. Gao Wenwen had even transferred to a school in a neighboring city. Xiaoyang, feeling a bit disheartened at the moment, she said, come on, accompany me to the restroom. Today, Xiaoyan had only consumed milk from one side, leaving Yang Sweki feeling somewhat unwell. Darling, I'm feeling a bit off. I need to use the restroom. All right, I will wait for you here. After Yang Sweki departed, Jiang Yao took a seat on a nearby bench. A message arrived in the dormitory group chat, inquiring about his location. Jiang Yao replied, I'm at the girls' restroom near Guanghua Building. After sending the message, Jiang Yao began to entertain Xiaoyan. Besides her fascination with toys, she also delighted in observing her tiny hands, her expressions undeniably adorable. Passers-by couldn't resist approaching to greet such a charming baby. Wow, your baby is so cute. How old is she? Jiang Yao smiled slightly. She's 2 months old now. This smile caused several young girls to blush. Are you Jiang Yao, the one who married the campus Belle? Yang Sweki? Jiang Yao nodded. Yes, am I quite famous? The girls nodded eagerly, their eyes wide. Indeed, many people are discussing your relationship, and everyone is envious of you. Jiang Yao chuckled. Two of the girls presented newly purchased toys to Xiaowan. Jiang Yao graciously accepted on her behalf, saying, "Thank you on behalf of my little one." The girls waved their hands. "No need for thanks. Your baby is just too adorable, so we want to give her something to play with." Just as they were about to depart, Jiang Yao suddenly remembered he had yet to distribute flyers. "This is a spicy hot pot restaurant opened by my friend and me. It officially opens today, with substantial promotional discounts for the grand opening. You should come by." The girls accepted the flyers and noted the impressive discounts, which would last for 3 days. "Thank you. We will definitely support you." Meanwhile, Yang Sweki returned from the restroom feeling somewhat better, having changed her nursing pads. As she exited, she unexpectedly encountered Gao Wenwen and Zheng Xiaowei at the entrance. Zheng Xiaowei's eyes widened. Yang Sweki. Yang Sweki regarded the two with an impassive expression, unfazed by their recognition of her, and proceeded to wash her hands at the sink. Through the mirror, she sensed that the gazes of the two girls behind her were peculiar, unlike those of mere onlookers. Nonchalantly drying her hands with a paper towel, she mused that the most beautiful girl seemed vaguely familiar. Gao Wenwen and Zheng Xiaowei had not anticipated running into Yang Sweki here. Yang Sweki es exquisita fisage, unto jet by cosmetics. Possesses the power to astound all who behold her. Particularly striking are her luminous eyes, reminiscent of twinkling stars, captivating those who gaze into their depths. Although Yang Sweki has gained some roundness after childbirth, her figure remains graceful and her demeanor exceptionally refined. Even her mere presence diminishes the radiance of a beauty like Gao Wenwen. Confounded, Gao Wenwen questions the allure that Yang Sweki finds in Jiang Yao, pondering whether it is his handsome appearance that captivates her. Chapter 68. The overwhelming aura of my wife at first glance. Yang Sweki felt an inexplicable aversion towards Gao Wenwen, choosing to ignore her as if she were invisible. Just as she prepared to depart, someone called out to Gao Wenwen. "Gao Wenwen, Teacher Wang requests your presence in her office." Yang Sweki halted, finally regarding Gao Wenwen with a raised eyebrow. In that instant, her aura surged, exuding an imposing presence that could rival even the tallest figures. "Are you the one who publicly claimed that my husband lacks wealth?" Gao Wenwen raised her chin defiantly. "Indeed, did I speak falsely? Jiang Yao is simply not affluent enough." Yang Sweki's expression hardened, a faint, chilling smile gracing her lips, akin to a frigid breeze in winter that sends shivers down one's spine. "If your family is wealthy, why not invest in rectifying that ghastly visage of yours?" Gao Wenwen's face contorted in fury, realizing that, compared to many others, she was indeed quite lovely. Yet, in the presence of the stunning Yang Sweki, her retorts faltered. Before she could regain her composure, Yang Sweki continued, "However, your lack of beauty can be remedied through cosmetic surgery. But if your mind is plagued with madness, then that is a far more troublesome predicament." Insulting her looks was bearable, but to be labeled as mentally unstable was intolerable. Yet, considering Yang Sweki as high intellect, Gao Wenwen shifted her approach, stating, "Jiang Yao is nothing but a scoundrel. He was with me while you were expecting your child." Her close friend, Zheng Xiaowei, chimed in. "Indeed, at that time, Jiang Yao treated Wenwen exceptionally well. I doubt you were aware of that." With arms crossed, Yang Sweki retorted with a cold laugh. "Nonsense. It was you who made those affairs widely known. What could he possibly gain from being with you? Your looks? Or perhaps your lack of intellect? How utterly laughable." With each word from Yang Sweki, Gao Wenwen's expression grew increasingly sour, and the absurdity of her speech rendered her almost comical. Zheng Xiaowei stepped forward, her demeanor suggesting she was prepared to escalate the confrontation. "What? Resorting to violence now that words fail you?" Yang Sweki fixed her icy gaze on Zheng Xiaowei, her presence commanding as she inquired, "Are you inclined to fight?" Ultimately, Zheng Xiaowei, sensing the tension, chose to withdraw, pulling Gao Wenwen along and already concocting an excuse for their retreat. "Let us depart. There is no need to waste words with her. Teacher Wang is still waiting for you in the office." Yang Sweki called out loudly to their retreating figures. "If you dare to speak ill of my husband again, Do you believe I will make you regret it? Her words bore the weight of sincerity, devoid of jest. With a cold snort, Yang Sweki dried her hands and went off in search of her husband and child. The mere sight of the detestable Gao Wenwen felt like an affront to her eyes, compelling her to seek out more pleasant sights. Jiang Yao sat on a bench, handing out flyers to passing classmates and teachers. Chen Yuan and his companions had already distributed their flyers at the school gate early that morning. Dressed in eye-catching promotional shirts, they appeared as living advertisements. Upon seeing the trio, Jiang Yao paused, struck by the brilliance of the idea. Whose clever notion was this? He inquired. Chen Yuan chuckled. This was my mother's idea. My dad got some friends to help with it. Here, Jiang, this is for you. He then added with a grin, and this one is for your wife. If she doesn't wish to wear it, no pressure. Naturally, Jiang Yao was more than willing to promote his own store. Having already washed the shirt, he encountered Yang Sweki in the restroom when he went to change. Darling, where are you off to? She asked. Jiang Yao revealed the shirt, explaining that it was an idea from Chen Yuan's mother, intended for promotional purposes. Yang Sweki's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. That's a splendid idea. What about mine? Jiang Yao handed her the shirt. Try it on and see if it fits. With an affirmative hum, Yang Sweki eagerly went to change. The shirt fit perfectly, and she beamed at Jiang Yao. My love, when we wear this, we shall be the most striking couple in the crowd. Thus, the five of them donned their promotional attire, distributing flyers as they walked. Unbeknownst Yang Sweki. Her earlier confrontation with Gao Wenwen had been recorded by someone on a mobile phone and subsequently posted on the school forum. At that moment, the forum was ablaze with activity. Goodness, Yang Sweki's aura is simply formidable. This must be the essence of a leading lady. Even Gao Wenwen was left speechless. I'm laughing so hard at Gao Wenwen's constipated expression, I could chuckle for an entire semester, truly deserving of the title of goddess. Fellow students, I have created a meme of Gao Wenwen's angry face. For those who want it, I will send it to your email. Not only is the goddess beautiful, but her eloquence is remarkable too. She is simply outstanding. The way she defends her husband is incredibly cool. Their love is undeniably genuine. The goddess can be both aloof and sweet. Look at how she interacts with the little one. Jiang Yao, I will give you a few seconds to provide me with all the information about him. I want to know how he has won the heart of our goddess. He must have saved the galaxy in his past life. Otherwise, how could the goddess have fallen for him? The way she confronts others is equally charming. Come on, I would gladly face her wrath. The enrollment process for the senior year is rather straightforward. Once the paperwork is completed, it is done. Unlike the first year of college, which involved an abundance of forms and documentation to fill out. Wow, congratulations on your marriage. Wishing you a love that lasts forever. Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki joyfully distributed the prepared wedding candies, their faces glowing with happiness. They simultaneously promoted the newly opened store. Yang Sweki was even more enthusiastic. Chen Yuan advised her to be fervent in her promotion. Thus, she maintained a radiant smile throughout, greeting everyone and drawing attention to the slogans on her attire. Teacher, this is the shop my husband opened with his classmates. Yes, it's located near the school, and we are currently running a grand opening promotion with great deals and delightful flavors. You must come and try it. The single teachers felt overwhelmed, as if they had been struck in the chest by a knife, while they endured the pangs of jealousy and managed to respond to Yang Sweki with smiles. Those who knew Yang Sweki well understood that she usually maintained a cool demeanor, but now she had transformed, greeting them with a beaming smile. How could they possibly refuse such a breathtaking display of beauty? At last, they had distributed all the flyers, and the little girl began to fuss. They found a cool, breezy spot to sit down so that Yang Sweki could nurse her. The little one had to be fed immediately upon feeling hungry, or she would cry incessantly. Jiang Yao fanned them gently, amusing the child. Chen Yuan called to inform them that they had finished their tasks and were now at the store. Brother Jiang, I sent you a video link. Open it and see. There's a surprise inside. Jiang Yao, puzzled, inquired, what did you send? Chen Yuan chuckled. You'll find out once you open it. I have to get back to work, bye for now. Upon opening it, Jiang Yao realized it was the forum of their school. He spotted the words Yang Sweki fiercely retorted, but hadn't clicked to watch yet. He couldn't help but glance at Yang Sweki, who was nursing. After opening the link, a video began to play. As it started, he heard Gao Wenwen's voice. Yang Sueki turned to him, asking, "What are you watching?" Chapter 69. I am your most important family member. Jiang Yao held the phone up for Yang Sueki to see. "Come, let us watch together." Yang Sueki had already guessed the content of the video, her eyes filled with disdain. "Darling, I don't want to see that. I detest that woman." Jiang Yao admired the fierce demeanor of his wife in the video, noting how Gao Wenwen's face turned pale and speechless in response. He couldn't help but praise, "Wife, you did splendidly." Yang Sueki huffed lightly as she shifted the little one to the other side for nursing, her expression one of pride. The baby, while nursing, gazed at her mother with large, dark eyes. Yang Sueki cradled her, gently patting her little backside. "Why you keep staring at mommy, dear?" Jiang Yao chuckled while reading the comments on the forum. The little one must be mesmerized by her beautiful mother, right? Isn't that true? The baby smacked her lips, turning her head to indicate she was full. Yang Sueki quickly pressed down on her food supply to prevent the little one from getting a face full of it. In an effort to correct their little girl's habit of drinking milk while sleeping, the couple inadvertently disrupted her routine, eventually managing to restore it. At night, she behaved well while drinking milk, but during the day, she insisted on sucking on her bottle to fall asleep. When she awoke and found her sustenance lacking, she would wail incessantly. As Jiang Yao gently patted her back to help her burp, she vomited slightly, leaving him feeling rather helpless. "My dear, it's perfectly fine to drink a little less. Why must you overindulge before you stop?" he remarked. "Your mother has plenty of nourishment. She doesn't need your share." The little girl, resting on Jiang Yao's shoulder, attempted to nibble on his shirt, prompting him to swiftly intervene. "Sweetheart, you cannot eat daddy's clothes." Yang Sueki, noticing their daughter's hearty appetite, could not help but have high hopes for her. She will surely grow up strong and healthy. After finishing her milk, the little girl felt considerably more at ease, no longer experiencing shortness of breath or discomfort. Once they had attended to the baby's needs, the couple decided to head to the store. "Dear, let us hurry. The sun will become even more intense." Although it was late August, the weather remained sweltering. The morning coolness dissipated quickly, giving way to the blazing sun. Yang Sueki promptly unfurled the sunshade as they got into the car, wary of turning on the air conditioning. Zhang's mother had advised against exposing the baby to fluctuating temperatures, as it could lead to a cold, which is particularly unpleasant in summer and hard to recover from. She repeatedly urged them over the phone to minimize the baby's exposure to air conditioning and insisted on bathing her daily. As Jiang Yao steered the car, he donned a Bluetooth headset to call Chen Yuan, inquiring whether the store was open and if there were many customers. After ending the call, Yang Sueki chastised him gently. "You should focus solely on driving. Multitasking like that can be distracting. You have me and the baby in the car. We are your most important family." She turned to their little girl. "Isn't that right, sweetheart?" Jiang Yao accepted his wife's criticism with grace. Sorry, dear. You're absolutely right. I want to talk on the phone while driving again." Finding parking difficult, Jiang Yao decided to drive past the store to take a look. To his surprise, the place was bustling with customers. Chen Yuan's parents, initially intending to bring friends for support, ended up assisting Chen Yuan and Wang Zihao as servers. Yang Sueki Biamed. "Darling, the business is thriving." Jiang Yao nodded in agreement, noting it's quite reasonable. With the grand opening promotion, many are drawn in by the events. It's mealtime now, so it's natural for the store to be busy. The fact that so many customers remain after the promotion indicates a genuine success. However, Yang Sueki had a different perspective. "With your culinary skills, darling, the store will surely attract many customers every day." To be unconditionally supported and trusted by one's beloved spouse must bring genuine joy to any man. As Jiang Yao drove home, he reflected that it was time for the little girl to bathe and prepare for sleep. Jiang Yao's parking space is conveniently located close to the elevator, requiring only a few steps to reach. Upon returning home, Yang Sueki turned to Jiang Yao and said, "Darling, could you please take the watermelon out of the refrigerator to let it air out?" She added, "I'm going to prepare a bath for our little girl. Could you help me find her change of clothes?" Engrossed in these tasks, an hour slipped by unnoticed. Observing the lively demeanor of their daughter, Jiang Yao surmised that she was not yet ready for a nap. "Dear, please keep an eye on our little one while I slice the watermelon," he suggested. Yang Sweki was engaged in a playful game with their daughter, hiding behind the window and then suddenly appearing. "Wow, Mommy's here," she exclaimed, or sometimes she would make funny faces to elicit giggles from their little girl. Entertaining a child can indeed be exhausting. For instance, they had been playing hide and seek for over 10 minutes. "All right, no more playing. Mommy is a bit tired. Let me check on Daddy to see if the watermelon is ready," she announced. Their daughter, who had been playing with a Belle toy, was promptly distracted when Yang Sweki waved the watermelon in front of her. "Look at this, sweetheart. A red watermelon," she said, quickly capturing the child's attention. With a playful grin, Yang Sweki touched the tip of the watermelon to their daughter's lips. The little one smacked her lips, intrigued by this new flavor apart from milk. "Is this delicious?" Yang Sweki inquired, watching as her daughter gazed curiously at the watermelon. In a playful gesture, Yang Sweki took a bite of the watermelon right in front of her. Seeing this, their daughter wiggled her little bottom and kicked her legs, indicating her desire for more. Yang Sweki allowed her to taste a little more, declaring, "This is the last bite for you." Speaking to a 2-month-old, of course, was futile as she wooed and comprehend. Soon enough, their daughter expressed her eagerness for more, to which Yang Sweki replied, "I've finished. There's none left." The little girl pouted in frustration, casting a glance at Jiang Yao, who was watching the scene unfold. Jiang Yao swiftly consumed the last piece of watermelon he held and raised his hands in surrender, stating, "There's none left." Their daughter smacked her lips, savoring the lingering taste of watermelon while continuing to wiggle. After enjoying the lively scene, Jiang Yao stood up to clean the remnants of the watermelon from the table. "Dear, you ignited this fire, so you must take responsibility to extinguish it," he teased. Having disposed of the garbage and tidied the kitchen, Jiang Yao returned to the living room, where he found Yang Sweki nursing their daughter. Yang Sweki wore an expression of helplessness, exclaiming, "Our little girl simply adores her meals. If it weren't for my ample supply, I fear it would be quite challenging to appease her." Jiang Yao leaned down and asked their daughter, who was still nursing, "Once you finish your milk, shall Daddy take you for some exercise?" Fortunately, their daughter did not understand, or she would surely have shaken her head in response. After she finished, Jiang Yao smiled and said, "I'll carry our little girl for some exercise now." Their daughter had made significant progress. Her leg strength had notably improved, and her arm strength was commendable as well. She could now hold her toy for a longer duration before dropping it, and she was also able to lift her head for a while. After exercising, Jiang Yao kissed his precious daughter's little feet, exclaiming, "You're amazing, sweetheart. Daddy gives you a thumbs up." Throughout the exercise, their daughter remained cooperative, showing no signs of resistance. The little girl playfully kicked Jiang Yao in the face, and he pretended to nibble on her tiny foot, eliciting peals of laughter from the little one. In that moment, the bedroom was filled with the joyous sounds of father and daughter. Yang Sweki, observing them, couldn't help but join in the laughter. Such a simple yet fulfilling life was indeed a source of happiness. Chapter 70. The smile of the school bell, Yang, is simply enchanting. In the afternoon, the family of 3 indulged in a midday nap. As evening approached, it was time for Jiang Yao to rise and prepare dinner. Yang Sweki also awoke and joined him in the kitchen to lend a hand. She peeled radishes with a vegetable peeler, attending to small tasks within her capability. "Dear, should we purchase some milk storage bags?" she inquired. "Once I return to school, I might not have the time, and if the baby wants milk, I can't very well bring it to the classroom." Jiang Yao had already contemplated this and had purchased milk storage bags along with a small refrigerator for them on a shopping platform. "I've already bought them," he replied. "You did?" Jiang Yao nodded. "I initially thought I could take our little one to school to see you while you were in class. However, upon reflection, I deemed it more convenient to have some milk storage bags at home." The couple shared this sentiment primarily due to their little one's hearty appetite. "Why didn't you mention it to me?" she asked. "I did, but you were busy feeding the baby at the time. Perhaps you didn't hear me." The kitchen was stiflingly hot, especially while cooking, as waves of heat enveloped them. "Dear, you should go to the living room and enjoy some fruit. It's far too warm here. I don't want you to overheat," Jiang Yao suggested. Yang Sweki stood at the kitchen door with a plate of fruit. "Then I'll just stay here," Eating fruit alone in the living room paled in comparison to watching her husband prepare dinner in the kitchen. Suddenly, Yang Suiki's ears perked up. I think I hear the baby crying. She hurried to the bedroom and, indeed, found the little one awake and wailing. Since the baby had reached her first month, she had begun to develop her own thoughts and habits. As a mother, Yang Sueki had already learned to distinguish the nuances in her baby's cries. The cries for hunger were markedly different from those indicating a need to relieve herself. This particular cry was urgent and accompanied by smacking sounds, clearly signaling that the baby was hungry. Yang Sueki picked her up to nurse, gently shaking the Belle toy hanging from the crib. The baby drank while fixated on the Belle behind her. Yang Sueki softly patted her little bottom, encouraging her to drink well and turning her body slightly. See? The baby is drinking nicely now. Meanwhile, Jiang Yao had finished preparing dinner, and Yang Sueki had successfully fed the baby. Honey, the baby's diaper needs changing, she said. Jiang Yao fetched warm water to change the diaper. After dinner, let us head to the shop. It's the grand opening today, and it would be wise to check on things. Yang Sueki had no objections. Sure, I'll just wear this shirt over. After finishing dinner, Jiang Yao organized the baby's essentials, diapers, bottles, wipes, and other necessities into a backpack before heading out to the shop. As the clock struck just past 7, the bustling snack street was teeming with patrons. The peak hour for business. Jiang Yao arrived at the entrance of the eatery, only to find it brimming with customers. Even the 2 tables outside were occupied. The spicy hot pot here boasts a delightful flavor. We must return for another visit. However, given the sweltering heat, ordering takeout seems the most prudent choice. This establishment is far superior to the one we frequented before. I have no intention of returning there, as it is both overpriced and unpalatable. I've heard whispers that this is the restaurant opened by Yang Belle, but is it truly so? At that moment, Yang Sueki overheard the 3 young ladies mentioning her and promptly approached them to promote her establishment. Indeed, this restaurant is co-owned by my husband and his friends, she affirmed. The 3 ladies turned to behold the radiant smile of the campus beauty, her demeanor exuding warmth and friendliness. Yang Sueki's video confrontation with Gao 11 had gone viral on the school forum, granting her classmates a deeper insight into the enigmatic goddess. Her formidable presence is not to be trifled with. It is advisable to keep one's distance. Thus, when they encountered the approachable, smiling Yang Sueki, the trio found themselves pleasantly surprised. With a smile, Yang Sueki inquired, "What do you think of the flavor of this spicy hot pot?" The 3 young ladies instantly exhibited expressions of satisfaction, clearly relishing the taste. Yang Sueki smiled gently, suggesting, "Then feel free to come often. If you enjoy it, do share it with your friends." The enchantment of her sweet smile had captivated them entirely. They felt compelled to return, even daily, if necessary. Any acquaintances they had would certainly be introduced to her, for it would be a disservice to squander such a delightful smile. "Thank you, everyone," Yang Sueki expressed cette gratefully. As some patrons finished their meals and departed, Chun Fu hurried out to clear the dishes, perspiration glistening on his brow. "Xiao Jiang, you've arrived." Jiang Yao rushed to assist him. "Indeed, you've worked hard, uncle." Chun Fu had initially intended to support the business, never anticipating such a high volume of customers, which led him to take on the role of a server. He had been occupied from noon until now, only managing a brief respite around 3 o'clock. The rest of the time was spent wiping tables, clearing dishes, and warmly welcoming each customer with a smile. At home, as described by Chun Mu, he was rather pampered, never lifting a finger for household chores. This stint as a server had truly exhausted him. "Please have a seat outside. I will check on the kitchen," Yang Sueki said with a sweet smile. "All right," she added, then turned to the passers-by, announcing, "To celebrate our grand opening, all beverages are complimentary." Upon hearing this, one passerby expressed interest. "Do you serve cold beer here?" Inside the restaurant, every table was occupied, while the diligent waitress busily replenished the ingredients in the refrigerator. Chun Mu and Chun Yuan stood at the kitchen door, basking in the air conditioning, their faces etched with fatigue. The sheer number of customers today overwhelmed Chun Yuan in the kitchen, prompting his mother to rush in to assist him. "Once there is a moment of leisure, I shall find a spot to sit and rest. If no seats are available, I can only stand at the kitchen door to enjoy the air conditioning." Chen's mother's gaze appears vacant. Xiao Jiang, you have arrived. There are no seats at the moment, so please stand for a while. Annie, you have worked so hard. Chen's mother smiled and shook her head. Xiao Jiang, since noon today, guests have not ceased to come. Witnessing such flourishing business brings me joy. Jiang Yao nodded. That's wonderful. There should be another wave of customers soon. Chen's mother endures this toil for Chen Yuan, striving to make this establishment a success. Jiang Yao, being an honest person, had agreed from the outset to a 50-50 split of the profits. Hence Chen Yuan's father took care of all the preliminary preparations. Chen's mother had not anticipated the business would thrive so remarkably. Otherwise, she would not have worn high heels. After a day of labor, her legs felt as if they might give way. Eventually, Chen Yuan could no longer bear to see her struggle and went to a nearby mall to buy her a pair of slippers. Chen Yuan himself was exhausted, drenched in sweat that never seemed to dry. To maintain a less greasy appearance as a kitchen staff member, he continuously wiped his sweat with a towel and changed into clean clothes. Once he found a moment of respite, Chen Yuan leaned against the wall, allowing his mind to drift into quietude. Jiangge, there isn't much soup base left. I wonder if it will last until evening. Jiang Yao replied. Once the soup base is exhausted, we shall close for the day. Everyone has worked hard today. It's best to return home and rest well. However, Chen Yuan expressed a desire to earn a bit more. Jiang Yao shook his head. Health is paramount. This money can be earned endlessly. It's wise to rest well today and continue working tomorrow. By the way, we should recruit a few more servers tomorrow. It has been quite taxing for the uncles and aunts today. After sitting in the store for a while, Jiang Yao prepared to return and get the soup base ready for the next day. He also needed to soothe little Nuan to sleep. Uncles and aunts, you have worked hard today. Once you finish, please return home early to rest. Jiang Yao wished to stay and assist, but the child required care. The ingredients for the soup base had already been purchased. After lulling little Nuan to sleep, he encouraged Yang Sueki to rest as well, but she insisted on helping, wanting to contribute in any way she could. I have everything prepared here. There is no need for you to help. You should hurry off to bed. Getting enough sleep is beneficial for your skin, and besides, it's nearly 11 o'clock. Be good, go to sleep. Your willingness is appreciated. It makes me very happy. Despite Jiang Yao's repeated encouragement for her to sleep, Yang Sueki remained steadfast in her desire to stay by his side. Darling, without you lying next to me, I cannot sleep. It was not mere sentimentality. She had grown accustomed to Jiang Yao's presence beside her, and without him, slumber eluded her. Jiang Yao extinguished the fire, saying, Very well, I shall accompany you to sleep, and then I will attend to the soup. Yang Sueki replied, No net, darling. I can help you finish up, and then I will rest. Jiang Yao took her hand and led her to the bedroom. This soup will take over an hour to simmer. It will be quite late by then. Your health impacts the baby's nourishment. We all wish for little Nuan to be healthy, don't we? Yang Sueki found herself unable to argue with him, lying in bed beside her husband, her heart heavy with unspoken worries. Sleep now, dear, so that you can attend to your work sooner, she murmured, resting her head on Jiang Yao's arm, their fingers entwined. What troubles you, my love? You've worked so hard. Not all, truly, Jiang Yao replied, taking this moment to close his eyes and rest for about half an hour. Upon awakening, he discovered that Yang Sueki had already drifted into slumber. He tiptoed out of the bedroom and gently closed the door behind him. Soon, sounds emanated from the kitchen. Around 11:30, a call came from Chen Yuan, informing him that one table remained occupied, and they would be able to close once the guests finished their meal. You've worked hard, and so have the uncles and aunts, Jiang Yao acknowledged. Indeed, but I feel quite joyful. Can you guess what our revenue is today? Sensing Chen Yuan's excitement, Jiang Yao couldn't help but inquire how much. 19,000, nearly 20,000. 2,000, brother Jiang. Jiang Yao was taken aback. 20,000? How many bowls must we sell to achieve that? Chen Yuan laughed like a child. At first, I thought it was impossible, but after calculating, it truly is that much. Brother Jiang, our business is thriving. We are on the path to prosperity. His infectious laughter prompted Jiang Yao to chuckle as well. I am currently simmering the broth. I will deliver it to the shop tomorrow. He planned to purchase some ingredients in the morning and bring the broth along. Chun Yuan quickly interjected, Brother Jiang. My father and I can pick it up from your house tomorrow. You needn't trouble yourself. Jiang Yao stirred the large pot. Will your father be helping at the shop tomorrow? Chun Yuan grinned, yes. My mother also expressed her desire to come. She said that if we are short-handed, she can lend a hand. They would assist for a few days until new waitstaff were hired. Jiang Yao turned off the heat. Then we must ensure the uncles and aunts receive their wages. Chun Yuan paused, realizing he had not considered that aspect. How much should we pay them? Oh dear, let's not dwell on that now. I must get back to work. Once Jiang Yao finished preparing the broth, the aroma clung to him, and fearing it might disturb their little girl, he hurried to wash up. In the bathroom, he noticed a few pieces of clothing still unwashed, so he decided to take care of that as well. After completing these tasks, Jiang Yao did not immediately retire to bed. Instead, he spent some time playing on his phone in the living room. Yang Sweki, groggy, turned over, catching a familiar scent. Darling, I'm here, she whispered, cuddling him as if soothing a child. She murmured, You've worked hard. I love you. Jiang Yao leaned closer, asking playfully, You love me? Just how much do you love me? Yang Sweki nestled deeper into his embrace. Oh, as much as a mouse loves rice. I adore you immensely. Subsequently, as Jiang Yao attempted to engage her in conversation, he realized she had already fallen asleep. Gazing at Yang Sweki's exquisite features, he thought to himself how fortunate he was. Ding! A notification chimed on his phone. It was the confirmation of today's revenue, totaling over 19,000, transferred to Jiang Yao's bank account. A smile spread across his face. Noticing the late hour, he sent a message to Chun Yuan, inquiring if he had returned home yet. Just finished tidying up, preparing to head home. We will open the shop at noon tomorrow. Make sure you and the uncles and aunts get some rest. All right, tomorrow morning, my father and I will go to your house to collect the soup base. In the car, the entire family appeared utterly exhausted, yet each face radiated joy. Father Chun, with a smile, remarked that it was only natural for business to flourish on the inaugural day. The real test would be whether we could retain our customers, which would ultimately reveal the store's profitability. Chun Yuan, beaming with delight, confidently declared his faith in Jiang Ji's culinary skills. The patrons who visited today praised the delectable flavors, promising to return. Mother Chun, seated in the back, cheerfully added that achieving a daily revenue of 10 to 20,000 would indeed signify a successful venture. However, Father Chun expressed some regret over the limited seating, which had resulted in the loss of several customers. Chun Yuan, ever optimistic, reassured Dad, those who didn't dine today might come back tomorrow. Moreover, ordering takeout via mobile phones is quite convenient. If they can't eat in the restaurant, they can always opt for delivery. Upon reflection, Father Chun acknowledged the truth in that statement. He had never anticipated making a fortune. Now that business was thriving, he realized one should not expect to reap excessive rewards all at once. Upon returning home, Mother Chun prepared a basin of foot-soaking water, insisting on a thorough soak. Chun Yuan headed straight to the bathroom for a shower, announcing to his parents, I'm going to shower and then sleep. Please wake me up in the morning. Lying in bed, despite his overwhelming fatigue, Chun Yuan found sleep elusive, his mind racing with joy over the day's successful business. Mother Chun, who hadn't felt this exhausted in years, lay in bed, lamenting her aches and wishing to chat with Father Chun a little longer before sleeping. Hurry and sleep. It's late, and what more is there to discuss? I'm utterly worn out. Before long, she could hear Father Chun's rhythmic snoring, inciting a moment of annoyance that made her want to kick him. Chapter 72. Jiang Mu's newfound respect for Jiang Yao the next morning. Both Father Chun and Chun Yuan rose early, while Mother Chun expressed her desire for a bit more rest. You two go ahead. Just call me when you arrive at the store, and I'll join you. The father-son duo set off to Jiang Yao's home to collect the soup base. Father Chun's demeanor towards Jiang Yao had grown increasingly affectionate. Little Jiang, we're heading to the store now. All right. Thank you, Uncle, for your assistance. Once back in the car, Chun Yuan suddenly remembered the matter of paying his parents' salaries. You're still my son, yet you haven't thought this through. Chun Yuan chuckled. So, do you want a salary? Father Chun shot him a stern glance. Of course I do. Why wouldn't I? After a long day's work, shouldn't I be compensated for my efforts? After they departed, Jiang Yao headed to the delivery station to pick up a parcel. In the living room, Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki busily unwrapped the delivery, while little Wan, in her stroller, curiously observed them. Wan, do you know what this is? Yang Sweki displayed a milk storage bag in front of the child. This is a bag for storing your food. She continued, and this is a mini refrigerator, which looks quite adorable. It was a charming, square-shaped yellow refrigerator adorned with cartoon designs. Jiang Yao had purchased disposable milk storage bags, each marked with milligrams and featuring labels for dating and naming the baby. Yang Sweki carefully examined the instruction for the storage bags and said, "Darling, let us try a few bags first. Once familiar with the operation, I will feed the little girl." "That sounds good. I also wish to test the efficacy of this small refrigerator." Yang Sweki stood up with the milk storage bag in hand, recalling that she had previously purchased an accessory. "I shall search for it now." Jiang Yao followed suit, saying, "I know where it is. It's on a shelf a bit high up. Allow me to assist you." After Yang Sweki retrieved it, she quickly understood its usage and hurried to sterilize it for a trial. In the bathroom, Yang Sweki began her tasks. Jiang Yao inquired, "Do you need my assistance?" Yang Sweki promptly replied, "No, I can manage on my own." As Jiang Yao tidied up the delivery packaging in the living room, he suddenly fell into deep contemplation. Yang Sweki filled half the bag and placed it into the small refrigerator, turning to see Jiang Yao measuring something. "Darling, what are you doing?" "I'm contemplating whether to clear some space in the living room to create a play area for the little girl." Yang Sweki thought for a moment and replied, "That sounds feasible. We could lay down a carpet and set up a fence. The location is quite suitable." Thus, the couple rearranged the coffee table and sofa, clearing a corner of the living room. This way, when the little girl grows a bit older, she can play there, and it will be more convenient for the adults in the living room. With some free time, they each occupied themselves with their phones. Yang Sweki watched a drama series, while Jiang Yao browsed a shopping platform to see if there was anything else needed for the home. Before they realized it, the day had slipped away. In the evening, Chen Yuan transferred the store's earnings to Jiang Yao's bank account. The day's revenue was comparable to that of the grand opening. Chen Yuan was elated, as earning money day by day was quite invigorating. The following morning, Jiang Yao was tidying up in the kitchen while Yang Sweki retrieved the milk she had stored from the previous afternoon. She poured the milk into a cup and warmed it with hot water. "What are you doing?" "Warming the milk. I want to taste it myself to see if it will upset my stomach." Jiang Yao paused for a moment. "You're going to drink it?" Yang Sweki nodded. "Of course, I must try it. What if it causes me to have an upset stomach?" Jiang Yao raised an eyebrow. "Yes, what if you do have an upset stomach?" Yang Sweki responded, "It should be fine. Nowadays, it's quite common for babies to consume packaged milk, indicating that this milk storage bag is effective." After some thought, Jiang Yao said, "I will drink it instead." Yang Sweki tilted her head. "You might not enjoy the taste." She had secretly tasted it before. The flavor was peculiar. Yet since it was from her own body, she felt indifferent. Jiang Yao chuckled. "Disliking it is not an option. For the sake of our little girl's health, I must try it." Yang Sweki retrieved a cup of water. "Here, taste it. I will go wash my hands first." When she returned to the kitchen, Jiang Yao was already washing the cup. "How does it taste?" Jiang Yao replied, "It's tolerable," noticing an unusual expression on his face. Yang Sweki approached to pat his back, suggesting he refrain from consuming anything else for a while to observe if there would be any reaction. As it turned out, Jiang Yao experienced no adverse effects whatsoever in the ensuing time. Yang Sweki felt a wave of concern, yet she understood that their baby's digestive system was relatively fragile, incomparable to that of adults. As parents, they constantly anticipated their child's needs, reflecting on every detail with care. Jiang Yao reassured her. "Did you not mention that many babies today are fed with storage milk bags? I believe our little one can adapt as well. Furthermore, we may not necessarily rely on storage milk bags. We will assess her needs based on a class schedule." Thus, they decided to set this matter aside for the time being. In the blink of an eye, the couple received their class schedules. Yang Sweki had 2 classes each week, followed by nearly 1 class per week thereafter. This arrangement would afford her the time to nurse their daughter, eliminating the need for storage milk bags. Jiang Yao's schedule was similar, albeit with differing class times, allowing them to stagger their commitments so that one could always be available to care for the baby. Just as they were reveling in their good fortune, A chime echoed from outside. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by Jiang's mother, who had arrived unexpectedly. Unannounced under the blazing sun, Jiang Yao inquired, "Mom, what brings you here?" With a warm smile, she replied, "I've brought you some food. You need to nourish yourselves." She carried a large bag containing 2 black chickens along with some beef and lamb. Yang Sweki quickly poured a glass of water for her. "Mom, please sit down and have some water. In such heat, you could have informed us. We would have come to fetch you." Jiang's mother, ever amiable, responded, "I intended to call, but I thought you both were already overwhelmed with the baby, so I came on my own." After quenching her thirst, she asked, "Is the baby asleep?" The little one was nestled in her crib, sleeping soundly, and having grown considerably in the month since they last saw her. Jiang's mother beamed at the sight of her plump and healthy granddaughter, expressing her satisfaction with how well they had cared for the child. "You've done a commendable job during this demanding time, balancing school and parenthood. I came to check on you and see if there is anything I can assist with." Jiang Yao handed the class schedules to his mother. "Our class times align well, allowing us to take turns caring for the baby." Jiang's mother nodded. "So you both wish to continue your studies while raising her?" The couple exchanged smiles and nodded in agreement. Jiang's mother said nothing further and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare the black chickens. "Jiang Yao, please boil a pot of water." Jiang Yao suggested she rest for a while. "Mom, you should take a break. I can handle the chickens." She smiled in response. "Just make sure to clean the feathers properly, or they might end up in a meat." Jiang Yao chuckled. "I assure you, Mom, you could trust me." Still somewhat apprehensive, she offered, "Let me assist you. It will expedite the process." Jiang Yao had no objections. In the kitchen, with swift motions, Jiang Yao skillfully dispatched the chickens. Jiang's mother remarked, "Impressive. You are quite adept." With each task, from plucking feathers to cleaning the chickens, her admiration for her son grew. She reflected on how much he had matured, feeling a sense of pride in his newfound abilities. Subsequently, she indeed assisted Jiang Yao, tidying up the restroom and cleaning the house. Once Jiang Yao had dealt with the black chicken and beef, he placed them into the refrigerator. Yang Sweki had already fallen asleep. In the living room, the mother and son settled down to converse, sharing updates on their lives. "Your father remains unchanged. While you both now juggle school and caring for children, you must take good care of your health. Mother, Sweki and I will certainly look after our well-being." "Dear, I wish to discuss something with you." "What is it?" "I have embarked on a business venture with my classmate, that Chen Yuan." "Ah, I am aware. What business are you engaged in now?" "We are selling spicy hot pot, and the business has been quite prosperous, earning around 10 to 20,000 each day." Zhang's mother widened her eyes in astonishment. "You earn so much in a single day?" Chapter 73. The Challenges of Parenthood. Jiang Yao nodded. "Yes. The daily revenue of the shop is approximately that amount." Zhang's mother gazed at her son with pride and satisfaction. "That is impressive, especially since you are just starting out. If your father knew of your achievements, he would be overjoyed." Jiang Yao handed her 20,000 in cash. "Mother, I have some money now. Please take this and buy something delicious for you and father." Zhang's mother shook her head repeatedly. "You should keep this money. Your father and I are fine financially. We do not need your support. You have earned this money through hard work, and it seems you earn quite a lot each day. However, you now have children to care for and household expenses to manage. Please keep this money for yourself as you continue to earn. You must learn to save and avoid extravagance, understand?" Jiang Yao placed the money into her pocket. "My earnings are meant to honor you both. It was not easy for you to raise me. My only wish is for you to care for your health and remain well, which brings me immense joy." Zhang's mother's eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet she responded softly, "You should keep it. I truly do not want this money." Jiang Yao smiled. "Mother, you are quite generous now, refusing money." Zhang's mother recognized as playful teasing. "You should keep the money. If there comes a day when we truly need financial assistance, we will reach out to you." Jiang Yao added, "This is not only my intention, but also Sweki's. If you refuse it, you must explain to her." Zhang's mother was immensely pleased with her daughter-in-law, yet still shook her head in refusal. "I shall not discuss this further. I am tired and need a rest in my room. Will you be staying for a few more days?" "No, I will return once I have rested well." Suddenly, Zhang's mother recalled Zhang's father and lamented, "Do you know what your father has been up to lately?" "What is it?" "He actually bought several koi fish to keep in the living room aquarium. Isn't keeping fish quite lovely? Indeed, it is. Your father claims that raising koi can bring prosperity and good fortune. Initially, I thought it was a splendid idea, but now he devotes more attention to the koi than to himself. Whenever he has a spare moment, he gazes at the fish in the tank with a silly grin. He hardly pays me any mind when I speak to him. Jiang's mother remarked, given your time spent on fish farming, why not assist me with cooking, cleaning, or any household chores? Jiang Yao sighed, but when my father helps around the house, you have your complaints. You often say that the meals are poorly prepared or that the floors are swept like a child's drawing, and you always find fault with his efforts. Jiang's mother widened her eyes in disbelief. How could that be? If I were to criticize him, it would be due to his lack of diligence. Jiang Yao did not wish to engage in a debate over such matters. Yes, you're absolutely right, mother. Perhaps you should take a moment to rest. Jiang's mother, displeased by his response, retorted, what do you mean by saying I'm always right? What I state is merely the truth. Jiang Yao conceded, indeed, you are correct. Jiang's mother was decisive and vivacious in her actions, while Chen's father was serious and methodical, often taking his time. Despite the occasional friction between this couple, their relationship remained largely harmonious. Once Jiang's mother settled down, Jiang Yao placed some money in her bag and retreated to his bedroom for a brief rest. Yang Sweki sat up and asked, did you have a quarrel with your mother? Jiang Yao, puzzled, replied, not at all. Why would I argue with her? I am an adult now. In the past, he would have felt compelled to debate right and wrong with his mother. However, he now recognized the challenges of parenthood. Moreover, the minor disputes between couples often serve as a catalyst for their emotional growth. Observing his parents over the years, despite their mutual grievances, their bond remained remarkably strong. It was merely my mother's refusal of the money that led to our exchange, he explained. Lying down, he embraced her shoulders, saying, let us rest. We shall feel more refreshed by afternoon. In Chapter 74, Jiang Yao attended class while Yang Sweki provided him with pen refills. In the afternoon, he accompanied Jiang's mother to the underground parking lot. She felt her bag weighed heavily and, upon inspection, promptly extracted the money. Yang Sweki had urged her to keep the funds, and Jiang's mother eventually acquiesced, stating, I will hold onto this money for you. Should you require it in the future, I will return it. That day, Jiang Yao had a morning class. As he stood at the door, he caught Yang Sweki's longing gaze, as if he were about to depart permanently. Return home promptly after class, my little girl, and I will be waiting for you. Jiang Yao nodded, of course. I will hurry home after class. But you, taking care of our little girl alone while I'm away, must find it exhausting. I will prepare lunch when I return. If you grow hungry, feel free to snack on some fruits or biscuits in the meantime. Yang Sweki stood at the door, resembling a steadfast statue of devotion. Rest assured, I can manage our little girl perfectly well. Focus on your studies. Jiang Yao nodded. Then I shall head to class. Just then, Yang Sweki's sweet voice called out, husband. As he turned, he saw her extending a pen refilled towards him, her smile radiant. Jiang Yao smiled back and replied, thank you for the refill. As Yang Sweki closed the door and stepped onto the balcony, she spotted Jiang Yao's silhouette disappearing towards a parking lot. Since their last meeting, the two had been inseparable for the past 2 months. Today, Jiang Yao was off to class, leaving Yang Sweki feeling a sense of emptiness. As he drove to school, a well-known figure on campus, he immediately drew the attention of those around him upon entering the grounds. Once in class, his classmates erupted in playful banter. Jiang Yao smiled, producing the wedding candies he had prepared in advance to share. Come on, tell us how you and the campus Belle got together. You're quite the charmer, managing to wed the school beauty without anyone noticing. Now that you have a wife and child, how does it feel? Your spicy hot pot is truly delicious. All the girls in our dorm adore it. Given our camaraderie as classmates, how about a little discount next time we dine at your place? The group surrounded Jiang Yao, chattering excitedly. Meanwhile, at home, Yang Sweki was playing with her little daughter while tidying up. Before she knew it, lunchtime approached. Feeling a pang of hunger, she rummaged through the fridge. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Given how hard Jiang Yao worked in the kitchen, she could prepare lunch today, ensuring he returned to a ready meal. Joy danced in her eyes as she felt confident in her culinary skills. Although her cooking might not rival Jiang Yao's, she believed it was quite palatable. After all, He had praised the breakfast she made him once. With that thought, Yang Sweki began steaming rice. Surely, they would need 2 cups. Next, she set to stir-frying vegetables and prepared a refreshing cucumber salad, perfect for summer. Using a peeler, she deftly stripped the cucumber and chopped it for the salad. Then she decided to stir-fry some beef strips, slicing along the grain. After a busy afternoon, she finally had the rice steamed and the dishes cooked. As for the taste, she deemed it satisfactory. After all, it was the sentiment that mattered most. Setting the table with care, she arranged the rice and dishes before moving on to prepare a soup. While making the soup, she took a moment to call Jiang Yao. "Darling, are you almost home?" "Not long now. I'm waiting for the elevator." "Are you hungry?" "I'll have lunch ready when you arrive." "Sounds great." Once the soup was ready, Yang Sweki sliced some watermelon. With everything prepared, she clapped her hands, satisfied. Life needs a touch of ceremony. Just then, Jiang Yao returned, changing his shoes at the door. Upon entering, he was greeted by a delightful aroma wafting through the air. "Wife, did you cook?" Yang Sweki sparkled with anticipation like a child eager for praise. "Yes, I made a few of my signature dishes for lunch. Come sit and taste." Jiang Yao was pleasantly surprised by the sight of the homely dishes on the table, which looked quite appealing. "Let me greet our little one first," he said, kissing their daughter's forehead before heading to the kitchen to wash his hands before dinner. Yang Sweki could hardly contain her excitement as she served him. "Darling, please try and let me know how it tastes." Jiang Yao sampled a bite of the stir-fried beef, finding it somewhat tough. However, accompanied by a generous serving of rice, it was passable. He then tried the cold cucumber salad, which appeared quite appealing and boasted a pleasant aroma, though it was a tad overly sour due to an excess of vinegar. Again, a bit more rice helped to balance it out. Next, he tasted the scrambled eggs with bell peppers and ham, which were slightly salty, yet manageable when paired with rice. Yang Sweki, eager to know his thoughts, inquired, "Darling, how does it taste?" She had put considerable effort into preparing 3 dishes and a soup, deserving of commendation to honor her intentions. Jiang Yao nodded, affirming that the flavors were delightful and quite conducive to appetite. Encouraged by his response, Yang Sweki resolved that whenever Jiang Yao attended class, she would prepare meals at home, ensuring he wouldn't bear all the burdens alone. After all, a husband must be cherished. As she began to eat, Yang Sweki remarked, "Oh dear, it seems I added too much salt. This is a bit sour, and why is the meat so tough?" Jiang Yao was amused by her expressions. "I believe these dishes are quite acceptable and certainly edible," he reassured her. Yang Sweki, feeling a tinge of discontent, thought he was merely offering words of comfort. "Darling, let us skip the cold cucumber salad. It's too sour." Yet Jiang Yao persisted. "But you worked hard to prepare this. Why not enjoy it? I think it's quite good." His encouragement warmed her heart, and with a radiant smile, she replied, "Then you should eat more." After the meal, Yang Sweki urged Jiang Yao to rest while she tidied up the kitchen. Unable to refuse her insistence, he retreated to the bedroom to play with their little girl. Having been apart for just a morning, he found himself yearning for her company. He placed their daughter on the bed and engaged her in play, coaxing her to call out "Daddy." "Come on, say Daddy." The little girl, a true foodie, was fascinated by her own tiny feet, munching on them with delight. Jiang Yao, amused by her antics, called out to Yang Sweki, "Dear, come quickly to see our little one." Sensing the urgency in his tone, she hurried into the bedroom, wondering what could be the matter. Jiang Yao pointed towards their daughter, encouraging her to take a look. Upon seeing the adorable scene, Yang Sweki couldn't help but laugh, swiftly retrieving her phone to capture the moment for posterity. One day, they would show it to her when she was older. Jiang Yao asked their daughter, "Little one, do your feet taste delicious? Why are you enjoying them so much?" The little girl giggled, the sound of her munching filling the air, clearly relishing the experience. Jiang Yao found her irresistibly charming. Yang Sweki, gleefully recording the moment, said, "Darling, when she grows up, we'll let her see this." Jiang Yao smiled and suggested, "Sweetheart, perhaps you should feed her. She might be hungry." With a playful grin, Yang Sweki replied, "Oh, she just loves to play. If she were truly hungry, she would have cried by now." Eventually, after a delightful playtime, Jiang Yao decided to wash their daughter's little feet. Holding her tiny feet in his hands, he asked, "Little one, Your feet smell so delightful. May I have a taste? She playfully kicked her foot towards him, as if responding. Yang Sweki chuckled. It seems our daughter, isn't too keen on that idea. Jiang Yao pretended to pinch his nose as he gently touched her little feet, exclaiming, "Oh dear, what smelly little feet you have," which sent their daughter into fits of giggles. After washing her feet, Jiang Yao handed the little girl to Yang Sweki for feeding. As soon as the little one found herself in Yang Sweki's embrace, she squirmed like a playful piglet, eager and impatient. This made Yang Sweki somewhat hesitant to feed her. With a sharp intake of breath, the little girl latched on, causing Yang Sweki's features to contort in discomfort. "Little one, be gentle," Jiang Yao chimed in, advising his daughter. "When you eat, try not to rush. It hurts your mother." The little girl, however, seemed oblivious to his words. Chapter 75. Jiang Yao takes the baby to pick up Yang Sweki from class. Once the feeding was complete, Jiang Yao lifted the little girl, saying, "Come, Daddy will take you to the living room to play." As he gently patted her back to help her burp, he began introducing the decorative pieces around the house. "What is this?" "This is a vase, and this is a photo album." "Look, who is this?" He brought a photograph closer to her, asking, "Doesn't this baby look familiar?" "It's you." The little girl, with her big, dark eyes, eagerly glanced around, taking in everything. Returning to the bedroom, Yang Sweki adjusted her position on the bed to find a more comfortable spot. Jiang Yao placed a cushion behind her back, allowing her to lie flat while slightly turning to the side. "Thank you, dear." Yang Sweki expressed gratefully. Jiang Yao smiled and replied, "You've worked hard, my love." He naturally placed a gentle kiss on her forehead. Sometimes, deep feelings lead to spontaneous gestures of affection. Yang Sweki felt her cheeks flush and glanced at Jiang Yao, thinking how handsome her husband was. Noticing her gaze, Jiang Yao smiled and suggested, "Why don't you take a nap?" Time passed, and Yang Sweki dozed off. Seeing that the little girl had also fallen asleep, Jiang Yao carefully placed her in the crib. Just as he lay down, Yang Sweki shifted closer, resting against him. Jiang Yao was somewhat surprised. She had indeed fallen asleep. "Dear, after my classes tomorrow, I will return early to feed the little one," she mentioned. Jiang Yao recalled that she had an early class, reassuring her, "No worries. I will pick you up from school tomorrow, and you can feed the little one then." Early the next morning, Jiang Yao rose to prepare breakfast. "My love, would you prefer rice noodle soup or porridge?" Yang Sweki, while freshening up, replied, "Anything is fine. I love what you make." After washing up, she wiped her mouth with warm water and proceeded to feed the little girl. The little one typically woke up quite early, and more often than not, Jiang Yao had just awoken when she stirred. At this hour, the little girl was still a bit groggy, and Yang Sweki softly coaxed her, saying, "Drink your milk first. Mommy has to go to class soon." Drawn by the scent of milk, the little girl, still half asleep, leaned in to drink. "My dear, come have breakfast," Jiang Yao called. Yang Sweki, cradling the baby, made her way to the living room. "I'm here." Although the doctor advised Yang Sweki to limit holding the child, she could still indulge occasionally. When Jiang Yao entered, he found Yang Sweki balancing, feeding the baby while eating breakfast. The little girl, now fully awake, opened her big, dark eyes and eagerly nibbled at her food. Determined to drink, Yang Sweki managed to eat with one hand, albeit cautiously to prevent crumbs from falling onto the child. Unfortunately, a piece of noodle fell onto the little girl's hand, but fortunately, it was cold. "I apologize, Mother. It was unintentional." Jiang Yao typically prepares nutritious yet simple breakfasts for Yang Sweki, offering a variety of dishes. As Yang Sweki nursed their baby, Jiang Yao assisted her by organizing her belongings. She possessed a sizable handbag containing her phone, power bank, notebook, and other essentials. Jiang Yao inquired, "Is there anything else you need to bring?" After a moment of contemplation, Yang Sweki replied, "Just a few nursing pads, please." Once everything was packed, both Yang Sweki and the baby had their fill. Yang Sweki settled on the sofa to digest her meal, while Jiang Yao took the initiative to clean her shoes, which deeply touched her. "Oh my, I truly married a wonderful husband." Finally, noticing the time, Yang Sweki quickly adhered the nursing pads, slipped on her shoes, and grabbed her bag. She bestowed a kiss on each of her two beloved ones at home, then rose on her toes to kiss Jiang Yao on the forehead. Feeling a bit shy afterward, she said, "Darling, please take good care of the baby at home. I must head to class now. Jiang Yao reminded her to take her keys and asked if she could ride the electric bike. Yang Sweki nodded affirmatively. Yes, but time is of the essence, so I must not linger. Despite her hurried words, she puckered her lips and blew him a kiss as she closed the door. Jiang Yao couldn't help but think how endearing his wife was. Subsequently, Jiang Yao tidied up the kitchen, organized the household waste, and disposed of it downstairs. He then prepared the ingredients needed for lunch and set the rice to steam in advance. Their little girl watched her father with curiosity from her stroller. Jiang Yao observed that no matter what the adults were doing, children always gazed at them with wide-eyed wonder. Come on, let us go out and welcome mommy home. As anticipated, by the time they arrived at the school, Yang Sweki should have finished her class. The weather was pleasant. It was an overcast day with the sun hidden, and a gentle breeze caressed his face. Relishing the refreshing wind, Jiang Yao felt a surge of joy. He pushed the stroller towards the school, which took about 20 minutes to walk. The little girl was intrigued by everything around her, from the flowers and trees by the roadside to the cars on the street and the towering buildings. As they walked, Jiang Yao playfully engaged with her, asking, "Isn't it fun out here? When you grow up, would you like to go to the amusement park with Daddy?" As they strolled past a flower shop, the owner called out to him, "Hey there, are you out playing with the baby?" It suddenly dawned on Jiang Yao that this was the same shop where he had purchased a bouquet of roses for Yang Sweki last Valentine's Day. "Indeed," he replied. "Wow, your daughter is absolutely adorable." The owner, smitten by the charming infant in the stroller, gifted her a few flowers to play with. "It's almost noon. Where are you headed?" "We're going to pick up her mother." The shop owner was filled with envy, exclaiming, "Oh my, I'm so envious." Upon reaching the school, the pair attracted the attention of those around them. Jiang Yao messaged Yang Sweki, "Have you finished class? The baby and I are waiting for you at the classroom door." At that moment, Yang Sweki was still attentively listening to the teacher while diligently taking notes. She is not the type of prodigy who can effortlessly achieve excellent grades. Her commendable results are the fruits of diligent study. After the teacher on the podium assigned homework, she announced the end of class. A nearby girl leaned in to glance at Yang Sweki's notes and exclaimed, "Wow, is there really a need to take so many notes?" Yang Sweki responded calmly, "That is my concern." The girl felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this. Another female classmate sitting next to Yang Sweki chimed in, "I have also taken quite a few notes. The teacher said these are all key points. Moreover, isn't it beneficial to take more notes during class? Some people simply do not put in the effort and wish for others to be equally unmotivated. Yang, your husband is waiting for you outside the classroom with the baby." Upon hearing this, Yang Sweki quickly gathered her belongings. Once she finished, she hurriedly dashed out, her face adorned with a radiant smile. "Did you really bring the baby to pick me up?" Jiang Yao smiled. "No, I am not joking." Yang Sweki beamed sweetly, "Then let us head home." She bent down and asked the little one, "Do you miss Mama?" It seems you don't miss Mama. While studying, I was thinking of you and Daddy." Jiang Yao took her handbag, saying, "Let me carry this." Yang Sweki insisted it was unnecessary, as it was not heavy, yet Jiang Yao still took it from her. Amid the envious gazes of those around them, the couple departed the school with their baby. Chapter 76. Jiang Yao changes the baby's diaper. Draw your sword. That man named Jiang Yao. Yang Sweki's smile is simply too sweet. Surely that man named Jiang Yao must have saved the universe in a past life to be worthy of our goddess. This must be the essence of love. When they are together, the air is filled with a sweetness akin to candy. This semester, I must find love. I too wish to experience a sweet romance. So what if Yang Sweki is enchanting? I am the man she will never possess. And so what if Jiang Yao is charming? I am the woman he cannot have. Enough already. Stop leaving comments on the school forum and go find a partner. What partner? Isn't it better to be a single aristocrat? Stay in formation, brothers. I do not wish to be a single dog. Sob, no one likes me. Upstairs. You have revealed the truth. The truth is always so heart-wrenching. As Jiang Yao and Yang Sweki walked and chatted, suddenly the little one's face turned crimson, indicating she needed a diaper change. "Husband, let us quickly find a place to change the little one's diaper." The couple hurriedly assisted in changing the diaper, playfully teasing the little one about her mess. Jiang Yao exaggeratedly pinched his nose, exclaiming, "Oh dear, the little one's mess is quite pungent. It's nearly overwhelming your father." This elicited giggles from the baby. For parents with children, it is inevitable to change diapers or feed them in public. When conditions permit, it is convenient. Otherwise, some mothers resort to nursing directly. Once a baby is hungry, they will cry regardless of the adult's convenience. "Husband, let's try a different brand of wipes next time. This one isn't very effective." Indeed, I too find these wet wipes rather ineffective. By the way, what has happened to our little girl's bottom? It appears somewhat flushed. A bit of red ointment should suffice when we return home. Upon arriving, Jiang Yao prepared lunch while Yang Sweki applied the ointment to their daughter. Although this medication is effective, it is not ideal for the baby to continuously experience such redness. Jiang Yao approached with a furrowed brow, questioning whether it might be due to the diapers. Yang Sweki pondered for a moment and suggested perhaps we should forego this pack of diapers and try a different brand. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Yao proposed switching to cloth diapers, which are breathable and do not trap moisture. Yang Sweki agreed, indicating it was the only viable option. However, the disposable ones available outside are too thin and prone to leaks when saturated. Jiang Yao considered this and turned to rummage through the cupboard. "Dear, do we have any unused blankets?" he inquired. Yang Sweki's eyes lit up. "Are you suggesting we use those as diapers?" These blankets were purchased during a sale she stumbled upon while passing by a store, a purchase she deemed practical for future use. Jiang Yao found a large cotton sheet within the cupboard, noting its quality and breathability. "You stay home and care for our little one while I seek the assistance of a tailor," he instructed. Yang Sweki nodded. "All right, be swift in your return." Before leaving, Jiang Yao kissed their daughter with tender affection, assuring her that soon she would no longer suffer from a red bottom. Observing her peaceful slumber, she resembled a little angel. However, uncertain of nearby tailors, Jiang Yao called Chen Yuan, who confessed ignorance. Subsequently, he reached out to Wang Zihao, who informed him of an elderly woman in a nearby alley engaged in sewing and mending. "Do you recall the time we dined on fried rice noodles? The computer repair shop is nearby. Just proceed straight and take a left. You'll find the alley," he advised. "Understood. I shall head there now." Jiang Yao followed the directions and indeed discovered an elderly woman busily sewing. Upon learning his purpose, she smiled warmly. "Young man, you have come to the right person. I'm quite skilled at this. Please have a seat. I will finish shortly." Jiang Yao settled into a chair, observing that the woman appeared to be in her 60s or 70s, yet her spirit was remarkably vibrant. She was cordial, engaging Jiang Yao in light conversation while she worked. "In my youth, I was a seamstress, crafting garments for many young ladies who adored my craft. Now that I'm older, I can no longer create clothing, but I wish to keep busy, hence I took up mending. Cloth diapers are splendid. We used them for our children in those days, and they never experienced a red bottom." Before long, the elderly woman presented a finished product to Jiang Yao. "Young man, does this thickness seem acceptable to you?" Jiang Yao considered it and replied, "It seems just about right, Grandma." The old lady smiled. "When winter arrives, you can come to me for winter diapers. I shall make them even thicker for you." Jiang Yao chuckled. "All right, I will come find you then, Grandma." Chapter 77. Without me, can you sleep at night? An hour later, the old lady had crafted nearly 60 cloth diapers and attended to the other blankets Jiang Yao had brought. Jiang Yao expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Grandma." The old lady, with great enthusiasm, even taught Jiang Yao how to use them. "This belt can secure the diaper to prevent it from slipping down. And here are 2 small strings for tying. Of course, if you prefer not to use this, pants will suffice as well." Upon returning home, Yang Sweki was exceedingly pleased with the diapers. "Wow, these cloth pieces are really well made." Jiang Yao shared her satisfaction. "We shall have our little girl use these. And when the weather turns cold, I will visit that old lady again for winter ones." However, this meant they would need to wash the diapers for their little girl. Washing the diapers was not unpleasant, but it would still be more convenient to have her wear disposable diapers when going out. Thus, their little girl donned the cloth diapers, and both husband and wife were content. However, it wasn't long before their little girl soiled her diaper. These cloth diapers are quite different from disposable ones. The smell is distinctly noticeable, indicating that she has made a mess. "You've worked hard, dear. Yang Sueki said, handing the soiled diaper to Jiang Yao. He took it to the bathroom, rinsed it under the faucet, and cleaned it with baby laundry detergent. This is quite convenient. He felt that 60 diapers might not be sufficient and resolved to make a few more. The following day, their little girl's rash had improved. That day, Jiang Yao attended class while Yang Sueki had just finished her meal when their little girl soiled her diaper again. A child of my own. How could I find it unpleasant? Yang Sueki cheerfully set about washing the diaper. Thus, without realizing it, they had entered the 3rd month. The weather had finally begun to cool, yet remained quite muggy, rendering the open windows ineffective. The couple decided to take their little girl downstairs for a stroll. A call from Chen's father interrupted them. Tomorrow was Chun Yuan's birthday, and he wished to invite a few close friends over for a gathering. Once, they had all shared the same dormitory, but now, each had embarked on their individual paths, and their communication had significantly diminished. They would chat in their group, sharing the challenges of work and life. Gradually, Wang Zihao and Brother Ma discovered that they were perhaps the ones facing the greatest difficulties. Chun Yuan, with a favorable family background, was now in business with Jiang Yao, earning tens of thousands daily, his laughter nearly obscuring his eyes. In contrast, Jiang Yao had acquired a car, a home, and a wife and child, and his business was thriving. Wang Zihao and Brother Ma contemplated inviting them out for snacks, but one was busy with childcare while the other was engrossed in business. Only the two of them shared common topics: promotions, salary increases, overtime pay, and the intricacies of workplace relationships. This time, Chen's father also called them, informing them that if they arrived late, dinner would be delayed. Initially, Chun Yuan's parents intended to dine out, but considering Yang Sueki's limited dietary options after childbirth, they decided to host a meal at home instead. The following day, Jiang Yao's family tidied up and drove to Chun Yuan's residence. Presently, the hot pot restaurant employed 3 waitstaff, including one at the front desk and another in the kitchen. The kitchen staff had been personally recruited by Chun Yuan, who had closely supervised him for 2 weeks before entrusting him with the kitchen operations. After all, profit was paramount, and other matters required his attention as well. Chun Yuan's family resided in an older apartment with 3 bedrooms, a living room, and 2 bathrooms, and the decor was not outdated. When Jiang Yao and his family arrived, Chen's mother was bustling about in the kitchen. "Auntie, let me help you with the cooking," Jiang Yao offered, only to be politely shooed away by Chen's mother. "You are our guests. The meal isn't ready yet. Please have a seat on the sofa. There are plenty of snacks on the coffee table. Feel free to help yourselves." Previously, Chun Yuan often invited them over to play games and share meals, so Jiang Yao was quite familiar with his home. "What's wrong?" he inquired. "I feel a bit uncomfortable. My period might be coming. Is it painful?" "Not too bad. I can manage. I'll get you a bowl of brown sugar water." After drinking the sweet concoction, Yang Sueki felt much better. She settled onto the sofa, munching on sunflower seeds, while Jiang Yao assisted her with pistachios. Coincidentally, a captivating film about the war of resistance against Japan was playing on the television, and the couple was thoroughly engrossed. Their little girl was playing with toys in her stroller when suddenly a loud noise startled her, causing her to cry. Jiang Yao quickly changed the channel, and Yang Sueki immediately comforted their daughter. Chen's mother emerged, concerned. "What happened?" "I heard the baby crying," Jiang Yao explained. The little one was frightened by the noise from the television. Chen's mother sighed in relief. "Just soothe her, and she will be fine." Yang Sueki entertained their daughter with toys, saying, "Look at what mommy has." No more crying. Observing the still crying infant, Yang Sueki promptly fed her, and the wails ceased immediately. With the ingredients prepared, Chen's mother awaited the rest of the family to begin cooking, while also helping to calm the child. She wiped her hands and said, "Let me hold the baby." As she cradled the little one in her arms, Chen's mother beamed with joy, exclaiming, "Oh, this baby is so adorable and soft." She could hardly recall the feeling of holding her son for the first time. Before long, Chen's father returned from outside, inviting Jiang Yao to play chess with him. "Do you know how to play?" Yang Sueki inquired. Jiang Yao replied, "Yes, my dad is quite skilled at chess, so I learned from him." They played 2 rounds, both of which Jiang Yao won. Undeterred, Chen's father requested another match, only to be called into the kitchen by Chen's mother for assistance. Wang Zihao and Ma Gu arrived together and teamed up with Jiang Yao in the living room to play games. Brother Jiang, your moves are off. It's only been a short while, and you've lost your touch. Brother Jiang, did you use your ultimate move too early? Jiang Yao replied lightly, indeed. My skills are a bit rusty. I shall improve in the next round. Yang Sweki, uninterested in the game, leaned back on the sofa engrossed in her phone. The little one had cried earlier and had surprisingly fallen asleep, now resting in the guest room. Shortly after, Chen Yuan returned, carrying several bottles of beverages. At the dining table, everyone was enjoying their meal with great delight. Chen's mother was particularly attentive to Yang Sweki, placing mild dishes on her side. Originally, Chen Yuan intended to invite a few more friends over, but the only ones he still kept in touch with were Jiang Yao and the others. As they neared the end of their meal, Jiang Yao suddenly announced, "The little one has woken up." Yang Sweki listened closely and indeed heard the child as cries. The couple hurried to the guest room to fetch their baby. However, they were met with an unexpected sight. Upon entering the room, they found the little one lying on her stomach. Had she managed to turn over? It seemed so. After Jiang Yao changed her diaper, he carried their daughter out. Surrounded by so many people, the little one, with tears still glistening on her cheeks, ceased her cries in her father's embrace. Chen Yuan extended his hands, asking, "Can Uncle hold you for a moment?" Jiang Yao handed the little one over, but the moment she turned to look for her father, her lips quivered as if she were about to cry. Her pitiful expression conveyed a sense of abandonment, as though Jiang Yao had forsaken her. Swiftly, Jiang Yao took her back, kissing her gently to reassure her with his familiar scent. "Come, let us find your mother." Since the arrival of their child, the couple's dining pace had notably quickened, particularly for Yang Sweki, who had to eat swiftly to avoid delays during feeding times. As they finished their meal, Chen's mother had already begun clearing the table. Soon came the time for the birthday cake, singing happy birthday, making wishes. After the entire celebration, the hour had grown late. "Jiang Ge, would you like to go home and soothe the child to sleep before joining us for barbecue?" "Sure. It has been quite a while since we gathered like this. I have no objections. It's entirely up to Jiang Ge." Jiang Yao pondered. "How about we buy some barbecue to enjoy at home?" Chen Yuan disagreed, asserting, "Eating at home lacks the ambience of a barbecue. We'll only be gone for a short while, and if the child wakes, your sister-in-law will be right there. Besides, you cannot feed her." Ma Ge remained silent, indifferent to the outcome. Wang Zihao concurred with Chen Yuan. "Indeed, Jiang Ge, if the child cries, your sister-in-law will be there." Yang Sweki also wished for Jiang Yao to go out for dinner, believing friends should maintain connections. "You should go, dear. I will keep the little one company." Jiang Yao was well aware of their intentions. Once they ventured out for dinner, it would likely stretch into the early hours. "If I'm out, will you be able to sleep well at night?" This was precisely the reason he hesitated to partake in the barbecue. His wife had previously mentioned that without him beside her, she struggled with insomnia. Yang Sweki, realizing this, felt a wave of warmth in her heart. She smiled gently, assured her husband, "Don't worry, I can sleep well." Beside her, 3 single friends lamented, "This dog food is insatiable, truly relentless." In the car, Jiang Yao remarked, "Dear, if you prefer that I stay, I can certainly do so. They may not understand me now, but in time, when they have their own wives and children, they will come to comprehend." Yang Sweki tilted her head, realizing just how handsome her husband had become. "You should go. I fully support you. Just remember to drink less. And if you do drink, please arrange for a designated driver. Also, return home early. Don't stay out too late, all right?" The 3 waited downstairs for Jiang Yao, and half an hour passed before he finally emerged at a leisurely pace. Upon his arrival, his first words were, "Without me by her side, she struggles to sleep at night, so I stayed with her until she drifted off." Chen Yuan sighed. "Wow, we were mistaken all along." "Jiang Ge," he continued, "we've been waiting for you for half an hour. Doesn't to your conscience ache?" Wang Zihao chimed in, "Jiang Ge, I always thought you weren't the type to be a devoted husband. Turns out I was wrong." Chen Yuan chuckled. "It seems Jiang Ji's household is bustling with 2 little ones." Jiang Yao, uninterested in their banter, replied, "If you want to laugh, then laugh. But let us stop chatting and head for barbecue. I need to get home afterward." Wang Zihao pushed him back. "Hurry home? You haven't even left yet." Jiang Yao pretended to head back, scaring Wang Zihao into grabbing him. "Let us go quickly. Chen Yuan is treating today." Chen Yuan smiled. It's my birthday, and I'm the one treating? The group laughed as they set off together. Ultimately, the four decided to indulge in barbecue at their favorite haunt. Wang Zihao settled in and called out, "Boss, do you remember us? You promised us a discount if we brought friends." The boss recalled the encounter and agreed, "All right, you've chosen well. I'll give you a 20% discount." While the others perused the menu, Jiang Yao found a spot to sit, content to eat whatever, as long as they ordered a few more skewers. The boss approached him, curiosity evident on his face. "I heard you married that campus beauty and had child. Is that true?" Jiang Yao nodded, surprised that even a boss from afar knew of such news. Was it Wang Zihao who spread the word? The boss gave him a thumbs up. "Young man, you're quite impressive." Jiang Yao humbly replied, "It's merely that fate has arrived." The four friends gathered, sharing tales of their recent lives, though Jiang Yao's narrative took a different turn. Caring for a child is indeed tiring, but each day, watching my baby brings me happiness. Did you know? My daughter, at such a tender age, can already eat her own feet. Let me show you the video. Isn't she adorable? She is simply too cute. My heart is melting. Look at her exercising. Her determination surpasses that of adults. And as her father, I feel immensely proud. And here, this is her laughing at our antics. Doesn't she resemble a little angel? And this one, she loves to sleep while smacking her lips. And she is smiling. She truly is a picture of cuteness. The other three showed no desire to comprehend the joys of fatherhood, as they did not even have girlfriends present. Such happiness was beyond their grasp, leaving them only with tears of envy. Chen Yuan spoke candidly, oblivious to the occasion. He experienced heartbreak. The others were taken aback. Heartbreak? It seems he has never been in a relationship. Jiang Yao inquired. Heartbreak? Who is the unfortunate one? Chen Yuan let out a heavy sigh. Tang Qingwei. The trio responded in disbelief. What? When did Chen Yuan and Tang Qingwei become an item? Jiang Yao exclaimed. I recall you haven't even pursued her yet. The other two echoed. What? Can that even be called heartbreak? Chen Yuan sighed again. Indeed. I hadn't even had the chance to pursue her before she outright rejected me, insisting on just being friends. Upon hearing this, the others couldn't help but chuckle. Wang Zihao patted Chen Yuan on the shoulder, his face a mask of sympathy. She regards you as a friend. Yet you wish for her to be the mother of your children. How amusing. Chen Yuan wore a look of despair. Why doesn't she like me? Wang Zihao offered a futile consolation. It's fine. She may not fancy you, but the rest of us do. You won't be lacking in affection. Chen Yuan pushed him away. Get lost. Who cares for your affection? I desire the love of a beautiful woman. The group erupted in laughter, each nursing their own discontent. Yet, as they sat together and conversed, the previously distant relationships felt significantly closer. Jiang Yao rose to purchase some barbecue, repeatedly reminding the vendor not to add any spice. They didn't need to speak to know for whom it was intended. The trio could only envy him. Chen Yuan addressed the vendor. Don't include that expense in the bill. We want to acknowledge it. After enjoying the barbecue, Jiang Yao noticed the time, nearing 1 a.m, and hastily excused himself. Chen Yuan had to go to the shop the next day, as did Wang Zihao and Ma Ge, who expressed the necessity of rising early for work. The four parted ways, promising to reconvene at a later date. For the child's 100-day celebration, come if you are free. No need for gifts. Your presence is sufficient. Upon returning home, Jiang Yao changed his shoes, only to hear sounds emanating from the bedroom. Yang Sweki approached with a smile, appearing not to have slept at all. Darling, you're back. Have you not slept at all? I did sleep, he replied, but in my drowsiness I noticed you were absent. So I got up and played on my phone until now. Here, I brought you some barbecue without spice. Wow, thank you, dear. It's been ages since I had barbecue. Jiang Yao headed for a shower while Yang Sweki delightedly savored the barbecue. When he emerged, she asked, What prompted you to buy me barbecue all of a sudden? Jiang Yao smiled. You're the treasure of this household. How could I possibly overlook you? Yang Sweki beamed with happiness. Thank you, darling. This barbecue tastes wonderful. Once I finish feeding the baby, I'll order something spicy. Jiang Yao nodded. All right, let us go to bed. Yang Sweki hurried to the bathroom to freshen up and returned to lie beside Jiang Yao. Good night, dear. Jiang Yao naturally leaned in to give her a kiss. Good night, my wife. Suddenly, he recalled something and asked, "Does your stomach still hurt?" Yang Sueki, in a state of drowsiness, murmured, "Your palm is warm. Let me warm it for you." She gently kissed his forehead, fatigue washing over her as she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, my dear." The following day, her relatives indeed arrived. After lunch, Jiang Yao made a phone call to Dr. Liu. "All is well. It indicates that your wife's health is on the mend. Since your relatives are here, there is no need for regular checkups. Once the nursing is complete, you two can consider having a second child." Yang Sueki inquired, "What did Dr. Liu say?" Jiang Yao smiled. "Dr. Liu mentioned that you are recovering splendidly, and regular checkups are no longer necessary." With hands on her hips, Yang Sueki solemnly declared, "From today onward, I shall commence yoga practices for my physical recovery." Jiang Yao questioned, "Is that permissible according to the doctor?" Yang Sueki chuckled. "Dr. Liu assured me it is fine, as long as the movements are gentle. Have no worries. Dear husband, I have practiced yoga before and know my limits." With that, Yang Sueki began ordering a yoga mat, yoga attire, and a yoga ball from an online shopping platform. For her husband and for herself, she was determined to engage in diligent exercise. Chapter 79. Yang Sueki's determination and selfless love for the baby. Initially, it was anticipated that today would be a joyful day. However, the visit from Yang Sueki's relatives felt akin to excruciating cramps. Before childbirth, her relatives' visits were erratic and only occasionally accompanied by mild discomfort. Unlike now, where the pain rendered her unable to stand, leaving her curled up in bed, she gazed at Jiang Yao with a pale, pitiful face. "I will call Dr. Liu to inquire if this condition is normal." When she did, the first question from Dr. Liu left the young couple feeling quite embarrassed. "If you have not had any issues, then this is a normal occurrence, as factors like nursing can lead to various symptoms when a new mother experiences her first menstruation. Do not worry. The next time may be somewhat painful, but the symptoms will lessen over time." He advised, prepare some brown sugar water for her to drink and use a hot water bottle on her abdomen. Avoid cold foods entirely. If the pain becomes unbearable, you may give her some pain relief tablets. But do not nurse the baby immediately after. Wait 48 hours before resuming. If the flow is heavier than usual, do not be overly concerned. This is all within the realm of normalcy. Should this persist for another month or two, bring her to the hospital for an examination. After hanging up, Jiang Yao promptly set about preparing brown sugar water. "I recall we have pain relief medication at home. I will give you some, and together we will endure this." Yang Sueki shook her head, insisting, "No, I must nurse the baby. I refuse to take medication." Jiang Yao brought over the brown sugar water, blowing gently on it as he comforted her. "You are still thinking about nursing? Look at your face. It's pale from the pain. This is not sustainable." He seldom scolded her. Their relationship had flourished over the past 3 months. Jiang Yao had always treated her with tenderness, and Yang Sueki recognized that he only wished the best for her. She puffed her cheeks and shook her head defiantly. "I can endure. I simply want to nurse the baby." Jiang Yao observed her unwavering determination, unsure of how to respond. "Have you forgotten? We have purchased milk storage bags. We can simply store the milk when the time comes. If necessary, we can also feed the little girl formula. The priority is to endure this phase." Upon hearing this, Yang Sueki smiled, realizing, "Oh yes, I will store more milk for the little girl later." Jiang Yao shook his head with amusement, teasing her. "Do you know what you look like just now with your cheeks puffed out?" Yang Sueki chose not to respond, fully aware that he was poking fun at her. Jiang Yao chuckled, likening her to a pufferfish, exclaiming how adorable she appeared. Yang Sueki scoffed lightly, unable to suppress a secret smile. In her earnestness, he insisted on calling her adorable. After finishing her sweet red date water, Yang Sueki felt some relief from the pain. "Dear, please hand me the milk storage bags. While the discomfort is manageable, let us act quickly." Jiang Yao retrieved the tools and sanitized them in the sterilizer, offering, "I will assist you." Yang Sueki replied, "Oh no, I can manage this myself." Jiang Yao grinned, recalling how he had seen her through the hospital stay. Yang Sueki struggled, asserting, "I can handle it alone. I do not need your help." However, upon making a move, she felt an overwhelming surge of discomfort, her expression stiffening as she dared not move recklessly. Jiang Yao urged her to lie still, taking it upon himself to store provisions for the little girl. Yang Sweki covered her face, unable to meet his gaze, but her embarrassment was short-lived as another wave of cramping pain hit her. Jiang Yao quickly paused, declaring, "This should suffice. I will fetch you some pain medication." Yang Sweki grasped his hand, insisting, "It is not enough. I can endure a bit more. Please continue." This level of discomfort is trivial compared to the agony I experienced during childbirth. Yang Sweki had endured hours of labor before the doctor opted for a cesarean section, fearing it would be too late otherwise. Truly, compared to the pain of giving birth, this is nothing at all. Chapter 80. Yang Sweki's concerned Jiang Yao regarded her silently, his eyes revealing a complex array of emotions. Seeing his indifference, Yang Sweki resolved to manage on her own. Yet, she truly felt quite unwell. Jiang Yao resumed his task, continuing to store provisions for the little girl, his eyes filled with compassion. Eventually, the small refrigerator was nearly full, and the couple paused their efforts. Jiang Yao retrieved the pain medication, and after Yang Sweki took it, she patiently awaited its effects. Jiang Yao brought her a warm pack to soothe her body, and with the medication gradually taking effect, Yang Sweki began to feel somewhat better. "Dear, I need to use the restroom. I will assist you." After returning, Yang Sweki lay on the sofa, stating, "Dear, I suddenly feel a bit sleepy. I would like to rest for a while." Worried she might roll off the couch, Jiang Yao carried her to the guest room. "You can sleep here. Otherwise, if the little girl wakes up, it might disturb your rest." "Thank you, dear, for your hard work." Before long, Yang Sweki fell asleep on the bed. Jiang Yao tucked her in and went to the kitchen to prepare the ingredients needed for dinner. From a distance, he could clearly hear the little girl's cries and hurried back to the master bedroom. The scene unfolded before my very eyes as the little girl cried while struggling to turn over. Jiang Yao promptly placed her in the stroller and wheeled her into the living room to feed her. Fortunately, having done this once before, he managed to avoid chaos on this occasion. Jiang Yao warmed the milk, tested its temperature, took a bottle, and squatted beside the stroller to feed the little girl. As soon as she caught a whiff of the milk, she eagerly began to drink. Gradually, her cries subsided, and she settled down. With her large, curious eyes, she gazed at the bottle in her father's hand. Jiang Yao playfully placed the bottle in her hands, supporting it for her. In no time, she had consumed the entire bottle of milk. Previously, it was Yang Sweki who fed her, so Jiang Yao had little concept of her feeding abilities. Now, witnessing her finish such a substantial amount of milk, he marveled at his daughter's prowess. After burping her, Jiang Yao laid her down on the bed and offered her a Belle toy, which she could entertain herself with for quite a while. As she lay there, she suddenly lifted her little feet and, with great effort, attempted to turn over. After 2 or 3 tries, she succeeded. Jiang Yao crouched down to meet her gaze, showering her with praise as if she had accomplished something truly remarkable. Once the little girl learned to roll over, it seemed she had discovered joy. Rolling back and forth with glee, Jiang Yao watched in apprehension, fearing that she might accidentally tumble off the bed, so he quickly surrounded her with cushions. After playing with her for a while, he found a moment to check on Yang Sweki. "Dear, are you still feeling unwell?" he asked. Yang Sweki yawned and replied, "I feel much better now. How is our little girl? I thought I heard her crying a moment ago." Jiang Yao nodded. "Yes, she was hungry earlier, but she has finished her milk and is now playing." Yang Sweki got up. "I'll go check on her." Jiang Yao smiled. She has learned to roll over now. As Yang Sweki approached, she saw the little girl smiling brightly after her accomplishment, exuding cuteness. "Our little girl has finally learned to roll over. Wonderful. Come here. Mommy will give you a kiss." Yang Sweki exclaimed, then added, "Our little darling is truly amazing." After praising their daughter, Yang Sweki, full of childlike joy, played with her. "Let us allow Mommy to rest for a bit while Daddy plays with you." Jiang Yao engaged in a game of hide and seek with the little girl, eliciting her delightful giggles. "Wow, Daddy is here. Oh, there's Daddy." After about 10 minutes of play, Jiang Yao headed to the kitchen to prepare dinner while Yang Sweki kept an eye on the little girl in the living room. These days, with no classes, Yang Sweki could enjoy some well-deserved rest. Jiang Yao would go downstairs to the market for groceries, managing to provide enough food for 2 days at home. Most of the time, Yang Sweki was resting, and her complexion was not the best. Every day, Jiang Yao prepared brown sugar water for her. Darling, you've really worked hard these past few days. In recent days, observing Jiang Yao bustling about while also caring for their little girl has tugged at her heartstrings. If it were an inexperienced father, he would have surely been overwhelmed by the tasks at hand. Jiang Yao, however, has long since acclimated to the responsibilities of nurturing his wife and child, finding no hardship in the endeavor, despite the busyness. Before they knew it, a week had elapsed, and the radiant Yang Sweki returned. On this particular day, the couple ventured to a shopping mall to procure a playpen for their daughter, one to be placed at the edge of their master bed and another in the living room to create a play area. After visiting 2 stores that morning, they finally acquired all the necessary items. Jiang Yao chose only the highest quality materials, totaling just over 2,000 yuan, with the shopkeeper promising prompt delivery. After lunch, Jiang Yao encouraged Yang Sweki and the baby to rest. "Dear, what are you going to do?" she inquired. "I'm going to wash the new playpen and mat, then let them sunbathe outside," he replied. "All right, I will come help you shortly." "No need," he insisted. "You and the baby should rest." Jiang Yao had purchased the finest materials. The shopkeeper assured him there was no odor, which proved to be true. However, being cautious, he decided to wash everything thoroughly before placing it on the balcony to dry, intending for their daughter to use it in a few days. After soothing their daughter to sleep, Yang Sweki herself dozed off for over half an hour, awakening to find Jiang Yao still hard at work. He had finished washing the playpen and was now tackling the mat. The material of the mat was commendable, highly absorbent, and, importantly, non-slip. Several pieces of the mat required multiple washes. "Dear, I'll come help you," she offered. "Could you hang this clean mat on the balcony to dry?" he requested. Of course. Suddenly, Jiang Yao recalled that Yang Sweki should not lift heavy objects and quickly asked, "Is this heavy?" She shook her head in response. "Not at all. It's very light." After lunch, they continued washing until nearly 4 o'clock, leaving Jiang Yao drenched in sweat. Yang Sweki brought him a towel, saying, "Dear, let me help you wipe off the sweat. You've worked hard." There was still much to prepare for dinner, along with a plethora of tasks awaiting their attention. Jiang Yao smiled. "I do not find it burdensome." This week, the sun shone brightly, perfect for drying their purchases, which they would likely be able to use in a couple of days. Despite the seemingly effortless appearance of parenting, it involved not only supervising the child, but also attending to numerous other responsibilities. The couple spent their days, aside from attending classes and taking strolls in the community at night, largely at home, caring for their child. After a brief respite, Jiang Yao felt his fatigue diminish. Learning that her husband was preparing ingredients for dinner, Yang Sweki insisted he take another moment to rest. "Please take a break. I'll cut some watermelon for you," she said. Jiang Yao followed her into the kitchen, declaring, "I'm feeling refreshed." Yang Sweki, with a skeptical expression, replied, "You've been busy since morning, and you only just rested a moment. How could that be enough? Eat some watermelon first, then rest a bit longer. I'll handle dinner tonight." Jiang Yao wished to protest, but Yang Sweki's demeanor was resolute. "Regardless, you must heed my words today." Concerned by his wife's attentiveness, Jiang Yao found it impossible to refuse and thus accepted her care with a grateful heart. After finishing the watermelon, he retreated to the bedroom for a brief nap. Yang Sweki began her culinary endeavors. Having already steamed the rice in advance, it was now time to prepare the dishes. She was only proficient in a few signature recipes, and the last dish she had cooked had been barely edible, prompting her to seek out some tutorials online. Jiang Yao quickly succumbed to slumber in bed. As Yang Sweki followed the online tutorial, she was abruptly interrupted by the sound of their child crying, prompting her to rush over. "Darling, please go back to sleep. I can handle the baby." It turned out that the cries of their little girl had disturbed Jiang Yao's rest. Yang Sweki urged him to sleep in the guest room, assuring him, "In an hour, I will wake you. Trust me, I can take good care of our little one." Jiang Yao pondered that it would take him about an hour to tend to the baby, so he decided to steal a few more moments of rest. Yang Sweki fed the baby, watching her eat with delight, which brought a smile to her face. After feeding the little one and burping her, she glanced at the clock and realized that an hour had flown by. Hurriedly, she returned to the kitchen to stir-fry. At this hour, the rice was perfectly steamed in the rice cooker. Just one more dish, and everything would be sublime. Chapter 81. Yang Sweki in the kitchen. A tale of trials. Yang Sweki's plan was flawless, yet reality proved to be harsh. When frying meat, Jiang Yao had advised her to ensure the pan was sufficiently heated. Following his instructions, she promptly added the meat to the hot pan. However, something went awry, and the pan erupted with a cacophony, splattering oil everywhere. This startled Yang Sweki, who instinctively jumped back, suddenly remembering that the baby was in the doorway of the kitchen. She hastily wheeled the stroller into the living room. The child, oblivious to the danger, blinked her big eyes and giggled, clearly amused by Yang Sweki's frantic demeanor. With a hint of exasperation, Yang Sweki exclaimed, "How can you still be laughing, my dear?" Suddenly, a burnt aroma wafted through the air, and she realized with dread that a significant portion of the food had charred. Can this even be salvaged? She wondered. After a few more stirs, she plated the dish and took a tentative taste. In her haste, she scalded her mouth, exclaiming, "Ouch, that is hot." Now, she had burned her tongue, tears welling in her eyes as she rushed to retrieve some aloe vera gel from the cabinet. Feeling disheartened, Yang Sweki turned to see her little girl tilting her head, trying to catch a glimpse of her mother. This sight made her chuckle, and her gloom dissipated. She made silly faces at the baby, who giggled joyfully in response. "All done. Mother is not afraid of failure. I must ensure that Daddy enjoys the dinner I prepared once he wakes." Yang Sweki chopped garlic sprouts and began to stir-fry again. Midway through, she realized that she had likely added too little oil. "Oh well, a bit more should suffice," she thought. After tasting the mixture, she discovered that it was still raw inside, while the exterior had begun to blacken. What to do now? Perhaps I should continue cooking. The garlic sprouts had lost their original form, so she added the mangled meat into the mix. Ultimately, she presented a plate of food that bore little resemblance to a coherent dish. Holding the plate, she gazed at her baby and sighed. "What should I do? Shall I serve this to your father?" The little girl was playing with her toys when she accidentally dropped one. Yang Sweki picked it up, cleaned it, and placed it back in her hands. "Mom, could you please fry some ham and eggs for Dad?" This was her specialty, and ultimately, the dish turned out quite well, garnished with a sprinkle of chopped green onions. An hour had already slipped by. Yang Sweki gathered the ingredients and prepared a seaweed and egg soup. 2 dishes and a soup should suffice, considering only 2 adults would be dining. Yang Sweki went to wake Jiang Yao. "Darling, the meal is ready. Please wash your hands and prepare to eat." "All right, thank you, my dear." Upon entering the dining room, Jiang Yao was met with a plate of dark-looking food, which stirred a hint of unease within him. After washing his hands, he found Yang Sweki already seated, waiting for him. "Hurry and eat, dear." Jiang Yao glanced at Yang Sweki and, leaning in closer, asked, "What happened to your mouth?" Yang Sweki had forgotten about her burn, as her hand brushed against her lips. Pain surged through her. "Oh, this? I accidentally burned myself while cooking." Jiang Yao surmised how the mishap occurred. "Have you applied some ointment?" "I've already used aloe vera gel. It doesn't hurt anymore. So please eat." Jiang Yao couldn't help but inquire, "What is this dish?" "Yang Sveki hesitated. This is garlic sprouts stir-fried with meat. I tasted it earlier, and it was passable." Jiang Yao chuckled. "If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have guessed this was stir-fried meat." After taking a bite, he found the flavor hard to describe. "Well, it's tolerable. One shouldn't expect too much beyond that." However, when Yang Sweki tasted it, her expression changed drastically. "Darling, don't eat this. It's too terrible." Jiang Yao exclaimed. "I think it's edible." Yang Sweki, feeling unable to deceive herself, pleaded, "I really don't want this. Could you please make me a bowl of noodles?" "Sure. I'll make you tomato and egg noodles while I continue with this," Jiang Yao replied. "No, this is inedible. I think it's fine. Just pick out what is edible." "No need for that." Yang Yao laughed. "If it's edible, just eat it. Throwing it away would be quite wasteful. Now that I'm a father, I must set a good example for our little girl." Yang Sweki purset her lips, glancing at the baby in the stroller and reflecting on her parents. "All right, then I will eat too." "You don't have to. I'll make you noodles. I'll handle this." "I don't want noodles. I want to eat this with you." Seeing Yang Sweki's insistence, Jiang Yao served her the better portions from the plate while he settled for the more acceptable bits. Yang Sweki pursed her lips from now on. "It seems cooking will largely fall upon you." Jiang Yao smiled, "Of course. As long as you have the intention, I'll make whatever you desire. You needn't trouble yourself with cooking. Women sometimes have peculiar thoughts. Darling, do you think I'm useless? Jiang Yao shook his head. Not at all. You are not only beautiful, but also exceptionally capable. Yang Sweki was taken aback by his praise and began to bask in it. Indeed, I am gentle and quite gracious. Jiang Yao gazed at her endearing demeanor. Dear, please eat. I'm almost finished. Yang Sweki nodded and began to eat. Having not yet finished her meal, the little girl began to feel hungry. The couple sprang into action, leaving Yang Sweki to multitask, nursing while attempting to eat. To be honest, the food was so poorly prepared that she had no desire to eat it. Since changing the baby's diapers, there had been no further instances of diaper rash. However, the cloth diapers hanging on the balcony had not ceased to dry. By the time they finished their tasks, the food had gone cold, and Yang Sweki found herself unable to eat. Jiang Yao prepared a bowl of egg noodles, which Yang Sweki happily devoured, exclaiming, Dear, how is it that your noodles taste so delightful? Hurry and eat, and afterward we can take a stroll around the neighborhood and perhaps buy some fruits to bring home. All right. That evening, Jiang's mother called to inquire if Jiang Yao had arranged the 100-day celebration, mentioning that the same relatives from last time would be attending. Jiang Yao replied, Not yet. Perhaps we could celebrate at your place. After some contemplation, Jiang's mother suggested, Let me check the weather forecast for those days. Jiang's father chimed in, It won't rain, nor will it be overly sunny. The weather should be quite pleasant. Jiang's mother smiled. Very well then. Discuss with Sweki about returning to celebrate the 100 days. We can invite relatives and friends for a lively meal. What do you think? Jiang Yao had no objections, Mom. You can arrange everything. This delighted Jiang's mother, who, after hanging up, busied herself with preparations. Chapter 82. Praise for the little one's achievements. Hosting the 100-day celebration for the little girl at their hometown was indeed a splendid idea. Jiang's mother had longed to showcase her grandchild to the neighbors, and both parents were eager to see their granddaughter. Most importantly, Jiang Yao had not returned home in quite some time. His days were consumed with either caring for the baby or attending classes. Brother Jiang, I apologize. My company has scheduled a team-building event, and I cannot take leave. Said Ma Ge. No worries. Work is paramount. We can share a meal together another time, Jiang Yao replied, not taking it to heart. Working outside was no easy feat, and he recalled his days as a temporary worker, earning a meager salary while handling the workload of 2 or 3 individuals. During his summer break, he sought employment to supplement his living expenses, pushing through the challenges. Wang Zihao also had work that day, but arranged to swap shifts with a colleague, planning to join Jiang Yao in Chen Yuan's car. Yang Sweki called Tang Qingwei, who was still nestled in bed. Sweki, what is up? Are you coming to my little girl's 100-day celebration? When is it? The day after tomorrow. If you can't make it, just prepare a monetary gift. You practical woman, always looking to gain something from me. Hold on, let me check my schedule. After a moment, Tang Qingwei exclaimed, Oh dear. I really have something that day, and won't he be able to come? Yang Sweki chuckled. No problem. Just ensure the gift arrives. Take care, and remember to eat well. Tang Qingwei murmured before rolling over to continue her slumber. That evening, the couple visited a nearby shopping plaza. This time, they aimed to purchase a bit more, as outings were not a frequent occurrence. Yang Sweki pushed the baby stroller while Jiang Yao maneuvered the shopping cart, both enjoying their shopping experience together. Having purchased several boxes of milk, along with some nutritional supplements for mothers and a variety of snacks, Yang Sweki smiled at her husband. Their SA store over there. I wish to buy a complete outfit for both Mom and Dad. This marked her inaugural visit to Jiang Yao's hometown, and arriving empty-handed seemed rather inappropriate. Jiang Yao responded affirmatively. All right, let us take a look. After completing their shopping, Jiang Yao placed the items into the trunk before following Yang Sweki to the clothing store. Although it was a small brand, it enjoyed a commendable reputation and decent quality. Honey, do you think Mom will like this one? Is it perhaps too plain? She inquired. What about this one? It seems a bit too flashy, she continued. However, every piece of clothing Yang Sweki selected was dismissed by Jiang Yao, leaving her to question his taste. Recognizing her hesitation, Jiang Yao reassured her, Just choose whatever you like, my dear. I'm not well-versed in fashion, but I know you look beautiful in anything. The saleswoman nearby was taken aback by his words, exclaiming, Wow, This handsome gentleman knows how to charm. Yang Sweki blushed sweetly at his compliment and decided, all right then, I will buy this one for Mom. Jiang Yao nodded, yes, you make the decisions. Yang Sweki selected a dress for Jiang's mother and a summer shirt paired with trousers for Jiang's father. Upon returning home, the couple began to lull their baby to sleep. The weather forecast predicted a sunny day ahead, and they hoped it would be true. Yang Sweki, somewhat exasperated, complained to Jiang Yao, look, as soon as we place our little one on the bed, she flips over and refuses to lie still. Jiang Yao chuckled. She enjoys playing. Let's indulge her. Otherwise, we can let her exercise. Shall we do some fitness exercises together, little one? He suggested, grasping the baby's hands and moving her arms up and down. Up and down, let us go. The baby's bones were delicate. If she resisted or became stiff during the exercises, they were careful not to force her. After 5 repetitions, they transitioned to another movement, extending her arms side to side. Following this, they laid the baby flat on her back with her knees bent and feet pointed upwards. Jiang Yao gently applied pressure to her feet, and as she pushed back, they maintained the right amount of force, allowing her to engage actively. Next, they encouraged her to practice lifting her head while lying on her stomach. Yang Sweki watched intently as her daughter excelled, delighting in the sight of her little one flipping over with joy. Look, my darling daughter, Mommy can flip too. I'm quite quick at it, she exclaimed, eliciting a smile from the baby, who seemed to understand her words. Yang Sweki encouraged her, keep going, little one, and then performed another flip herself. The baby mimicked her, and the two shared a joyous moment, with Jiang Yao observing them fondly. Yang Sweki kissed her daughter's forehead, her smile radiant. Oh, our little one is truly remarkable. Jiang Yao echoed her praise. Indeed, our little one is impressive, flipping over multiple times. Daddy gives you a thumbs up. Subsequently, the couple bathed their daughter and, after soothing her to sleep, prepared to retire for the night themselves. Before bedtime, it is beneficial for the little one to engage in some exercise, ensuring a more restful slumber through the night. A 3-month-old baby typically enjoys a satisfactory quality of sleep, requiring merely a diaper change in the middle of the night. As the child grows, they will soon be able to sleep soundly until dawn. Chapter 83. A family of 3 returns to their hometown for the 100-day celebration. The following day, Jiang Yao called Chen Yuan, announcing that he was ready and about to set off. Brother Jiang, I will be at your building in 10 minutes. The weather that day was pleasantly mild, a rare occasion of clear skies accompanied by a refreshing breeze. Chen Yuan was driving the car that once belonged to his father, which had been entrusted to him after he embarked on his business ventures. Jiang Yao led the way, with Chen Yuan following closely behind. After approximately an hour, they arrived. They departed at 9 o'clock and reached their destination close to 10. Chen Yuan and Wang Zihao had visited before, and Ma Ge was no stranger either, having accompanied Jiang Yao on previous picnics and fruit-picking excursions. Jiang Yao's family home was a 3-story building adorned with ceramic tiles, presenting an attractive facade. The front featured a small, private courtyard where cilantro, eggplants, green peppers, and peas were cultivated. When Jiang Yao was in middle school, the house had already been renovated, making it one of the earlier remodeled homes in the village. Jiang's father sat on a bench in the courtyard, fanning himself while occasionally glancing towards the road in front of the gate. Each time a vehicle approached, he would rise to take a look. When he saw it was a car belonging to someone else, the disappointment on his face was unmistakable, much to the amusement of Uncle Wang nearby. Xiao Jiang mentioned they would arrive in a few minutes, so there's no need to fret. They will definitely show up. Suddenly, Jiang's father spotted Jiang Yao's car approaching from a distance. They are here. They have returned. Uncle Wang leaned in to observe, skeptical. From this far away, how can you be sure it's Xiao Jiang's car? With a chuckle, Jiang's father replied, how could I not recognize my son's vehicle? As the car drew nearer, Uncle Wang confirmed, indeed, that is Xiao Jiang's car. The one behind must belong to his friend. I shall go greet them. In the kitchen, Jiang's mother and Aunt Gao were busy preparing ingredients to entertain their guests, having started their tasks at 8:30 in the morning. Your spouse has been gazing out since early morning, still thinking about her son, Aunt Gao remarked with a smile. Oh, you cannot imagine how much he longs to see our granddaughter, constantly asking for video calls. Zhang's mother recounted how the previous night he had come to inquire about why they had only had a voice call. Imitating her husband, she said, "Why haven't you video called our granddaughter today? A voice call only conveys sound, not sight. Do hurry and let me see the little one." Aunt Gao was thoroughly entertained by this exchange. At that moment, Zhang's mother perked up, hearing a commotion outside. She quickly set aside her tasks and hurried over. "I believe I heard them mention my son's car has arrived. I must take a look." Upon reaching the courtyard, she saw her son's car nearly at the entrance, filling her with joy. Covered in the aromas of her culinary endeavors, she hesitated to embrace the child, opting instead to watch from a distance. Aunt Gao lived right next door to Jiang Yao's family home. As their neighbor, Mr. Jiang suggested parking the car in front of Uncle Gao's house, as their yard was soon to be set for a banquet. Jiang Yao stepped out and gently lifted the little girl from her infant car seat. Today, she was adorned in a charming pink dress, accented with a strawberry hairpin and donning delicate white socks. The little girl was quite spirited, her large eyes darting from one thing to another. Zhang's mother expressed her desire to hold her granddaughter, exclaiming how quickly she had grown in such a short time. Aunt Gao nodded in agreement, noting how the child seemed to change daily and praising the couple for their parenting skills. Yang Sweki, pushing the stroller, greeted everyone, looking particularly sweet today after a bit of preparation. Zhang's mother smiled and suggested, "Sweki, why not take the child inside where it's air-conditioned?" Mr. Jiang added, "Move that big fan outside. It's breezier out there and much cooler." Zhang's mother shot him a disapproving look, then turned to bring the fan inside, cheerfully asking Yang Sweki if the fan was effective. Yang Sweki replied with a smile, "It's quite refreshing, but honestly, the breeze outside is sufficient without the fan." At that moment, Chun Yuan and Wang Zihao finished their greetings and began unloading items from the car trunk. "Uncle and Auntie, these are for you," they announced, presenting a bounty of fruits, cookies, and nutritional supplements, all neatly packaged. Zhang's mother received the gifts, saying, "Next time, you need tea, bring anything. Just your presence brings me joy." To her surprise, they continued to unload even more items, including dried meats and grains. She gasped, "How could you buy so much?" Aunt Gao laughed. "These are all from the children's hearts. I can see that they chose well." Mr. Jiang remained silent. Jiang Yao, along with Chun Yuan and Wang Zihao, carried the items one by one to the kitchen, turning back to let Zhang's mother handle the organization. After several trips, they finally finished and sat in the yard, enjoying the breeze from the fan. Having a car makes it easier for you. It's inconvenient for you to carry these home, Jiang Yao said as he accepted the fan from his father and naturally moved beside his wife, fanning her gently. Had it not been for Aunt Gao's persistent smiles directed at Yang Sweki, she might not have noticed how attentively he cared for her. Zhang's mother instructed, "You all sit tight. I'll busy myself in the kitchen." Jiang Yao attempted to assist, but was firmly declined. "Just stay outside. We don't need so many hands in the kitchen." Aunt Gao echoed, "You've driven here. Just relax. We'll have everything ready shortly." In the yard, Mr. Jiang and Uncle Wang entertained the children, but the little girl showed no interest in them, instead captivated by the small ducks. It turned out that Aunt Gao's yard had a pen of half-grown ducks, their quacking drawing the children's attention. Yang Sweki carried the little girl over to see. The baby was curious about everything around her, and her delight was palpable as she observed the lively scene. Jiang Yao approached to inform Xiao Wanwan that this was a little duck, which even learned to quack. This amused Yang Sweki, who playfully remarked that the imitation was far from accurate. Jiang Yao retorted, "Isn't it quite similar? If not, why don't you give it a try?" Just as the young couple was engrossed in their discussion about the sound of ducks, a guest entered, carrying gifts. Yang Sweki recognized this individual from the previous month's celebration, recalling vividly that she had two boisterous grandsons who were not present this time, likely due to the commencement of the school year. It was only during the summer and winter vacations that their parents would bring the children back to their hometown, allowing the elderly to care for them for a month or two. Soon, a number of relatives and friends connected to the Jiang family began to arrive. Chun Yuan and Wang Zihao joined the gathering, and the young people huddled together to observe the little ducks in the enclosure. Chun Yuan and Wang Zihao engaged Yang Sweki in nostalgic conversations about past outings, such as picnics with Jiang Yao and fruit-picking excursions in the mountains. Chen Yuan's eyes brightened. I recall there was a pear tree. Let me ask, Andy. He dashed to the kitchen to inquire with Jiang's mother. In rural areas, some families had planted numerous fruit trees in the mountains before relocating to the city, yet these trees continued to bear fruit annually. Neighborly relations allowed for the fruits to be picked by friends or sold in town. Jiang's mother smiled. The pears are ripe. I picked some yesterday, and they are quite sweet. If you wish to eat, feel free to take a bag and pick some. Chen Yuan quickly found a large bag and urged Wang Zihao to join him in the pear-picking venture. Although Wang Zihao was initially reluctant, the excitement radiating from Chen Yuan was infectious, prompting him to agree. Let us go. Jiang will go together. Jiang Yao shook his head. I need to look after the child. You two go ahead. Ultimately, the pair left with their bag in tow. Yang Shui's eyes sparkled with eagerness to join. But Jiang Yao cautioned her. Although there are many fruit trees on the mountain, the mosquitoes are abundant in this weather, and being bitten would be quite uncomfortable. With this warning, Yang Shui's enthusiasm waned. The gathering of relatives and friends was modest, and Jiang's mother remarked that 4 tables would suffice. Every guest who came made it a point to admire Xiao Wan, without exception praising her beauty. Some were particularly effusive, elevating both Yang Shui and Xiao Wan to the heights of flattery, leaving Yang Shui feeling somewhat bashful. Jiang Yao recognized some of these individuals, while others were mere shadows of forgotten memories. This prompted a reflection on the swift passage of time and the fleeting nature of life. Chapter 84. The arrival of Yang Shui's parents. A gift of affection from their daughter before long. Chen Yuan initiated a video call. Jiang, look. This little pear tree is laden with fruit. The sight of the bountiful tree stirred Yang Shui's desire to pick the pears. After ending the call, she whispered, Darling, when they return, let us make sure they wash their hands and change their clothes before interacting with Xiao Wan. Jiang Yao chuckled. They can't even touch me, let alone the child. A robust aunt called out, Dinner will be ready shortly. We can summon Chen Yuan and Wang Zihao back. Jiang Yao acknowledged her, yes. It will be back soon. Yang Shui then asked, Honey, where's your restroom? Jiang Yao rose to his feet and said, I'll take you to the first floor. At that moment, a taxi approached from a distance, inside of which were Yang Shui's parents. The restroom was decorated in a manner similar to those in the city. As they strolled, Jiang Yao guided Yang Shui through the first floor, which featured a kitchen, dining room, guest rooms, and the rooms of my parents. The second floor also housed 2 rooms and a spacious balcony. Come, let me show you around, he exclaimed. Jiang Yao's ancestral home was adorned quite nicely, with exquisite interior design. During the festive seasons, relatives and friends would pay each other visits, necessitating ample accommodations, hence the numerous rooms. The master bedroom on the second floor was reserved for Jiang Yao, a generously sized room that had been thoughtfully arranged. Later, Jiang's mother purchased a dressing table and a full-length mirror to place within it. The curtains, unlike those in other rooms, were newly bought and embroidered with floral patterns. Jiang Yao noticed that the room had been adorned with fresh wallpaper, creating an overall ambience that was warm and inviting. Evidently, much care had been taken in its arrangement. Unlike the simpler decor of the other rooms, the rooms on the third floor were similar, but the balcony was much larger, suitable for drying quilts, clothes, and beans. Yang Shui stood on the balcony, gazing out at the surrounding houses, which were charmingly scattered amidst lush flowers, trees, and farmland. Darling, once our child grows up, shall we live in the countryside? She proposed. Of course, wherever you wish to reside is fine by me. Alternatively, we could travel everywhere or even return to our hometown to farm. Jiang Yao replied. When that time comes, you can tend to the fields while I assist you by wiping your sweat and bringing you tea. How does that sound? He added with a laugh. Yang Shui chuklet. If you tire yourself out, I shall massage your back, and we could also grow some vegetables at home. Jiang Yao embraced her, saying, All right, dear, I shall work hard in the fields so that you may have your fill. Just then, Jiang's mother called out to him, I'm heading downstairs. Dinner will likely be ready soon. You play up here for a bit, but remember to come down. Yang Shui waved her hand. You go ahead. I'll come down shortly. Just keep an eye on our little girl. At that moment, her phone rang, and Yang Shui answered. Hello? Xuya. Your parents are on their way for the 100-day celebration of our granddaughter. They'll be arriving shortly. Mom and Dad, why did you come? You said you were too busy to come, she exclaimed. It's our granddaughter's 100-day celebration. As her grandparents, we must be there. We discussed it with your in-laws yesterday, and we're definitely coming. We're just 500 meters away from the Jiang family home, and we'll be there soon. Delighted by this news, Yang Sweki responded, all right. She hurried down the stairs, telling Zhang's mother, Mom, my parents are almost here. I'm going to check outside the yard. Zhang's mother replied, then hurry along, but don't wander too far. Once your in-laws arrive, we should be about ready to eat. Yang Sweki nodded with a smile. In the yard, Jiang Yao was entertaining their little girl. Where are you off to, my dear? He asked. My parents are coming, so I'm going to check outside, she replied cheerfully. All right, I'll come with you, Jiang Yao said. Yang Sweki flashed a sweet smile. Okay. As fate would have it, Yang Sweki's parents were just stepping out of the taxi. Jiang Yao was the first to greet them. Mom and Dad, you've arrived. Jiang's mother smiled and said, yes, we came to see our granddaughter. Yang's mother, adorned in fashionable attire, exudes an elegant demeanor and a refined character. Her conversation and gestures reflecting her cultured upbringing. Upon glancing back, Jiang Yao's parents noticed their in-laws had arrived. Ah, dear in-laws, welcome. Zhang's father greeted with a smile. I am Jiang Yao's father, and this is his mother. Yang's mother politely introduced herself. I'm the mother of Yang Sweki, and this is her father. We have met Zhang's mother previously and brought along a small gift. Please do not think it too trivial. Yang Sweki's parents also came bearing gifts. Zhang's father, upon seeing the offerings, cheerfully accepted them, saying, Dear in-law, there's no need for gifts in the future. Your presence alone suffices. Zhang's father added, We are grateful for the care you have shown our Shuer. A glance from Zhang's father turned to his son, who was approaching with a stroller. Mom, the little one has arrived. The 3-month-old child, in her most adorable phase, possessed large, glistening black eyes. The little girl seemed intrigued by the pearl earrings worn by Yang's mother, and when Jiang Yao lifted her, she eagerly leaned towards Yang's mother for a cuddle. This unexpected display astonished everyone. Although the little girl was usually lively and sociable, she rarely initiated closeness with others. Zhang's father remarked without exaggeration, This child rarely reaches out to anyone, so her affection towards you is remarkable. Zhang's mother nodded in agreement. Yang's mother, unable to conceal her delight, embraced her granddaughter, her eyes brimming with affection. What a sweet child. She resembles Sweki so much. The little girl played with the pearls, while Yang's mother savored the delightful fragrance of the baby, her heart softening with each moment. No one could resist such an adorable little darling, especially one connected by blood. Come here, little one. Your grandfather wishes to hold you too. Yang Sweki chimed in, Dad, do you know how to hold a baby? Zhang's father, taken aback, chose to ignore her. Yang's mother then produced 2 exquisitely crafted boxes from her bag and handed them to Yang Sweki. Upon opening, she discovered a golden longevity lock and a pair of silver bracelets. Mother, this is too extravagant. For the baby's 100-day celebration. Your father and I thought this would be a meaningful gift. Now, Schwerer, please help the little one wear them. All right then. Yang Sweki assisted the little girl with the adornments, exclaiming, Wow, she looks splendid in this. Jiang Yao nodded in agreement. The little girl, recognizing her family, soon requested to be held by her mother after a brief embrace with Yang's mother. Mommy, hold me. Mommy, hold me. Nearby, Aunt Gao's boisterous voice rang out. Dinner is ready. Zhang's father remarked, Dear in-law, we shall converse further at a later time. Today is the little one's 100-day banquet, attended by relatives and friends, and we gather to enjoy a lively meal together. We have prepared simple home-cooked dishes. Please join us. Yang's mother nodded, playfully teasing the little girl. Do you like pearls? When you grow up, shall Grandma buy you a pearl necklace? Watching her mother enchanted by the child, Yang Sweki couldn't help but smile. Aunt Gao called out, Are you Sweki's parents? Come, take a seat. We're just about to eat. Zhang's father and mother settled down as Zhang's mother provided them with clean utensils. Zhang's culinary skills are quite commendable, specializing in home-style dishes and some distinctive specialties from her hometown. Seated beside Yang's mother are her daughter and Yang's father, while Yang Sweki places the little girl in the stroller, providing her with toys to play with, and the child eagerly indulges in them. Yang's mother and Zhang's mother used serving chopsticks to offer her dishes, bringing over the distant braised pork and roasted lamb leg. These are my creations, Sweki. Do have a taste. And you, dear in-laws, please partake as well. Mom, I can serve myself. You should eat more. Noticing Yang's mother's gaze, Yang Sweki also serves her a piece of braised pork. Mom, do give a try. Yang's mother glances at her, her eyes seemingly conveying the sentiment. What sweet words you have. Yang Sweki focuses on her meal, as she must soon feed the little girl. As a mother caring for her child, one must eat swiftly. Otherwise, mealtime can become a distant prospect. Jiang Yao sits beside his wife. Dear, tell me what you wish to eat, and I shall serve it for you. Yang Sweki nods. Darling, this braised pork is delectable. Would you make it for me in the future? Jiang Yao responds affirmatively. What else would you like? With a slight lift of her chin, she says, that pig stomach and yellow bean soup is delightful. Please make it for me when we return. Jiang Yao smiles. I recall my mother has some yellow beans here. I will take some home to prepare the soup for you. Yang Sweki beams. You are truly wonderful, darling. Zhang's mother begins to lose her appetite, as the affection from her daughter is somewhat overwhelming. Observing her daughter's current happiness, coupled with the kindness of the Jiang family, particularly Jiang Yao, whose heart is full of love for his daughter, she feels a sense of warmth. Her daughter appears so blissful that she could almost wag her tail in joy. Chapter 85. Cherishing her as one's own daughter as anticipated. When Yang Sweki had nearly finished her meal, the little girl began to whimper for milk. You all continue eating. I will take Sweki to feed the child. Jiang Yao pushes the stroller upstairs to their room. He directs the fan towards Yang Sweki, asking, Are you full? Do you want more? Yang Sweki shakes her head. I am not yet full. I still wish to have that crab and the boiled fish. And I would like a bit more of the braised pork. Jiang Yao acknowledges with a nod. Then you feed the little girl first, and I will bring you a bowl. Yang Sweki, radiating joy, calls out, Darling, you are the best to me. However, upon Jiang Yao's return, he discovers that most of the dishes on the table have been nearly depleted. Zhang's mother stands up, urging Jiang Yao to accompany her to the kitchen, where she has set aside some food for Yang Sweki in the pot. I know Sweki loves to eat, so I prepared a bit extra for her. Take this to her. Jiang Yao carries the bowl over, and Yang Sweki, her face alight with delight, asks, How come there is still so much braised pork? She distinctly remembers that the table was nearly empty. Mom knows you enjoy it, so she intentionally prepared more for you. There is still more in the pot. Yang Sweki feels utterly satisfied. Darling, can I take what I cannot finish home? Jiang Yao chuckles. Of course, all of this is prepared by Mom for you. Yang Sweki felt a bit embarrassed. Her mother had prepared far too much for her. In truth, she couldn't possibly consume all that food. While verbally expressing her inability to eat so much, she found herself simultaneously cradling her child and indulging in the feast. Jiang Yao chuckled. I'll wash my hands and then help you with the crab. Upon hearing this, Yang Sweki quickly replied, Thank you, dear, go ahead. After washing his hands, Jiang Yao skillfully cracked open the crab and offered the succulent meat to Yang Sweki. Meanwhile, their little girl continued to nurse on one side before switching to the other. Yang Sweki marveled at the delectable crab, and Jiang Yao guided her. Do you see this piece of meat? Go ahead, take a bite. Suddenly, he couldn't help but laugh. Confused, Yang Sweki asked, What are you laughing at? Jiang Yao teased her. When you eat meat, you resemble a plump little treasure. Yang Sweki immediately transformed into a pouting pufferfish, exclaiming, How could you say that, dear? That's quite unfair. Jiang Yao inquired, Are you still eating? Yang Sweki fed. I won't eat any more, especially after you call me a plump treasure. Jiang Yao responded with a playful tone. If you're not eating, I'll take it away. You focus on nursing. Yang Sweki widened her eyes, her expression clearly conveying, You dare to take it away. Jiang Yao soothed her. All right, I was merely joking. Please don't be upset. Look at this big crab. Allow me to help you with it. Yang Sweki muttered softly, I am not a plump treasure, clearly holding a grudge. Jiang Yao, with a serious demeanor, replied, Who said that? If you are indeed a plump treasure, you would be the most beautiful one. Absolutely adorable. Yang Sweki continued to glare at him. Do you think I eat too much? Jiang Yao shook his head. Eating well is a blessing. Indulge as much as you desire. He then showered her with affection, All right, dear, you must eat before it gets cold. Here, let me feed you. When delicious morsels were within reach, how could she possibly resist? Yang Sweki quickly relented and enjoyed her meal with a beaming smile. My mother bought a little pig, planning to raise it until the new year, and then she'll cook it for you. This seemingly mundane statement moved Yang Sweki deeply. Jiang Yao's parents genuinely embraced her, treating her as their own daughter with utmost care. Chapter 86. Yang Sweki's parents visit the Jiang family for a discussion. Yang Sweki, touched, remarked, "How could I possibly eat so much?" Jiang Yao explained, "This pork can be made into cured meat, which can be stored for a long time. If you enjoy marinated dishes, we could even prepare pigtails." While they conversed in the room, Yang's mother listened attentively, detecting the happiness in her daughter's voice, which filled her heart with joy. Previously, due to her busy work life, she had neglected to spend time with her daughter. Yang's mother approached, asking, "Dear in-law, why aren't you eating?" Yang's mother smiled gently. "I wanted to see if the children needed any assistance. I had a little to eat before coming here, so I'm not hungry right now." In truth, she was also mindful of maintaining her figure, generally controlling her diet. Yang's mother replied with an understanding. "Then there's no need to stand here. Let us go inside and take a look." After Yang Sweki finished nursing, Jiang Yao was busy burping their little girl. Mom. Yang's mother brought over a chair. "Dear in-law, please sit." Yang's mother took the little girl from Jiang Yao's arms, a smile gracing her face. "Has our little one had enough to eat? Are you yearning for Grandma's pearls?" She removed the pearl earrings and handed them to the little girl, saying, "Sweetheart, you can play with these, but remember, you must not eat them." After Yang Sweki finished her meal, Mother Jiang tidied up the dishes and called out, "Jiang Yao, come here and lend a hand." Jiang Yao glanced at his wife. "Yang Sweki, dear, why not help with the cleanup?" Jiang Yao gestured, suggesting that his wife could rest for a while. Mother Jiang approached to hang up the mosquito net, which was a lovely round pink one. Yang Sweki lay down while Jiang Yao arranged something for her back to ensure her comfort. Mother Jiang turned on the air conditioning and said, "Sweki, I'll go cut some fruit for you." With that, she hurried downstairs. Jiang Yao fetched a small blanket and covered Yang Sweki, being cautious not to let her catch a chill. Yang Sweki smiled and said, "Go tell Mom that I'm quite full now and can't eat any fruit. I'll have some once I've digested my meal." Jiang Yao nodded and stood up. "All right, I'll go downstairs to inform her. Call for me if you need anything." He addressed Mother Jiang. "Mom, I'm heading downstairs." The room was left with just the two women, and Mother Jiang began to play with the little girl, saying, "Shuer, you're doing well now. Xiao Jiang and his parents are taking good care of you." Yang Sweki smiled sweetly. "I'm quite well indeed." Then she added, "Mom, it seems the little one is getting sleepy. Why not lay her down and soothe her?" Mother Jiang also reclined on the bed, gently patting the little girl's back while humming a lullaby. Suddenly, the little girl flipped over, indicating that she wasn't ready for sleep. Mother Jiang was taken aback, exclaiming, "Oh my, the little one can roll over now." Yang Sweki said proudly, "Yes, she can now roll over." Any small achievement by the child is a remarkable milestone for the parents. Mother Jiang's smile grew even brighter as she teased the little girl. "Can you show Grandma another roll, sweetheart?" The little girl seemed to understand and rolled over again. Mother Jiang laughed. "Sweki, do you remember when you were this age, you couldn't roll over?" Yang Sweki was taken aback. "Really?" Mother Jiang smiled. "I remember after you were born, I took you to kindergarten myself before returning to work. So, I recall your childhood quite well." She praised the little girl. "You are truly amazing, even more so than your mother." Yang Sweki had no memory of that time, as her parents were often busy with work. Mother Jiang remarked, "There are many things you don't remember." Yang Sweki began to feel drowsy. Mother Jiang looked at her daughter's round little face, which had plumped up significantly, and couldn't help but tease, "Sweki, you eat and sleep so much, it's no wonder you've gained weight." This remark instantly banished Yang Sweki's sleepiness. "I'm eating this much because I'm nursing the baby. Once the child is weaned, I'll start exercising and guarantee I'll regain my figure within a month." Mother Jiang expressed skepticism. "When I was nursing you, I managed to maintain my figure by eating and exercising simultaneously. By the time you were weaned, I was nearly back to my original shape." She scrutinized her daughter. "You weigh at least double what I did back then." Yang Sweki's face turned pale. "I had a cesarean section. My situation is different." Yang's mother smiled faintly, acknowledging the difference, Indeed, after I eat, I will exercise. Yang Sueki disintulinetu ngage inquired if anyone helped her at home during that time. Yang's mother shook her head, stating she managed on her own because her husband was quite busy with work. Yang Sueki consoled herself, thinking that as long as her husband did not mind her weight, there was no rush to lose it. After a yawn, she settled down for a guilt-free afternoon nap. Before long, the sound of her snoring filled the room. Noticing that her daughter was likely snoring due to her sleeping position, Yang's mother gently adjusted her, observing how deeply her daughter had fallen asleep, and sighed. There were many things she wished to discuss with her daughter. As Yang's mother gazed at her granddaughter, memories of raising Yang Sueki flooded back. During that time, she had to do everything herself, often feeling overwhelmed, especially with Yang Sueki's mischievous nature, which had left her quite fatigued. In just a few short months, she had lost considerable weight, unlike her daughter, who seemed to have gained some. With her little one peacefully asleep, Yang's mother worried that her daughter might accidentally roll over onto the baby. So she positioned herself in the middle, separating them. Drowsily, she too succumbed to sleep. Meanwhile, Zhang's mother brought over some fruit and, noticing the quiet in the room, leaned to see both mother and daughter asleep. Zhang's father, struggling with his mobility, was slowly making his way up the stairs with the aid of the railing. Zhang's mother waved him off, signaling that he need not come up. Relieved, Zhang's father responded that he had arranged for his father-in-law to stay in the guest room and suggested he tend to the guests downstairs, promising to wait until the two awoke. Outside, Jiang Yao was engaged in conversation with Chun Yuan. Chun Yuan smacked his lips, remarking that since Zhang's in-laws had arrived, he needed to be particularly charming. Wang Zihao chimed in, noting that since Jiang Yao and his wife were already married and had welcomed a child, their love should not pose a problem for her parents. He further added that with Jiang Yao's current assets, including a car and a house, his future was bound to be prosperous. Chun Yuan concurred, advising Jiang Yao to simply focus on enjoying life with his wife. Jiang Yao nodded, indicating he was well aware. Chun Yuan then stood up, excusing himself to grab a pear, while Wang Zihao patted Jiang Yao's shoulder and followed suit. Originally, they planned to leave after lunch, but with Yang Sueki's parents' unexpected arrival, Chun Yuan and Wang Zihao opted to postpone their departure and assess the situation. Jiang Yao suggested they return home, asserting that their presence would not be of much assistance. Upon waking, Yang Sueki was startled to find someone beside her. Yang's mother, disturbed by the noise, glared at her, questioning if she had a problem with her. Yang Sueki, exasperated, replied that it was unintentional. Yang's mother dismissed her, remarking that her snoring was excessively loud. Yang Sueki, incredulos, insisted she never snores. Yang's mother chuckled softly. Yang Sueki wondered if her newfound weight had indeed led to her snoring. As Yang's mother attended to her hair at the vanity, Yang Sueki rose to wash her face in the bathroom. Did she really snore? She contemplated asking her husband if it were true. Upon exiting, she noticed Yang's mother applying lipstick and, after a brief glance, proceeded to style her hair. Yang's mother inquired, "Sueki, aren't you going to put on some lipstick?" Yang Sueki inquired, "With such long hair, aren't you considering trimming it a bit?" Yang's mother, fatigued by the conversation, replied, "Hold on, your father and I will go and discuss matters with Xiao Zhang's parents." Puzzled, Yang Sueki asked, "What will you discuss?" Yang's mother, amused by her daughter's confusion, stated, "Naturally, we will be talking about your engagement with Xiao Jiang. Are you truly not planning a wedding, even after obtaining the certificate? Although the formalities may seem trivial, they are still necessary." Yang Sueki replied nonchalantly, "I'm still nursing and do not wish to plan a wedding just yet." Yang's mother felt a twinge of frustration, insisting, "Regardless of the topic, your father and I must converse with Xiao Zhang's family." Yang Sueki defended, "You may speak with them, but please do not pressure them. They have always treated me kindly." Yang's mother reassured her, "There will be no undue pressure. You needn't worry. However, it is essential for a girl to adhere to certain traditions when marrying. Otherwise, she may face unwelcome gossip. You must understand, we have raised you with great care, and certain customs must be honored. While we will not discuss the dowry amount, the Jiang family should certainly demonstrate their intentions." In the aftermath of the guest's departure, Zhang's mother and Jiang Yao busied themselves tidying the kitchen. Jiang's father sat in a chair, appearing pensive. Jiang Yao's phone buzzed with a message from Yang Sweki. My parents have arrived, darling. Regardless of what they say, do not take it to heart. As Yang Sweki's parents descended the stairs, her father candidly stated, we wish to discuss matters concerning the children. Jiang's father smiled. Very well. Let's converse in the living room. Jiang's mother removed her apron and followed suit. Jiang Yao intended to join them in the living room, but was discreetly ushered away by his mother. Go check if the little one has woken up. Jiang Yao called his mother over to a corner of the living room. Mother, I currently have 200,000 yuan in cash. His implication was clear. This sum could be allocated for the dowry. Jiang's mother was taken aback, wondering how her son had amassed such a considerable amount of cash. A portion of this money stemmed from the store's earnings, but most had been saved over the years from his upbringing. With this financial backing, he felt more assured that his parents could negotiate the dowry with Yang's parents more confidently. Jiang's father broached the subject directly. In-laws, I shall speak plainly. Jiang's father nodded. Please, speak your mind. Jiang's father continued with a smile. I know that Schwer holds a deep affection for your son, and their relationship seems quite harmonious. From his every action toward Schwer, it is evident that he is a caring partner. My wife and I have devoted ourselves to raising her with great care. While our family is comfortable, we endeavor to fulfill her desires to the best of our abilities. As fellow parents, I trust you can appreciate the challenges and dedication involved in raising a child, correct? Jiang Yao's parents nodded in agreement. Jiang's mother remarked, it is clear that you have raised Sweki exceptionally well. She is indeed a remarkable young woman. Yang's mother concurred. Indeed, she is our only daughter, and we wish for her to have a splendid marriage. Jiang Yao's parents nodded earnestly, pledging to treat Yang Sweki with utmost kindness, assuring that Jiang Yao would never let her down. Upon concluding his thoughts, Father Jiang sighed, expressing a sense of guilt for not yet hosting a wedding for Sweki, allowing Jiang Yao to ceremoniously bring her into the Jiang family. Initially, they had planned to organize the wedding once Sweki completed her confinement period, with the dowry being a matter to be settled as it arose. However, unforeseen circumstances regarding their education had delayed their plans until now. With both families present today, they intended to discuss the children's marriage arrangements. Mother Jiang nodded, indicating that the dowry and wedding date were indeed negotiable. Observing their willingness to engage in such discussions, Father and Mother Yang felt a sense of relief, yet they were uncertain as to what an appropriate dowry would be. This was their first experience marrying off a daughter, and they lacked prior knowledge. From conversations with acquaintances, Mother Yang had learned that dowries could amount to several 100,000, with some reaching as high as 1 million. Additionally, the bride's family would often provide substantial gifts such as houses, cars, or businesses. Concerned about the financial burden on the groom's family, Father Yang wished to avoid putting the Jiang family in a difficult position, contemplating how much to propose. Mother Yang's perspective was straightforward. If they were to present a dowry, she would prefer it be kept for their daughter's future rather than for themselves, as they had no intention of claiming any of her dowry. After some hesitation, she inquired, what is the customary dowry in your region? Father and Mother Jiang exchanged glances before speaking candidly. In our area, it is typically around 88,000. Upon hearing this, Mother Yang's expression darkened, though she managed to conceal her discontent. Father Yang frowned, pondering whether this amount might be insufficient. He recalled that the bracelet he gifted Mother Yang was of similar value. Our daughter deserves better than such a modest sum. Mother Jiang then revealed, my son just informed me that he possesses 200,000. He can allocate this entire amount for the dowry. And we also have around 300,000 to 400,000 saved, which we can contribute as well. Father Jiang nodded in agreement, acknowledging this information. Father Yang was somewhat surprised to learn that Jiang Yao had 200,000 at his disposal, and he was genuinely touched by the sincerity of the Jiang family's intentions. After some deliberation, Mother Yang proposed, then let us settle on a dowry of 188,000. Father Jiang shook his head in response, stating, no, we shall establish it at 580,000. Mother Yang was taken aback, exclaiming, has the price increased? Father Jiang clarified, the amount, whether high or low, merely reflects your sincerity. A dowry of 188,000 is acceptable. The remainder should be reserved for the children. as their journey ahead is long and they will undoubtedly have numerous expenses. Some families might perceive that since the couple is already registered and has a child, they could bypass the formalities of marriage. Yet, they often overlook that the daughter has been cherished and nurtured by her parents. Ultimately, both sets of parents reached a pleasant agreement, solidifying their plans. Meanwhile, Jiang Yao and Yang Sueki were upstairs changing the baby's diaper. Yang Sueki, curious about the dowry amount, recalled that within her mother's circle, it was said that dowries could be quite substantial. On one occasion, she had heard that a sum of 2 million was given. What if my parents asked for a rather high dowry? She pondered aloud. Jiang Yao, while tending to the baby, asked, "What do you think your parents would request?" Yang Sueki felt a bit perplexed, uncertain of the answer. She then inquired, "What is the customary dowry in your area?" Jiang's mother had mentioned to him that there were 66,000 and 88,000. As Yang Sueki pondered this, she realized that a quarrel was likely to ensue downstairs. "Darling, I shall go and assess the situation." With that, she descended the stairs. Jiang Yao wished to follow, but he found himself unable to leave as he needed to attend to their little girl. A minute later, Yang Sueki returned upstairs, her expression one of curiosity. "What happened?" she inquired with a smile. "They have finished their discussion, and it seems they had a pleasant conversation," Jiang Yao replied with a chuckle. "That's wonderful." Yang Sueki reflected for a moment before saying, "Honey, please take care of our little girl for a bit longer. I will go downstairs again to see what's happening." Yang Sueki descended once more, signaling to her parents, "Mom and Dad, come here." Her father did not respond, while her mother shot her a glare, clearly uninterested in engaging. Yang Sueki boldly called out, "Mom and Dad, could you please come over here?" Jiang's mother smiled. "Sueki, have you awakened? Would you like some fruit?" Yang Sueki waved her hand. "No, thank you, Mom. I will cut some for myself later." Jiang's mother suggested, "Then I will take some out of the fridge to let it warm up a bit so you can cut it easily." Yang Sueki replied loudly, "Thank you, Mom." Yang's mother, feeling a bit irked, slowly made her way back upstairs. "What is wrong?" Yang Sueki inquired with a cheerful look. "Have you two come to an agreement?" Her mother responded with a slight acknowledgement. "Have you settled the matter of the betrothal gifts?" Yang's mother affirmed again. "And how much did you and Dad ask for?" "Yet," her mother countered, "do you know how much your husband has?" "Huh? I am unaware of such matters." Yang Sueki replied, "You are already married. You should know your husband's financial standing." "I don't know. I didn't want to ask. He has 200,000. 200,000? Perhaps it was earned from his business?" Yang's mother could not help but laugh. "Why are you asking me? How would I know?" Yang Sueki contemplated this information. With her husband possessing 200,000, the issue of the betrothal gift seemed resolved. She could return the money to him later. If Yang's mother were to learn of her daughter's thoughts, she would likely be infuriated. Yang's mother, somewhat aware of Yang Sueki's mindset, wearily stated, "Your father asked for 188,000. Xiao Zhang's father wanted to offer 580,000, which we declined. Even if we ask for less, it is of no consequence, as long as you both live well. For your parents, asking for more will not lead us to wealth." Yang's mother rarely compromised, and Yang Sueki had initially thought her mother would demand a higher betrothal gift. To her surprise, her mother had relented. Yang Sueki felt a surge of emotion. Postpartum. Her mother was prone to emotional fluctuations, yet Jiang Yao consistently pampered and soothed her. Thus, she found joy in each passing day. Even if she had felt a tinge of disappointment while cooking last time, it was overshadowed by the happiness brought by their little girl. With her heart swelling, Yang Sueki's eyes glistened as she gazed at her parents. "Mom and Dad, thank you. You were the best to me." Suddenly, she embraced her mother, bursting into tears. Startled, her parents looked on, especially her mother, who had not anticipated such a strong reaction from her daughter. "Schwer, have you been moved to tears?" her mother asked. "We only wish for you to have a good life. Please stop crying." In her memories, her daughter rarely cried, as she was typically very strong. Yang's father gently coaxed. "Schwer, please stop crying. You're already a mother now. It's unbecoming to act like a child." Yang's mother also urged her to cease her tears, stating that excessive crying could harm her health. Wiping her tears away, Yang Sueki replied, "All right, I won't cry anymore." Chapter 88. Intelligence Exchange for Beauty. Seeing his wife's cheerful demeanor, Jiang Yao inquired, "Darling, why are your eyes so red?" Yang Sueki responded, I got sand in my eyes. She felt compelled to ask her husband about his savings. Her mother's earlier pained smile had stirred something within her. Honey, my mom mentioned that you have 200,000 in savings. Is that true? Jiang Yao nodded, explaining that it was a combination of previous savings and profits from his business ventures. Yang Sweki acknowledged this with a hum and added, Please let me know how much you have in the future. I promise I won't waste your money. Of course, you can always ask me, as I can't possibly inform you of my finances every day, he replied. Hearing their conversation, Yang's parents exchanged sighs internally. It seemed that their daughter's intelligence was traded for her beauty. Understanding a man's finances and the ability to utilize his wealth were two distinct concepts. Yang's mother lightly cleared her throat and entered the room, asking, Will you be heading back tonight? Yang Sweki turned to Jiang Yao, seeking his opinion. He contemplated the rarity of his visit to his hometown and decided to stay for the night. Yang's mother nodded. Then we'll return with you tomorrow and visit your home as well. The little girl on the bed successfully rolled over, eliciting a joyful laugh from Yang's mother. Cheer up, little one. You're even more capable than your mother. I couldn't roll over at your age. The little girl, just 3 months old, had already mastered rolling over. Truly impressive. Yang Sweki interjected, somewhat displeased. Mom, please don't compare the child to me. Yang's mother smiled lightly. Am I not allowed to speak the truth? Yang's father watched their granddaughter with a smile. Jiang Yao bid farewell to Yang Sweki, saying, Wife, I'll head downstairs to help my mom start preparing dinner. Yang Sweki lief det Hertin, affirming, Aurig. Jiang Yao also greeted his parents. Dad, Mom, I'm going to get busy. Call me if you need anything. They replied affirmatively. Xiao Jiang, go ahead. Descending the stairs, Jiang Yao found his mother engaging in playful banter with his father. Upon learning they would be staying the night, his mother cheerfully exclaimed, I'll go prepare the bedding for our in-laws right away. As Jiang Yao made his way to the kitchen to gather ingredients for dinner, his mother called out to him, Help me set up the bedding first. I need to discuss something with you. From the other room, the sound of Yang Sweki's laughter echoed, indicating a cheerful conversation with her parents. Closing the door, Jiang's mother retrieved freshly laundered bedding and pillowcases that had not yet been used. Yes, please use that blue one. The mother and son busily attended to their tasks as she broached the topic of the agreed-upon dowry. Jiang Yao listened intently and eventually suggested, Let's settle on 500,000 then. His mother, wiping down the bedding with a clean cloth, replied, Your father and I discussed this as well, and we plan to include our available funds. Jiang Yao took the cloth from her to help, saying, Thank you, Mom, for all that you and Dad have done for me. In the future, your son will diligently strive to earn a living, and life will gradually improve. I will renovate our ancestral home, or perhaps undertake a complete redesign. After saying this, Jiang Yao asked, Mother, why not move in with us? Jiang's mother, while putting on pillow covers, looked at her son with a sense of satisfaction. Your father and I have been accustomed to living in our own home for many years. It would be quite uncomfortable for us to adjust to your lifestyle. You and Sweki should visit us whenever you have the time, or we can come to see you. Unless you need me to look after your child, I prefer to stay at home with your father. Jiang Yao smiled, Mom. I actually need your help with the baby right now. Chapter 89. I have a husband who cooks exceptionally well. Jiang's mother understood that her son was joking, but suddenly recalled something amusing and began to chuckle. Let me tell you about an incident. One time, I left your father home alone while I went out for work. When he returned from a stroll, he discovered he had left the keys inside. In the end, he had to call me to get the spare keys to enter. Jiang Yao imagined the scene and found it quite humorous. Mom, do we have a camera at home? No. Then we should install one. Now that Dad has more free time, it's a bit concerning to leave him alone while you are busy. Jiang's mother considered this and agreed it was a good idea. That evening, Jiang Yao prepared a meal, steaming rice and stir-frying several dishes. Jiang's mother praised her son. Little Jiang, your culinary skills have improved remarkably. The same ingredients, yet your dishes are simply more delicious than others. Jiang's father scoffed. Same person. Yet there is still a distinction. Jiang's mother shot him a glare. Even at mealtime, you can't keep your mouth shut. If you think you can do better, then by all means show us. Your cooking is even worse than mine, yet you excel at nitpicking. Jiang Yao had long grown accustomed to their playful banter and went upstairs to call them for dinner. At the door, he heard Yang Sweki teaching Yang's father how to change a diaper. Dad, Your technique is all wrong. If you wrap it like that, it'll cause leakage. It should be done this way. Is this acceptable then? That S barely passable. Jiang's mother sighed. Are you two going to juggle school and childcare? You'll wear yourselves out. We'll take it one step at a time. Little Wan is so adorable. I want to witness every moment of her growth and not miss anything. Jiang Yao knocked on the door. Mom, Dad, Sweki, dinner is ready. Come down. Jiang's mother sat down and took a sip of the soup, finding it quite delightful. Before she could express her thoughts, young Sweki began to boast about her husband. Mom, my husband is quite the chef. Do you know why I've gained weight? It's because I have a husband who cooks so well. His skills rival those of a hotel chef. After dinner, everyone sat outside to enjoy the cool evening breeze. Jiang Yao shared amusing anecdotes from his childhood, reminiscing about picking fruits on the mountains, catching wild chickens, and playing with loaches. He wouldn't return home until it was time, then would take a bath and sleep. Or sometimes, if it was too hot, he would light an incense stick and doze off outside. Although they had set up mosquito coils in the courtyard, there were still many mosquitoes. Jiang's mother suggested they take the baby upstairs to sleep to avoid being bitten. Dear in-laws, you shall rest in the room on the left side of the first floor. I have prepared the bedding and everything. At that moment, our neighbor, Aunt Gao, approached with a cantaloupe. Come, enjoy this cantaloupe. Where are the children? Mother Jiang replied, there are too many mosquitoes in this courtyard. So I sent them back to their room to sleep. This cantaloupe is quite sweet. Where did you purchase it? Aunt Gao responded, my husband bought it at the market. By the way, have you seen a black bag? Mother Jiang shook her head, indicating she had not seen it. She went inside the house, and when she emerged, Aunt Gao was holding a black bag. I found this while helping to tidy up your belongings. I took a glance, and it seems to contain a dress you bought. Mother Jiang was momentarily taken aback and glanced at Mother Yang, who was busy enjoying the cantaloupe and appeared oblivious to their conversation. Mother Jiang took the bag uncertain, deciding to examine it later. Little did she know that Aunt Gao lacked subtlety. Why not take a look? I think that dress is quite lovely, she urged. Aunt Gao was not being inconsiderate. She simply did not grasp the nuances of social cues. Ultimately, it was Mother Yang who suggested, let us open it up. This is also a token of affection from Schwer. Upon unveiling the contents, a beautiful dress emerged, and Mother Jiang immediately took a liking to it. Aunt Gao, you truly have an eye for fashion. Sweki has exquisite taste. Mother Jiang offered the dress to Mother Yang. Mother Yang politely did smiling. Schwer has already gifted me several dresses that I haven't even worn yet. You should keep this one. I have plenty at home. Observing her composed demeanor, Mother Jiang happily tucked the dress away. As the night wore on, the mosquitoes became quite bothersome, yet Mother Jiang and the others had grown accustomed to them, accepting the occasional bite as inconsequential. Mother Yang, however, had been bitten multiple times and could no longer endure it. Dear in-laws, I'm going to sleep. You all continue your conversation. Mother Jiang followed her, saying, I placed your toiletries in the room. They are all new. Mother Yang nodded, expressing her gratitude. Thank you. Dear in-laws, you should also retire early. Upon entering the room, it was immaculately cleaned, even infused with a fragrant incense. After freshening up, Mother Yang lay on the bed, feeling quite uncomfortable. Darling, are you able to sleep well? Father Yang shook his head. No, but there's no choice. We must manage for one night. Mater Yang Sigid, I've never slept on a hard bed. Our home has always had thick, soft mattresses. I feel discomfort lying flat on my back, and I can't seem to sleep on my side either. Father Yang pondered for a moment. Let's check the cupboard to see if there are any blankets we can use for padding. Mother Yang nodded and rose to open the cupboard, finding everything neatly organized. She retrieved a blanket to lay down first, then placed a straw mat on top. Now, it felt much better. The discomfort had lessened significantly. Father Yang Smilet, this is much more comfortable. Let us sleep now. With the air conditioning running, Mother Yang closed her eyes, preparing to sleep, yet slumber eluded her. Darling, I can't sleep. Let us chat for a bit. She turned to see that Father Yang had already fallen asleep. After an indeterminate amount of time, Mother Yang finally succumbed to her drowsiness and drifted off to sleep. On the other side, due to the absence of crib, the couple had no choice but to sleep on either side, leaving their little girl in the middle. A blue mosquito net hung down from above. reminiscent of the decorative adornments that previously graced her bedroom, imparting a sense of warmth. The little girl had already drifted into slumber while the couple engaged in hushed conversation. Dear, I adore this mosquito net. Shall we install one at home as well? Jiang Yao nodded in agreement. Yes. Yang Suiki edet. Hanging string lights above, it should look splendid. Jiang Yao whispered, My love, we are meant to sleep. Wouldn't the lights be too bright? Yang Suiki giggled. We can simply turn them off before we sleep. A trivial matter, yet they conversed for quite some time. As drowsiness enveloped her, Yang Sueki remarked, Darling, I'm so tired, I'm off to sleep. Jiang Yao gently caressed her face. Sleep well. Yang Sueki kissed his hand. Good night, dear. Good night, my love. In the dead of night, having consumed too much water before bed, Yang Sueki, in a daze, rose to use the restroom. She had forgotten that she was in the countryside, and her habitual path led her to mistakenly step on the mosquito net, resulting in a heavy fall to the floor. The sound was so loud that it startled Yang Sueki awake, and it roused Jiang Yao as well. Jiang Yao sprang up. Where are you, my love? He heard Yang Sueki's voice, tinged with tears. I'm here. Rushing over, he found her pitifully sprawled on the floor, gazing up at him. What happened? Did you roll off the bed in your sleep? Yang Sueki winced in pain at her knee, struggling to rise. No, I intended to go to the restroom. I thought I was at home and forgot the way in my drowsiness. Jiang Yao, feeling concerned, said, Let me help you to the restroom first, and then I'll check on your condition. Yang Sueki nodded, and Jiang Yao assisted her to the restroom. Yang Sueki inspected her knee. It appeared to be merely red and swollen. Jiang Yao entered, leaning closer to examine her knee. It doesn't seem too serious. I'll ask my mother if we have any ointment for bruising to apply. Yang Sueki felt it was too late for that. Jiang Yao insisted. It's better to apply some medicine, in case it swells later. He went to the living room in search of the ointment, recalling that they had some, though he was unsure of its location. Jiang's mother, hearing the commotion, approached and inquired, Why aren't you asleep yet? What are you searching for? Jiang Yao replied, Mom, do we have any bruise ointment? Sueki accidentally scraped her knee. Upon hearing this, his mother responded, Yes, it's in my room. Shortly thereafter, she returned with a bottle of medicine. Use this. It works quite well. Jiang Yao took the ointment and applied it to Yang Sueki's knee. Oh dear, it seems to be swollen. Yang Sueki glanced down and indeed saw the swelling. The application of the ointment was inevitably painful, causing her to wince. Once the ointment was applied, she felt a cooling sensation, and the pain in the bruised area subsided somewhat. The fall had torn a large hole in the mosquito net, and Jiang Yao decided to fix it the next day. Sleep now. If you need to use the restroom again, just call for me. All right. Yang Sueki, failing drowsy, soon fell back asleep. Chapter 90. The Clever Little Girl. A testament to her mother's nurturing the following day, Yang Sueki's knee had slightly reduced in swelling, though it remained somewhat conspicuous. Upon learning this, Mother Yang playfully teased her daughter for being a bit naive. After breakfast, Jiang Yao began to gather his belongings in preparation for his return. The weather forecast predicted a pleasant 27 degrees, and the sun had already risen, casting a beautiful dawn across the horizon. Mother Jiang placed several bags in Jiang Yao's trunk, filled with sun-dried radish, yellow beans, ingredients for soup to be prepared for Sueki. There was also uncooked pork and lamb, which they could take back and enjoy. Additionally, there were sweet potato chips and homegrown scallions, lettuce, and tomatoes. Aunt Gao had also contributed a considerable amount of goods. Yang's parents, seated in the car, were deeply moved by the generosity shown towards their daughter. Father Yang approached to greet them, saying, In-laws, do come visit us when you have some free time. Father Yang responded with a smile, Yes, we will come by when we can. Mother Jiang leaned towards the car window, advising, In-laws, please take care of your health. Mother Yang reciprocated with a smile, You too. Reluctant to part with their granddaughter, they repeatedly urged Jiang Yao to take good care of both the child and Yang Sueki. Aunt Gao, known for her forthright yet kind-hearted nature, bid them farewell with a wave, unable to conceal her reluctance. As the car departed, Jiang Yao's parents stood on the roadside, watching their son's vehicle fade into the distance. Mother Jiang, filled with nostalgia, remarked, I should buy some food to send to my in-laws later. Father Jiang nodded in agreement. Yes, it will be a small token of our appreciation. upon returning to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Mother Jiang discovered a sum of 10,000 yuan tucked beneath their pillow. Stunned, she thought to herself, "This child, we've told him we are financially secure without his help." She took the money to find Father Jiang, who pursed his lips and suggested, "This is his way of showing affection. Let's accept it and save it for them later." Mother Jiang then mentioned the need for surveillance cameras. Father Jiang paused, questioning, "Why do we need cameras?" She rolled her eyes, explaining, "This is also what our son desires. Besides, having cameras at home would give us peace of mind." Father Jiang nodded in agreement. "That makes sense. I will ask Lao Wang to take me to buy some cameras." Mother Jiang handed him some money, urging him to proceed. With excitement, Father Jiang set off to find Lao Wang, while Mother Jiang watched, amused. On the journey back, Jiang Yao drove while the others slept in the car. Upon arriving at the Jiang family residence, Jiang Yao instructed Yang Sweki to take the baby and ascend the stairs with his parents, while he would handle the items from the trunk. "Darling, we will accompany you," Yang Sweki insisted. As they loaded some baskets beneath the stroller and hung others from its handle, allowing Yang's parents to carry a few items as well. Jiang Yao took on the remaining heavier items. "Are these heavy?" Yang Sweki inquired. Jiang Yao shook his head. "Not at all." Yang Sweki nodded and pushed the stroller into the elevator, asking Mom and Dad, "Is it heavy for you?" They both shook their heads, assuring her that the items were quite light. Once home, Yang Sweki and Jiang Yao began tidying up in the kitchen. "Mom and Dad, please take a moment to rest and keep an eye on the baby for us." Yang's mother sat on the sofa, glancing around the modest yet tastefully decorated abode. Despite the presence of children, the home exuded a sense of cleanliness and order, emanating warmth and comfort. Suddenly, a peculiar odor wafted through the air. Yang's father detected the unpleasant smell, and Yang's mother, following her nose, traced it to their little girl. The tiny creature, her face flushed, seemed to be preoccupied with something. With the wisdom of experience, Yang's mother surmised that the little one was likely in the midst of a bowel movement. Once the child's demeanor returned to normal, Yang's mother picked her up, noting the weight of the diaper. A quick glance confirmed her suspicions. Indeed, the child had soiled herself. "Xuya, the little one has made a mess," Yang's father exclaimed. Yang Sweki hurried from the kitchen, retrieving a cloth diaper and preparing warm water for cleansing. Throughout the process, Yang's mother held the child close. "Mom, you can set her down now," Yang Sweki suggested, observing her daughter skillfully tending to the baby's needs. Applying powder and ensuring the little one was fresh and clean, Yang's mother inquired, "Did you have someone make this cloth diaper? It must be laundered daily." "Yes. Babies tend to create quite a mess multiple times a day. Cloth diapers are indeed more labor-intensive than disposables," Yang Sweki replied, affectionately kissing her daughter's rosy cheek. Using cloth has prevented diaper rash, which was common with disposables. So, the extra effort is worth it for our precious little one. Just then, Yang Sweki received a playful kick to the mouth from her daughter. In jest, she pretended to nibble on her, causing the baby to giggle and nearly tumble off the table. In that fleeting moment, Yang Sweki was overtaken by panic, clutching the child tightly. Gazing at the blissfully unaware baby, who seemed oblivious to the near mishap, she let out a heavy sigh. Yang's parents were equally startled. Yang's mother patted her chest, stating, "We need a larger, changing surface to prevent the child from rolling off so easily." Yang's father added solemnly, "We should discontinue using this surface. The child's safety is paramount." Yang Sweki nodded in agreement, deciding to switch to changing the baby on the bed for now. Upon learning of the earlier incident, Jiang Yao playfully patted his daughter's bottom, exclaiming, "Oh, sweetheart, you truly gave us quite a scare." Yang Sweki still felt a lingering sense of unease. Realizing the time was nearing noon and Jiang Yao had tasks to attend to, she said, "Mom and Dad, I will install the playpen in the children's area first, then prepare lunch," having left the playpen on the balcony to dry for several days. Jiang Yao wiped it down with a cloth before heading to the bedroom to set it up. Meanwhile, the little girl, nestled in her stroller with a Belle toy, watched her busy parents with curiosity. The playpen only required installation on 3 sides, leaving the head of the bed unencumbered. Yang's parents observed as Jiang Yao secured the bed, and then they turned their attention to creating a play area in the living room. Yang's parents assisted in laying down mats, while Jiang Yao focused on assembling the playpen. As the group busied themselves, the clock struck 1 in the afternoon. Jiang Yao clapped his hands together. "Dear, please entertain our little one for a bit. I will start preparing lunch." Yang Sweki, with a childlike enthusiasm, wished to accompany her little girl to explore the playful realm of the living room. "Ah, dear husband, you've worked hard," she remarked. Jiang Yao turned to Yang's parents, who were seated on the sofa, and said, "Mom and Dad, if you feel hungry, feel free to grab some fruits and snacks from the coffee table. I shall prepare the meal." Yang's parents acknowledged with a nod. Yang Sweki and her daughter were already immersed in play, joyfully engaged in their activities. The little one had just mastered the art of rolling over, though crawling remained a skill yet to be acquired. However, this tiny creature amusingly contorted her body like a twisted piece of dough, inching forward with her bottom raised, a sight both hilarious and adorable. As a mother, Yang Sweki captured the moment on her phone, unabashedly teasing her daughter. "Oh, look at you, little one. Keep going," she exclaimed, stifling laughter. "This movement is utterly comical, resembling a caterpillar." Ha! Yang's father, charmed by his granddaughter's delightful antics, could not suppress his laughter. After filming, Yang Sweki made her way to the kitchen and shared the video with Jiang Yao, whispering in his ear, "Darling, doesn't our little girl resemble a caterpillar?" Jiang Yao chuckled. "Well, she's still young. It's perfectly normal not to crawl yet." As she departed, Yang Sweki bestowed a sweet kiss upon Jiang Yao, acknowledging his efforts. "I'm off to tend to the baby." Caring for a child, though exhausting and often chaotic, brought immense joy as one witnesses the little one grow and learn each day. The emotions of parenthood are truly beyond the comprehension of outsiders. Yang's mother interjected with a laugh. "You tease the little one, yet she surpasses you. At your age of 5 to 6 months, you couldn't roll over, only managing that at 7 to 8 months. Our little girl is quite clever, rolling over at just 3 months and now learning to crawl." Yang Suiki's smile faltered. "What is wrong with not crawling at 5 to 6 months? Isn't that normal?" she retorted, lifting her chin defiantly. "Clearly, I'm capable of bearing children. Look at how bright our little girl is. That's my doing." Yang's mother felt a sense of triumph, bursting into laughter. "How amusing," she said, mirroring her daughter's joy. Chapter 91. Jiang Yao, as promised, Yang's mother inquired, "Is it just Shout Jiang cooking at home?" Yang Sweki replied, "I'm not as skilled as he is." Soon, the aroma of delicious dishes wafted from the kitchen, prompting Yang Sweki to check on a meal. Yang's mother entertained the little one with toys, coaxing, "Come here, little one," to grandma. During mealtime, as the baby grew hungry, Yang Sweki managed to nurse her while eating. In moments of inconvenience, Jiang Yao even helped feed her. Once she finished eating, the little girl continued to nurse but soon became drowsy. It seemed she wished merely to suckle in her slumber. Just as they spoke, she fell asleep, her mouth still latched on. Yang Sweki settled on the sofa, fanning herself while cradling her daughter. After tidying up the dishes, Jiang Yao gently placed their daughter in her bed for a nap. Yang's mother approached, saying, "Xiao Jiang, I see you still have a few safety gates uninstalled. Why not set them up in the guest room?" Transforming the guest room into a nursery for the baby seems prudent, as Schwerer tends to be somewhat restless during her slumber. It is undoubtedly preferable for the infant to have a separate bed. Jiang Yao has also contemplated converting the guest room's bed into a crib. However, the need for accommodating guests necessitates a designated sleeping area. Yang's father concurred, expressing that it might indeed be better for the child to sleep in the guest room, though it would mean that the couple would have to endure more sleepless nights. Jiang Yao chuckled, reassuring them that he is not afraid of hardship. After dinner, he tidied up the guest room, and once the little one fell asleep, he gently carried her into the room. Tucking her in with a cozy blanket, he marveled at how sweetly she slept. Each time he fed the baby at noon, Yang Suiki invariably dozed off. Jiang Yao adjusted the air conditioning and quietly closed the door. The baby was nestled in the guest room, with the door slightly ajar. In the living room, Yang's parents sat on the sofa, seemingly eager to converse with him. Yang's father was forthright, stating the discussions regarding the bride price had already taken place with Jiang Yao's parents. Schwerer, being their only child, had never faced hardship, and they had ensured her comfort. He and her mother had been preoccupied with work and had not spent much time with her, which had contributed to her somewhat self-centered disposition. Now that Jiang Yao himself was a parent, they hoped he would cherish and care for Schwerer for a lifetime, fostering mutual respect and nurturing a happy family. Yang's mother nodded in agreement, expressing her desire for him to be more tolerant of her shortcomings, whether in daily life or other matters. Jiang Yao affirmed that he would indeed strive to fulfill these expectations. In truth, Schwerer possesses a lively and cheerful nature, making her quite easy to get along with. And she has numerous admirable qualities. He assured them that he would dote upon and care for her, providing her with the best of everything. Yang's father, however, remarked that they did not merely seek promises, for while it is easy to speak, it is far more challenging to act. They wished to witness tangible evidence of Jiang Yao's commitment. Jiang Yao acknowledged this sentiment. A glimmer of satisfaction crossed Yang's father's eyes as he stated that they needed to depart, as there were many matters awaiting their attention at home. He placed a card on the table, indicating it contained a monetary gift for the baby's 100-day celebration, along with an additional contribution for the previous month's celebration. Schwerer knows the password, so he could inquire with her later. As Yang's parents prepared to leave, Jiang Yao rose to see them off, assuring them that he would take good care of Schwerer and the child. Yang's mother offered a slight smile, warning him not to mistreat Schwerer. If she discovered that he had let her down, there would be consequences. Yang's father added that this was no jest. Schwerer was their precious darling, and they sincerely wished for her happiness. Jiang Yao acknowledged this understanding. "Allow me to escort you," he suggested. Yang's father shook his head, indicating that they could simply catch a taxi, as he needed to attend to the child at home. They promised to visit again when time permitted. Once they departed, Jiang Yao went to check on the little one in the guest room. Chapter 92. A captivating sight. Jiang Yao was taken aback to find the baby sleeping on her stomach, concerned that she might obstruct her breathing during sleep. He gently laid her flat and observed her for a while before returning to the bedroom. In his recollection, Yang Sweki's sleeping habits were acceptable, though not exemplary. Previously, the little girl slept in a crib, but now the crib has become too small for her, barely accommodating her movements. Thus, placing her in the guest room for slumber has proven to be a delightful alternative. Jiang Yao reclined on the bed, contemplating his forthcoming plans. The business of the spicy hot pot restaurant he had established had stabilized, and with a newfound financial security, he resolved to open a branch. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yao promptly seized his phone to search for suitable rental shops nearby. He soon discovered that a retail space was available for lease on the lower level of the Wanya shopping mall. Jiang Yao had previously visited this mall, where the lower level featured toy shops, women's apparel, and various snack vendors. Over time, the snack business flourished, evolving into an entire floor dedicated to culinary delights. During his school days, he would often accompany Chun Yuan and others to indulge in the treats on the snack floor, sometimes purchasing a cup of milk tea to leisurely stroll about, or savoring fried chicken and burgers on the go. In hot weather, they would seek refuge in the air-conditioned snack shops, leading to many amusing incidents in their quest for comfort. Jiang Yao texted Qin Yuan, "What are you up to right now?" Since the restaurant's business stabilized, Qin Yuan had found himself with ample free time, currently playing on his phone in a small room at the store. It was stifling, so he had purchased a large fan to keep the heat at bay. Qin Yuan responded with a grinning emoji. "I'm taking a break, Brother Jiang." Jiang Yao replied, "If you're free this afternoon, come with us to Wanya Mall." Qin Yuan inquired, "Are you treating me to food?" Jiang Yao chuckled. "You think too highly of yourself. I'm planning to open a branch there." Instantly, Qin Yuan perked up and called him. Jiang Yao stepped out onto the balcony to answer. "What's up?" Qin Yuan chuckled. "Brother Jiang, have you decided to rent that shop? That location is excellent. Business will surely thrive." Jiang Yao smiled gently. "Yes, I've made up my mind." Qin Yuan nearly squealed with excitement. "Brother Jiang, I asked for nothing more than to work with you." Feeling a bit tired, Jiang Yao replied, "I won't chat for long. I'll message you when I'm heading out this afternoon, and we can go check it out together." Qin Yuan nodded eagerly. "All right, Brother Jiang." After a refreshing nap, Jiang Yao felt invigorated. He peeked in the guest room to find the little one still asleep, drool at the corner of her mouth. He proceeded to the kitchen to prepare ingredients for dinner and called for the little girl and Yang Sweki to wake up. It was essential that the baby did not sleep excessively during the day, Too much daytime slumber would disrupt her nighttime rest, leading to irregular sleeping patterns that could burden her parents. A baby could nap for a little while during the day, especially since adults were busy with cooking and household chores. The little girl was relatively easy to care for. As long as she was well fed, everything else fell into place. When roused, she would awaken in mere seconds. Of course, she also fell asleep quickly. After dinner, Jiang Yao texted Qin Yuan, "I'm on my way." Qin Yuan had already arrived. "Brother Jiang, I'm waiting for you at the mall entrance." The little girl adores visiting shopping malls, and every few evenings, Jiang Yao takes her for a stroll. Upon arriving at Wanya Mall, she sits in her stroller, captivated by the array of novel sights surrounding her. In her excitement, she even bounces in her seat, attempting to stand. Jiang Yao has his eye on the shop named 1683. "Brother Jiang, where is that shop?" "No need to rush. We will find it as we explore," he reassures her. The first floor of snacks is expansive, necessitating the use of a map for navigation. Jiang Yao opens his phone's map, which marks significant culinary spots along with corresponding shop numbers. You simply exit the supermarket entrance to get there. While their home lacks for nothing, they must purchase fruits, as Yang Sweki has a fondness for them. After procuring some fruits, Jiang Yao notices the quality of the pork ribs and decides to buy some, followed by a selection of vegetables. Initially thinking they wouldn't need much else, they end up with quite a haul. Eventually, Jiang Yao locates the desired shop, which appears to be of similar size to before, around 40 square meters. On either side, one shop serves milk tea while the other sells hamburgers and fried chicken. This establishment once dealt in wontons, as indicated by the menu still hanging above. Qin Yuan rubs his hands together, saying, "Brother Jiang, leave the renovations to my father. You just focus on preparing the broth for the opening." Previously, they had agreed on a 50-50 split, but Qin Yuan felt the need to compensate in other areas due to the advantageous arrangement. Jiang Yao nods, acknowledging the added responsibility. Qin Yuan shakes his head, insisting it is no trouble at all. Jiang Yao hands him the keys, suggesting he call Wang Ziheo and Brother Ma to discuss their thoughts. The two of them converse at the shop's entrance. Meanwhile, Yang Sweki and the baby observe fish outside a restaurant, both engrossed in watching the aquarium. Jiang Yao approaches, saying, "Dear, it's time to go." Yang Sweki turns, "Honey, shall we buy some little fish for us to raise at home? Look how much our little one enjoys watching them." Indeed, the little girl's eyes sparkle as she gazes at the fish in the tank, even though there are only a few swimming about. Qin Yuan chuckles, "Sister-in-law, I know there's an aquarium on the second floor of the mall. You can get the fry there." Yang Sweki's eyes light up. "Let's go, darling. We should check it out together." Jiang Yao pushes the stroller into the elevator, and upon reaching the second floor, Qin Yuan points ahead, saying, "There's the aquarium. It should be open at this hour." Yang Sweki, beaming, rushes ahead. "I'm going to take a look." Once she has distanced herself, Qin Yuan laughs, commenting, "Brother Jiang, sometimes your wife acts a bit like a child. It feels as though you're tending to two kids." Jiang Yao nods, acknowledging that while Sweki can indeed be childlike, she is quite dependable as a mother. From 100 meters away, Yang Sweki waves enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Honey, there really is an aquarium, and it's open." The shop is rather spacious, featuring a large central tank containing a fish worth several $100,000. Qin Yuan, puzzled, wonders why anyone would purchase such an expensive fish. Jiang Yao remarked that once an individual has attained material abundance, they naturally seek to acquire possessions that fulfill their spiritual needs. For the majority, purchasing a fish worth hundreds of thousands is not justifiable. However, for those whose fortunes exceed 100 million, such an extravagant fish is at least a pleasing visual delight. Qin Yuan smacked his lips in silence, acknowledging that the world of the wealthy was beyond his comprehension, yet he grasped a modicum of understanding. This aquarium not only offered fish priced in the hundreds of thousands, but also sold small goldfish for as little as 5 yuan each. Yang Sweki and the little girl explored here and there. "Little girl, isn't this fish enormous? Do you see that its head is even larger than your mother's?" exclaimed Yang Sweki. "Wow, look at how big this fish's mouth is. And these little fish, so colorful and beautiful." The establishment not only sold fish, but also various species of turtles. Yang Sweki intended to purchase goldfish, while Jiang Yao opted for a few turtles. recognizing that turtles are long-lived creatures that would provide enduring enjoyment for the little girl. Previously, Jiang Yao had not delved deeply into the world of turtles. But after the proprietor's introduction, he discovered the multitude of varieties available. Ultimately, Jiang Yao acquired 2 Brazilian turtles. The proprietor also packaged the fish tank and feed for him. Yang Sueki's newly purchased goldfish were placed inside as well, destined to be raised together. Upon returning home, Jiang Yao placed both the turtles and goldfish into the aquarium, with the large and small creatures peering in together. Wow, this little goldfish is so adorable. Look how slowly that turtle crawls. Do you like it, little girl? As long as his wife and child were happy, Jiang Yao felt a sense of contentment. Shortly thereafter, he sliced some watermelon. Yang Sueki sat down to enjoy the fruit while the little girl gazed at the aquarium, thoroughly delighted. Children are inherently drawn to such small creatures, and the two spent a considerable time observing the tank. Jiang Yao prepared to bathe the little girl, but as soon as he scooped her up, she began to fuss, wanting to see the goldfish and turtles. Jiang Yao had already filled the water, but why was the little girl crying? Yang Sueki, said yet exasperated, noted that the little girl had become so engrossed that when deprived of her viewing, she protested. Ultimately, Jiang Yao managed to soothe her with a jingling toy while giving her a bath. Chapter 93. The baby doesn't sleep well after the bath. Jiang Yao carried the little girl to the master bedroom. My dear, starting today, after feeding her in the master bedroom, we will put the little girl to sleep in the guest room. Yang Sueki nodded in agreement, suddenly recalling what her mother had said about her restless sleeping habits. She asked, Darling, do I snore while I sleep? Jiang Yao replied, I haven't heard you snore while awake. As for when I'm asleep, I can't say for certain. Yang Sueki playfully punched his chest, to which Jiang Yao chuckled. I'm merely speaking the truth. If I'm asleep, how could I hear you snore? You might actually snore. The mere thought of Yang Sueki snoring made him inexplicably want to laugh. After a playful exchange, Yang Sueki began to nurse the little girl. Unable to contain herself, she playfully complained, Darling, look at our daughter. Jiang Yao quickly approached, asking, What is wrong with our daughter? Let me see. The little girl was not drinking her milk properly. What was she doing? It turned out that while nursing, she would suddenly flip over and giggle. Initially, Yang Sueki found her daughter's antics utterly adorable and charming. Later, My dear, would you kindly drink your milk? Subsequently, there was no alternative. Darling, come and see your daughter. Yang Sueki pressed down on the supplies. Sweetheart, stop playing and drink your milk properly. We cannot waste it. The little girl giggled and turned over. Jiang Yao noticed his daughter looking at him with a smile, as if to say, Why is Daddy laughing? Hurry and drink your milk. The little girl laughed again, and Yang Sueki turned her head, saying, Honey, you can go back to your business. Otherwise, what if we amuse our little one, and she doesn't sleep? Jiang Yao nodded and stood up. All right, I'll head to the living room. Feel free to call me if you need anything. In the living room, Jiang Yao messaged Chen Yuan. What did Wang Zihao and Brother Ma say? Chen Yuan replied. Wang Zihao expressed his desire to resign. He wishes to invest all his savings, approximately 70 or 80,000. Brother Ma mentioned he could invest 50 or 60,000, but he still needs to work. The shop was Jiang Yao's initiative, and he was responsible for the soup base. The three of them had come to an agreement. Jiang Yao would receive 60% of the profits, with the remainder shared among the others. Chen Yuan asked Brother Jiang, Do you think this arrangement is acceptable? Jiang Yao smiled. It's all good. He and Wang Zihao had been friends since high school, even sharing a dormitory in university, a bond that was hard to come by. Chen Yuan and Brother Ma were also in the same dorm. When Jiang Yao's father fell ill and required surgery, they all supported him wholeheartedly, particularly Chen Yuan, who came from a well-off family and contributed the most. Ultimately, the funds were unnecessary, as the doctor reported that Jiang Yao's father was recovering well and the surgery was not needed. In Jiang Yao's heart, he felt immense gratitude for their past generosity. Honey, what are you doing? Yang Sueki's voice called out softly from the bedroom. Darling, Jiang Yao approached. What is it? The little one has fallen asleep. All right, I will carry her to the guest room to sleep. After Yang Sueki finished her bath, Tang Qingwei called, Sister, what are you up to? Yang Sueki rolled her eyes. You still haven't given the red envelope for the little one's 100-day celebration. Tang Qingwei smacked her forehead. Oh dear, I almost forgot. How about 20,000? Young Suiki exclaimed, 20,000. Tang Qingwei stammered. Oh, I did the math. Your baby will have a first birthday, start school, celebrate birthdays annually, and eventually get married. That is a lot of red envelopes. I can't possibly recover all that money. Just thinking about it pains me. Yang Sueki chuckled. Well, if you have children in the future, you can earn it back, right? Tang Qingwei shook her head. Is having children that easy? Besides, I don't want to get married. Yang Sueki replied. All right then, how about 50,000? Tang Qingwei protested. I have no money. Yang Sueki expressed disbelief. Didn't you just buy the latest Chanel bag? Tang Qingwei defended. That's why I'm broke now. Yang Sueki insisted. Well then, quickly transfer the money before I change my mind. Tang Qingwei promptly transferred the funds, saying, Sister, considering you're now a mother, raising a child is no easy task. I've sent an extra 10,000. Don't be too moved. Tang Qingwei then asked, Where are you? Where are you? Yang Sueki, you've changed. In a cheerful mood, Yang Sueki hummed a little tune, nestled in Jiang Yao's embrace, and opened a video app to watch a drama. Jiang Yao continued discussing the business plans with Chen Yuan. This marks the first occasion on which the little girl sleeps alone in the guest room. Jiang Yao and Yang Sueki are most concerned about her not properly covering herself with a blanket, fearing she might catch a chill. Additionally, the little girl has a penchant for sleeping on her stomach, raising worries about her obstructing her breathing. The couple finds it difficult to sleep soundly. And upon noticing Yang Sueki's insomnia, Jiang Yao resolves, My dear, I shall sleep in the guest room with our baby. If she awakens, I will bring her to you for feeding. Yang Sueki furrows her brow, suggesting, But darling, that may be quite exhausting for you. Perhaps we should just bring the baby to sleep with us. Jiang Yao reassures her with a smile. No need for that. You should rest. I am a sound sleeper and shall not disturb our little one. Though Jiang Yao is hesitant about having the child sleep in the guest room, he acknowledges the benefits. The weather is just right, providing an opportunity for the baby to develop good sleeping habits. In a few months, the little one will be able to consume solid foods and sleep soundly through the night. Establishing good sleep patterns is advantageous for both the child and the parents. Although the initial phase will undoubtedly be challenging, making it difficult for the caregiver to enjoy a restful night. Fortunately, Jiang Yao is still youthful. Otherwise, his body might not withstand the strain. The little girl is currently sleeping soundly. Jiang Yao quietly lies down nearby, tucking her in before closing his eyes. After an indeterminate period, he senses movement and reaches out, only to find the space beside him empty. Startled, he opens his eyes to discover that the little girl has somehow managed to shift to the foot of the bed. How on earth did she manage that? He gently lifts her back, covering her with the blanket once more. After some time, as he stirs his arm, he feels a presence beside him. Instinctively, he softens his movements, only to find the little girl snuggled closely against him. Jiang Yao turns to kiss his daughter, realizing that perhaps her blanket was not sufficiently covering her, prompting her to seek warmth from her father. In the middle of the night, he hears the sound of her cries, indicating she is likely hungry. Following the sound, he finds her beside his feet. Jiang Yao is perplexed. How can such a small child have so many sleeping positions? As she continues to cry, he hands her to Yang Sueki for feeding. Groggily, she awakens and inquires, Darling, did the baby sleep well? Jiang Yao replies, Our little girl was rather restless throughout the night. Yang Sueki tenderly caresses Jiang Yao's face, expressing, You've worked hard. My love. He chuckles. I'm not weary. The little one has had a rather tumultuous night of sleep. Yang Sueki asks, What happened with our daughter? Jiang Yao recounts his adventures in locating her, which brings a smile to her face. The couple gazes at the little girl, who is now feeding, their expressions filled with a mix of helplessness and affection. Once she finishes, Jiang Yao cradles her back to sleep, envisioning that in 3 months, she will no longer require burping. If all goes well, she may sleep soundly until dawn, save for an unexpected diaper incident. In the morning, Jiang Yao rises to prepare breakfast, his head buzzing with thoughts of the previous night's tribulations. After completing the meal, he calls for his wife to join him, ready to tackle the day's tasks. Darling, what are you up to? As the air conditioning filled the room, The little girl would always be dressed in long sleeves, long pants, and socks while she slept. However, the baby often tossed and turned her asleep, causing the blanket to slip off, which could easily lead to her belly becoming cold. Thus, Jiang Yao contemplated crafting a small blanket from towels to shield the baby's belly from the chill. "Dear, do you think this would work?" he inquired. Yang Sweki gently replied, "Darling, that seems rather precarious. It might fall off." After a moment's thought, Jiang Yao suggested, "Perhaps I should ask that elderly lady to make it. She surely knows how to handle such things." "Why not have breakfast first?" she advised. After breakfast, Jiang Yao gathered several towels and a sheet to seek out the elderly lady. Upon hearing his request, she remarked, "This is quite simple. Just hand me the towels, and I will stitch them together, then use elastic bands for adjustments." She crafted several versions, some with ties and others with elastic, allowing Jiang Yao to take them home to see which one suited the child best, promising to arrange for more later. In Chapter 94, Jiang Yao ultimately tried them on the little girl and discovered that the elastic version was indeed perfect for her. Marvelous, he thought. Now, the little one could sleep soundly without the risk of her belly getting cold. Yang Sweki showered her husband with affection, exclaiming, "You're wonderful." Jiang Yao, feeling somewhat helpless, noted that the little girl had been particularly restless the previous night. At the slightest movement, he would awaken, anxious to cover her, fearing for her delicate belly. During her afternoon nap, after Yang Sweki had fed her, Jiang Yao gently placed the child in the second bedroom to sleep. The crib had now transformed into a changing station for the little girl. In the afternoon, Yang Sweki had a class, and they planned to visit the mall afterward. "I will pick you up from school with our little one," she said, packing her bag while casting a lingering glance at her two beloveds. "I'm off to class now. Goodbye, little one." The baby, with her large, grape-like eyes, looked bewilderedly at Jiang Yao as her mother departed. Jiang Yao kissed the top of his daughter's head, reassuring her, "Mommy is going to class, but Daddy will be with you. Be good." The little girl continued to gaze at the door, prompting Jiang Yao to ask, "What is wrong? Are you already missing Mommy?" He suggested, "Shall we go to the living room to see the little goldfish?" Children are easily distracted, and soon the little girl was captivated by the lively creatures in the fish tank. It was still bright outside. They would head to school once the sun set. After watching the goldfish and turtles for a while, Jiang Yao placed the little girl in her play area, while keeping a watchful eye on her. He also tidied up the baby's clothes in the living room. Yang Sweki's stock of diapers was nearly depleted, with only half a bag remaining. As for the clothes, they had become rather small for the growing girl, prompting the need for new purchases. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. The little girl paused her play, looking toward the door. Jiang Yao rose to answer it, greeted by the cheerful visage of Yang Sweki. "I'm back." "Surprised?" she exclaimed. Jiang Yao smiled. "What brings you back so soon?" Yang Sweki joyfully engaged with the child, explaining, "My teacher had an urgent matter, so class ended early." "Darling, are you organizing the baby's clothes?" she asked. Jiang Yao neatly arranged the clothes, saying to his wife, "Our child's wardrobe is insufficient. We must purchase more." He added, "We also need to buy additional diapers for the baby, as they're nearly used up." Yang Sweki's eyes brightened. "Let us head to the mall at once. The sun is setting, and the breeze outside is quite refreshing." Jiang Yao smiled in agreement. Thus, the couple prepared to venture out. As they strolled down the street, they passed at least 2 or 3 stores selling children's apparel, eventually stopping at a well-decorated baby boutique. Noticing the couple lingering at the entrance, the owner promptly approached them. Upon learning they were shopping for their child, the owner was taken aback by the youthfulness of the parents. "Is this your child? She is absolutely adorable. Is she 3 months old?" The owner continued, "We have lovely outfits suitable for your baby. Take a look, their essay promotion. Buy 2, get 1 free. All our clothing is made of pure cotton and of excellent quality." When children are young, the styles of their clothing are relatively similar. So the couple decided to purchase 1 or 2 sizes larger, as their baby was growing rapidly. Ultimately, Jiang Yao spent 200 yuan on 6 outfits, enough for the baby's changing needs. The owner cheerfully inquired, "Would you like to see anything else? We also sell formula and toys." The couple shook their heads, indicating they had enough at home. Jiang Yao then pushed their little girl to explore other shops. Before Yang Sweki had a child, She felt there were hardly any mothers on the street. However, once she became a mother herself, she realized that many expectant mothers and those with children were out and about. For instance, at that moment, she noticed a number of mothers buying clothes for their babies along the street. Wow, dear, the girl's clothing is so beautiful, with various lovely little dresses. Jiang Yao nodded, agreeing with Yang Sweki. When our little girl grows up, I will buy her many beautiful dresses to adorn her every day, haha. Chapter 95. Sometimes, my wife is truly adorable. While strolling, Jiang Yao suddenly realized something. Wife, it seems I have forgotten to add your name to the property deed. Yang Sweki Bao said. No need, dear. Whether my name is on the deed or not is inconsequential. It is merely a formality. She entwined her arm around Jiang Yao's, offering a sweet smile. As long as you love and care for me, I can overlook these matters. After their outing, they returned home, where Jiang Yao spent the evening with their baby, repeating the events of the previous night. This time, the baby was snugly wrapped in a small blanket around her belly, allowing her to roll around without the blanket slipping off, which pleased Jiang Yao immensely. Tomorrow night, they could begin letting the little girl sleep on her own. The next day, after breakfast, Jiang Yao took Yang Sweki out. Come, my dear, I will take you somewhere. Where are we going? She inquired. Jiang Yao led Yang Sweki to the real estate transaction center, where he added her name to the property deed. By the time all the formalities were completed, it was nearly noon. Upon stepping outside, Yang Sweki gazed at her name emblazoned on the property deed, her heart swelling with warmth. Darling, thank you for your kindness. It truly touches me. For Yang Sweki, the formality held little significance. What mattered more was Jiang Yao's heartfelt intentions. However, she was indeed moved by his gesture. Playfully, Yang Sweki inquired, Why did you want to add my name, dear husband? Jiang Yao countered, You are my wife. This is our shared home. So why shouldn't your name be included? Besides, don't most women care about such things? Unaware of Yang Sweki's thoughts, he assumed she was indifferent to these formalities. Suddenly, Yang Sweki embraced Jiang Yao, exclaiming, Darling. What's wrong? Darling? I'm right here, he replied. Darling, darling. Jiang Yao chuckled, Wife, it's nearly noon. Shall we dine out or eat at home? Yang Sweki lifted her chin, declaring, I want to eat at home. Your cooking is the best. Her eyes sparkled, and Jiang Yao smiled, asking, What would you like to have? Yang Sweki beamed, Anything will do. As long as you make it, I'll love it. Whenever Yang Sweki's eyes shimmered with the brilliance of a starry sky, Jiang Yao felt compelled to tease her. He whispered 2 words in her ear, prompting Yang Sweki to widen her eyes in surprise. Her ears and cheeks flushed. Pushing the stroller while holding Yang Sweki's hand, Jiang Yao said, Let us head home. Yang Sweki followed beside him, admiring his tall figure, encouraging herself. I can do this, no problem. Upon returning home, Jiang Yao prepared lunch while Yang Sweki played with the baby in the play area. After their meal, he joined them for a nap before heading off to class. As soon as he left, Yang Sweki awoke, no longer feeling sleepy. This afternoon, Jiang Yao had a class and would return around 4 o'clock. Yang Sweki browsed a shopping platform, purchasing some steaks, fine red wine, elegant dinnerware, and cutlery. Naturally, beautiful flowers and candles were indispensable. She noted, Please deliver as soon as possible. While the baby was still asleep, Yang Sweki selected a lovely dress from the wardrobe. Twirling in front of the mirror, she felt satisfied, considering her figure was proportionate. The sound of the baby crying from the second bedroom prompted Yang Sweki to rush to feed her and change her diaper. Just as the delivery arrived, Yang Sweki intended for the baby to play alone in the living room, but felt a twinge of worry. She placed the child at the kitchen doorway, sizzling the steak while entertaining her. With less than an hour before Jiang Yao returned from class, she had enough time to prepare. She seared the steak and arranged some broccoli on the plate. Finally, she prepared pasta, a dish she excelled at. With a touch of oil in the pan, she sauteed onions and bell peppers, added beef and pasta, then mixed in the sauce until evenly coated. Mama, today we're going to surprise Daddy, Yang Sweki said, her cheeks flushed. The baby looked at her in confusion, not understanding the words. Noticing the time, nearing 4 o'clock, Yang Sweki quickly called Jiang Yao. Darling, are you almost home? As Jiang Yao stepped out of the school gate after class, he inquired if Yang Sweki desired anything for dinner that evening. He mentioned that he was heading to the market to purchase some groceries. Yang Sweki, with a slight smile, replied, "Darling, we still have vegetables at home. You should return home first. We could buy groceries tomorrow." After contemplating, Jiang Yao realized they were out of fruit. "All right, I will just buy some fruit and then head home," he decided. Yang Sweki, hoping for a swift return, urged, "Make sure to come back quickly after shopping. Xiaowan and I will be waiting for you at home." Jiang Yao nodded in agreement, assuring her he would be back soon. Meanwhile, Yang Sweki set the dining table, arranging the tablecloth and fresh flowers. She felt a sense of joy as she hummed a tune while working. Once everything was in place, she retreated to the bedroom to change into the dress she had carefully chosen earlier. After applying a light makeup and curling her hair with a styling wand, she spritzed herself with perfume on her wrists and neck. Finally, she stood at the door, eagerly awaiting Jiang Yao's return. Perhaps it was merely her imagination, but she thought she heard Jiang Yao's footsteps. Peering through the peephole, she confirmed it was indeed him. Her heart raced in anticipation as she heard him knock on the door. "Honey, I'm back." Upon entering, Jiang Yao was greeted by the sight of Yang Sweki standing at the door, her face beaming with joy. "You're back, darling. Go wash your hands and get ready for dinner," she exclaimed. Jiang Yao took a moment to admire her, unable to hide his astonishment. "Wife, you look stunning today." Yang Sweki blushed, smiling without a word. Upon reaching the dining room, Jiang Yao noticed the table adorned with flowers and steak, a romantic candlelit dinner she had meticulously prepared. He glanced at her, surprised. "Thank you for all this. It must have taken you quite some effort," he said appreciatively. Yang Sweki's gaze faltered as she recalled his earlier words. "Do you remember what you said to me today?" she teased. Jiang Yao was momentarily at a loss, unable to recall. Yang Sweki silently savored her steak, her heart silently screaming in delight. It wasn't long before Jiang Yao connected the dots, and they continued their meal in a comfortable silence. He praised her cooking skills, saying, "Wife, this steak is exceptionally good. Well done." Yang Sweki smiled modestly. "I can manage this well. Just let me know whenever you want it, and I'll make it for you." After dinner, Jiang Yao tidied up in the kitchen while Yang Sweki played with their child. Everything felt as usual. Later that night, Jiang Yao spent some time in the guest room with Xiaowan before taking a shower. Yang Sweki, unable to sleep, listened to the sounds outside. As soon as Jiang Yao entered the room, she picked up her phone to play. Jiang Yao turned off the night light and lay down, saying, "Let us sleep now, dear." That night, the bedside lamp remained lit. The following day, Yang Sweki slept until midday, while Jiang Yao had prepared a meal, waiting for her. In the play area of the living room, Jiang Yao was entertaining Xiaowan, who had begun to attempt crawling. She would often prop herself up on the mat, wiggling her bottom as she pushed forward. However, her coordination was still developing, with her hands and feet often having different ideas. Typically at such moments, Jiang Yao would gently push her little feet with his palm, allowing her to move a few steps forward. Yang Sweki watched them from the living room, and Jiang Yao looked up, calling out, "Wife." Before she could articulate her thoughts, Yang Sweki hurriedly departed. He raised an eyebrow and remarked to the little girl, "Your mother seems rather shy." Upon realizing her mother had left, the little girl immediately expressed her discontent, for she had come to understand that her mother's presence was synonymous with sustenance. As a devoted eater, she began to wail. Jiang Yao, cradling the child, sought out Yang Sweki, calling, "Wife, our little girl is hungry." The affectionate term made Yang Sweki's heart swell with sweetness. While she was engaged in her morning routine, she naturally heard the cries of the child. "Wife, our little girl is hungry." Yang Sweki, lowering her head, took the child from Jiang Yao's arms, saying, "Dear, could you check if the clothes on the balcony have been brought in?" Jiang Yao, taken aback, replied, "But I thought the clothes had already been moved to the room." Yang Sweki reiterated her request, and Jiang Yao, understanding the implication, replied meaningfully, "All right, I shall go check the balcony. If you need anything, just call for me." Once he left, Yang Sweki promptly fed the little girl. Watching the angelic child delightfully consume her meal brought a smile to her face. Meanwhile, Jiang Yao enjoyed the breeze on the balcony, reminiscing about Yang Sweki's feigned composure, unable to suppress a laugh. His wife was indeed quite endearing at times. Chapter 96. Taking the baby for a 100-day photo shoot. After a while, Jiang Yao entered the master bedroom, asking, "Is there anything I can assist you with, dear?" Yang Sweki remained silent, but Jiang Yao chuckled. "Go have your meal. I will change the baby's cloth diaper." Yang Sweki set aside her tasks and left. It was only natural for her to feel a bit shy, as their relationship had evolved from what it once was. That day, Yang Sweki intentionally avoided him, while Jiang Yao sought to draw near, playfully teasing her. In the evening, after soothing the baby to sleep in the guest room, Jiang Yao returned to find Yang Sweki already asleep. He picked up his phone to chat with Chun Yuan. Chun Yuan sent a voice message, "Brother Jiang, you should check the school forum. There's some new gossip about Gao Wenwen." Jiang Yao replied, "What happened to Gao Wenwen?" Chun Yuan's voice came through again. "Not long ago, Gao Wenwen married her new boyfriend, but after the wedding, she discovered he had been lying about his wealth, claiming to be worth millions." Jiang Yao messaged back, "Is this true?" Chun Yuan's voice was laced with amusement. "Of course it's true. You should check the forum. Everyone is discussing it." Jiang Yao responded, "I have no interest in that. It has nothing to do with me." Unbeknownst to him, Yang Sweki had not fully fallen asleep. Upon hearing the name Gao Wenwen, she perked up, eager to listen in. Although she could not decipher their conversation, she could hear Jiang Yao typing. Curiosity overwhelmed her, and she suddenly sat up. The abruptness startled Jiang Yao, who exclaimed, "Wife, what's wrong?" Yang Sweki picked up the phone that Jiang Yao had dropped in surprise and, seeing his messages, felt a surge of happiness. She feigned nonchalance, saying, "Oh, it's nothing. I just needed to get up to use the restroom." Jiang Yao watched her rise and head to the bathroom, knowing full well that she had been awake all along. If she had truly been asleep, would she lie there so obediently? Yang Sweki gazed at her cheerful reflection in the mirror, contemplating her recent actions, hoping she had left no trace of her mischief. Suddenly, a series of knocks at the door startled her. Outside, Jiang Yao's voice, imbued with mirth, called out, "Darling, why have you been in there for so long? Do you need my assistance?" With a playful huff, Yang Sweki replied, "No, aren't you preoccupied with your gossip?" Jiang Yao stood at the threshold, declaring, "I have no interest in that gossip. Rather, I am more intrigued by how to rescue my wife from her predicament." Yang Sweki opened the door, lifting her chin to meet his gaze, retorting, "You're the one who has fallen into a predicament." As Jiang Yao looked down at her, her bravado faltered, for the glow in his eyes shimmered in the night. The next day, with no classes scheduled, the couple agreed to take their baby's 100-day photos. This package included a family portrait, complete with outfits for the parents. Jiang Yao drove them to the studio, which was relatively quiet at this hour, with only a few staff members bustling about. They were greeted by the personnel, who informed them that some of the photos would be taken indoors, while others would require outdoor settings. With the sun absent and the weather agreeable, the couple had no objections. In comparison to her previous photos, their little girl exhibited even more expressiveness. She rolled over in front of the camera, playfully nibbling on her own tiny feet. The staff praised her, noting her impressive ability in front of the lens. Their daughter was unfazed by the surroundings, making the wardrobe changes a breeze for the team. During the shoot, the staff entertained her with various toys to elicit joy. After an hour of bustling indoor photography, it was time for the family portrait. The staff assisted the parents with makeup, allowing them to select their preferred outfits while adorning their little girl in a charming dress. Yang Sweki had come well prepared, bringing not only her makeup, but also some jewelry. Her cosmetics were of considerable value, with a single eyeshadow palette priced over 600, and she possessed several brands of lipstick. The makeup artist remarked on Yang Sweki's remarkable skin. "I have encountered many mothers, and the changes post-pregnancy can be significant. Your skin is in such splendid condition. I once saw a mother whose complexion was marred by numerous spots after giving birth, which deeply troubled her." Yang Sweki closed her eyes, choosing silence in response. Once the makeup was completed, Yang Sweki surveyed herself, requesting a touch more highlighter and some shadow on her nose. The makeup artist complied, enhancing her features beautifully. Delighted with the results, Yang Sweki next had her hair styled, achieving a lovely effect. Afterward, she selected a pink gown from the Studio S collection, though it felt somewhat loose. The staff explained, "Many of the mothers who come here are either expecting or have recently given birth and have yet to regain their figures. Thus, we order gowns in larger sizes. In such cases, We secure them with pins or clips, ensuring that these adjustments remain unseen in the photographs. Yang Sweki contemplated for a moment before donning an elegant black gown reminiscent of Audrey Hepburn, adorned with a delicate white bow train. This exquisite attire was intended for her wedding photos, fitting her perfectly. The gown exuded an air of sophistication, a quality that few could embody, making it challenging to highlight its advantages. However, with her striking appearance, graceful figure, and statuesque height, she was undoubtedly the ideal choice to wear it. Satisfied with her selection, Yang Sweki opened her jewelry box and chose a pair of pearl drop earrings. While other accessories seemed ill-suited for the gown, these earrings were exquisite, perfectly complementing Yang Sweki's remarquable poise. Due to the attire, she opted for a different shade of lipstick and made slight adjustments to her hairstyle, resulting in a stunning look that left the staff in awe. Gracefully lifting her gown, she was accompanied by staff holding the train as they proceeded to the shooting location. Meanwhile, Jiang Yao had changed into a well-tailored black suit. Among several suitable options, he selected one that conveyed a sense of maturity and composure. After a brief touch-up by the makeup artist, Jiang Yao appeared so dashing he could easily grace the cover of a fashion magazine. As he played with their little daughter, he turned to see Yang Sweki and was captivated by her commanding presence. What woman would not delight in witnessing her husband's astonished expression? She offered him a sweet smile, instantly softening her previously aloof demeanor. The photographer praised the couple's striking features and elegance, deciding then and there to gift them a set of couple portraits. The shoot progressed smoothly, with the pair taking turns cradling their daughter, posing as directed by the photographer. Yang Sweki, being the professional, was at ease, while Jiang Yao appeared slightly stiff, though his handsomeness compensated for it. Once the baby-s photo shoot concluded, it was time for the couple-s portraits. The photographer was exceedingly pleased with the results. Now why not select some gowns for yourselves? We'll provide you with 2 sets at no charge. Our shop owner wishes to use your photographs for promotional purposes, and your images are simply too harmonious and captivating. The couple had no objections to this offer. The photographer, overjoyed, brought out high-end gowns, one with a train over a meter long, perfect for display in the shop's window. Originally intended merely to capture the baby's 100-day celebration, they now accompanied the staff to the location for a family portrait. Apart from them, another couple was also engaged in a wedding photo shoot. Initially, the focus was on the baby, dressing her in a lovely little dress. Staff and parents encouraged her to smile. Look at mommy, little one. What does daddy have? Yang Sweki, adorned in her couture evening gown like a star on the red carpet, made various silly faces to elicit giggles from their daughter. At long last, the baby series of photos was completed. The couple then retreated to their car to feed their little one and change her diaper. After feeding the little girl, she quickly fell asleep in her mother's arms, presumably exhausted. Jiang Yao gently placed the baby in the safety seat and turned on the air conditioning, allowing the couple to commence their photo shoot. They captured several sets of couple portraits, culminating in the grand entrance of Yang Sweki. She happened to wear a splendid set of ruby jewelry, consisting of earrings, a necklace, a bracelet, and a ring. The makeup artist made slight adjustments to enhance her regal and enchanting appearance. Yes, very well done. Look at me. Your gaze should be a touch colder. Excellent. Simply perfect. In Chapter 97, The Blissful Days of a Father, the photographer instructed Yang Sweki to perform a graceful turn, exuding elegance and nobility. The resulting photographs were splendid, and the photographer expressed great satisfaction with the series featuring Yang Sweki. Thank you all so much. I truly appreciate it. At this moment, Yang Sweki, feeling both fatigued and famished, shook her head expressionlessly. Jiang Yao, standing nearby, captured numerous beautiful photos of his wife on his phone. It must be said that she embodied the essence of a goddess, radiating innate grace. However, Yang Sweki's goddess demeanor did not last long. She approached him with a pitiful expression and said, "Husband, I'm so hungry. I'm a bit hungry too. We need to select the photos at the studio later. So let us grab a bite to eat outside," Jiang Yao replied. Yang Sweki nodded in agreement. Jiang Yao took her to a nearby restaurant where the chef's culinary skills were commendable, and they both found the meal quite satisfying. Upon returning to the studio, Yang Sweki removed her makeup and changed out of her gown, immediately feeling a sense of relief. After all, Maintaining her posture while shooting required considerable effort. Once they selected the photos, the couple returned home with their child. Finally, they could lie down and rest. Suddenly, Yang Sweki recalled something and tapped Jiang Yao's arm. Looking at him with a pout, Jiang Yao felt perplexed, wondering what had provoked her, as he had done nothing to upset her. Yang Sweki remained silent and went to the restroom, and Jiang Yao quickly understood. The incident involving Gao Wenwen had caused quite a stir at school, though the truth of the matter remained uncertain, and Jiang Yao found himself disinterested. Chen Yuan approached him with a bag, followed by Wang Zihao. Recently, Ma Ge had been extremely busy, striving for a promotion and salary increase through diligent work. Jiang Ge, it's been a while since we last met. You must be busy with the baby these days. The opening of the branch had been entrusted to Chen Yuan's father for renovations, while other trivial matters were delegated to Chen Yuan and Wang Zihao. Wang Zihao had resigned after securing sufficient funds and was now assisting Chen Yuan daily. Once the new store opened, Wang Zihao planned to rent an apartment nearby for convenience. Jiang Yao glanced at him, thinking it was rather obvious. What else could he possibly be busy with? Chen Yuan chuckled. I asked a friend to inquire, and it turns out that Gao Wenwen is indeed married and pregnant. The man may not be wealthy, but his family has some money. He is currently starting his own business, and Gao Wenwen's parents are helping their son-in-law raise funds. Jiang Yao simply responded with an "oh," as this matter held no relevance to him. He deemed it more important to focus on preparing dinner later. Wang Zihao, noticing Jiang Yao's lack of interest, suggested that Chen Yuan refrain from speaking further. Brother Jiang, what do you have on your agenda at present? Jiang Yao inquired. Grocery shopping, cooking, and taking care of the child, came the reply. Jiang Yao then asked, how is the new store coming along? Wang Zihao responded, we have procured all the tables and chairs, finalized the price list, and ordered bowls, chopsticks, and other essentials. Jiang Yao nodded. During this period, you all must endure a bit of hardship. Once the business stabilizes post-opening, it will be much better. With a smile, Wang Zihao replied, it hardly feels like hardship. We owe you our gratitude. Previously, when Jiang Yao and Chen Yuan had invited him to join in the business venture, he had been skeptical, fearing that if the store failed, he would squander his hard-earned savings and lose a valuable job opportunity. However, after witnessing the success of Jiang Yao's establishment, he boldly resigned from his position to invest in this new endeavor. After parting ways with them, Jiang Yao rode his electric scooter to the supermarket for groceries. Chapter 98. Little Wan wants her mother to hold her upon returning home. Jiang Yao commenced preparing his wife's favorite dish, braised fish. While he busied himself in the kitchen, Yang Sweki tended to their daughter, Wan. The child adored being held by her mother, and each time she was set down, her face would contort into a pitiful expression. This expression tugged at Yang Sweki's heartstrings, prompting her to reconsider whether it was excessive not to embrace such an adorable little one. During this time, Jiang Yao had gained some experience in parenting. He understood that children are remarkably perceptive. They learn to cry to capture the attention of adults and to express their emotions. Once they realize that crying is effective, they will continue to employ it. Dear, let Wan play by herself for a while. If you pick her up every time she cries, you won't be able to accomplish anything else, Jiang Yao advised. Yang Sweki showed him Wan's distressed expression. Honey, I can't do that. Compared to fathers, mothers are always much gentler and find it hard to resist. Consequently, Wan preferred to remain in her mother's embrace, bursting into tears the moment she was set down. The sounds of Jiang Yao cooking wafted from the kitchen, piquing the baby's curiosity. Yang Sweki wheeled the stroller to the kitchen door. Wan, Daddy is cooking. Her husband looked exceptionally handsome while preparing the meal. Wan, oblivious to her father's tasks, gazed with wide, curious eyes. Once the dishes were ready, Jiang Yao brought them to the dining table. Yang Sweki fed Wan while simultaneously enjoying her meal. Jiang Yao served his wife some fish, and she encouraged him to eat more as well. After finishing her meal, Wan drowsily fell asleep. With her increased activity level, she now slept soundly during both midday and evening. After Wan awoke, Yang Sweki prepared to carry her to the second bedroom for a nap. Jiang Yao approached. Allow me to hold her. However, the moment he took her, Wan stirred awake and began to fuss. Yang Sweki quickly intervened. Honey, let me handle this. Wan pouted in her mother's arms, drifting back to sleep without shedding a single tear. Wife, I will tidy up the kitchen now. Soon. You will need to hold Wan to sleep, Jiang Yao remarked. Yang Sweki sighed and kissed her daughter's cheek. Such a little rascal. After Jiang Yao finished washing the dishes, he returned to find his little daughter sleeping in the secondary bedroom, snugly covered by Yang Sweki. The little one insisted on being held by Yang Sweki, which was not an ideal situation. Jiang Yao remarked, Dear, you shouldn't rush to pick her up every time she cries. That will only cultivate a habit. It's fine if I hold her instead. But if it always has to be you, think of how exhausting that will become over time. Yang Sweki furrowed her brow and replied, What can I do? Should I just let her cry? That pitiful little face is simply heart-wrenching. Jiang Yao pursed his lips and suggested, Perhaps you should be a bit more resolute. Indeed, as Jiang Yao had predicted, upon seeing Yang Sweki, their daughter would immediately begin to cry for her embrace. No one else would suffice. Only her mother would do. While Yang Sweki was napping, Jiang Yao picked up the little one, and the child immediately displayed her displeasure. Although Jiang Yao had advised Yang Sweki to be firm, the sight of the child crying, looking utterly forsaken, tugged at his heartstrings. He hurried to seek his wife's assistance, discarding his earlier words. Darling, wake up. The little one is crying. Do you think she might be hungry for milk? Yang Sweki's mind was always preoccupied with their child. In the moment she heard her baby's voice, it snapped her awake. She quickly took the child from Jiang Yao's arms. As Yang Sweki cradled her daughter and fed her, the little one whimpered softly in her mother's embrace, tears still glistening on her cheeks. The sight was undeniably heartbreaking. Yang Sweki gently touched her daughter's back and said, Honey, please hand me that sweat towel. Our little one is all sweaty. Jiang Yao fetched the towel, noticing that the little girl was indeed damp with perspiration. Typically, she would only whimper, but when she truly cried, her forehead and back would be drenched, her entire body radiating warmth. Yang Sweki comforted her daughter. Are you feeling hungry? Sweetheart, Jiang Yao sensed otherwise. The little one did not seem hungry. She had indeed cried upon awakening, but as soon as he held her, the tears began. Yang Sweki too felt their daughter had barely eaten, merely preoccupied with her pitiful sobs. Would you like more to eat? She inquired. The little one showed no interest in eating now. Yang Sweki held her and wondered, Did you have a bad dream, scaring our precious baby? The little one seemed to be in better spirits now, appearing quite obedient and gentle. Suddenly feeling a bit unwell, Yang Sweki said, Honey, I need to use the restroom. Can you watch our daughter? As soon as she left, Jiang Yao picked up the little girl, who began to express her discontent. Her gaze directed at Yang Sweki's departing figure, filled with grievance. He now understood. The little one simply wanted to be held by Yang Sweki, cradling his wailing daughter. He said, Come, let's go see the little turtle and goldfish in the aquarium, shall we? As she cried, warmth radiated from her, and she began to sweat again. Look, here is the little turtle. Let's see if we can find the other one, shall we? The aquarium was illuminated from behind. Let's turn on the light and search for the turtle. Is this light beautiful, little one? When adults soothe children, they must use exaggerated tones and expressive faces to capture their attention effectively. The little girl had tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, curiously observing the small creatures within the fish tank. Jiang Yao diverted her attention, suggesting, Shall we feed the little fish and the turtle? Look, they're eating. Wow, they finished so quickly. The little girl laughed, and Jiang Yao held her as they watched the fish for a while before heading to the balcony. On the balcony, several pots of flowers were nurtured. Jiang Yao crouched down with his daughter, saying, Aren't these flowers beautiful? For the time being, the little girl forgot about searching for her mother, and the father-daughter duo enjoyed their time together. Jiang Yao placed her in the play area, teasing her with a Belle toy. The little girl flipped over, lying on the mat, while Jiang Yao gently pushed her tiny feet to help her crawl forward. The little girl had a robust constitution, managing to crawl a few times. Meanwhile, Yang Sweki was in the restroom, calling out, Honey? This exclamation caused the little girl to perk up her ears. Jiang Yao wished to silence Yang Sweki, but it was too late. She was already approaching. She thought that since she had just calmed the little girl, there should be no issues. Perhaps the child was merely experiencing a bit of crankiness after waking up. However, to their surprise, As soon as the little girl saw her, she pouted and began to cry. "Young Sueki?" Jiang Yao exclaimed. And Yang Sueki picked up the little girl, who immediately ceased her tears. The couple exchanged worried glances, their faces reflecting their concern. Yang Sueki, holding the little girl and attempting to soothe her with toys, asked, "What should we do now, dear?" He admitted he was unsure as well. It was quite normal for a child to cry, Jiang Yao thought. He couldn't bear to let such a small child cry alone, for it felt heart-wrenching. They had not done anything wrong, yet seeing the little girl in such distress filled them with guilt. Yang Sueki also felt that it was natural for a child to want their mother's embrace. It was the absence of that desire that would be unusual. Jiang Yao sat on the sofa, tried to amuse his daughter, saying, "Now that your mother is holding you, you should be happy, so stop crying, all right? You can't expect your mother to carry you all day while neglecting everything else." The little girl, however, appeared indifferent to his reasoning. She simply wanted her mother to hold her. Jiang Yao then retreated to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Yang Sueki, not convinced, placed the little girl in the play area. But as soon as she was laid on the mat, she began to cry. Yang Sueki relayed this troubling situation to her husband. "What should we do?" Jiang Yao sighed. "There's nothing we can do. It looks like you will have to hold her more for now. Perhaps she will be better in a few days." Children's interests are often fleeting, and their attention can shift easily. He believed that in a few days, things might improve. Yang Sueki shared this sentiment, resolving to manage the situation as best as they could. Chapter 99. The little girl is very attached to Yang Sueki that evening. Jiang Yao's mother called, asking, "Have you eaten yet?" "Yes, we just took the little girl out for a stroll." "How are the little girl and Sueki doing lately?" "Quite well, Mom. Why don't you ask about me too?" "What for? You're grown up. Can't you take care of yourself?" "Is the little girl behaving well these days?" Jiang Yao spoke of how little Nan had been clinging to Yang Sueki these past few days. Jiang's mother acknowledged this with a hum. "It is quite normal for a child to yearn for their mother. You were quite the mischievous one as well, crying the moment I set you down. During that time, I was also busy with work awaiting my attention, so I could only manage to care for you while fulfilling my professional duties." Jiang Yao inquired about when such a phase might conclude. Jiang's mother confessed she could not recall. "I can't remember precisely. Back then, you would not allow anyone else to hold you, insisting only I do so. The moment I set you down, you would weep pitifully. I had other responsibilities, which made it all the more stressful. It seemed things improved once you learned